It is election night in America. These are live pictures from a polling place near Milwaukee, Wisconsin, one of the 7 battleground states expected to ultimately decide who becomes the 47th president of these United States. I'm Jake Tapper in the CNN Election Center. The very first presidential votes of 2024 are about to be posted. The American people deciding whether to elevate Vice President Kamala Harris to the top job or return former President Donald Trump to the White House. We're getting closer to the first major round of poll closings and our first chance to make projections. That will be about an hour from now. 60 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency will be on the line at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's when all voting ends in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Some polling places in the Eastern time zone in Indiana and Kentucky are actually closing right now, and we expect early results from those two states at any moment. Georgia is the first crucial battleground state on our radar this evening. The state was pivotal in the Democrats' 2020 presidential victory, and Georgia's 16 electoral votes could be decisive in this election as well. Our correspondents are tracking Election Day voting in all the top swing states and will be on the scene as the first vote counts are reported. Our correspondents are working their sources inside the Harris and Trump campaigns. Let's check in with Abby Phillip, who is at Harris headquarters at Howard University here in Washington, D.C. And Abby, what are you hearing from the campaign at this hour?
Well, Jake, these are the critical turnout hours for the Harris campaign, and I'm here with my colleague Jeff Zelady. He's got some new reporting about how the Harris campaign, Jeff, is trying to, in these final moments, reach the people that they need to reach who maybe haven't voted yet.
It's so extraordinary, Abby. Even as the vice president is at the Naval Observatory here, about 100 miles away in the campaign's war room in Wilmington, they are checking these turnout numbers and literally going door by door. A senior advisor told me just a short time ago, if you have not voted yet, you will get a knock on your door or someone will give you a phone call. Just a few moments ago, the campaign sent out a blast release trying to get volunteers to call people who have not voted. So that is how micro this is. But on a broader sense, the Harris campaign, as you've been and one question is, yes, they do believe turnout is high in cities like Madison and Milwaukee and Detroit, but the high turnout can obviously go both ways. So the question of the gender gap is front and center here. We're at Howard University, obviously, and her supporters will be coming in here shortly. And I'm told that she has also been working on a speech. We do not know if she will deliver it here tonight, of course. It could be one of two kinds, but we do know that she will be acting very quickly to whatever the Trump campaign does. So look, 1 hour before polls close in critical Georgia, this election is still going on. People are still being contacted if they have not voted. And
as you know, Jeff, one of the key advantages the Harris campaign thinks that they have is a turnout operation that is within their campaign. They have full control over it, and they believe it's been working at full capacity in the last couple of weeks. Back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Abby. Thanks, Jeff. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now, who's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, what are you learning about Mr. Trump's mindset this evening?
Well, Jake, there's obviously a difference in Trump and his campaign itself. Trump himself has been making baseless claims about fraud happening already, even though officials that we're talking to in those cities like Philadelphia say they have no idea what he is talking about or what reports he's referencing. I'm here at the convention center with Kristen Holmes as well. And obviously, there's what Trump is saying on Truth Social. What are you hearing from the campaign about the numbers that they're tracking behind the scenes and what they're paying the closest attention to?
Well, Caitlin, right now, everything is coming down to voter turnout on Election Day. I mean, there's a lot of confusion and a lot of wondering about how that early voting actually translate on Election Day. Are those new voters? Are those new Republican voters? Or are those people who were going to actually show up on Election Day? There's a lot of trying to track that. Now, we know with Donald Trump is he's actually doing the exact same thing that we hear the Harris campaign is doing, is trying to reach those voters to drive out turnout today. He has done at least 5 tele-rallies with various demographic groups. That includes tele-rallies in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, as well as tele-rallies targeting young men, unregistered voters, and seniors. They are trying to get as many people to show up at the polls as they possibly can. Now, in terms of what they're tracking, they are actually looking at one of their apps that they had set up the Trump Force 47, which is their way of essentially giving away their ground game to people on the ground, to volunteers. They are looking to see how many of those volunteers are tracking their people that they were supposed to reach out and bring to the polls actually voting, because if they're not tracking the number, they want to reach out again and make sure that they're actually doing everything they can to get those people to the polls. This was part of their ground game strategy. It's also why it's so risky, because you're depending on volunteers instead of actual professionals. We'll obviously have to see if it pays off.
Yeah, it's a big bet that they are making on this election day vote. They felt good about the early vote. We'll see how they feel about the numbers that we're seeing coming in now. And obviously, Jake, North Carolina and Georgia, those polls set to close. Those are two of the states that the Trump campaign is watching the close list as maybe a read on how the whole night can go for them.
All right, thanks, Kaylin and Kristen. We're getting another important read on the electorate from the exit polls. David Chalian's back. David, what are we learning about when voters made up their minds about who they were going to vote for, whom, I should say, for president?
Jake, we've talked so much about how each candidate was closing at the end and the very small slice of voters left undecided. Most voters decided long ago. Look at this. When did you make up your mind and decide on your presidential vote? Only 3% of voters nationwide in these preliminary exit poll results say in the last few days. 3% say in the last week. 6% say in October, 7% in September. 80% of voters say before September they were already locked into their choice. And it looks pretty similar if you look among Harris supporters versus Trump supporters. Among Harris supporters, only 3% in the last few days and 3% in the last week. Again, 80% before September were locked in. And on the Trump side, we look at his supporters in the last few days, 3%, in the last week, 4%. 81% of his supporters were locked in before September. So it was a small slice of folks here that were deciding at the very end, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, fascinating stuff. Dana Bash, I mean, most people made up their minds long ago, but still, in an election with margins this thin, 3% making up their mind in the last few days, 3% making up their mind in the last week, that's not insignificant.
It is not insignificant, and this matches exactly what we've been told from both campaigns about how, yes, relative to the whole electorate, it's very small, but how targeted they have tried to be towards those what we call late breakers. And this is just proof that they were right about how narrow it is, again, broadly, but how and why it was so important for each of those campaigns to be targeting the people that they thought were most likely to come their way. And we saw it in the messaging, particularly if you think about Harris, even in the last 24 hours, reaching out to people if they weren't sure, promising that if they're a Republican or an independent, that they are not going to have to worry about her governing anything other than across the aisle. Whether they bought it, that's a different question.
Chris and I were chuckling earlier at a voter from Grand Rapids, Michigan. His name was Josh, who said that he was coming out to vote for Donald Trump. But what was interesting is he was voting on the economy, and he said he had not voted since Obama. That is the Trump fantasy, the low propensity male voter who comes out and votes on the economy.
You know, I can take your point. 3% in the last few days, 3%, even I can do that math, 6% in the last week is not nothing and could be the difference between victory and defeat. On the other hand, when you think of how unknown Kamala Harris was to the general electorate, the idea that 80% of the people had decided they were going to vote for her without knowing almost anything about her, only 7% in September, which was the big debate that was generally seen as a big victory for her and not Trump. Yes, you know, if the billions make the difference between victory and defeat, it was worth it. But man, 87% before we even got to October 1st. That's pretty amazing.
Because that's America right now. It's shirts and skins. The 80%, I mean, not to say that they didn't love her, but they're likely like either hardcore Democrats or hardcore never, ever am I going to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but to go to Chris's point, she had to slingshot her way into the public consciousness and very quickly against somebody who had been running essentially for a decade. So I think it's actually pretty remarkable what we're seeing.
All right, we're counting down to our first chance to make projections in the presidential race. That's at the top of the next hour. We're inside key polling places in these final hours, and minutes before they close this election night, we'll be heading into overdrive very soon. Brew a cup of coffee for yourself. Stay with us. We have a key race alert on the very first presidential votes of 2024. Let's take a look. In Kentucky, Donald Trump is in the lead with 64.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris bringing up the rear with 34% of the vote. Donald Trump is 13,231 votes ahead of Harris. That's with 2% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Kentucky. In the state of Indiana, Donald Trump in the lead there as well, 71.8% to Kamala Harris's 26.8%. He's 1,604 votes in the lead. That's just a few votes there out of Indiana and Kentucky. Over to John King now. John, what are you watching for as these first actual votes come in from Indiana and Kentucky?
For the most part, Jake, it's just great to get started, right? We've been talking about this race for over a year now. Now we get to actually count actual votes. And you do, though, sometimes look, even in reliably red states like Indiana, did vote for Barack Obama in 2008, Kentucky, sometimes you can pick up certain things. The one thing I would look for in red states, and we don't have enough data yet, you see here, it's 1, 2, 3 counties right here, right, is are Republican voters turning out for Donald Trump, especially rural Republican voters. You can compare Trump 2016, Trump 2020, and then we will have more data on Trump 24 as we go through the night to just see. In 2020, he had more votes than 2016. Still lost the election, but he had more. So what are you looking for out here? Number one, down here, you're in Laurel County, very rural territory. Donald Trump's going to get 80% all the time or more. The question is, okay, that's 33% of the vote there. This is what he needs in every state. Kentucky's a reliably red state, so we're not expecting a contest to Kentucky. But you take small counties like this, and they exist in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan and Georgia and North Carolina and beyond, and you're just seeing, are people turning out? And so you can go back. This is early, this 33% of the vote, but you can just go back and check it against prior elections. Too early to make that comparison now, but I just want to show you one way we can ask the question. Is Donald Trump overperforming or underperforming Donald Trump? Since he's the constant in this election. He's been on the ballot 3 elections in a row. So then you come back there. Let's come out of there and come back to 2024 and pop out. This one's a little bit more interesting when you come up here, Kenton County. Why? Because this is the Cincinnati suburbs. You see Cincinnati right there. The Cincinnati airport is actually here in Covington, Kentucky, across the bridge right there. Sorry, I just touched that by accident. Let's come back to it here. And so you bring out the county here, and you see Donald Trump running, again, 40% of the vote, 43% of the vote there. Donald Trump getting 59%. So you just want to go back in time in an area that is more rural as you get down here, but quite suburban up here. Let's just take a look. 59% now, 59% last time. So Donald Trump at the moment, we're not done with the count there, but at the moment, Donald Trump is tracking Donald Trump 2020. Let's take a look at 2016, and you come look at 2016. Donald Trump gets 60, if you would round that up there, in 2016, and at the moment, he's getting 59. So he's essentially tracking where he was in a state that he won comfortably. Again, might be a useless exercise as you get through the night, but sometimes you're just looking, how is Donald Trump doing compared to Donald Trump in past elections in the red states? And again, so far, when you look here in Indiana, it's the same question. We're not in any of the giant voting areas yet. You just take a peek here, 2024, Donald Trump getting 62%. You just go back to check, Donald Trump getting 73% there. So again, I want to see what percentage of the vote we have here. Yeah, we're at 39%. So just something to keep an eye on, right? And is it going to matter in Indiana? Probably not. But if Donald Trump's turnout or margins are down a little bit in these other places, Jake, sometimes you can take one state and then find a community county like it in a battleground state and start to do a little bit more analysis. Right now it's early, and we're just kind of looking for curiosity purposes.
All right, fascinating stuff with the first actual votes coming in. Aaron Burnett is helming our Battleground State Command Center. Aaron.
I like how you call it the command center. And as, of course, we're getting some of those early results in as John is going through, Jake is going through, we are also watching the vote come in, and people still at polling stations. Macomb Township, Michigan, outside of Detroit, is where Jim Sciutto has been. I saw you a moment ago as we were getting ready to come to you, speaking to a young voter there, Jim. What are you seeing as people are still voting there?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Aaron, Macomb County went for Trump in the last cycle. Big question this cycle is, does Trump maintain the support he saw last time? But interestingly, we just met a voter. I'm going to introduce you to him now, Jimmy Fan, who voted for Biden last cycle in 2020. But he told us just a short time ago he's voting for Trump this cycle. Jimmy Fan, he's a small business owner, father of 3 and soon to be 4 next week, as I found out. But Jimmy, tell me, what was your deciding factor in this election?
I was thinking Trump would be a better choice on this election. He would run for when he ran the office. I think he would get a lot of stuff down, like when he was a president. The economy and stuff. That what we were aiming for this elections, more than just opponent just, like just vote for somebody. So that what me and my wife, like just vote on.
You said the economy was stronger for you as a business owner when Trump was president than during the last 4 years of Biden.
That's correct. Yeah, I feel like that's what I feel like. Even though with a lot of stimulus, a lot of that stuff coming through, but I feel like business would run a lot better when Trump was the president. But when he's if he wins this time, I think we would get to that ladder.
Question: some voters, you hear, they wonder whether their vote will count. Do you have faith in the voting system here in Michigan that your vote will count and the votes will be counted fairly?
I mean, in this Macomb system, I think is legit. Yeah, but I feel last time was robbed it, a little bit.
You have a question about the 2020 election?
Yes. Because I look at the the poll, it was was dominant one day, and then another day it just flipped upside down. So.
Well, as we know, there was no evidence found of flipping then. But in this election, you're confident your vote will count. Jimmy Fan and his family, congratulations on the baby-to-be. Thanks so much for joining. Of course, the big question, looking forward, will there be more voters like him, and what that'll mean for the state of Michigan?
Right, and of course, what he just said to you, Jim, is so important. When he said, all right, he didn't really have faith last time, but this time in his specific voting area, he has confidence in the system and in his vote, and that's what's important. That's what we want to hear. Let's go to Sarah Seidner. She's in Cedarburg, Wisconsin, just outside Milwaukee. Sarah, now it looks like, I don't know if this is the after-work crowd that you're seeing, but it does look like it is quite busy right now.
It is, and it's been getting busier. And as you mentioned, 5 o'clock hit, and we started seeing another run of people. It's been sort of trickling all day. It was lots of people in the morning, and now we're starting to get a lot more people in the evening. I do want to bring in quickly the Fellows Lease family. What we have been seeing that is so lovely here in Cedarburg is that entire families are showing up, voting separately, but together. Please tell me, what was your big issue? Was there one or two that you showed up for?
I think honesty and integrity would be two really important factors in the candidates.
And as for you?
Yeah, I would go with that. I think honesty, integrity, and plans for the future, a forward-looking candidate is what I was looking for.
Would you mind sharing with me who you voted for and why?
I voted for Kamala Harris, and I'm super proud to the idea of the first ever woman being in the seat of the presidency is remarkable, and it's so exciting, and I think it's really important having daughters. We have another daughter that's home tonight, but these two to see this process and just know that there's no limits to what they can do in their lives.
And as for you?
I'm so excited for these girls to see this election with a female on the ballot and to have that opportunity for leadership from a female perspective. I think it's awesome.
I noticed that you did this lovely thing where they were showing you the ballots and sort of how it was working. I heard you guys talking back and forth. And it was just wonderful to see families teaching and also learning about this really important process that we all should be taking part in. And Cedarburg, as we understand it, may have up to 95% of the voters come in to vote, which is an incredibly high number. So thank you so much for doing your civic duty and coming in today. As the whole family, I love it. It's wonderful. Appreciate it. That's a scene here in Cedarburg, a picturesque town with a very big family feel.
Yes, absolutely. And interesting what they were telling you, Sarah, honesty and integrity, just that feeling from that family. And then we had just heard from Jim with the voter he was speaking to in Michigan, where that voter was going for Trump. And that was based on economic issues, which we've heard from other voters who have spoken to some of our reporters in battleground states across the country who have chosen to go for Trump. So we'll see what it all means. Thanks very much to you, Sarah and Anderson. That's the most fascinating part of this, is hearing from these individual voters and their different reasons for making the choice they did.
Yeah, and the potential turnout in that county incredibly high. David Chalian has been looking at exit poll data over the last hour or so. He's got some new numbers. David, you have some new numbers on voters' views of the candidates.
Yeah, it's sort of a basic popularity measure that we look at, Anderson. You have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of the candidate. So do you have a favorable opinion of the candidates? Is this one here? 46% of voters across the country in this election say only a favorable opinion of Harris. 42% say they have a favorable opinion only of Donald Trump. 2% say both Harris and Trump they have a favorable opinion on. And interestingly, 8% say they don't have a favorable opinion of neither. That's a bit higher. When we asked this 4 years ago, it was only 3% who said neither to Biden and Trump 4 years ago, though it's not as high of the folks who said neither 8 years ago when it was Clinton-Trump in 2016. Who is too extreme? 36% of Americans nationwide voting in this election tell us only Harris is too extreme. 47%, nearly half, say only Trump is too extreme. 8% say both, 5% say neither. What is your feeling if Donald Trump is elected president? So 22% excited, 26% optimistic, 48%, nearly half, say excited or optimistic, 14% concerned, and the plurality, 36%, say they are scared if Trump is elected president. You see there the bottom two add up to 50%. We asked the same thing about Harris. What are your feelings if Harris is elected president? You see 49% are excited or optimistic, 20% are concerned, and she has a lower number, 28%, who say they'd be scared. But again, splitting roughly in half between excited and optimistic and concerned or scared if Harris is elected president, Anderson.
All right, we'll keep looking at these exit polls as sometimes frustrating or Rorschach test-like they are. We're tracking the first presidential votes of the night from Kentucky and Indiana, and we're closing in on the first major round of poll closings, including the high-stakes battleground of Georgia. Stay right here for real-time results. That's all ahead.
And we're back. We have another key race alert for you. More votes coming in from the states of Indiana and Kentucky. In Indiana, Donald Trump is in the lead, 62.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 36.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 43,417 vote lead. That's with an estimated 5% of the vote in. In the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Donald Trump in the lead there as well, with 65.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 32.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 17,717 vote lead. That's with an estimated 3% of the vote. Over to John King. John, what stands out to you as these first votes come in?
One thing that stands out is that both states are getting about their business in the sense that we're wondering, will the battlegrounds count slowly or quickly? We're starting to see results trickle in. Kentucky's only at 3% right now, but you see more counties have at least reported some votes than the last time we were here. So what am I looking at? One thing, it's way too early. I just want to show you, we expect Donald Trump, of course, to win the state of Kentucky. It's been a red state for quite some time. But there are blue pockets, and so you try to see in an urban area that has key suburbs around it. This is Lexington, Fayette County. You know, how is the vice president performing compared to Joe Biden 4 years ago or Hillary Clinton 4 years before that? It's way too early. You see 373 votes to 199 votes, so I'm not even going to do the comparison. But this is one of the things you look at and you say, okay, and so where is there a community like this in a battleground state, right? Because we tend to have nationalized elections. Too soon for that. In 2016, if you were with us back in 2016, one of the very first clues of the Trump phenomenon came here. Came right here. In the early results out of Kentucky, we saw in these small rural counties, not only was Donald Trump running it up, but running it up in excess of Mitt Romney, running it up in excess of George W. Bush, getting new people to come out and vote Republican. That's what made Donald Trump the force he was in 2016. And so we're going to look along these lines just to see, again, we expect him to win Kentucky. So some people might say, you know, why do we care? Why do we want to look at that? Well, as you see, that's Ohio. Right? And then there are Wisconsin and Michigan. There are communities like that in some of the other battleground states as well. So you're trying to see what's happening. So we'll just take a peek here to see. There are 25% here in Greenup County, Donald Trump at 72%, right? So you just go back and look. Is the rural Trump base coming out like they did in 2016 out of the woodwork? So there's 2024. He's at 72%. In 2020, he's at 72%, so he's about matching 2020. You just go back to 2016 and look, there he is at 71%. So essentially consistent turnout for Donald Trump in the small rural counties that are critical to him. Now, we're not done here, obviously. That was only about 25%, I think, when we did it. But you want to look at that throughout the night. That first glimpse, first glance says, okay, the people we expect to come out for Trump are coming out there. I mentioned earlier, let me get rid of the green. Here's one of the places we will look at because it is more interesting in the sense of more competitive. You have Cincinnati right here, Covington, Kentucky right here. For those of you familiar with the area, if you land in Cincinnati Airport, that's actually here in Kentucky. You drive across the bridge into Ohio. You know, there's some suburban areas here, some hotels, some restaurant development, some young people live here. So it tends to be a little bit more competitive. It's still Republican. We're up to 43%. 59% for Trump 2024, 59% for Trump 2020, 59%, 60% if you round up for 2016. So again, in the two counties we looked at, and it's pretty early, Donald Trump is running. That's like Donald Trump. And so he's winning the red states by about those numbers, winning those small communities by about those numbers. So now we look up into Indiana. All red at the moment. Let's just go back to 2020 and look. There will be some blue pockets: Bloomington, Indianapolis, Gary, Indiana, South Bend, Indiana. We don't have votes there yet. Again, a place to look. Are African Americans turning out in Gary, in South Bend, for example, and down in Indianapolis as well? How's the vice president doing in the suburbs? We will get that a little bit later. What are we getting right now about Donald Trump? Let's just look here. Allen County is Fort Wayne, Indiana. So 52% in 2024 right now, about 44%. So it's a fair comparison. We'll see if it changes. 54%, 55% if you round that up, and 58% there, 57% there if you don't round it up. So down a little bit in the early results so far from 2016. Is there anything to make of that, Jake? I'd be very careful about that with only 44%. But it's one of the things you look at in the counties, especially as the suburbs start to expand in places like this. Is Donald Trump close to where he was in 2020, closer to 2016, or is he bringing out new voters in 2024, Anderson? Early in the night, you're just looking for clues.
Yeah, John, we'll continue to check in with you, back with the team here in New York. Scott, obviously you're from Kentucky. Where will you be looking over the next hour or two in terms of kind of a litmus test?
Yeah, Eastern time zone, so the state's bifurcated right down the middle. And so all the county results we have now are in the east. The two big counties, Jefferson and Fayette, are the two Democratic counties. So obviously we'll be looking to see overall Democratic enthusiasm there. But if you're looking to see where Trump, if he's having any trouble in the white college-educated suburbs, it would be in Boone, Kenton, and Campbell, which are the three counties in greater Cincinnati. You would detect it there. Now, in the early returns John just showed us, we're not picking up any of that right now. It doesn't look like we're seeing any flight from Trump. Still more votes to count. One other issue, all of eastern Kentucky, that's Appalachia. If rural turnout goes gangbusters out there and people are, beating down the doors to vote out in East Kentucky, that might also tell me something about what rural areas in Pennsylvania and other swing states may do.
Just talking about Pennsylvania, it seems like, I think Trump has been already kind of laying the groundwork about alleging voter fraud, which there's no evidence of in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I think he's been doing that for several weeks. He's been conditioning audiences and telling them
tweeting about it tonight.
Yeah. No, I know he's tweeting about it tonight. And look, I think that is they have a strategy post-election for this. We'll see how it turns out. It may be the election. It could go his way. Maybe it'll swing her way in a bigger way that will be more decisive. But this is, I've said many times, my concern about Donald Trump has less to do with issues, though I disagree with him deeply. But his political project requires him to tear down faith in institutions and rules and laws, and even the most fundamental thing, which is elections.
The fact that he's doing that tonight, Alyssa, does that tell you that he's worried about what they're saying?
It's a mixed bag, because in 2016, even when he won, he claimed that there was massive fraud. He stood up this election integrity commission within the White House that then he folded because it found no widespread fraud. So this is something baked into his DNA. But the clip at which he's doing it, the way he's doing it, targeting Pennsylvania, I think that they're nervous. I think that his behavior in the final stretch of it, I think they recognize their closing message was nowhere where it needed to be. And some of the early projections we're seeing show a momentum that I think a lot of Americans are feeling, that this Trump era may be coming to an end.
Look, he should be scared in Pennsylvania because there is an energy, there is a surge. Look, you talked to me a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I'm chewing my fingernails down to my elbows. I'm just worried. The Puerto Rican vote by itself has been lit on fire. Now, people will tell you, different things about it, but what I'm hearing, I talked to a young woman named Camille Rivera. She's with La Brega y Fuerza. It's the only Puerto Rican PAC. They were begging for money. Nobody cared about them, but they had built the only voter file for Puerto Ricans. When this insult comment attacked Puerto Rico, she said it was like wildfire. She said people remember, Puerto Ricans culturally, they vote a lot. They vote a lot on the island. And so there is a big tidal wave of Puerto Rican vote coming in Pennsylvania.
Could turn out to be the most expensive joke in history.
On the issue of Pennsylvania, I talked to the Trump campaign just a couple of minutes ago. They actually have Trump sitting in a room right now calling into radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, encouraging last-minute turnout. I asked my source there, how you feeling? And he said, would rather be us than them, but it's tight.
All right, we are nearing the first major round of results in the presidential race. After 7 p.m. Eastern, it is a jam-packed hour ahead as voting ends in the battleground state of Georgia. We're also waiting votes from all the swing states that will decide the presidential election. We'll be right back.
And we're standing by for the first big round of poll closing coming up at the top of the hour. But right now, more early votes are coming in. We have a key race alert. Let's take a look at the actual votes here from Indiana. Donald Trump in the lead, 58.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris in second place, 40.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 53,428 vote lead. That's with 10% of the estimated vote in from the state of Indiana. On to Commonwealth, Kentucky. Donald Trump in the lead there, 66.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris in second there with 32.4% of the vote. Donald Trump up there. His lead is 31,523 votes. That's with 4% of the estimated vote in. We're about to get our first chance to make projections in this historic race for the White House. We're counting down to the top of the hour when voting ends in 6 states and a total of 60 electoral votes are up for grabs. Remember, it takes 270 electoral votes to win the election. All polling places are scheduled to close just minutes from now in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're closely watching Georgia. That is the first of 7 high-stakes presidential battlegrounds on the line tonight. Kamala Harris trying hard to make Georgia stay blue after President Biden flipped it 4 years ago. Donald Trump, of course, eager to win Georgia back. That's, of course, a state where he has been criminally charged with trying to overturn his 2020 election loss in that state. Let's check in with our campaign correspondents now. First, Abby Phillip at Harris Campaign Headquarters here in Washington, D.C. Abby, as we stand by waiting for the vote to close in Georgia, what's the latest you're hearing from the campaign?
Well, Jake, they are watching very closely what has been happening throughout the day, and it's seemingly increasingly as we get toward that poll closing deadline at the top of the hour, which is that there have been bomb threats being called in to polling places throughout the state of Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County, Cobb County, and others. These threats are non-credible. They are not believed to be credible, but they are being investigated, and as a result, some of these polling places maybe temporarily were closed, voters turned away. I was speaking to a senior Democrat down there in Georgia, watching this very carefully, saying they are hoping that voters will come back. Anyone who might have been scared away in those periods of time will come back and will cast their ballots. Some of those polling places also, Jake, are being kept open a little bit after the top of the hour. So this is an ongoing situation that they are watching very closely because of where this is happening. This is happening in the parts of the state where the Harris campaign and Democrats need to drive up turnout among Democratic-leaning voters. So when you have polling places that are closed temporarily, that's a problem for them, and they want to make sure that those voters end up coming back, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip with Harris campaign. Let's go now to Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. What are Trump campaign aides, the top aides, going to be looking for when these polls close at the top of the hour, especially in the battleground state of Georgia?
Well, Jake, that's what they're going to be keeping their eyes on the closest, Georgia and North Carolina. That is really going to serve as basically a gut check for the Trump campaign as to maybe what kind of night they are going to have going into this. Obviously, Georgia, you know, a lot of Republicans think should be a given for Donald Trump, but he is someone who is feuded with their popular Republican governor there, Brian Kemp, who held a series of get out the vote events recently and said he will be supporting Donald Trump, but never was really explicitly endorsing him and out on the campaign trail campaigning with him. They appeared together once at a storm briefing, but that was really it, Jake, especially after Donald Trump trashed his wife. So that is going to be something Trump allies are watching to see if it has any kind of an impact, because he's a popular Republican governor. He is a very sophisticated political machine in Georgia, very impressive fundraising there, and that is all something the Trump campaign was hoping to have on their side going into tonight. So they'll be watching the vote share there very closely, as well as North Carolina, because obviously.
Okay, we lost Caitlin Collins. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some new exit poll information from Georgia to share. David, what issues are driving Georgia voters?
Yeah, this is our first state exit poll that we're looking at of the evening, Jake, in anticipation that the polls are about to close in Georgia. And the number one issue there doesn't match where it is nationally. It's the economy, far and away. 40% of Georgia voters in this election say that the economy is the most important issue. That's got to be welcome news to the Trump campaign there. 28% say democracy, 14% say abortion, immigration at 11%, 3% say foreign policy. We asked about hurricane aid and if it's getting to the people who need it. Look how evenly divided Georgia voters are on this question. 47% say yes, hurricane aid, federal hurricane aid, is getting to the people who need it. 50% say no, it's not. Who do you trust to handle a crisis? Georgia voters, slim majority, 51%, say Trump, 47% say Harris. And then Biden's job approval in Georgia stands at 41%. Approve of the way President Biden is doing his job. Disapprove, 58%. That matches exactly what our national exit poll says of Joe Biden's approval rating as well, Jake.
All right, fascinating stuff, David Chalian. Let's go big picture for a second, Chris. How important is Georgia for the Harris campaign, for the Trump campaign?
I think it's more important for the Trump campaign than it is for the Harris campaign, just because there are other ways for both of them to get to 270. But, you know, Georgia as a state, it was kind of a shock when Joe Biden won it in 2020. I think it was the first time since Jimmy Carter back in 1980 that a Democrat had taken the state of Georgia.
It was a shock to Donald Trump, too.
Yeah. And so the idea that Georgia was even in play, most people didn't think, including me, that it was a swing state. So I think were Harris to repeat Biden's victory, that would be a big problem for Trump. Not as big a problem for Harris if Trump takes it.
Although we should note, Dan Abash, I mean, if you look at this exit poll information from Georgia, it does suggest an electorate in that one state that seems inclined to hear what Donald Trump has to say. You look at that number about who would you rather trust in a crisis, 51% Trump, 47% Kamala Harris. And then more voters in Georgia say that hurricane aid is not going to the people who need it the most. That was a message that Donald Trump was putting out there after the hurricane, that too many migrants were getting that aid from FEMA instead of the people who need it. I mean, FEMA pushed back, said that was not true, it was a lie, and still that was a Trump message.
It was, I'll just add to that, the numbers that David showed us on the economy. Huge, huge issue for people in Georgia as they go to the polls, as it has been across the board. And Georgia is really interesting to me because, first of all, you were just hearing from our reporters. I mean, right now there are bomb threats that are shutting down polling stations, threats in Georgia. That on top of the fact that residents of Georgia lived through the fight over 2020 and the misinformation that Donald Trump put into the sort of information stream like almost nobody else, maybe other than Arizona, in this country. And it was Republican versus Republican on that. And yet you still have a slim majority saying that they trust Donald Trump more in a crisis than Kamala Harris, which makes me think, we're going to see the numbers, but makes me think what you do, which is that Georgia is looking better for Donald Trump than Kamala
I know
Harris.
it sounds like a paradox, but Georgia's the state that's the home to Marjorie Taylor Greene and Raphael Warnock. It's always had this moment, and we saw with Biden, of like, is it transitioning? Does it represent the quote unquote new South? And it has such a diversifying suburban community that I think this will be sort of an interesting election to see, are Democrats on the path to doing something sustainable there?
You know, one other thing, yes, economy, the biggest issue by 40%. We tend to think that favors Trump over Harris. But democracy, 28%, abortion, 14% as the second and third issues. So cumulatively, that adds up to 42%. I mean, the issue set is not terrible for Kamala Harris in terms of what people think the most important issue is out there.
Yeah, but also one of the things that the Trump campaign has been doing in its own way is giving people who are Republicans but not a fan of Donald Trump's behavior kind of a permission structure to vote for him because of the issues that they support him on. And you really can't find a better example of that than the governor of Georgia, who Donald Trump has insulted. Donald Trump's even gone after his wife. And yet it's very clear that Governor Kemp, Brian Kemp, is supporting Trump and letting Trump use his sophisticated political machine.
I'm also glad you're bringing up this point because both campaigns have tried to look to the voter and say, it's okay, your vote is private. You may not feel so confident about this, but it's okay to vote for me.
Let's go to Aaron Burnett now, who's giving us updates from the battleground states throughout the night. Aaron.
All right, Jake, and here we are, as you can see, battleground states across the country getting ready for polls to start closing. Still lines across the country. Voting is about to end, though, in Georgia. Victor Blackwell, that's where you are, and I know you've been talking to officials there. We're getting ready for things to close, just watching some of the action behind you. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we are just minutes away from the polls closing here in Georgia, with the exception of those 10 precincts across the state where there have been extensions granted to compensate for the evacuations and the voting stop down because of those non-credible bomb threats that were called in throughout the day. 2 precincts in Cobb County, the latest they're closing at 7:20. 5 in Fulton County, the latest they're closing at 7:45. 2 here in Gwinnett County, the latest closing at 7:58. Now, those are all in the Atlanta metro area. There's also 1 precinct in Glenn County in southern Georgia near the Florida line. That will be closing at 7:35. For all other precincts across the state, voters have to be in line by 7 p.m. So as long as they are in line, they will be allowed to cast their vote. And then once the voting is done, the memory cards from the scanners will go in one vehicle, speaking specifically here in Gwinnett County, to the voters' elections office, and then the ballots will be sent in a separate vehicle. So you'll have hundreds of cars, 2 from each of the 156 precincts in a caravan off to the office, and then they can begin to be tabulated.
Caravan, a parade of sorts. And what's so important is how transparent it is. The Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, Victor, just the other day, telling, by every 15-minute period what they expect to have come out. They just want everyone to see the transparency there. All right, as those polls get ready to close, you see Victor there in Georgia. Let's go to Pennsylvania, another battleground state. Polls getting ready to close there in just over an hour. Brian Todd is at a polling place near Pittsburgh, crucial part of the state. Brian, what are you seeing there?
Aaron, heavy voter turnout here in Washington County, just south of Pittsburgh. And you mentioned the polls closing in about a little over an hour. We're expecting a little bit of a late surge here at these precincts. 2 precincts are voting here. I have Craig Zemba here. He's a voter here in Washington County, just voted. Craig, the operative question we asked so many people, who did you vote for and why?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why?
And really comes down to just inflation, cost of living, and how things have gone in the last 4 years.
The process, do you trust the voting process? Did it go smoothly for you? There are flare-ups, that a lot of, hype and misinformation is out there. Do you trust the voting process here?
I do. I've lived here for a while, and everything's always been very smooth.
Okay. Thanks for talking to us, Craig. Good luck. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, back to you as we expect maybe a late surge here in Washington County. 1 hour left till poll closings.
We'll see if there's a surge. And again, another voter there. You see that Trump voter you're talking to talking about the economy, as we have heard from other Trump voters. Brian, thank you. And let's go over to Pamela Brown at the voting desk now. So, Pamela, first round of statewide poll closings coming. Georgia's going to be in that list here in just a few moments. What are you looking for?
Right. This is huge. Polls are closing there in just minutes, most of the polls. And then an hour after that, we're going to get those first results from this key battleground state. Georgia's Secretary of State is telling us that turnout could exceed 5 million. That's more than 70% of all active voters in the state. So clearly high interest there from voters. We're going to find out that total number sometime after the polls close. So we also know from Georgia election official Gabriel Sterling, who I've just been speaking with, that tonight's first results account counts for 75% of the overall votes. And the Secretary of State there says that he's optimistic we'll know who clinched Georgia by the end of tonight. Now, one note on Fulton County, Georgia's most populated county and home to Atlanta. We saw several non-credible bomb threats earlier today. We just heard a little bit about that from Victor Blackwell. 5 polling locations were granted a voting extension as much as 45 minutes past 7 p.m. Eastern. Once polls close, the county will have up to an hour to report early vote results, though the expectation is that most precincts will report by just about an hour from now, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be keeping a close eye on this key battleground state that Biden narrowly flipped in 2020 as results start to roll in, Aaron.
That's right. It looked one way, then it looked the other way. It was so close.
11,779.
But who was counting?
Donald Trump was when he called Brad Raffensperger.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. And I hear John King right next to me.
Yeah,
So
Pam's right.
You
Donald
chuckled?
Trump was
That's right.
counting. I was chuckling because Georgia, a little PTSD
Yeah.
over Georgia and all that. But as you see the big clock there, as Pam just said, votes will be coming in soon. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. We get some big polls closings. We'll get to those in a second. I want to look quickly at one thing we have already. The polls have not completely closed. They finish in Indiana. I just want to show you. And again, we're looking at the early results just to see if there are any clues, right? We don't want to overplay things. We also don't want to ignore things that we see, right? So you come right up here. You see one dot of blue in the middle of the Indiana map, right? That's Hamilton County. It's just north of Indianapolis. This, if you went back 20, 30 years ago, you'd see a lot of farms in this county. Now it's much more suburban, especially as you get closer to Indianapolis. Why do I raise that question? It's blue, right? 58% of the vote could flip. Look how close it is. It's 50 to 49. So it could well end up red, as it did in 2020 and 2016. But it's just, is this a signal that Kamala Harris, in the first election, post-Dobbs, in an issue where we know Donald Trump struggled in the suburbs in the 2018 midterms, struggled mightily in the suburbs in losing in 2020, is this a sign? I point it out this way. Harris at the moment at 50, Joe Biden was at 46 in this county in 2020, and Hillary Clinton was at 37% in this county in 2016. So the suburbs are critical in key races. Indiana is most likely to stay red. Let's be very clear about that. But as you come back to 2024, again, as you look at these early results that we're getting in some states, you try to see, is it possible we could look at some other places, look in some of the battleground states and the close-in suburbs. So something to keep an eye on as we go. A quick look at Kentucky. This one's about to close. Some more results have come in. Let's just see if it's any mass to it. Again, Kentucky is a reliably red state. We expect it to stay that way. But you will look, Scott Jennings was talking about this earlier, Fayette County is Lexington in the suburbs. The vice president was a big early lead there. Frankfort is Franklin County. It's Frankfort in the suburbs. You see it there. So let's just compare. So 54%, if you round that up, 2024 at about 42%, 48% for Joe Biden. So right now, in Indiana and in Kentucky, you see the vice president at the moment overperforming Joe Biden in some suburban areas. Now, they're in red states, so we don't know whether that's going to matter as we get into these states. But we are about to get some clues. I want to move the map a little bit. We're about to get results in Virginia. Virginia has been blue for a while, but it was purple not all that long ago. So here's the question in Virginia tonight, which is going to report results to us very quickly. Do we get a 10-point race, as we had in 2020? Do you get Democrats winning by 10? That tells you the vice president is holding the Biden map in a state that will go blue. Or do you get a 5-point race, as we had in 2016? That would tell you that Donald Trump not only is running up the score in these red rural areas, but that he's improved his standing in the suburbs a little bit. You know, you see in here, it's Northern Virginia and down around the Richmond area there. So we'll get some key clues. And then also coming up moments ago, of course, one of the biggest battlegrounds of all, as Pam Brown was just noting, 11,779 votes. That was the margin when Joe Biden flipped Georgia. The last time it had gone Democrat, Bill Clinton eked it out in 1992, thanks to Ross Perot in part there. But it's been a long time since Georgia. So as Adi noted, is it a state in transition or is it a tug-of-war state? Jake, that's what we're going to find out. Again, 11,000 votes 4 years ago. The results in battleground Georgia to come in just about any second now. And again, you look at Atlanta, you look at the suburbs, and you see all that red is Donald Trump's base coming out to vote. All right, and we are just moments away from the first big round of poll closings. Voting's about to end in 6 states, 6 with a total of 60 electoral votes at stake. Keep an eye on the pivotal battleground of Georgia, as most voting is ending there right now. And CNN can bring you a projection now. CNN projects that Kentucky goes to Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. And CNN can also project that Vermont will go to Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes. Kamala Harris wins the state of Vermont. It is too early to project in Georgia, Indiana, South Carolina, and Virginia. Let's take a look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stand. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Donald Trump has 8. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert now. Indiana. Donald Trump in the lead there with 60.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has an 86,829 vote lead. That's with an estimated 13% of the vote in. Let's go to John King now at the Magic Wall. John?
And so, Jake, now we wait, right? You have the states that we've projected, Kentucky and Vermont. Those are the ones you expect. But so what are you going to get here? You see some first votes in Florida. Look at that. Let's just take it out. Okay, it's just south here. It's in Osceola County, just south of Orlando. We like to look at votes when they come in, right? Florida tends to be a reliably red state. Again, though, it'll be a test of whether Harris can improve their standing in the suburbs, or put it this way, whether Trump can improve his standings in the suburbs, whether Trump's collapse in the suburbs continues. First votes in Florida, always interesting to take a look. But what we're waiting for is the battleground just north of Florida, which will be essential in this race. Again, Vice President's easiest path is those blue wall states. But Georgia, as a competitive state, what are we looking for? All right, number one, we're looking for the Democratic Foundation, which is Fulton County. Sarah Murray noted Victor Blackwell is in the suburbs here. Some polling places will stay open, but we should get votes pretty quickly. And when you're looking at Fulton County, Atlanta is here. You see how it stretches, a lot of suburbs around it, right? We're at 0 right now. What are you looking for? You're trying to see if she can not only match the president's percentage, get 73% of the vote, but by the end of the night, sometimes this count could last into tomorrow, is the math margin. Right, because if you look here and you come out here, there are 159 counties. 159 counties in Georgia. A lot of them are like this. I'm just picking one randomly. They're small, they're rural, but Trump runs it up. So we're going to watch that. Is the Trump base in rural America coming out in battleground Georgia? It is absolutely essential to his math that he run it up big in places like that. But if that is the case, and that's what we expect to be the case, the Trump base comes out, then the key will be, does the Harris base come out in Fulton County, Atlanta? And then what happens here? Clayton County, just below, predominantly African-American, strong Democratic suburb. You need to run up the number, but it's not just the percentage. What's the raw math? Are Democrats coming out to vote? Democrats need high turnout to offset the Trump rural numbers. So that's one test. And then, for me, but you get further out here. Let's go out where Victor Blackwell is, out here in Gwinnett County. All right, look at that. Joe Biden got 58% of the vote, Jake, right? You don't have to go back too far in history. It was just in 2012. Mitt Romney won this county. 4 years before that, John McCain won this county. This is the change in the American suburbs, right? Georgia was a red state then. But look at Romney's number. The Republican share in 2012 in this suburban area is 54%, right? That's what we're looking at tonight. How does Donald Trump fare in the suburbs, right? It goes down to 45% under Trump in 2016. He still won Georgia then at 45%. But then you come to 2020, and Trump's share drops to 40%. You cannot win in a competitive state if you are getting trounced like that in the suburbs. So can Trump get that number back up to 42, 43, 44? If he can, he's in play. If he can't, then this is the tug of war of the state, as long as Harris gets out her base. There's a flip side responsibility for her. But this, we talked a bit earlier about this. This, to me, Georgia and North Carolina, demographically, they are just evenly split. They're tug of war. So we're going to see. And it does, it's cliche, it does come down to turnout.
So can you take me to Florida?
Sure. We've got to come back to 2024. You want to see results? Okay,
I think we have 1 million votes in from Florida about. Look, oh, no, not 1 million. What do we have?
194,000.
194,000.
Yeah, you are. You're over 1 million.
Over 1 million votes. So this is obviously a state that we do expect ultimately is inclined to go red. Although the polls are still open there, we should know. Is there anything we can divine from where the vote has come in? Because it's more than 1 million votes have come in, and Donald Trump with a 224,000 plus lead right now.
The number one thing I would divine is we have another example, this time in a very large and very complicated state, that people have learned the lessons, built on the lessons of 2020, and that they're counting early votes and getting early votes out fast. And so that's a good thing for democracy, right?
So are these all early
red
votes?
state or blue state? I assume they are. David Challing can correct me if I'm not. Some of it could be a modest number of election day votes. But normally when you see a big batch of votes come in like that, it's early votes. So correct me if I'm wrong. So what can you glean from this? So you just want to look at big population centers. Duval County, this is one of the swing counties. Although Florida used to be a very competitive state. You would say, who's winning Duval County? Right. If you want to say who's winning the governor's race or who's winning Bush versus Gore, you go to Duval County. It's not so much as a competitive state anymore, but it is a competitive county, as you see right there, 50 to 49. So you go back in time and you look, it was 51-48, right? So you could argue, we need to get the final results. You could argue, if you want, Donald Trump's a little bit more competitive this time. If that result holds, we'll see how that plays out. Right? This is his home state now, but we'll see. But it's early to look at that. But that's one of the things you look at. The other thing you'll look at is, we don't really have it yet, is here, the I-4 corridor, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Orlando, over to the beach, and you see it. And then, the Democrats, again, I have no expectation the Democrats are going to win Florida. But again, you will see, are Democrats turning out? Right? Are Democrats turning out? There's some, there's been a lot of reporting about, does Harris lose a little tiny bit of the Jewish vote? Because of the Israel, unhappiness over Israel-Gaza and how she has talked about that in the White House. You'll see a little bit of that down here. It's more important when you get to suburban Philadelphia and out in the Detroit area as well, around Metro. So you might get some clues out of Florida. My expectation is that Florida will stay that color, but we'll keep an eye on it. Sometimes you get surprised.
Right, and one of the other things that's interesting about trying to divine a national view of based on Florida, which is that, as I recall, Governor DeSantis, who's a very conservative Republican governor, I think he won Miami-Dade when he ran for re-election. Is that not right?
We can go. I think we can look.
Do you have the governor's? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be.
No, it's all right if you want to look. There we go.
Yeah.
So that's the Rubio race. We got to come to governor. Yes, he won. He won Broward.
He won. No, Crist won Broward.
Crist won Broward. Sorry, DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
DeSantis won Miami-Dade.
Yes.
And it was suggested that he also maybe did better than traditionally Republicans had done with the Hispanic vote, which is obviously significant. And that's one of the areas that people wonder about the vulnerabilities that Harris might have in the Latino
Absolutely. Although I would say in Florida you have the most complicated, diverse Hispanic vote than any state in America. It's just much more diverse than in other places. Complicated and fascinating, but it has become, especially down here, more Republican. In other states, it was Obama won 2/3 of the Hispanic vote, and now it's become more of a fight in some of the other battlegrounds. But here, this is why one of the reasons Florida has become reliably red is because of the Republican success there. I would also argue it's because of weak Democratic candidates, but we'll save that conversation for another day because this is what we're worried about tonight.
Indeed. David Chalian has more exit polling from north of Florida in Georgia, the battleground that we're watching right now. David, how is the vote splitting among key groups of Georgia voters?
Yeah, now that the polls have closed, Jake, we can look at some of those key demographics. So let's take a look at the African-American vote in Georgia. It's making up 30% of the electorate, according to these early exit polls. Harris obviously winning it big, 86% to 12%. But I want to note here, that 86% number, 4 years ago, Joe Biden had 88%, a tick higher of support of the African-American vote. And Trump's 12%, he is a tick higher than he was 4 years ago when that was 11%. But it's roughly the same with the black vote, what we saw here. Look at younger voters under the age of 30. Harris is winning them. They make up 18% of the electorate. Harris is winning them 60% to 39%. She is doing better with young voters in Georgia than Joe Biden was doing against Trump 4 years ago. Trump got 43% of the youth vote in Georgia 4 years ago. He's down to 39% now, so that'll be something to watch. And then non-college white voters. This is obviously Trump's base. 32%, roughly a third of the Georgia electorate, are white, non-college educated voters. Trump's winning 81% of them. That is a bit better than he was doing 4 years ago, though 4 years ago, it was 35% of the electorate. So as a share of the overall electorate, it's come down. Harris is winning 18% of them, a tick under where Biden was 4 years ago. This will be the story of these exit polls in Georgia. Independent voters. They make up 31% of the electorate. That is a slightly larger share than what they made up 4 years ago. Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. David Chalian and Dana, that is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters. She's doing slightly better. Non-college whites, he's doing slightly better. But that independent swing is wild.
It's a huge swing. And I just want to underscore what David said. It is a bigger percentage of the vote share. Last time around, it was 28% independents. I made up 28% of the Georgia vote, and now it is 30%. And, I was right, 31%. And it is a total flip. It's a complete flip. Donald Trump is doing so much better with independents than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden kind of ran away with independents 4 years ago, and of course he won the state.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why. What the reason is that there would be this dramatic flip of double digits in independents, and I am something you don't often hear in election coverage. It's something of a loss as to how you explain that independents would have gone so much more for Trump this time than they did for Biden last time.
Audie, hang on. We're going to go over to Jake for a projection.
And we can bring you another CNN projection. CNN projects that Indiana will go to Donald Trump. Indiana, with its 11 electoral votes, will go to Donald Trump. Let's look at the electoral map now to see where the candidates stack up. Remember, 270 needed to win. Donald Trump has 19 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes. They both still have a lot of electoral votes to get up to 270. Let's do a key race alert for you now. In Florida, Donald Trump is in the lead with 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 138,912 vote lead. I'm sorry, that just went up, a 224,914 vote lead. The votes are coming in as I do this. That's with more than a third, 35% of the estimated vote in from Florida, with its big fat packet of 30 electoral votes. The Commonwealth of Virginia, slightly more competitive. Donald Trump in the lead right now with 58.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 40.6% of the vote. That's only with a handful of votes in as of right now, about 1,500 votes. As we stand by for results from the crucial state of Georgia, we are counting down to the end of voting in the battleground state of North Carolina. This historic election night is just getting started. Stay with us. Welcome back, and we're standing by for the end of voting in yet another crucial battleground state. Let's check the fight for the electoral vote so far. Donald Trump has 19 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes, 270 electoral votes needed to win. And now we have a key race alert. In the state of Georgia, Donald Trump is in the lead with 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 4,556 vote lead. That's with only an estimated 3% of the vote in. The polls just closed at 7. In the state of Florida, Donald Trump in the lead, his new home state, 53.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 45.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy 438,912 vote lead. That's with half of the vote in, 50% of the estimated vote. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there with 58.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 40.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 2,871 vote lead. Still a lot of votes to come in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. We're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the presidential race at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. That's just minutes from now. 37 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House are at stake when voting ends in North Carolina and Ohio and West Virginia. North Carolina is one of the 7 crucial presidential battlegrounds tonight, as its changing demographics have made it more competitive for Democrats than in some past elections. Kamala Harris is in a heated battle right now with Donald Trump in North Carolina after he won that state in both of his previous presidential campaigns, narrowly last time. Abby Phillip has some new information from the Harris campaign headquarters at Howard University. Abby, tell us more.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, as you noted, Donald Trump won North Carolina the last time around, but by the slimmest margin of the states that he did win. So the Harris campaign, they are looking at that state as very much in play. What I've heard from the campaign tonight is that they are seeing in some rural counties lower than expected votes. Those counties are expected to go for Donald Trump, so they see that as a positive sign. And then on the other hand, when they look at where their voters might be, it's in places like the Raleigh-Durham area where you're going to have a larger proportion of those voters educated. A lot of people people moving into the state, into those communities. You're going to have more diversity in those communities. And I'm told that the Durham turnout today gave them some optimism and hope as they go into this poll closing deadline in just a couple of minutes. So the campaign has been talking about all these battleground states having a plausible path to victory. They see North Carolina still very much in play, Jake.
All right, Abby, thanks so much. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the Trump headquarters. Caitlin, what is the Trump campaign looking at right now?
Well, Jake, obviously when it comes to North Carolina, something that they're hoping will be a gut check for them tonight. One thing that they're looking at, remember, this is a state that they thought Donald Trump was well on his way to winning when President Biden was still in the race. Of course, once he dropped out, it seemed like it was more in play. One thing that I'm told aides are keeping an eye on tonight is whether or not the governor's race has an effect on what the ultimate numbers there look like in the presidential race. Obviously, the Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson, who is the Republican gubernatorial candidate, has faced scandal after CNN reported on his past comments. That is something they will be watching closely tonight, as Josh Stein, the Democrat, is expected to do well. We'll see what the ultimate race looks like there. And Jake, I should note, as they are keeping a close eye on these early gut checks, hopefully they believe in Georgia and North Carolina, Donald Trump is also still making calls to get voters out in Pennsylvania tonight. I was told that he was just on the phone calling into radio stations inside Pennsylvania, urging people to get out and make sure they get to the polls and vote. And Jake.com says some of his top surrogates are also posting online, urging people to get out and vote. Stephen Miller himself urging men to get out and vote, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump headquarters. David Chalian has some exit polls coming in from North Carolina now. David, what issues seem to be driving voters in the Tar Heel state?
Yeah, Jake, let me just explain to you that first we're going to look at how people feel about way things are going in the U.S., in North Carolina, what North Carolina voters are saying. 6% enthusiastic, 21% satisfied. The plurality, 43% of North Carolina voters tell us they are dissatisfied with the way things are going in the U.S., 27% angry. I just want to say those bottom two, 7 in 10 voters that are dissatisfied or angry, obviously, if you're the Trump campaign, you think there's a lot of opportunity there for you. But the Harris campaign sees opportunity there, too. They want to get at least a chunk of those dissatisfied and angry voters who are dissatisfied and angry with Trump's dominance in our politics. So that'll be something to watch later in the evening. We also are looking here at the most important issue. Economy actually ranks top, not like it is nationally, but like we saw in Georgia, though a tick down from that. 36% say the economy is the most important issue in North Carolina. Democracy is right up there, Jake, at 32%. Well down then is abortion and immigration in the teens. We also asked about hurricane aid here. Is federal hurricane aid getting to the people who need it? You see it's roughly split here, but 49% say yes, federal hurricane aid getting to where it needs to go. 46% say no. And then Joe Biden's approval rating, it's 1 point higher here in North Carolina than it is in Georgia or nationally. 42% approve, 56% disapprove. Again, the Harris campaign would like to make sure they get some of those Biden disapprovers into their fold. But that kind of approval on Biden is what is giving the Trump campaign hope in a place like North Carolina. Jake?
Interesting. All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And let's talk about this. And Dana, I mean, again, some headwinds for Kamala Harris here in these exit polls. First of all, 70% of North Carolinians of Tar Heels are either dissatisfied or angry with the state of things. The economy is the number one issue. That's terrain that where Trump traditionally polls better. And then a bad job approval rating for Joe Biden, her boss.
Yeah, it is true about the 70 or 71% of people who are dissatisfied and angry. But I think, unlike what Chris said before, saying that means that it's a very good sign for Donald Trump, I think that what you are maybe not calculating and what David and David with Anderson are not calculating is that there are a lot of women and men who are dissatisfied with the fact that women don't have the ability to control their reproductive rights in America.
No, look, it's baked in. I mean, the right track, wrong track, we've known for some period of time. And the fact is the race, despite the fact that people are very unhappy for whatever reason with the way the country is going, is still supposedly as tight as can be. So Kamala Harris is clearly going to be able to overcome that. Incidentally, may I just, in the last segment, I said, I don't know why the independents are so heavily for Trump in Georgia. Fortunately, we have a very smart Republican pollster listening, and who wrote to me and said, it's the same problem that democracies, incumbents and democracies around the country are facing right now, around the world rather. Inflation, they don't like the way things are going. They want somebody to fix it. And that's Donald Trump's basic pitch at the end, which is it's broken, I'm going to fix it.
I don't want to drop the ball on what Dana said, though, about what people mean when they are dissatisfied. It's the same thing about what they mean by democracy or being independent. It's not entirely clear until we're closer to the final tallies.
No, absolutely. But the battleground states are Aaron Burnett's beats tonight. Aaron?
They are, and of course, we're just moments away from polls closing in a lot of these states in these final crucial minutes, really, in North Carolina, crucial minutes. Brianna, where you are in Charlotte, the people still have to vote, and we're starting to see some of these exit polls, concerns about the economy, the dissatisfaction that people have. What have voters been telling you?
They've been telling us, Aaron, that everything matters. We're here in Mecklenburg County, which is going to be closely watched. It voted 66% for Joe Biden in 2020, and this is going to be very important to see the result here, to see how Harris performs compared to how Joe Biden did in 2020. I'm joined now by a voter, Brian Flores. You just voted.
I did.
And who did you vote for?
For Harris.
And tell me about how you came to this decision.
So I wasn't going to vote at all until my girlfriend was blowing up my phone telling me to go vote. And if I didn't, she was going to break up with me. So now I'm here.
Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that, but it's funny to say that.
So she asked you to vote for Harris.
She did.
And so you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home?
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something, I don't know.
And so you came just before polls closed, but here's the thing, how long did it most people have been saying it's taken them 5 or 10 minutes. Tell us how long it took you to vote.
So I got off of work at 4:30, drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05-ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
Brian Flores, thank you so much. Aaron, back to you.
Well, that's devotion. That's devotion. 2 hours to fix the address and to stay there and to vote.
Indeed.
I mean, all right, John, but those are the stories the Harris campaign wants.
You know what?
More stories like that.
That's a vote today that was not going to be there yesterday or the day before.
That is right.
Which, in a competitive race, it starts with one, and that's how you build, right? So what do we have so far as we look at the map? Let's come out to the big picture first and show you. Sorry, I was just peeking in there. It's early. That's the big headline here. Look at a lot of that gray as we go from east to west. We have a lot to count still tonight. But we have some interesting things happening. Let's start in battleground Georgia, the one battleground state where we do have some results right now, and you have a very narrow lead for Donald Trump, or that's, I guess, better than that. Lead for Donald Trump, 54,000 votes now. I say narrow and it grows. That's what happens on live television. You see that right there. But this is very, very early in the race. We have 7% estimated reporting. So you're looking at the map. You see the red filling in the small rural counties. That is the bedrock of the Donald Trump movement. He wins big in rural America. The challenge for Harris is to run it up here. We have nothing from Fulton County. You saw Victor Blackwell earlier tonight in Gwinnett County. Very early on. You have a little more than 1,000, 1,100 votes there if you add that up. So we have a long way to go. Just for comparison purposes, Joe Biden gets 58. So can the vice president keep it there at 59 as we move through the night? Again, that's an incredible early rationale there. But that's what you're looking at, right? Are you at least matching the coalition of the last guy to win the state? And that would be Joe Biden 4 years ago. And if you're not, if you're losing in some areas, can you make it up somewhere else? So that's where we look at Georgia right now. All it tells us we have a very competitive race. Virginia used to be a battleground state. It's reliably blue now, but it will give us some pretty important clues tonight. It will. Because if you look through right here, only 2% of the vote in. Again, you see, 45,000 to 43,000. This is a state that's going to be around 4 million votes, maybe even higher than that by the end of the night. So this is very, very early on. It's 2% of the vote. But you look at the map and you say, are there any surprises here? This would be a surprise. Prince William County in the suburbs, you see, D.C. is right here. Very blue suburbs here. Fairfax County, go back 20 years, Republican leaning. Now you come out here to Prince William County. Again, it's only 5% of the vote. Trump up by 6 points there. Just go back and take a peek. This was blue, and it was decidedly blue. So it's very early. That vote total could be one precinct, could be one Republican area. It's just a thing we keep an eye on. You mark it early on. Right now, that's where Biden did very well. At the moment, Trump. If Trump can improve in the suburbs and the exurbs, that's his path back to the White House. It's early on, but that's the thing you look at as this plays in. What else are we looking for here? This is Chesterfield County. Richmond, Virginia is the capital. Suburbs beneath it to the south, suburbs around it to the north. Only 6% of the vote in. Harris getting 51%. Again, your test is match it up to Biden. He had 52. She wants to stay where his number is. You say, oh, it's a point or so. A point or so can matter. Maybe not in Virginia. She may still win the state. But if she's underperforming Biden in the suburbs, that would be a warning sign. This is way too early to say that's the case. I pointed out just that these are the markers we're going to go through as we go through the night, as we look it out. When it comes to Virginia, here's my test here. Again, this is 2%. Those numbers, forget about them. We're going to get a long way to go there. Here's the number you want to look at. This was a 10-point race, 10-point race 4 years ago, right? It was not a 10-point race in 2016, right? It was still blue in both races. That's Obama. Sorry, I went all the way back to Obama there. Let's come to 2016. Run the clock. There we go. Oh, that's not going to work for me. There we go. It was a 6-point race there. That matters. That matters. Virginia might still stay blue. The question is Donald Trump tighter in the blue states? Because that means he'll be better in the battleground states. And, Jake, that's what you watch. Counties come in, you take a look, you try to learn some lessons.
All right, and we're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Harris-Trump presidential race just moments from now. That's when voting ends in the battleground state of North Carolina, as well as in Ohio and West Virginia. A total of 37 electoral votes are up for grabs right now. And CNN can make a projection that Donald Trump will win the state of West Virginia. West Virginia and its 4 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. Too early to call, too early to make a projection in battleground North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes, or in Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the electoral map at this hour now that we've called a state for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has 23 electoral votes in the lead of Kamala Harris, who has 3 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed to win the race. Both are far from that. Let's bring you a key race alert now in the battleground state of Georgia. Donald Trump in the lead with 58.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 41.4% of the vote. Donald Trump, 69,586 votes ahead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote in the state of Georgia. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there with 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 948 vote lead. Only 2% of the vote has come in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. We have 2 more states to show you now. Florida, Donald Trump in the lead there with 53.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 45.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 586,779 vote lead. That's with most of the vote in, a majority of the vote, 64% of the vote in the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 5,513 vote lead. That's with only an estimated 4% of the vote. John King at the Magic Wall. What are you looking at?
Just wandering through the counties, Jake, where votes come in, especially in the battleground states. This is Georgia right now. As you noted, 69,000, almost a 70,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. But, and it's a very important but, 8% reporting. 8% reporting. A long way to go in the count in Georgia. In fact, you just take a look, 240,000. Donald Trump in the lead right now. Joe Biden had 2.47 million when he won the state 4 years ago. So we have a long way to go in the count in battleground Georgia. But you're just looking for clues and hints to see, is this going to be, every race is different, right? You always compare Trump to Trump 24 to Trump 20 to Trump 16. Can Harris match Biden? Will black turnout rival Obama? These are the questions you have coming into the election, and then you actually get results, and it'll be the Harris coalition versus this year's Trump coalition. And we watch it play out. So one thing you look at, you see Cobb County is red. Well, if that's the case at midnight and 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., that would be a big deal. Let's not overinvest, 277 to 186. So you've got fewer than 500 votes, as you can see. We have a long way to go in Cobb County. So sometimes you get an early precinct or early batch of votes, and it draws your eye. If that stays that way, that would be a big deal. But if you go back to 2020 and look, this is the key to Democratic victory in Georgia, right here, Atlanta and the suburbs. So you come off that and come back to 2024 and see where we are. Not much of it in yet, right? So let's just take a peek around it and look. Fayette County, you're more to the south there. 60% for Harris, about 37% of the vote in, so they're getting some votes in there pretty quick. A ways to go, but let's just match it up. Harris gets 60%. Let's see how President Biden did there when he had a narrow victory, right? President Biden lost that county at 46%. So that would be, if it stays that way, a net plus for Harris. You're trying to flip counties. Anytime you flip counties, you're helping your math. So let's come back to 2024. Again, let's watch and see if that holds. Let's come back in and come over here, and you come down here to Rockdale County. Again, here's Atlanta, right? So you're moving out, suburbs into exurban areas. Here you're out here, 76%. They're counting fast there. They say they're at 74%. Sometimes that changes a little bit, but that's what their estimated reporting is. She's at 76% if you round up. You come back, Joe Biden was at 70%. So if you look at those counties, and you're in the Harris headquarters, that's what you're matching up. Are we meeting our targets, or are we exceeding the Biden coalition? Still some votes to be counted there, but that's an encouraging number for the vice president when you compare it to 2020. So let's come back out and take another look. And you come up here, Victor Blackwell is here keeping an eye on Gwinnett for us. It is a larger, more populous suburb to the northeast of Atlanta. Again, 15, 20 years ago, it was Republican. Mitt Romney carried this in 2012. The vice president at 57 right now. It's almost more important to look at his numbers sometimes. Can Donald Trump improve his standing in the suburbs? He doesn't have to win. He just has to improve his standing in the suburbs. If you can make that a 46, that makes you more competitive. So 43 right now in Gwinnett County 2024. But look at again, 812 votes. Harris is in the lead. By the time we're done, you're going to be in the 200,000s, right? So we have a very, very, very long way to go. Trump at 40% there 4 years ago. Trump running 43% right now. But again, you got to look at the early count. We don't even have a percentage there because it's such a small number of votes. But that's what you're doing early on. You're just looking, placing some markers to try to do the comparison as you go back and forth. And Jake, I just want to pull out quickly to the map and look at it here. Everything else is filling in as expected. The question is to look at some lessons. In North Carolina, we do have some first votes in, and it is blue at the moment, an 1,820 vote lead. There you go. It just moved again. More votes came in, 8,732 vote lead for the vice president. But again, 17,782 votes. It might change even as I speak. This is just to show you how early we are in the count. It takes 2.7 or more to win North Carolina in a high turnout election. So we're very early in the count, but North Carolina and Georgia, critical battlegrounds. If Donald Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, the vice president cannot win this race if she loses Pennsylvania. If he takes those two off the board, North Carolina and Georgia, she must win Pennsylvania. So as these counts come in these battleground states, we're starting to get into the point where we can start doing some electoral college chess. North Carolina and Georgia are critical. If Harris loses them, her path becomes incredibly narrow. If she can win one of them, she has more options.
All right, now to Boris Sanchez, who was our first projection of the night in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris.
Jake, a major projection to bring you. In their quest to take control of the U.S. Senate, Republicans have their first expected pickup, and it comes from West Virginia. A former two-term governor, Jim Justice, the Republican in this race, is projected to defeat the mayor of Wheeling, West Virginia, Glenn Elliott. Justice, a former Democrat, now expected to take control of the seat held by retiring Democrat-turned-independent Senator Joe Manchin as he now retires. Kind of gives you an idea of where West Virginia is headed politically, so this is no surprise, but it is significant for the math. Justice, a MAGA acolyte known for taking his 4-year-old English bulldog everywhere with him, it appears that Baby Dog and Justice are now headed to the U.S. Senate. So what does this mean for the magic number? Republicans started out the night needing control of 2 Democratic seats to take the upper chamber. Now that number is down to 1, and they are currently leading in one race where Democrats hold a seat. Let's get you some key race alerts now and show you exactly where that is on the map. We start with Ohio, still very early there, but Colombian-born businessman Bernie Moreno is leading Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown, seeking his 4th term, only by about 16,000 votes. Still very early, though, 3% of the vote in the state of Ohio. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at the map, you're looking for opportunities to pick up a Republican seat. One of their best opportunities in the Sunshine State of Florida. Rick Scott got elected by winning only about a 10,000 vote margin over his previous opponent back in 2018. Right now, he's 715,000 votes ahead of former Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Murkisel-Powell. Still a lot of votes to count, but this is with 60% of the vote in the state of Florida. So stepping back, looking at the raw numbers, what does this mean for the balance of power in the U.S. Senate? Democrats hold 28 seats, Republicans 40, with that one important pickup in West Virginia. 32 seats remain up for grabs, Jake. You need 51 for control of the chamber.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let me bring you a CNN Key Race Alert right now. In North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in the lead with 68% of the vote. Donald Trump has 30.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris, as of this hour, has a 41,599 vote lead. That's with only an estimated 2% of the vote in from the big battleground of North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 60.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 38.9% of the vote. Donald Trump, as of this hour, with a 109,841 vote lead. That's with an estimated 9% of the vote in from that key battleground state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 59.7% of the vote. Donald Trump, 38.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 105,065 vote lead. That's with an estimated 11% of the vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia with its 13 electoral votes. We expect more votes to come in from key battlegrounds at any time, and we're going to soon get the first results from a third high-stakes presidential battleground, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Voting ends in the Commonwealth just a few minutes from now. We're going to talk to you on the other side of the break. Stay with us. It's 7:43 p.m. on the East Coast, and we're heading into one of the busiest hours of this election night. Here's where the race to 270 electoral votes stands right now. Donald Trump has 23 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 3 electoral votes, both of them far from the 270 needed to win. But we have some new results to share. So here's a key race alert. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 62.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 36.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy 166,655 vote lead. That's with 13% of the estimated vote in. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Georgia. In battleground North Carolina, Kamala Harris has 67.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has 31.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 40,929 votes ahead of Donald Trump, but it's still very early. 2% of the estimated vote is in. Still a lot of votes to count in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris has 58.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 121,029 vote lead. It's still very early, only 15% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In Florida, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.7%. Donald Trump with a healthy 822,987 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote in from Florida. In Ohio, Donald Trump with 56.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 42.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 31,716 vote lead. It's still very early in Ohio, only 4% of the estimated vote in. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 58.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 10,020 vote lead. Still very early in New Hampshire, only 7% of the estimated vote in the Granite State. We're only minutes away from the biggest wave of poll closings in this entire presidential race. We are counting down to the top of the hour. That's 8 p.m. Eastern, when a total of 171 electoral votes are on the line. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Voting is about to end in Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, the District of Columbia, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, the key Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. All eyes are on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in this hour ahead. It is one of the make-or-break battlegrounds up for grabs tonight, and the polling there has been 48-48 or 50-50. Kamala Harris is hoping to pull off a win in Pennsylvania, as President Biden did 4 years ago. Donald Trump aiming for a repeat of his 2016 victory there. Let's check back with our campaign correspondents. First to Abby Phillip, anchoring at Harris headquarters in Howard University here in D.C. Abby, what is the latest from Harris campaign headquarters when it comes to watching the returns come in from Georgia and North Carolina?
Jake, right now, my colleague Jeff Zeleny has some new reporting about what's happening in the state of Pennsylvania. Jeff, what are you learning?
Well, Abby, there's no doubt that the Harris campaign is watching Pennsylvania closer than any other state. They are looking to Philadelphia in particular, what they believe is higher turnout than the 2020 levels for Joe Biden. They're looking at a couple key precincts in Philadelphia. But if that were to be the case, if the vice president is to have a strong performance in Pennsylvania, she must do well in Philadelphia. Abby, as you well know, she closed out her campaign last night in Philadelphia with that big rally on the Rocky Steps. That's where the marathon ends. It's called the finish line. The big question for her campaign, if she reaches the finish line in the presidential race, can she have big enough margins in Philadelphia and in Pittsburgh to carry the state? The Harris campaign is a little worried about North Carolina and Georgia. They've always said the most straightforward path is the blue wall, but all eyes are on Philadelphia right now. That's why, as we speak, they're trying to get the rest of the voters out to the polls.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes left. Jeff, thank you for that. Back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Abby. And let's go to Caitlin Collins at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Caitlin?
Yeah, thanks, Jake. We're here at the Convention Center where Donald Trump is hosting his election night party. I'm with CNN's Kristen Holmes. And Philadelphia and Pennsylvania overall obviously has been a key focus for them. But after Donald Trump and the Puerto Rican remark fallout from his rally at Madison Square Garden, they were particularly worried because there are Puerto Rican strongholds in Pennsylvania.
There's more than 400,000 Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania, and he actually went to Allentown. There wasn't huge protests, but they were very concerned. Now, a lot of their concern focuses around some internal drama, which was that essentially after that comedian took the stage and made that joke, there was a lot of finger pointing as to who was to blame, who brought him on stage, who did not vet him. Now, internally, I am told that they have been circulating polls about Puerto Rican voters, even showing them to the former president, who was asked at multiple times, did this hurt my campaign? Is this going to hurt me with Puerto Rican
he's
voters?
worried about it.
He was worried about it. He was worried. He was watching the news, as he often does, and seeing the reports that Puerto Ricans were saying that they were offended by it, that they weren't going to vote for him. And of course, this is particularly important in Pennsylvania, given the fact that there are so many Puerto Rican voters. And one thing, Caitlin, it's not just Pennsylvania. Across all of these swing states, there are large swaths of Puerto Rican voters. So whether it's self-preservation because these people want to show that they didn't impact the Puerto Rican vote, or it's because they actually think it could impact him in the long term, they're watching those numbers very carefully.
Yeah, and when the margins matter, something like that certainly can. Kristen Holmes, thank you for that. Jake, obviously something the Trump campaign is watching very closely from down here in South Florida behind the scenes.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some new exit polling. David, what are you learning about voters in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, democracy is the #1 issue for voters. Take a look, 33% of Pennsylvania voters say democracy is the most important issue. The economy's right up there, Jake, with 30%, then abortion at 15%, immigration at 12%. Speaking of abortion, we asked, do you think it should be mostly legal or illegal? 64% of Pennsylvania voters, nearly 2/3, say it should be legal. 30% say illegal. We also asked for a view on fracking in Pennsylvania. You want to understand why Kamala Harris changed her position on this? 55% favor fracking, according to the exit polls in Pennsylvania. 36% oppose it. And Biden's handling of his job, a tick higher than we saw nationally. 43% of Pennsylvania voters in this election tell us they approve of Biden's job performance. 56% disapprove, Jake.
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. And Chris, at least just based on this exit poll, a slightly better terrain in Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, with democracy as the #1 issue, 33% as opposed to economy at 30%, a strong majority supporting legal abortion. And Joe Biden's approval rating is bad, but not as bad.
I think it's night and day. I mean, as compared to Georgia and North Carolina, 48% of people in Pennsylvania said either abortion or democracy was the most important issue. Seems like a very different climate than North Carolina and Georgia. And that's the point. She doesn't have to win all of the states that Joe Biden won. She just needs to win enough to get to 270, and the blue wall and the blue dot and Nebraska is enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Pennsylvania, these numbers would, if you ostensibly, be pretty good for Kamala Harris if democracy is the top issue, but the economy is right underneath that.
Yeah.
And that, as we know, has been a big headwind for Kamala Harris. What we don't know yet, and what I'm really interested to see, is what Caitlin and Kristen were just reporting on, and that is whether or not that very large, not only Latino population, but the Puerto Rican population in places like Allentown and Reading, whether or not those are going to flip or maybe come out in a more robust way after Madison Square Garden.
Because one of the thing about those comments is that it draws attention to the campaign in not the way they want. Kamala Harris tried to take advantage of that. She had Fat Joe, she had Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez campaigning in Puerto Rican areas of Pennsylvania. It's not just about the mistake, it's about being able to draw attention to it and then use that as an opportunity to wake up maybe low propensity voters.
Yeah, Pennsylvania with the third biggest Puerto Rican population in the mainland, behind only Florida and New York. Back to Erin Burnett following the action in the battleground states.
Right, and of course, chief among them right now, you're talking about it, Pennsylvania. So let's go to Kate Baldwin in Bensalem, where you have been throughout the day, Kate. And now, we're seeing these exit polls. Polls are going to close. This could truly become, as so many thought it would, the must-win state for Kamala Harris.
Absolutely. And since we last spoke to you, Erin, we have moved to Philadelphia. This is the warehouse where all of the counting is happening. This is where the action is. And we've just learned from a source close to the counting process inside that Philadelphia will be posting, when it posts its first votes at 8:01 p.m., they will be posting just over 110,000 ballots. These are mail ballots. This is the long-awaited first batch of mail ballots to be posted, and it represents, I'm told by this source, more than 50% of all mail ballots that they have received. This also, for context, puts Philadelphia well ahead of the pace, their counting pace from 2020, which we've all become so familiar with. But this is a big moment that we're learning first here on CNN. They'll be posting just over 110,000 ballots, and we'll see the results of that when it posts online.
It's so crucial, Kate, as you say, faster than we had seen last time, and the context that Kate just gave around that number, that would be more than 50% of the mail-in ballots from Philadelphia. It's a start, but it's a better start than we've seen before. Pamela Brown is at the voting desk. And Pamela, with the spotlight on Pennsylvania right now, what are you looking for in the context of those numbers that Kate just shared with us?
So you have the early votes that are about to be reported shortly after 8 o'clock, and then you have the overall turnout. And sources I'm speaking with there in Pennsylvania and on the ground in Philly say that turnout in Philadelphia and some other places across the Commonwealth have exceeded expectations. So let's talk about that Democratic stronghold of Philadelphia and what I'm being told there. An official there tells me at Temple University the line was around the block today. I'm told they had to bring in extra machines to tabulate the votes, 6 total compared to the 2 that is typical per this official. The Philly official also tells me while they don't have an exact number for voter turnout today, they just don't have that data right now, that turnout has certainly exceeded expectations. 2 sources at the state and local level in Philly tell me ballots had to be replenished today in several polling places there in this Democratic stronghold. Overall, one state source speaking to election officials in Philly said it seems the turnout there was, quote, quite high and seems through the roof. Let's look at the swing county here of Northampton. The state official also tells me at Lehigh University there, lines were up to 4 hours long. I'm told this is not because of any glitches in the system or issues, just that the turnout there was stronger than they had anticipated at this university where there are a lot more younger voters. Now, I'm told right now as it stands across the Commonwealth, there are 600,000 fewer mail-in ballots compared to 2020, but officials aren't done counting the total number. And they tell me it's actually more mail-in ballots than they were expecting. So we're about to get our first big look at those mail-in ballot numbers right there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania at 8 p.m. A lot coming our way this hour, Erin.
That's right. Absolutely. As Kate said, more than 100,000 of them, could be more than 50% of the outstanding for Philadelphia. John King, amazing, though, when you hear about 4 hours of lines. And we have heard that from Pennsylvania to Nevada, that young people have turned out.
Hopefully everyone's turning out. I just want to say quickly, seeing Kate Baldwin in that spot in Philadelphia, you want to trigger some Johnny 2020
Let's
PTSD.
say that's real PTSD.
Yeah, that is the spot. I remember that spot oh too well from 2020. Let's look through what we have. Blank in Commonwealth, Pennsylvania right now. Again, this is the biggest of the battleground prizes, 19 electoral votes. Whoever wins this state has more options to get to 270 because it's 19. The next biggest one is 16. But so what are we looking for here, right? Kate was just right here in Philadelphia. It's the biggest basket of votes. If you're the Democrat, you need to run it up in Philadelphia. So she just said we'll get about 100,000 votes, right? So let's just go back in 2020 just as a reminder. Joe Biden wins Philadelphia with 81% of the vote and just over 600,000 in the count. So those first 100,000 will give us a clue, but it's a building block. We're going to have to wait to see what keeps coming after that, especially if those are early ballots. And we'll see. Are the early ballots this year as disproportionately Democratic as they were in 2020? That's one of the things we'll see. But this is the building block for any Democratic victory in Pennsylvania. It has to be not only a high percentage, but you want a high turnout. You want to do some raw math there to run up your margin. Then we get into the suburbs around Philadelphia, the Collier counties, Bucks and Montgomery and Delaware, and then you start moving out to the excerpt to see how it's going. Pam just noted two places that I'll keep an eye on tonight. Again, I said this at the beginning of the program. Maybe you weren't with us. There are 25 counties in America, only 25 counties in America that voted twice for Barack Obama, then for Donald Trump, and then switched back to Joe Biden, right? So those are your bellwether counties. Two of them are in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. One is in its northwest corner. Little Boston came out there. There's Erie. Look how close it was in 2020. But the winner goes on to win the White House, right? And then you come over here. Pam just mentioned Northampton County, which is right along the Jersey border right here. Been there a few times in this campaign, part of our All Over the Map project, a great group of voters there. And again, look how close it was in Northampton County. She mentioned long voting lines there. I talked to one of our voters earlier today by text who said she was confident that Harris could pull it out, but that's a bellwether there. That's Pennsylvania. Now let's come back to 2024 and see what we have on the map. At the moment, we told you this early on, the vice president is leading in battleground Ohio. Not much of a battleground anymore. This is a reliably red state. So just take this. It's 20% estimated reporting. You'd rather be ahead than behind, but remember we told you some states you're going to see a lot of early votes first, and then you get election day voting. So always good to be ahead, but it's only 20%, and the expectation by the end of the night is Ohio turns back to red, but we want to look at the votes. To be fair to the former president, earlier tonight I talked about Hamilton County, Indiana, a suburban county just north of Indianapolis where the vice president was leading when we were in the 50%. We're above 62% now, still very competitive. Still could be a sign that she's competitive in Republican-leaning suburbs, but Donald Trump has taken the lead in Hamilton County, Indiana, which, of course, is a red state already in his electoral math column. Let's just check in on the Commonwealth of Virginia, and then we'll move south. Again, if you're Harris, Joe Biden had a 10-point win here, right? If you want to recreate the 2020 map, you want the states to come out roughly like they did then, only at 22%, but right now she's in the ballpark for a 10-point win. We'll keep an eye on that. If you get that 10-point win there, the question is, can you carry it over? This has always been Democrats' frustration. How do we get Virginia, but we can't get North Carolina? Demographically, they're very similar. You could even say there are some more advantages for Democrats in the research triangle. Younger voters, more black voters. Right now, the vice president has a lead, but again, we are very early on in the state of North Carolina, 59%. Just want to go back and look for comparison. 126,000 votes, she has the lead. Why do we know we're going to be at this a while? It's going to take about 2.7, 2.8 million to win the state. So we have a long way to go here. Let's just take one more look at battleground Georgia before we get to the top of the hour, and we're going to start to see votes coming in. It's time to do some serious math at the top of the hour. Donald Trump leading at the moment, 182,000 votes ahead, but only about a third of the vote counted and not much in yet from the Atlanta suburban area. But Jake, in the hour ahead, a lot of votes.
Indeed. Voting is about to end in 16 states and the District of Columbia, the biggest round of poll closings all night. A whopping 171 electoral votes at stake, including 19 in Pennsylvania, the battleground that could decide the presidential election. And let's bring you some CNN projections. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes, as expected. Donald Trump, CNN projects, will win the state of Tennessee, as expected, with its 11 electoral votes. Missouri will go to Donald Trump. Missouri, as expected, will give Donald Trump 10 electoral votes. Here are two more projections for Trump. Alabama, CNN can project, will go to Donald Trump with its 9 electoral votes. And Oklahoma, CNN projects, will go to Donald Trump with its 7 electoral votes. We have some projections for Kamala Harris as well. CNN projects that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, with its 11 electoral votes, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. CNN can project that Maryland, as expected, with its 10 electoral votes, will go to Kamala Harris. And CNN can project that the District of Columbia, with its 3 electoral votes, can go to Kamala Harris. Here are the states where the polls just closed, where we are not prepared to make a projection. They include Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. No projection in any of those states. Here is the electoral vote count at this hour. Donald Trump has 90 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them has approached that number yet. Key race alert for you now in the big battlegrounds. North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in the lead there with 51.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris with an 11,000 plus vote lead. That's with only 5% of the estimated vote count. It's still a lot of votes to count in North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 54.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.6% of the vote. That's with a third of the vote in Georgia. That's 33% of the estimated vote. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead with 54.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 43.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a healthy 115,000 plus vote lead. That's with a quarter of the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 25%. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 55.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 43.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 9,517 vote lead. That's with only a tenth, 10% of the estimated vote counted in the state of New Hampshire. In Ohio, Kamala Harris in the lead there, 54.5% of the vote. Donald Trump has 44.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 144,000 plus vote lead in Ohio. That's with a quarter, 25% of the estimated vote in the state of Ohio. John King?
Jake, we said this early in the program. We're going to say it again because caution is the operative word here. Sometimes the map early in the night, and we are still early in the night, even though we're moving on a little bit, sometimes the map looks a little different. Sometimes it looks a lot different than it might look at the end of the night or the end of the count. In the states, it takes a day or two. I say that because at the moment you see Texas is blue. Texas is most unlikely. Rule out nothing, but Texas is most unlikely to be blue at the end of our count. At the moment, the vice president's leading 61% to 38%, but it's just 5% of the Texas vote. And as you can see, it's all from the Dallas area right there. So we have a long way to go in Texas. Also, a Senate race there we'll be keeping an eye on, but that one's not going to happen right there. We have our first votes. Look at that in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Again, only 3% of the vote in, but you'd rather be ahead from the beginning to the end if you can be. 73% if you round up for Vice President Harris, 27% for Donald Trump. But again, where are they from? They're all from right out here in Allegheny County, which is the Democratic stronghold. Just for the sake of comparison, they say that's about 25% of the estimated vote, so it could change, and it could change dramatically. But she's getting 73% if you round up, and if you come back here, Joe Biden got 59%. So if Harris can keep that number, that would bode extraordinarily well. Look at the president 4 years ago was at 59, and she is at 72.5. But most likely what you get here early on are early votes, which tend to be more Democratic. So let's just wait and see if she can hold. But you'd rather start ahead of your margin and then battle from there. That's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Let's wander back through the map. North Carolina, a critical battleground. If Harris can win North Carolina, Trump's math gets a lot more complicated. If Harris loses North Carolina and Georgia, her math gets a lot more complicated. Here's where we are right now. 12,000 votes ahead, only 6% of the vote in. Again, she's got 179,000 and change. Just for the context, Donald Trump got 2.7 million plus to win this state in 2020. So a long way to go in the count. But you look at the map and you say, is it filling in the way each candidate would want it to fill in? So let's start here. Actually, Mecklenburg is the largest population center. And Vice President getting 70% if you round that up. This is where she needs to win and win big. The African-American community, the suburbs around it. If you're going to compete in North Carolina, you start in Mecklenburg County. In Charlotte, so 70% if you round up, 67% for President Biden 4 years ago, former Vice President Joe Biden when he ran. This gets a little confusing. But if you're Harris and you can keep that advantage, that's what you want, right? You want to run ahead of where he was. The question is, it's early in the night. Can she hold that? That would bode well for her. If she can, it would show African-American turnout and that she's doing well in the suburbs. Then you move, if you're the Democrat, over to Wake County, which is Raleigh, the second largest population center in the state. Again, we're only at 7%. So this is just a glimpse, and then we check back. 72% for her, or if you want to look at Trump's number, equally important, where is he performing vis-a-vis last time? 27% for him. You come back here, 62%. So again, in the early returns in North Carolina, the Vice President of the United States in the key areas, the Democratic building blocks, is running ahead of her boss 4 years ago. It doesn't mean it will hold up. Let's just scoot over to Durham and take a look. Biden got 80% there, and you come back to Harris now, she's getting 84%. Again, it's only 5% reporting. Early votes tend to be disproportionately Democratic, so let's watch and see how it plays out. Early in the campaign, you're just checking your list. Are we above or below where we want to be? And if you're above, you take a breath and you wait for more votes to come in. I want to look out in this part of the state because this is the part of the state that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene. There have been questions, could people vote? The state has done a remarkable job getting the facilities open and making people to vote. Buncombe County is where Asheville is right here. Again, only 7% in, 77% if you round up for the vice president. If you go back again in these early results, emphasis on early results, she's overperforming Joe Biden, who just narrowly lost North Carolina 4 years ago. So if that holds up, it tells you keep an eye on North Carolina. At the moment, she's doing what she needs to do, but I just want to be cautious that it's early votes. which tend to favor the Democrats. So let's wait until we get more. Only at 7% in North Carolina, but we keep counting from there. So then Georgia is hanging on the board blue, the Sun Belt battlegrounds. We'll get to Arizona and Nevada later in the night. Some of the count there may take us into tomorrow and beyond. But the other two Sun Belt battlegrounds are North Carolina, where we just were. Let's gas up the car. We go to Georgia now. The former president of the United States ahead there with 56% of the vote. You're up to 36%, so you start to think, okay, we're doing some business here with the count. However, I just want to caution, Fulton County, by far, the largest county population-wise in the state. It's 10% of the state. 159 counties in Georgia. This is by far number one. About half of the vote in, 71%. This is where you start to get, in North Carolina, I just said very early on, the vice president was running ahead of the president. Well, you see 53% there at 71%. Here, she's running a little bit behind the president. Again, there's more votes to be counted. But remember this as we go through the night. 73% if you round up for Biden 2020 in Fulton County. The absolute bedrock of any Democratic victory has to come with big math there. 380,000 votes and change for the president then. You come here now, she's at 71%. That's a little below. It's a little below the Biden number. We'll see where the final turnout number rounds up. But if you're in the Harris campaign, you're working the phone saying, yo, what's out there? What's going to come? Where are we going? Do we really think we matched our numbers? And if you lose a little bit in Fulton County, you better make it up in the suburbs around it, which is why this is very interesting, but it's also very early. Cobb County, 58%, but look at that, 986 votes for Trump in the lead. It's going to take 200,000 plus, 220, 230,000 to win Cobb County. So let's be careful and cautious early on about that. Then you just come back out. This one's Gwinnett up here, Gwinnett County, Harris at 52. But again, look, we're very early here. We love counting votes. It gives me an early test of how things are playing out. The 52%, if you round that up, go back to 2020, Biden at 59. You know, you're not alarmed yet because you're only at 2%. Just want to come drop down here to DeKalb County. This is the most Democratic of the suburbs, just to the east of Atlanta. Biden gets 83. We don't have any votes in there for the vice president there. One thing the Harris campaign has been saying is if you look out here, you're moving more out to the exurbs now. You're moving more out to the exurbs. Still a high African-American population out here. That Harris, with 77% in Rockdale County, getting 76% if you round that up, running well ahead of President Biden out here. So there are some areas where you have a higher vote count, Jake, in Georgia, where the Harris campaign says we're running a little ahead of Joe Biden. In some of those other places, we still need more votes before we can make a fair comparison.
All right, John King, thanks so much. And we have a key race alert for you now. We're getting some votes in from two key battlegrounds. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 77.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 21.5% of the vote. Harris with a 187,924 vote lead. But it is very, very early. It's only 5% of the estimated vote has been counted in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with its big fat packet of 19 electoral votes. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead with 76.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 22.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 62,597 vote lead. Again, very, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote in the battleground Michigan with its big packet of 15 electoral votes. John King.
Jake, I was just in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's been at the gym. It's a slimmed down packet of 19 electoral votes. It's not so fat. It's slimmed down. It's looking good. Here we go. Where are those votes coming from? Well, number one, they're mostly coming from Philadelphia. Kate Baldwin told you just a few minutes ago we were going to get them. Here it is. She said we would get 100,000 votes. We got a little over 100,000 votes, right? 17%, though, of Philadelphia. 87% in the first batch of votes in Philadelphia for the vice president. Again, bit of a broken record, but you compare her, Joe Biden won Pennsylvania, so you want to go back and look 4 years ago, and how is she doing vis-a-vis Joe Biden? 87% in Philadelphia. He got 81% in Philadelphia. It's early in the count. We know these are early votes. Kate told us that. Early ballots tend to be disproportionately Democratic. So will this number hold up for the vice president? We'll see as we play out. If she stays close to that number, comes out a little bit, she'll be in good stead in Pennsylvania, but we need to get more votes. Where are the rest of the votes? You're going to come out here now to Lancaster County. This will be interesting. If this one stays blue, you got 52% for the vice president if you round up. But look, it's fewer than 1,000 votes there, fewer than 800 votes. You come back 4 years ago, Donald Trump won this county convincingly, Lancaster County, 57% if you round that up. So we got a ways to go as we wait that play out. So you see things early on. Again, early votes. You get some early votes. They tend to favor the Democrats, which is why, for example, as we leave Pennsylvania, and the votes that you still see Ohio on the map is blue. well, unlikely to hold up. We'll see. Everything's fair game on election night. You count the votes and you see what happens. But we're very, very early on in the count in Ohio. And, for example, a few moments ago we showed you Texas as blue. That has changed, just barely. Donald Trump just barely ahead, but that has changed as well as more votes come in some of these rural counties in Texas. So let's come back to the states in play, and let's start in battleground Georgia. It was 11,000 votes, 700 and change back 4 years ago. Donald Trump at 57% right now. Why is that? You see the red? See all that red? Those are the building blocks of the Trump coalition. I talked about the Democratic coalition. Urban areas, close in suburbs. Then you fight in the exurbs and farther out in the suburbs. Trump's base is all these small rural counties. I'll just pick one randomly, Wilcox County. 57% reporting. He's getting 77% of the vote. You say, well, that's only 1,500 votes. That's not a big deal. It's a big deal if you're getting it here and here and here and here. There are a lot of counties, right? You've got 159 counties in Georgia. 159 counties in Georgia. The Democrats win 13. They carry the state. Right? They're all in Atlanta and the other urban areas. So that's how Donald Trump runs it up, in these little tiny counties. And so you go back, let's pick another one. Jackson County, 78%. It's slightly bigger. You see the math there. 90% counted, so they're almost there. 78% in 2024, 78% in 2020. Donald Trump's base is Donald Trump's base. Let's just pick another one just to compare it out. Hall County, again, slightly bigger. You see, 49,000 votes. That matters. That matters. You're getting a margin like that. That's 30,000 votes out of one county in a state that is very competitive. 73% 2024. Let's just come back and look. 71%. So in that county, Donald Trump's overperforming 2020 Donald Trump, which is good news for the Trump campaign. Now you got to add them all up in the end. And again, the key for the Democrats is here. I just want to check back on Fulton County. Still at 53% there. 71% for the vice president. This one, still no math. Cobb County, if that one stays red, Donald Trump's going to carry the state. But it's still very early in the count there. You come down to Douglas County. A moment ago, I was talking about Rockdale County. This is one of the counties the Harris campaign is tracking and saying, okay, this is good news for us. Why do they say that? She's about 76% of the vote count in. She's at 66% when you round that up. And Joe Biden was at 62% 4 years ago. So again, it's a relatively populous suburban area, southwest, exurban area, southwest of Atlanta. And you're looking at the Biden number, and then you look at the Harris number in those counties, and you say, we're doing a little better than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. And that's good for the vice president, especially if she's going to lose a little bit in other places. If she's not matching Biden in places, you want to overperform Biden in some others. So, Jake, you look at the map. It's getting interesting, but we still have a long way to go. I just make one quick peek at North Carolina, still at 9%. We'll keep counting.
All right, John, let's go to Boris Sanchez now for new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of projections to bring you right now. All of them polls for the incumbent party. Let's start with the Sunshine State of Florida. There, incumbent Senator Rick Scott, the Republican, will defeat Democratic Congresswoman, former Congresswoman Debbie Merkersell-Powell. Scott winning a second term in the Sunshine State. Meantime, in Tennessee, the first all-female Senate race in the volunteer state's history, incumbent Republican Marsha Blackburn will win her second term, defeating Gloria Johnson, a state lawmaker. Meantime, in Indiana, Congressman Jim Banks, he will defeat Democrat Valerie McRae, a clinical psychologist. This is for the open seat left by retiring Senator Mike Braun, who's now running for governor. Let's show you some Democratic holds beginning in the Northeast with the state of Massachusetts. There you have incumbent Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren seeking her third term in office. The former presidential candidate is expected to defeat John Deaton, a best-selling author and cryptocurrency advocate. Staying in the Northeast, another projection to bring you for Democrats in the state of Connecticut. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will win his third full term in office as he defeats Matthew Corey, a bar owner / teamster who's run for statewide office now 5 times. The 5th time, not the charm for him. Murphy wins re-election in Connecticut. Meantime, a projection to bring you from Rhode Island. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse seeking his 4th term in office. He's projected to defeat Patricia Morgan, a Democratic member, or rather a Republican member of the state House. And now, in Vermont, the longest-serving independent in congressional history, Senator Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with Democrats, is expected to win his 4th term as he defeats Gerald Malloy, a business executive. So what do all those projections mean for the magic number, the number that Republicans need to pick up in order to take control of the upper chamber? With the 1 pickup in West Virginia, they started out the night at 2, now it's at 1, and they are currently leading, still early, but they are currently leading in 0 races where Democrats hold seats. Let's take a look at some key race alerts now and get you live updates, live results as they are coming into CNN, beginning with the state of Texas. This is a welcome sign for Democrats. It is still early, but right now, Democratic Congressman Colin Allred from the Dallas area has about a 31,000 vote lead over Republican incumbent Ted Cruz, who's seeking his third term in office. Of course, Democrats love to see this, but it is still early, and this could present one of the few opportunities for Democrats to pick up a Republican seat. We just got an update now. His lead up to 14,000 votes with 18% of the vote in the Lone Star State. Let's get you an update from Pennsylvania. Here, incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, seeking his fourth term in office. He's currently leading against the CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, former CEO, I should say, Dave McCormick. Casey right now with a 223,000 vote lead. Still very early, though, 6% of the vote in. And it just updated a 222,000 vote lead now for Casey with 6% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. An update for you. One of the closest races we are expecting tonight coming from Michigan. There, Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 60,000 votes ahead of former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers. This is for the open seat left by retiring Democratic Senator Debbie Stabenow, 3% of the vote in the Wolverine state of Michigan. So, looking at the balance of power for the U.S. Senate, these are the raw numbers. Democrats hold 32 seats, Republicans 42 with that one important pickup in West Virginia, but 26 seats remain up for grabs. It's an open contest right now in the U.S. Senate. You need 51 seats to control that chamber, Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. We're awaiting more votes in the crucial presidential battlegrounds of Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. We're watching those very early votes from Michigan as well. We're also looking ahead to 9 p.m. Eastern when all voting is going to end in Michigan and another blue wall battleground state, Wisconsin. Voting also ends soon in the key western swing state of Arizona. More votes, more suspense when Election Night in America continues after this quick break. It is 8:21 p.m. in the East Coast, and we are getting deeper into this election. Let us take a key race alert right now. Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 72% of the vote. Donald Trump has 26.9% of the vote. Harris has a 240,000 plus vote lead, but it's early. Only 8% of the estimated vote has come in from Pennsylvania. In Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 61.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 37.1% of the vote. Harris with a 58,000 plus vote lead. Still early there as well. Only 4% of the estimated vote has come in from Michigan. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 55% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 44.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost half the vote in, 48% of the estimated vote in from battleground Georgia. In battleground North Carolina, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 46.5% of the vote. Harris has a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with only 11% of the estimated vote in from North Carolina. It is still very early in North Carolina. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Harris in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.2% of the vote. Harris with a 58,000 vote or so lead. That's with more than a third of the vote in from Commonwealth Virginia, 34% of the estimated vote. John Kane?
Jake, starting to fill in more on the map. You're starting to figure out where we go. I want to caution everybody, if you look at the map, as we start to fill in more as we move at least to the Midwest, you have Kansas blue at the moment. Very reliably red state. We'll count the votes, see what happens. Remember, it shocked us after Dobbs with the referendum there. Ohio is still blue. We expect as more votes come in, that will swing back. But again, that's why we count votes. If you look at just big picture at the moment, Donald Trump in an unusual position. We'll see if it holds up. At the moment, he's leading in the popular vote. He, of course, lost the popular vote in both 2016 and by a much larger margin, more than 7 million votes in 2020. At the moment, he's 2.5 million votes ahead in the popular vote. But that's about 17% of the national vote. So we have a lot of counting to do tonight, into tomorrow, and beyond. It will take. So let's wander through some of the battleground states. Let's start in the biggest battleground prize of all, Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes right there. The vice president at the moment with a big healthy lead. Guess what? Pennsylvania is not going to end that way, even if she wins it. It's just too competitive a state. So why is it such a big lead? Because most of the votes are from right down here in Philadelphia and the Democratic suburbs, but can still be instructive. Number one, we're still at the same place, 87%, 17% there at 87%. We haven't moved in Philadelphia. She's ahead of where President Biden was 4 years ago, but that's a tiny percentage of votes, and they're early votes. So let's move up here. This is the most competitive of the three caller counties. It's Delaware, Montgomery, and Bucks. Bucks has become the most competitive. At the moment, the vice president is getting 66% if you round up in Bucks County, but again, it's 11%. If the vice president ends up above 60% in Bucks County at the end of the night, she's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but it is very, very early. Why do I say that? Because Joe Biden won it last time with just 52%. This is a very tough, there's a good, strong Trump base in Bucks County. So what you see at the moment is mostly early votes, but we watch and we see. Another place here is Montgomery County. Again, when I started doing this, this is where Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush won elections. No more. It's a Democratic stronghold now. But you see right now, it's very early on, 800 votes when you add that up. So we won't even bother with the comparison. And then you just pop down to Delaware County. Same issue, about 15% of the vote in. So we can take a look here. I was just here the other day in Delaware County, and you see it's overwhelmingly Democratic, but you do see some pockets of Trump support. This is one of the places it's a key test. He's not going to win Delaware County. Can he improve his standing in the suburbs just a little bit? That's Donald Trump's big challenge. Improve your standing in the suburbs just a little bit. 15%. He's at 24% right now. If you go back 4 years ago, he was at 36%. So if he stays where he is, he's in trouble in Pennsylvania. But again, these are very, very, very early results. So we've been looking at this from the vice president's perspective. Let's come back to 2024 and look at it from the former president's perspective, and that is these red areas out here. So this is Butler County. This is where the rally was, where the assassination attempt was made on the former president's life. Very small smattering of votes right here, but this is Trump country. This is Trump country. 81% of the vote at the moment right now. You go back 4 years ago, 67%. So let's see. Let's see. It's very, very early. So it's not. I'm not making the comparison now. It's just one of the places we lay down markers and we look. Does Donald Trump match or exceed his 2020 performance in these smaller red rural counties? That is his building block in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and in all of the battlegrounds. He runs it up in the small rural areas and he goes from there. Let's move down. North Carolina. Jake, I'll take it back to you. I'll be back in a minute.
That's right. I have a projection now. CNN has a projection. And CNN can project that South Carolina will go to Donald Trump. South Carolina, as expected, to the Republican with 9 electoral votes. Let's take a look at how that affects the electoral map. Donald Trump in the lead with 99 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Neither of them are particularly close, though obviously Donald Trump in the lead. John?
And Jake, as you come back, you just mentioned the Electoral Council. Let me just wander over here. It's very early in the night. I just want to wander over for a minute. These are the ones, the states we have projected and called. And you see, as Jake just noted, 99 for Trump, 27 for the vice president. We're very early. It takes 270 to win. The thing you look at when you look at this map is, are there any surprises? And the answer as of now is no. That the states that are red are states that Trump has won consistently in the Republican states, and the states that are blue are Democratic states. So we have no surprises on the map at the moment because those states, none of those states are considered battleground states. But you always watch on election night, every now and then you get a surprise. At the moment, the map is filling in as expected as we await for the states that tend to be the swing states and the battleground states. Just one point I want to note as we look big picture. Last time we were here, just a few minutes ago, Ohio was blue. Ohio has turned red now. Donald Trump with a very narrow lead, but it's the trend as the election day votes start to come in, states that are reliably one color or the other, one party or the other, tend to go back to their DNA. Trump now narrowly ahead in Ohio. We'll keep an eye on that as we do it. So let's look at the battleground states that will matter most. If that map fills in over there, who can get to 270? Georgia is one of the big pieces of the puzzle. And again, in a state decided by 11,779 votes, I believe, 4 years ago, Donald Trump ahead by more than 300,000 votes, or about half the count. Half the count is good, but there's still a long way to go. Just want to check. This is where the Democrats have to run it up. Remember, Cobb County, last time we checked, Trump was winning. Harris is now winning with 57% of the vote, 57% of the count in. She's got 57% of the vote. You move over. That's around where Biden was 4 years ago, a little tiny bit above. That's what she wants to do. You come over to DeKalb County. Biden was at 83. The vice president is at 75. Very early in the count there. Keep an eye on that. She'd have to make that. That would be a big. That would be, if she's underperforming Biden there, that would be a big deal. And again, just want to show you the Trump base. I'm going to just pick one randomly. Wilcox County. I did that one before, so let's pick another one. Pulaski County, right above it. 95% of the vote in. 70% for Donald Trump. Not a lot of votes, but this is what he does in rural America. 69% 4 years ago. So a little bit. 100 votes here, 100 votes there can matter as you're trying to win a battleground state. We'll see how that one plays out. Let's just pop up to North Carolina. See again, 51% to 48% if you round that up. This is an incredibly competitive state. And again, I just want to check in on how Trump is doing in these small rural counties. 80% of the vote in Macon County. He's got 68% when you round up. You come back here, 68%, little running a tiny bit behind, but that's about equal to where he was before. So you're looking right now, battleground North Carolina, battleground Georgia, battleground Pennsylvania. Come back to 2024. Some votes coming in slowly in battleground Michigan as well. As we continue to count and go, just checking to see if anything else is changing up. Let's take a quick look at Michigan before we have to go here. 59%, but look at all the votes are here. Let's check here. This is Kent County, a key suburban area. If Trump can hold on to this one, he'll win Michigan, but we're very, very early in the count, Jake.
All right, John. Well, polls are about to close in deep red Arkansas, where 6 electoral votes are at stake. And CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Arkansas as expected. Donald Trump will take home Arkansas's 6 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the electoral map count now. Donald Trump in the lead with 105 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Let's take a look at where there are states that have not been projected yet. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has 71.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 27.8% of the vote. Harris with a 238,000 plus vote lead, but it's early. Only 8% of the estimated vote has been in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris has 57.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 40.5% of the vote. Harris with a 50,000 plus vote lead. That's with 6% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Still a lot of votes to be counted in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Harris in the lead there. 49.8% of the vote, but Donald Trump bringing up the rear, 48.9% of the vote. Harris has right now a approximately 7,200 vote lead. That's with 14% of the estimated vote in North Carolina counted. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 55.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris bringing up the rear with 44% of the vote. Donald Trump with a healthy 322,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half of the vote counted in Georgia. 53% of the estimated vote in Georgia counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead with 50% of the vote. Donald Trump with 48.2% of the vote. Harris with a 30,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a third, 39% of the estimated vote in from Virginia counted. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.3% of the vote. Harris with a 13,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 18% of the estimated vote out of New Hampshire counted. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 36,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 41% of the estimated vote in from Ohio. And now we can make a projection in a closely watched race for governor. CNN can project that Democrat Josh Stein will be elected governor of North Carolina. Stein is the current attorney general. We are projecting that he will defeat his Republican opponent, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who had Donald Trump's endorsement. Robinson's history of controversy became a major issue in the race, including recently uncovered, shall we call them, inflammatory posts on a porn website from more than a decade ago. Again, CNN projects the Democrats will hold on to the governor's office in North Carolina, with Attorney General Josh Stein replacing the term-limited Governor Roy Cooper. John?
And Jake, one of the big questions in North Carolina, as you know, is Democrats were somewhat hopeful that maybe the scandal in the governor's race might help them, and the Trump campaign was nervous that with the Republican candidate Robinson in trouble, would Trump be impacted by that? So let's just take a quick look at it. You see North Carolina, this is the presidential race, very close at the moment. We're only at about 15% of the statewide vote counted, so a long way to go in a state we expect to be tight. It is tight from the get-go in the early count. I just want to switch over and look at the governor's race. Excuse me, it's down here. Look at the governor's race. So you have the Democrat here at 49.4, the Democratic candidate for president. If you look at the governor's race, Josh Stein winning 56% of the vote. So you have a lot of ticket splitting happening in North Carolina right now. People who are voting for Donald Trump who simply could not vote for Mark Robinson for governor. And so at least at the moment, not the benefit that the Harris campaign was hoping for, at least no evidence of a giant benefit that the Harris campaign was hoping for in North Carolina from the scandal around the Republican gubernatorial candidate. So what do we have here in the key Sun Belt battleground, North Carolina, Georgia, and then we go west, Arizona and Nevada, 648 votes ahead. That's why we call them battleground states. But we're only at 14% of the count. And so you come out here, let's just go west to east, 73% for the vice president, 26% reporting. You just go back and check. Joe Biden came close here but lost, so she's overperforming him at the moment there. And then you want to come over to the biggest population center is Charlotte in the suburbs. That's Mecklenburg County. The president got 67% when you round up 4 years ago. You come back here, she's getting 70%. So in the early count, it's neck and neck. This is one of the great tug-of-war states in the United States right here, and we'll continue to count, still at 14%. Let's pop down to Georgia. We're at 53%. We were at 50% last time, so we're moving up, but moving up slowly. And again, it's trademark Trump, just running it up in the rural areas. And so we pick one randomly. You come down here, Bacon County, 95% in, so we're close to the full count here. But look at that, 87% of the vote, right? This is how he does it. It's 4,000 votes to 600 votes. In a state this big, you say, oh, that's not such a big deal. When you do it in county after county after county, that adds up. So just go back and take a look, 86%. So Donald Trump is at least matching his performance in most of these rural counties of 4 years ago when Georgia was incredibly close. So if he matches in the rural areas, all he has to do is improve a little smidgen in the suburbs or in the urban areas, and you're more competitive in the state. So let's just check the suburbs around Atlanta, because this is where if Trump is performing in the rural areas, as it looks like he is, turning out his base, then the race will be settled here by the margins in the suburbs. Only 16% of the vote in, so let's be careful. 60% for Vice President Harris, or again, more important almost is, can Trump move his numbers up? 39% in the suburbs right now, Gwinnett County suburbs, it was 40%. So at the moment in this one suburb, he's got some work to do. We'll see if he can do it. Let's move down here to DeKalb County. This is the most Democratic of the suburbs just to the east of Atlanta. 83% President Biden had in winning the state 4 years ago. The vice president running a little bit behind that right now, but look, that's not even 1,000 votes. So we have a ways to go before we have to worry about any comparison there. Let's drop down to Clayton County, the Atlanta airport just south of Atlanta. Big Democratic stronghold. This was critical to Biden coming back in Georgia as they counted the votes in 2020. Trump had an early lead, but as the count went on into the day after and the day after that, Clayton County was one of the places where Joe Biden got a lot of votes, and you see 85% for the vice president, about 3/4 of the count, 76% right there. So how does that compare to 2020? About the same, right? You got 85 when you round that up. You got 85 when you round that up. So here we go in Georgia again. So far as you go through it, you've got a very competitive race. So that one's competitive. Let's come out of there. I want to go up and look at Michigan. We haven't spent any time here yet. Only 6% of the vote in. So be careful about anything, but you're trying to look and see what happens. Again, this is Kent County. Both campaigns focus on Grand Rapids and the suburbs. Used to be a reliably Republican area. Trump at the moment, but look again, we're under 1,000 votes right there. Trump at the moment, but here's what you're running against, right? Joe Biden gets 52%. If you go back to 2016, Donald Trump carried this with 48% in a state, you know, if Michigan's going to be very close, it was 154,000. It was the biggest lead Biden had in any of the battlegrounds 4 years ago. But if you're going to be competitive for Donald Trump, you'd like to turn this red. If you can't turn it red, you would at least like to narrow that margin for Donald Trump. So we'll watch and see how this plays out in 2024. Come back to today's map here. It was just on the texting, I was going to say on the phone, it's texting, it's the same thing, with a key Democrat out in Michigan who said they're a little nervous about here, not Monroe County, but Wayne County. He said they're a little nervous about Wayne County. I think turnout among Democrats might be down a little bit in Wayne County. That would be a problem. The African-American vote in Detroit, the student vote, Wayne State, places like that, absolutely critical for the Democratic coalition. So we'll see when we get. Wayne County is always late to report, so it's going to be a while. We'll see if that's true, if those fears are true among Democrats that maybe turnout is down a little bit here. If it is, then the vice president has to make it up here. Oakland County, again, 20 years ago, a Republican suburb, 58% right now. We're just approaching 40%, 58%. Remember, Joe Biden carried Michigan 4 years ago to 56%. That would help. If you're above Biden, maybe you get a little math to make up if you're losing a little bit in the city. We'll see if that plays out as we thought. I just want to pop down to bring this issue on the table as well. Washtenaw County, absolutely critical. Young voters were critical to the Biden coalition in 2020, even more critical when Governor Whitmer won re-election in 2022 and the Michigan Democrats made gains in the legislature. Washtenaw County is the home of Ann Arbor. It is the home of the University of Michigan. Been there 4 times over the last year, and it's gone now. The school won't allow a protest anymore, but student protests here about the Israel-Hamas conflict had hurt President Biden. The question was, after the switch to Vice President Harris, could she heal that wound in the Democratic coalition? So you see her at the moment 22%, so we have a long way to go. 60% for the vice president there right now, 72% for the president of the United States. If that number stays that way, that's a problem. That's a problem. If 73%, if you round that up in Washtenaw County, 61%, or 60% actually, you can't round that up quite yet. So that's something to keep an eye on as we go forward. And I just want to come out just the other day, I was also here, Michigan State is in Lansing in Ingham County, and again, you're trying to get students to turn out. Was at a Trump phone bank here. mostly young men, college students, young men there. 50% for the vice president right there. You come back in time, and 65% for the president of the United States. So as we go through battleground Michigan, it's early. It's early. So I'm not, this comparison is not in cement yet, but these are the places you want to watch. At the moment, in a couple of key places, that would be Ingham County and Washington County, Jake, she's trailing the president. So she needs to, if you want to get your math up in Michigan, watch those in the hours ahead.
All right. Now let's check in on the all-important race to 270 electoral votes as we head into another round of poll closings. So with Donald Trump is in the lead here with 105 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 are needed to win. We are far from that. Obviously, Donald Trump still in the lead. But now let's bring you another key race alert. In North Carolina, battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there. 52.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump taking the lead there in the first time this night. Donald Trump has a 69,000 plus vote lead. That's with about a fifth of the vote in, 21% of the estimated vote in from battleground North Carolina. And battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead with 56.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has 41.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris currently has 59,000 plus more votes. That's with 7% of the estimated vote. It's still very early. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground, Kamala Harris in the lead there with 69.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has 29.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 323,000 plus vote lead, but that's only 11% of the estimated vote in. It's still very early in Pennsylvania. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 55.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 43.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has currently a 339,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half of the vote in battleground Georgia, 54% of the estimated vote in from Georgia. Now we're standing by for the second largest wave of poll closings just minutes from now at 9 Eastern, when a total of 163 electoral votes are at stake in 15 states. Remember, 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. All voting is about to end in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, the battleground state of Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, battleground Wisconsin, and Wyoming. As I mentioned, Michigan and Wisconsin are the two battlegrounds on the line in the hour ahead. Pillars of the Democrats' so-called blue wall that crumbled in 2016 but was rebuilt to help seal President Biden's victory 4 years ago. Out west, Arizona is another major presidential battleground that we're watching. We're heading into a high-stakes hour in the Harris-Trump contest, with polling places about to close in 3 states that could decide the race. Let's go to Abby Phillip at Harris Campaign Headquarters in Washington. And Abby, voting is about to end in 3 battlegrounds. What's the outlook in the Harris campaign?
Yeah, Jake, I mean, I think the banner that you guys have right now is pretty much where the Harris campaign is. It is early in the night, and they're seeing any clear picture of where this race is headed just yet. For that reason, they are really focused on the battleground of Pennsylvania, because that really becomes the linchpin of a strategy to get to 270. If they get Pennsylvania, the rest of the path becomes much more clear. So as I've been talking to people tonight, they're really waiting to see how these results, as they are coming in, really shape the picture. But right now, it's really not that clear to them. And I just want to be transparent about it, because they've got great numbers, but they're not willing to go out on a limb on any of this stuff just yet. In Pennsylvania, though, I think what I am hearing is a lot of optimism. They're seeing good numbers out of Philadelphia. The local officials there are suggesting that Harris could exceed what Biden did in that city. And if she's able to do that, that would make, again, her path to winning that state much more clear, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip, thanks so much. Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida now, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, what is the Trump campaign going to be looking for in the next round of poll closings?
Well, Jake, you just mentioned Wisconsin, and that is obviously a state that they are going to be watching closely tonight. I've talked with several campaign officials. They're not expecting to get a real sense of those numbers until much later in the evening, but they will be watching Wisconsin very closely. They want to see how abortion lands there and how close the margin could potentially be. But Jake, one thing that former President Donald Trump will be doing that maybe no other presidential candidate has done is watching the returns come in from Wisconsin with someone who is also on the ballot in Wisconsin, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He fought to get his name off the ballot, but the Supreme Court there told him no because it was too late. He was already on the ballots that people were getting in the mail. And I am told Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump tonight, watching these returns come in. Obviously, the reason he fought to get his name off that ballot, Jake, is there is a concern that with the margin, as small as it could potentially be there, that it could have an effect. The margins are everything in this race, as we are starting to see in these numbers coming in. So Trump will be watching that come in alongside RFK Jr., both of them on the ballot, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach with the Trump campaign. Thanks so much. Let's go to David Chalian now, who has some exit polls from Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. 3 battlegrounds we're hoping to hear from soon. David, what stands out? You look at the data from these 3 key states.
Yeah, as the polls are about to close in these 3 critical battleground states, I wanted to look at Biden's approval rating just as sort of a baseline of the environment in these 3 states. Nationally, his approval rating has been updated to 40% in the exit polls nationally. In Arizona, you see here, Jake, he's at 43%. He's slightly above his national approval number in Arizona. If you look at Michigan, he's at 42% approval. Again, slightly above where he is nationally at 40. But Wisconsin's a different story. His approval rating, the sitting president, Joe Biden, is at 38% in Wisconsin. That is below where he is nationally. 61% of Wisconsin voters in this election disapprove of the job Joe Biden's doing. That's a hurdle that Kamala Harris is going to have to jump here in the Badger State. Jake?
All right, David Chalian, thanks so much. This would have been a very different race if Joe Biden had stayed in it. I mean, if it ends with a Trump victory, and we have no idea how it's going to end, so don't misinterpret what I'm saying. But there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and recriminations and wondering. But these approval ratings for Joe Biden are brutal.
6 in 10 in Wisconsin say that they don't approve of the president. I mean, it is brutal, and there's no other way to look at it. And that is, no question, a big headwind for Kamala Harris. Despite the fact that she has been trying to separate herself, despite the fact that she is saying that she wants to turn the page and that she's a new generation and all the things that we've heard at every one of her stump speeches, that is a number that there is no question the Harris campaign is looking at and saying, we hope that that doesn't bleed into Harris and the actual votes.
Especially since the Trump campaign tried to do an effective job in tying her to that administration, saying not just that she was the vice president, but that, look, you were in the room, you were always there, there were all kinds of decisions, you could have made a difference, and you didn't.
Well, and then, of course, there was her gaffe on The View when she was asked, what would you have done differently over the last 4 years? And she said, nothing comes immediately to mind, which was probably not the best answer. Jake, if I can just look back, I think a lot of our viewers may just sort of big picture be looking at this and saying, Trump's got 105 electoral votes,
right,
and Harris has got 27, and there's a half a country of red and a little corner of blue. And I think the point we need to make is at this moment, and I think of it as a tennis match, there are no surprises. There have been no flips. Nobody has broken the serve, if you will.
Right.
All the states that Trump won that he's won tonight are states that he won in 2020. All the states that Harris won are states that Biden won in 2020. There's been no swing state that has been flipped yet, and there is just the way the states roll out, that the Republicans get a lot of the early calls and a lot of big red states, but there hasn't been any dramatic change in this vote. They're both on track to 270.
Yeah.
It depends on states that are still not called.
It's a good point. This is pretty much where everybody expected the race to be at this point. We still have not projected New York. We still have not projected California. I mean, there are plenty of places with a lot of delegates that would electoral votes that Democrats are expected to get.
One place that is a little bit of a surprise. It's a surprisingly close race in Virginia, which has gone blue since 2008 and Obama, the last 4 cycles. And if you remember, Trump in late October, had a rally there, and people went, what's he doing in Virginia? That's a blue state. He's running.
That's true, but there's only half of the
I understand,
voting.
but it's 49-49 right now.
But John King set the table on that earlier, where he said, assuming she wins Virginia, is she going to win it the way Hillary Clinton won it with 5 points? in 2016, or is she going to win it the way that Joe Biden won it with 10 points in 2020? And I think that there can be something discerned from her victory and how narrow it is one way or the other.
And just going back to sort of the big picture, which I think is really important, Chris, and now we're looking at Virginia, which we were talking about before, but just earlier, we were looking at the returns coming in from the blue wall states, from Michigan and from Pennsylvania, because we're actually finally seeing numbers. It is early, but they are important. Pennsylvania, we cannot stress enough how critical Pennsylvania is that you're looking at right now is to Kamala Harris. Donald Trump, if things go the way that they traditionally go for a Republican, unlike 2020, he could win the White House without Pennsylvania. It is hard to see in most of these paths, Kamala Harris winning the White House without Pennsylvania. And you see there 68%. That's what she has now. It is still extremely early, only 13% in.
Right, and this is the point that Chris is making about the larger electoral map. It also applies to the vote that we see in Virginia and the vote that we see in Pennsylvania. If Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, and who knows, she's not going to win it with more than 60% of the vote. That's crazy. No. Like it is anticipated to be razor thin. We're still waiting for all the votes to come in. You know, so brew a pot of coffee, sit back.
Pots.
We got a lot of votes to look at. Let's go back to Erin Burnett. And Erin, voting's about to end in 3 of the crucial battleground states that we are watching and that you are in charge of at your Battleground Command Center.
The Command Center, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. Now, when you're talking about 60%, obviously it's not going to end up that way in Pennsylvania. You look at that blue wall, you look at Michigan. Jim Sciutto is in Detroit. And Jim, where you are now, this is the nuts and bolts that I think everybody wants to hear about, which is how the counting is actually happening. So tell us about where you are. This is an absentee ballot counting center?
That's right, in Detroit. And they were expecting about 100,000 absentee ballots in Detroit. But this is key. Because of changes in Michigan state election laws in 2022, they were able to begin counting those absentee ballots received before Election Day prior to Election Day. So at this point, they've already counted 92,000 of about 100,000 expected absentee ballots, and they expect when those 8,000 come in over the next couple hours, it's not going to take them long to finish up that count. In fact, we heard a short time ago that here in Detroit, they expect that by midnight tonight or perhaps a bit after, they will have counted not just the absentee ballots in Detroit, but early voting ballots, and voting that took place today as well. So you're seeing the effects of that law, which allows for counting to begin as early as last Monday. One more note, and this is important, Erin, because in 2020, this site in downtown Detroit became the scene of protests and unfounded claims of fraud in the midst of that frantic absentee ballot counting, in part because of you have that law, you were able to start early. We're not seeing any of those protests here now. And there's going to be a truck arriving in the next couple of hours, going to pull up at that door there with absentee ballots collected from drop boxes around the city as well. Again, that's not fraud, that's not vote dumping, that's part of the process of counting these votes here, and they expect it to move very quickly tonight.
All right, very quickly, we'll see. And they have said they expect to be overall for the state of Michigan faster than last year, which of course was the day after midday. Secretary of State said she hoped it would be a little bit earlier than that. We'll see as the count comes in. Kyung Law is at a Maricopa County counting facility. Maricopa County, biggest in Phoenix, fastest growing in the country, as they say. Kyung, one of the most important counties for the entire election.
For the entire election. That's why you have so many reporters here. That's why we are watching Maricopa County so closely. And let's take a look at the clock. We only have a few more minutes, about 7 more minutes before polls close here in Arizona. I want you to take a look at what we are watching, though, here at the county. What's happening here on that split screen, that other video that you're looking at, that's the inside of the vote count, the tabulation center. They are looking at the ballots. They are processing ballots. All of this is with the early vote. After the polls close, about an hour after polls close here in Arizona, we are anticipating to get the first results out of Arizona. That will be only the early vote, the ballots that have been processed up until Election Day. And then as the night moves on, Aaron, those ballots that are out at the vote centers will be processed. They're counted, separated in there, and then brought over here to the tabulation center to be processed. And that information is going to start to come out as well. So it is a multi-step process. It takes time. There has to be signature verification. The ballots have to be cured here in Maricopa County. But something I want to address very quickly, because this is something that's happening right here in Arizona as we watch this clock wind down before polls close, is that there's still long lines at some of the spots that we are watching at some of these vote centers. At Mesa Community College, where we were at, and I'm going to check real quick, it's still an hour long line. If you are in line when polls close at 7 o'clock local time, Aaron, you will still be allowed to vote.
All right, which is amazing, and it is amazing that people are doing that and waiting. That is something, as you said, that everyone should be happy about, but amazing to sit there late at night, say, I'm going to sit and wait another hour or two to vote, as both campaigns hope they will. All right, Kyung, thank you very much. And let's go back to the voting desk. As these counts are coming in and people have questions about how it's happening, what's happening where, Pam, Macomb County in Michigan, what are you seeing there?
Well, Aaron, I just got off the phone with this key swing county in Michigan from the county clerk, Anthony Forlini, and he tells me he's actually hopping in his car now with a police escort to get tabulator memory sticks because they're delayed with the results coming in. Why? Well, he says it's because there were very long lines when the polls were supposed to close at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so they had to delay closing and stay open until everyone had the opportunity to cast their votes. Officials are tabulating the results right now, but those first results from Macomb were supposed to be reported around 9 p.m., just 5 minutes from now. I'm told by the clerk it's going to be later than that due to the long lines. According to the clerk, there were over 122,000 early votes cast in person there and 182,000 mail-in ballots as of yesterday. They're on track to have more than 200,000 mail-in ballots, he says. But given the high early voting turnout, he told me that the expectation there was that there would be lackluster turnout today. That is not the case in that key county. Overall in Michigan, let's look at the numbers here. The Michigan Secretary of State says more than 3.4 million voters cast their ballots early or by mail. That's nearly 47% of registered voters. And listen to this. Another 85,000 absentee ballots returned to polling centers today. Let's go over to Milwaukee. They've had some issues over there in Milwaukee today. They're going to have to retabulate about 30,000 ballots after problems with the counting machines were discovered. All 13 tabulating machines are being set to zero. The ballots will be put through again. It's going to take time. They had initially estimated there the ballot count from the absentees would be done around midnight. Now it's more likely around 2 or 3 a.m. And then in Arizona, I spoke to a source there in Maricopa County, the largest county, that it's taking longer than expected to process early ballots. The first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots of those early ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight will only account for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That is less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be comprised of ballots through at least Friday, they thought. So it's going more slowly there. One more thing I want to note, I'm told they're going to keep up 24-hour shifts in Maricopa to keep things moving. They understand how important it is to get those results out, those accurate results out as quickly as possible.
All right, Pam, thank you very much. You take all of that together, look at where we are. What do you see, John King?
That tells me to tell the people at home either slow down on the popcorn or make some more because we're going to be at this a while and maybe brew an extra pot. I just want to start in Michigan because Pam was just talking about Macomb County, Michigan. You see Detroit right here. This is Wayne County. We have no votes. The reason we can't say much about Michigan right now is we have 0 votes from the largest population center. And then she mentioned Macomb County, which is right here, blue collar. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, this is where they were studying Reagan Democrats, right? Why were union auto workers voting for Ronald Reagan for president? That debate continues out there right now. It was out there just about a month ago. It's a huge test out there, but it's very early in Michigan, only 8%. So let's come back out to the battlegrounds where we have more votes. Let's check here. We're only up to 15% in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The vice president with a big lead. Pennsylvania's not going to end. No matter who wins Pennsylvania, it's not going to end a 30-point race. We just know that as we count more votes. So we'll wait and try to get more in Pennsylvania. This is one of the surprises. A lot of surprises on the map right now. Unlikely to end this way. But you see the vice president leading in Kansas, the vice president leading in Missouri, the vice president, even though we've already projected Arkansas, that's just early votes. The votes will come in. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We're open to surprises here, but we'll keep a look at it. A surprise that has a lot of votes counted so far is Virginia. They're almost up to the halfway mark here, and Donald Trump is ahead in a state Joe Biden carried 4 years ago by 10 points. By 10 points. So let's see, one of the things we do at this point when you get up to almost half of the vote is what's missing. Right? This is live outstanding votes. The larger the circle, the more votes are out in an area. The color of that circle tells you how the voting is going so far. So you see these big circles in Richmond and the suburbs, huge circles, and then smaller circles within them in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. So there are a lot of Democratic votes still to be counted. Vice President can't like that right now. You do not like being tied in battleground Virginia right now, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted, and you can tell from that a lot of them are Democratic, so we'll see. Same test in North Carolina, up to 38% of the vote. Trump with a narrow lead there. Let's just bring it up and look. Live outstanding votes. Again, your biggest outstanding votes are in the Democratic areas, Charlotte, Raleigh-Durham, Winston-Salem, Asheville, and Wilmington down there. So you have a very competitive race right there right now. You'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd rather be ahead, but there's a lot of vote counting to do. And again, this is one of the tightest of the battlegrounds. Virginia, a bit of a surprise, Jake, more counting elsewhere.
All right, John King, voting is about to end in 15 states, the second biggest wave of results this evening. 163 electoral votes will be up for grabs, and we're watching several crucial battlegrounds. CNN's going to bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump. The state of Texas, as expected, to Donald Trump with its big bucket of 40 electoral votes. CNN also projects that North Dakota will go to Donald Trump. As expected, North Dakota with its 3 electoral votes. 2 more for Trump now. CNN projects that South Dakota will go to Donald Trump. South Dakota, as expected, with its 3 electoral votes to Donald Trump. And CNN projects that Wyoming will go to Donald Trump. Wyoming with its 3 electoral votes. CNN is not making any projections in the following states that just closed their polls. Arizona, that's a big battleground. Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, battleground Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and battleground Wisconsin. Let's look at the electoral map now. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead with 64.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 34.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there with 326,000 plus votes. Only an estimated 16% of the vote has been counted in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 54.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with 43.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 55,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 8% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 106,000 vote lead. That's with 39% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a healthy 221,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 66% of the vote counted in Georgia. About 2/3 of the vote in Georgia has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead there now with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 13,334 vote lead. That's with half the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 50% counted there in Virginia. In the state of New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 53.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris in the lead there by roughly 16,000 votes. That's with about a quarter, 25% of the estimated vote counted in the Granite State of New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 197,000 plus vote. That's with half the vote counted in Ohio, 50% of the vote counted in Ohio. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
Jake, let's start with the context, what you just went through. I'm going to wander over to this wall here just to show the race to 270 at the moment. If you're a Republican, you might be saying, wow, this is a rout. If you're a Democrat, you might be saying, oh, my goodness, we should be worried. No, we're early in the night. As Chris Wallace said, I love the analogy, nobody has broken serve yet. As in, every red state here, Donald Trump won in 2020 when he lost the White House. Every blue state on the map so far, Joe Biden carried when he won the White House. What don't we have? We don't have Rhode Island. We don't have Connecticut. We don't have New Jersey. We don't have Illinois just yet. Long-time blue states. So as we move west and as the count advances in some of the New York as well, some of the most reliably blue states, this map will change in the near future. At least that is our expectation. We'll keep an eye on it. That's the path to 270. You get there by filling these states in red and blue. So let's see, again, an unusual map at the moment just because the vote count is early or because we're going to have the most surprising election of my lifetime. But in Nebraska right now, statewide, you have the vice president winning, but you see most of the votes are out here. She's not so much worried about the statewide vote. She'd love to win Nebraska, don't get me wrong. Nebraska's 2nd congressional district is right here in the Omaha area. Nebraska and Maine award electoral votes based on congressional district, the 2 states that do that. So eastern Nebraska is what matters most to the vice president. We'll see if Nebraska stays blue. Again, to its south, the state of Kansas, 29% of the vote in. But you see all this? That's, if you're playing Legos, that's Donald Trump. That's how he builds his buildings right there, those small rural counties all across America, especially in the heartland here. So Kamala Harris, the vice president, ahead with 52% of the vote. It's all over here. Kansas City, Missouri, the suburbs here, the more blue areas, the college towns, and the more urban areas in Kansas is why she's ahead right now. It's only 29% of the vote. We'll watch as that map fills in. Again, Missouri, when I started doing this in 1988, I spent a lot of time in Missouri with Michael Dukakis. It's not a battleground state anymore. But at the moment, it's 51%, but it's only 7%. And again, you see votes coming in the suburbs just to the west of St. Louis, suburbs just to the east of Kansas City. That's why the Democrat is leading at the moment as we go through it. So now let's get to the states that we actually think will be the battlegrounds in the end. We'll keep looking. We'll keep looking, open to surprises here. But let's check in on the big ones. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, still at 16%. This is a 30-point race, just shy of a 30-point race in a state we know is going to be decided by 1 or 2 points. So we'll continue to watch to see. I check in on it just to see if the vote count has gone up. It has not in a while, still 16%. Same with Michigan. We come over, we're up to 10% here right now, 53 to 45. Again, if there's an 8-point lead in Michigan, then you have a blowout. You expect this to be very close in the end. We're missing a lot, right? Earlier tonight, Grand Rapids was red for Donald Trump. That's Kent County out here. Right now, you see it's almost a tie right there. This is one of the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. Fiercely, formerly reliably red, now a closely fought suburban area around Grand Rapids. We'll keep an eye on that. But still nothing out of Wayne County, Detroit. I just want to come up here to Ingham County. This is where Michigan State is. If this ends the night there, Donald Trump's going to feel very good about his Michigan chances, but we're at 3%. Students here, state capital, government town, should be blue by the end of the night. If it's not, that would tell you something huge. So let's come to where we have more votes in these battlegrounds. Again, I just want to check on Virginia again. This is our surprise at the moment. We're up to 50% of the vote, and you have Donald Trump with a very narrow lead. I did this a moment ago. I just want to do it again for people at home. Most of the outstanding votes, these circles tell you, the larger the circle, the more outstanding votes we're still waiting to be counted. And the color tells you how the vote's coming in so far in that area. So you see a lot of blue up here. Virginia now has become a blue state because of the Washington, D.C. suburbs in Northern Virginia. The places, the counties, within 25, 35 minutes, depending on traffic, drive. So that's out there, plus Richmond and the suburbs around there. We'll see. Donald Trump is remarkably in play in this state, and this would be, even if it's close, it might tell you something about what's going to happen to its south in North Carolina. They're not twins, but they're very similar, Virginia and North Carolina. North Carolina actually has a higher African-American population. So if you're the vice president, that's part of your base. Here's Donald Trump with a lead, 41% reporting. Again, should the Harris campaign be nervous? Both campaigns will be nervous about battleground North Carolina. It's going to go back and forth. But again, you see, there's still some large pockets of Democratic votes, also some pretty good-sized pockets of Republican votes in a battleground state. This one's going to take a while to sort out, but you see where the outstanding votes are. I didn't get to this last time in Georgia, so let's go down and look at battleground Georgia and bring that up here right now. We're up to 68% of the vote in Georgia, and you have 53 to 46. So if you're in the Trump campaign, you're thinking with more than 2/3 of the vote counted, you start to feel good about a lead that big, especially in a state that was, 11,700 votes 4 years ago. But let's see what's left out. Where are the outstanding votes? And you see right there why in the Harris campaign you're nervous. You're checking in with all your field captains and your precinct and your county people. But you see right there, you see those giant circles right there and another big circle over here. There are still a lot of areas that we know vote disproportionately Democratic, where votes are to be counted in Georgia. I just want to come back and make one more observation here. You see that 242,000 vote lead. It is a little after 9 o'clock on Tuesday night. If you go back to 2020, Donald Trump was leading Georgia by 244,000 votes at 9 o'clock on Tuesday night, election night in 2020. It was 244,000 votes then. It's 242,000 votes now. Joe Biden carried Georgia. Doesn't mean Kamala Harris will this time. It just means we need to count all the votes. And you come back out and take a look again to see if the map has changed at all. Texas and Florida have gone back. Ohio has gone back to where you expect it to go back, and that lead seems to be growing. I want to just check in again on this battleground here. Still at 18% there. And so I'm going to do something now. This is an exercise. But you see Trump leading in North Carolina and Trump leading in Georgia. I just want to switch the map here and come over to the race for 270. Okay? This is an if. This is an if. It's not it. We're nowhere near there. We have a lot of votes to count there. But why is this so important? When you take battleground states off the board, when we're able to project and call them, it changes the chess of getting to 270. If Donald Trump were to hold that, he's leading there now. It's close. It's close. There's plenty of votes still for the vice president to catch up. We have to wait and see what happens. But if Donald Trump takes those two, the vice president of the United States needs to win that. That's what makes the math interesting. She needs that 19 votes right there, because if Donald Trump gets that, it gets him to the finish line. So if that happens, that becomes essential. We're not there yet, Jake, but we'd just like to do the math in our head as we go through the scenarios.
All right, John King, and CNN can now bring you a new projection. CNN projects that Kamala Harris will win the state of Delaware. Delaware, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris with its 3 electoral votes, the small wonder state. Let's take a look at the electoral vote count. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 30 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Let's bring you a key race alert now. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris has 60.4% of the vote. Donald Trump, 38.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 284,000 plus vote lead, 284,000 plus vote lead, with only an estimated 19% of the vote in, not even a fifth of the vote. Still a lot of votes to count in Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 44.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 46,000 plus vote lead. Only a tenth of the vote has been counted in Michigan, 10%. Still very early there. In North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead with 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,000 plus vote lead. That's with 41% of the estimated vote counted in North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 52.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 225,000 plus vote lead. That's with 69% of the estimated vote in Georgia. They're really counting the ballots in Georgia there. 69% of the estimated vote has been counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump still has his 49.5% lead, and now it's 49.4%. Kamala Harris is 48.6%. Donald Trump is 18,000 plus votes ahead of Kamala Harris right now, with more than half, 52%, of the estimated vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris in the lead with 53.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 17,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a quarter, 28% of the estimated vote in the granted state of New Hampshire counted. In Ohio, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 53.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 45.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 275,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half, 52% of the estimated vote counted in Ohio. John King?
Let's look at the map, Jake, and one of the wonders as we get into the 9 o'clock hour, and this will be in the 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour, I suspect into past midnight hours, but you're beginning to see more states fill in. Most of it is very early voting, but it's still, as you just see as the polls close and we go from east to west, you now see many more states reporting votes. Let's just take a peek. We've already projected this one to be for Donald Trump. I just want to show you in North Dakota, these states feel they don't get respect because they're not huge electoral battlegrounds. I like to wander through and look at the votes and just show people out here. You see South Dakota starting to fill in slowly, very early on, 1% of the vote. This is a surprise at the moment. Nebraska, the vice president so far carrying the state statewide, but we're only at 27%. And again, most of this gray you see from about here west, rural Republican farm country, where Trump tends to run it up. Just go back and give you the 2020 example of what I'm talking about. That's what tends to happen. And so we're not there yet. So when that happens, if that happens, that number will change. Again, for the vice president, what you want to do is you want to be here. I'm just showing you Douglas County. It's the big piece of Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. This is where you want to win. The blue dot, they call it. If she wins the blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, I went backwards. But if she wins those 3 and she wins Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, she can get to 270 electoral votes. So we'll keep an eye on that as it plays out. First votes in Wisconsin, you see it's red at the moment, 796 to 479. Guess what? We have a long way to go in battleground Wisconsin. Just for context, when Joe Biden won it 4 years ago, it was 1.6 million votes. So we are in the infancy stages of counting the votes in battleground Wisconsin, and you watch as it plays out. One of the places we'll watch here, I'll just show you now, 0 votes in yet, the Green Bay area, Brown County. This is one of the key tests can the vice president hold on to the president's share of white working class voters? I just want to show you as we go back in 2020. Joe Biden did not win Brown County, but he got 46% of the vote. The margins within the margins sometimes make the difference in a battleground state. Wisconsin settled by 20,000 votes, right? You look at that 46% for Joe Biden, and then you move back in time, and you see 42% for Hillary Clinton. That makes the difference. She lost the state. He won the state. So one of the things we will watch as the 2024 results come in is not just can she turn out the African-American vote in Milwaukee, not just can she compete in the suburbs, Waukesha, just to the west of Milwaukee, but can she hold her own? Just be as competitive as Biden was in some of these blue-collar counties. A long way to go there. Let's pop over to Michigan. As Jake just told you, we're only at 10% there, so not a lot to look at. You just move it up so you can see it a little bit better at home. The vice president has pulled ahead in Kent County. That's Grand Rapids, but it's early. And again, you're looking down here. I told you earlier, one of the warning signs was Washtenaw County. This is where the University of Michigan is, Ann Arbor. If you move east here, Dearborn is over here near Detroit. Her question marks in Michigan are young voters and Arab American voters, right? You find the young voters here, University of Michigan campus. And again, you say, wow, that's a 30-point lead. What are we worried about that for? Well, you're worried about it because the President of the United States had that 4 years ago. It's a county where if you want to win Michigan, Joe Biden won by 154,000 votes. So you could say she has some to spare, if you will. She can lose a little bit in the coalition, but you don't want to lose a lot. And I was at the Michigan campus just last week, and they have a very aggressive young voter turnout operation there. We'll see later in the night if those numbers change at all. That's Michigan. Let's come back out and come over to the home state of Mr. Tapper, still at 20%. It's bumped up just a little bit there. So what are we looking at? Let's move it up just a little bit. We have some votes. Erie County, as I told you earlier, 25 counties in America, twice for Barack Obama, then to Donald Trump, and then flip back to Joe Biden. So it's a bellwether county. Doesn't mean the person who wins Erie County is going to win the Commonwealth and win the presidency, but that's what's happened in the last several presidential elections. So you look, we're just starting, just getting started in Erie County. 512 votes, just for context, it's going to take close to 70,000 votes to win that county. So we're just starting. That's one of them. Let's come back to 2024 and move over here to Northampton County, again, right along the New Jersey border, not terribly far from Allentown. The vice president ahead there at only 22% of the vote in. So that was, again, look how close it was. Joe Biden just barely carried it. Donald Trump just barely carried it 4 years before that. That's the way it tends to end up. So we'll watch as that plays out. Here's something we do want to look at, is Lehigh County. Only 20% of the vote in here. If there is an impact from the Donald Trump Madison Square Garden event, where so many insults were made about Puerto Ricans and about Mexicans and about Latino and Hispanic Americans, if you're going to see an impact, this is one of the places you might see it, right here. And that's why both Trump and Harris went to Allentown in the final days of the campaign to try to take advantage of it. We're only at 20% right there. But again, you're doing this for context. 62% for the vice president. You go back in time to Lehigh County 2020, 53%. If the vice president can overperform Joe Biden in Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, she's in good shape. So we watch that as it plays out. We're only at 20% of the vote right now. It would come down to it. That's only 20. It's only 20%. So then you come out more. Where else are you looking in Pennsylvania? Let's bring this up. You also had the vice president door knocking in Berks County. Berks County at the moment is blue. If Berks County ends the night blue, my bet would be on Vice President Harris winning Pennsylvania. Why? Let's look at it. Let's show you where it is. Here's Philadelphia. Here's the close-in suburbs around it. And then as you drive out, what used to be farm country, now you see the homes lined up. Right? People moving further out because that's the only place they can afford a home. That's places like Berks County, Pennsylvania. Half the vote counted, a little bit shy of that right now, 51 to 48. Right? Let's go back in time. That was a 53% county for Donald Trump in 2020 when he lost Pennsylvania, and it was a 53% county in 2016 when he won Pennsylvania. So if you're the vice president of the United States, you're keeping an eye on this one. If you can keep this blue, your chances to win the Commonwealth are improved dramatically. So spent a lot of time there over the last year. It is interesting. You find a lot of Nikki Haley voters there, a lot of Reagan Republicans who don't like Donald Trump, who were kind of tormented about voting for Trump or voting for Harris. So we'll keep an eye on that one there. Then you move out here. This is the number 2 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Allegheny County is Pittsburgh and the suburbs around it. The labor vote, the blue-collar vote, a smaller African-American population, but the urban vote Democrats need. So she's at 68% when you look at that there. You come back in time. He was at 59%. So again, we're early. We're early. Let me come back to 2024 and come out. It's 40%. So it's early. These tend to be early votes, which tend to favor Democrats more. So we want to wait and get more to see if that's contextual. At the moment, she's outpacing the President of the United States in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in some key places. We will see if that holds up. The flip side, pick one. Tioga County, along the border, northern border of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump getting 71% of there. Half the vote is in. Again, this is Donald Trump's secret, just runs it up in small rural counties across America, 75%. So keep an eye on that. It's early. We're still counting votes right there. But is the Trump base turning out in the same math numbers in a place like Pennsylvania? He needs to run it up in places like this. There's Bradford. Again, it's only 5% reporting, 75%, 71%. Again, even in these small rural counties, the early vote, there's not a lot of Democratic votes there, but a lot of it comes out in the early votes if you're following along when they count it. So let's be careful to not make any projections, any tough, lasting cement analysis, I guess I'll call it, but we'll keep an eye on that as we go through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Virginia, every time I come out, I wait to see if Virginia's going to flip back. We're still at 59%. The lead has narrowed somewhat. This would be a shocker. Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points. By 10 points. Even if it's closer, even if the vice president comes back, let's take a peek. Yeah, the outstanding votes are still largely in Democratic. There's some Republican votes out there. You see the red dots, but the big circles are in Democratic areas. So the math is there for the vice president to recover. But even a close race in Virginia might tell you that it's a more competitive environment for Donald Trump, especially, Jake, as we've talked before. Can he do well in the suburbs? And then you see, we're looking at Virginia as kind of it's interesting. What lessons can we learn there? Well, again, they're not exactly the same, but they're similar. You come down to North Carolina, we're above 50% now. It's close. This is welcome to North Carolina. This is what it's going to be. And so you just take a look and you say, what's missing, right? Where are they still counting votes? Again, Mecklenburg County, Charlotte and the suburbs around it, African-American voters, upscale suburbs around it, key to the Democratic coalition. A lot of votes there. A lot of votes in Raleigh-Durham, the Research Triangle, again. And so you see that happening right there. And let's see, we go back here and come back up to Virginia, and we see 49.4. 48% there. Again, pretty remarkable. 17,000 votes. Again, we got a long way to go. 45% of the votes still to be counted. But Joe Biden won it by 10 points. So if you're in the vice president's camp, you're a little nervous about that.
Let's bring in David Chalian to get some insights now on the outstanding vote in Virginia, which is, as of now, a little tighter than I think the Harris campaign would like.
Yeah, Jake, we're trying to determine how much of this vote we're looking at now is pre-election vote. Our estimate right now is that we are looking at in Virginia, 39% of the vote that's in is pre-election vote. That, we think, at the end of the day, is going to go up to 52%. So there's still quite a bit of pre-election vote to come in here. And Kamala Harris is winning the pre-election vote by about 17 points. So as more of that early vote gets funneled into the count in Virginia, you could imagine there's real room here for Harris to grow, Jake.
All right, David, and we have some projections right now for you at home. CNN can project that Illinois will go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, as expected, will win Illinois in its 19 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Rhode Island will go to Kamala Harris, as expected. Kamala Harris will get the 4 electoral votes from Rhode Island. So where are we on the electoral map as of right now? Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 53 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them is within spitting distance of that. Let's take a look at the actual votes coming in from the battlegrounds that we have not projected. In battleground Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris in the lead, 57.5% of the vote. Donald Trump, 41.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 258,000 plus vote lead. That's with about a quarter, 23% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania counted as of now. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris with 53.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 44.3% of the vote. Harris with a 64,000 plus vote lead. That's with an estimated 12% of the vote counted in Michigan. Still very early in Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead. 50.7% of the vote. Harris with 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 75,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than half, 51% of the estimated vote counted in battleground North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump still holding on to his lead, 52.9% of the vote. Harris has 46.4% of the vote. Donald Trump right now with a 249,000 plus vote lead. Now it's a 255,000 vote lead. That's with an estimated 71% of the vote counted in battleground Georgia. In Virginia, Donald Trump in the lead as of now, 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 15,000 votes. That's with more than half, 56% of the estimated vote, but still a lot of vote to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Hampshire, Harris with 53.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.9% of the vote. Harris with an 18,000 plus vote lead. That's with under a third of the vote counted in New Hampshire. 30% of the estimated vote counted in New Hampshire. In Ohio, Donald Trump in the lead, 54.3% of the vote. Harris with 44.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 332,000 plus vote lead. That's with almost 60%, 58% of the estimated vote counted in the Buckeye state. Now let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John.
So, Jake, you lay out the results, and there are some surprises there, right? At least where we are right now. So we just want to go back and follow up where we were. David Chellian was talking about some of the outstanding vote. We know in Virginia is early vote, and that percentage is going to jump, and we know that the vice president is doing quite well in that vote. So I just want to show you what he means by how this can change. Again, Donald Trump's lead has been shrinking. It was 16,000 not that long ago. It's 12,395 now. Look at the Northern Virginia suburbs here. I just want to show you these circles help us understand where are there live outstanding votes, meaning votes that we know are out there that have not been counted yet. Right? You see the big circles, the biggest circles around the Northern Virginia suburbs, also Richmond and the suburbs around that, and some big Republican circles down here, Virginia Beach area, and some here in the suburbs more to the south, the exurbs south of Richmond. But I want to focus up here, and just to show you why you can say early on, you say, whoa, what's happening here? But then things can change pretty quickly when large population centers report their votes. So let's take Fairfax County. It's the largest of the suburban counties. It's the #1 county population-wise in Virginia. The vice president's getting 66% of the vote, 63% of the vote in. Look at the number where she is, though, 250,000. We know turnout is robust, right? So we should be somewhere around 2020 when we end 2024, maybe a little higher, maybe a little lower, but somewhere around it. 250,000 votes right now. If you go back in time, you see 419,000 votes. So if she's winning 60+%, the president was winning 70% 4 years ago. You have Vice President Harris winning 66, a little below. Virginia looks like it's going to be a little bit more competitive this year. But you can see just right there in that one county, there's a lot of votes still out, and she's winning disproportionately in the math right now. That can change, but it generally tracks when you get above 60% of the vote. And so just in that one county right there, the math, when those votes come in, the math can change. So it doesn't mean it will. But there's more than enough Democratic votes still outstanding, or votes outstanding in Democratic areas is the better way to put it, for that to happen. So let's check in on the other battlegrounds as we go through. This one, again, go back in time. This was the closest Donald Trump victory in a battleground state. Of the battlegrounds he won, 74,000 votes, 483, 74,483. 4 years ago, he's 110 ahead right now, but we're only at 54% of the vote, right? So you see these gray areas. What are those? That's where you have no votes in yet. So we're still waiting. Some of these smaller counties. This one, this is the 10th of the 100 counties population-wise, so it's not tiny. Gaston County along the border right there. But the big population centers are Charlotte. Let's just see how much we have. Only 10% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. So if you're looking at this number, you're saying, okay, Donald Trump's got a 4-point lead, 3.5, 4-point lead in North Carolina. But then you come here, it's the largest Democratic area, only 10% of the vote. And again, look where we are, 36,000 votes for the vice president right now. You go back 4 years, 378,000 votes. So we just need to slow down with where we go in here in North Carolina and count more votes, because there are more than enough votes out there. Again, if you come out statewide and just apply the entire graph to the whole thing, live outstanding votes, you see some Republican pockets here, but where are the biggest circles? Right? Where are the biggest circles? Charlotte in the suburbs, Raleigh-Durham in the suburbs, Winston-Salem in the suburbs, Wilmington in the suburbs, Asheville in the suburbs. Doesn't mean the vice president's going to win North Carolina. By no means means the vice president's going to win North Carolina. It just means there are a lot more votes to be counted in areas that right now are blue, and some of them blue by a pretty lopsided margin. Now, just to be fair, you see all these little tiny dots? There's a lot of little tiny red dots, right? They're not going to match the vote count here and here, but there's a lot more of them, right? So when you come out and you just take a look, again, I'm a broken record sometimes, but this is the wonder of Donald Trump. This is how he runs up the math. 72% there, only 25% reporting there, but 72% in Rutherford County, right down here along the border here. Let's just go back in time and take a peek. 72%. Donald Trump is consistent. He is the constant in this race. In most places you look, he's getting what he got in 2020, and he's getting what he got in 2016. He's pretty constant and pretty consistent. But 24,000 votes there with 72% 4 years ago. And so then you come forward there, we're only at 25%. So again, if it comes in around the turnout of 4 years ago and it stays at that percentage, there's a chunk of votes there and in many of these other small rural counties still for Donald Trump, which is why we count late into the night and sometime into the morning. He gets small margins, but you add them all up, 20, 15, 20, 30 rural counties, you match them up against the one urban county, that's how you get a battleground state. Let's pop down to Georgia. We come down over here. This one here, again, and a state decided by 11,000 votes 4 years ago with 75% of the vote in, Donald Trump's ahead by 241,000. You start to think, oh, we're about 75% of the vote. Are we at the point of no return? Well, let's take a look. Number one, how many votes does it take to win Georgia? Donald Trump's leading right now with 2.1 million. Joe Biden won it in 2020 with 2.4 million and change, and we hear turnout is pretty good down there. So it could be somewhere around that, could be a little higher than that, number one. So you start there. And then number two, Jake, you just apply, what are we waiting for, right? And look at the size of the blue circles. Again, doesn't mean the vice president's going to come back and win Georgia. It just means, everybody take a breath, and let's count votes. Because you see Atlanta and the suburbs around it are where most of those big circles are, which means, in a place like Fulton County, where, 78% reporting in Fulton County, that's actually interesting. We'll see what comes out. It's a big, because of the population center, it's a big chunk of votes, but she's running at 73% right there. Look at that. Look at that. 72.6. 72.6.
That's funny.
It's a mirror image right there. So I always look at the ones a little bit farther out. 80% now in Cobb County. It's 57.4. You go back here, it's 50. It's just, she's running. The question is, can he improve, is really the bigger question. I keep focusing on her. Can he improve in the suburbs? He's not there. Let's just come over here to Gwinnett. He's at 39% right now, and he was at 40% there. He's close. He's close, but those little tiny margins can matter. But again, 16% of the vote there. So we got a ways to go. That's a healthy lead for Donald Trump, but a lot of votes still to be counted in this blue circle right here.
So let's bring back the map that shows where the vote is still outstanding, if you can do that.
I can do that.
Because I want to bring in Pamela Brown to get us up to speed on some of the outstanding votes that remain in Georgia. Pamela, what are you learning?
Let's talk about that. I'm just getting off the phone with Gabriel Sterling, a key election official in Georgia. He says, give or take, there are 1.5 million outstanding votes still in Georgia. Again, give or take, not a precise number, but around that. Let's zoom in here on Gwinnett. This is a Democratic stronghold. They are significantly delayed, according to Zach Manifold, who I just got off the phone. He says there's an issue with their adjudication software for the write-ins on the ballots. And so that is why we're seeing such a low number. Now, overall in Gwinnett, I'm told there are 419,000 votes there. So that was as of 6:30. He says that number is likely going to go up. Out of that breakdown, the at least 419,000, there are overall 96,000 day of votes in Gwinnett, 322,000 early votes. So if you look at the numbers here, the rough estimate of 16% of the estimated vote in, there are still roughly more than 350,000 outstanding ballots just in Gwinnett alone. And then you put that into the bigger picture of what I just said from Gabriel Sterling, that there's still 1.5 million outstanding ballots in Georgia, give or take. Jake?
And we actually have a correspondent / anchor in the Gwinnett County Election Center in suburban Atlanta, Victor Blackwell. Victor, what can you tell us about the vote count in Gwinnett County?
So let me tell you what's happening right now. Zach Manifold, who Pam just mentioned, the supervisor of elections, is on the phone right now with Brad Raffensperger, explaining what the delay is. As Pamela said, it's a problem with the adjudication of some of those write-in ballots. We spoke with him just a few moments ago at the 8:15 news conference here, in which he said there was some delay in processing those and getting those 322,000 early in-person and absentee mail-in ballots to the state tabulation center, to that computer. It statutorily had to be there by 8 p.m. He says that it was just the computer system clicking down to identify the names in the write-in column for president, specifically for that race, and there appears to be a problem with that system. So right now there are from Gwinnett County about 72,000 votes, still about 250,000 of the early in-person votes and those mail-in absentee votes that were supposed to be in more than an hour ago. And he's on the call right now to determine what happens next and explain to the Secretary of State's office what they're doing, and probably look for some guidance on how to move forward, Jake.
All right, Victor Blackwell in Gwinnett County. And John King, as happens every election, human beings are fallible, machines all the more so.
Right, which is why you want trusted officials to deal with the problem when it arises. And we know from 2020, Georgia happens to be a Republican Secretary of State, and these local county officials, they know what they're doing. And they have a problem, and then they make a plan, right? They have a problem, you try to find it a solution. So where is Victor Blackwell? He is right here. He's in Gwinnett County, one of the most important suburbs in the Atlanta area, to the northeast of Atlanta. And as we noted, only 16% of the vote reported in this county right now. And so a long way to go in the count, Jake. And this is a place where, again, with Donald Trump with a pretty healthy lead statewide right now, that's what you're waiting for. You get a giant basket of votes reported from there. It gives you better context about the real state of the race.
All right, John King, we have a projection for you now at home, you people at home. CNN can project that New York, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris will be the winner of the 28 electoral votes offered from the Empire State. Let's take a look at the electoral vote count now. Donald Trump in the lead, 154. Kamala Harris with 81. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them is there as of yet. Let's go to Abby Phillip at Harris campaign headquarters here in Washington, D.C. on the campus of Howard University. Abby.
Yeah, Jake, this group here has been here for a little while now, and they've been watching the returns as they've been coming in. You're hearing them right now cheering as they're seeing you, a little bit delayed, calling New York for Kamala Harris. They want some good news tonight. I can feel the anxiety in the crowd. These are all people who want to have a party. They want to celebrate. There's been a DJ playing all night long. But the results are coming in, and they're coming in slowly. But each time a race is called for Harris or she's shown in the lead in one of these battlegrounds, it is a big moment for the folks here at the Kamala Harris headquarters. And Jake, as I'm talking right now, you can probably hear me talking to you, but the crowd, they're excited. They're ready to go tonight. They want to see more reporting and results that they like to see. Back to you, Jake.
All right, Abby Phillip in Washington, D.C. in the campus of Howard University, where Harris is holding her campaign headquarters right now. Let's go to West Palm Beach, where we find Caitlin Collins at Trump HQ. Caitlin.
Yeah, Jake, I should note, obviously we are all still watching these numbers come in. There is no celebrating happening yet inside the Trump campaign, but one thing that is giving them a confidence boost this hour are the numbers that you and John King were just going over in Virginia. They were looking at that very closely, comparing it to President Biden's numbers there in 2020, and it is making them feel good tonight, lifting their spirits. Now, no one is saying that this is obviously anywhere near over yet. They are still watching very closely to the blue wall of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump calling into radio shows in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in just the last few hours as he's at his Mar-a-Lago club. He just spoke to supporters briefly, Jake, but as he's talking to the people who are at Mar-a-Lago, who's also getting constant updates from his own campaign team. And right now they are watching a few key indicators, including the turnout from black males in Georgia and in other states, but also just watching those numbers in Virginia. We'll see, Jake, of course, if that pattern continues throughout the night.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. John King?
Make a fascinating map at the moment. You just updated the electoral vote count, 154 to 81. You're looking at a map now. There are a lot of Democrats looking at this map and saying, wow, we're having a great night. I would just say, be cautious. Enjoy the moment, but just be cautious. Why do I say wow? Well, at the moment, we touched on this a little bit earlier, the vice president is still leading statewide in Nebraska. What she wants to win is the 2nd congressional district, which is right here. Nebraska, one of 2 states that awards electoral college votes based on congressional district. Only 30% of the state. You see all this gray. Those are small, rural, farm country, beautiful, beautiful parts of Nebraska that tend to vote for Donald Trump in overwhelming numbers. So let's wait to see that one play out. But then you move east, and remember, what was the surprise poll of the last week of the campaign? It was the Iowa poll that showed the vice president of the United States actually no clear leader, but 47 to 43, I think, if I have it right, a little bit ahead of Donald Trump in what has been, since Barack Obama left the scene, a reliably red state. Well, at the moment, only 19% of the vote in, but at the moment, Democrats in Iowa, and I suspect elsewhere, are saying, we told you so, but we have a long way to go in the count, right? So Polk County is Des Moines, 83% of the vote, and this is almost the downside for the Democrats, if you will. She's getting 56% of the vote, but you're at 83% already, so you got some more coming in, but this is your biggest basket, biggest Democratic stronghold, the capital of Des Moines. If you haven't been in Des Moines in 10 years, it's a very different city than you might remember. A lot of young professionals, insurance industry and the like. It's Democratic stronghold there. Joe Biden got 56% in Des Moines in 4 years ago. So if you think, oh, wow, look at that, just let's be careful and be cautious. But we are waiting. Ames, college town, right up here, Story County. Ames, we have nothing right now. That's a place where President Biden got 57% of the vote. When we get numbers here, we'll look at that. But let's see that. If the Democrats are going to surprise us, even by making Iowa much closer than it was 4 years ago, you'll see some math in these blue counties, more people, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm matters in a competitive environment. So we'll see what happens with Iowa. Again, it has been a red state for quite some time. And just to put the exclamation point on the it's early, the state of Missouri has the vice president of the United States ahead right now. Missouri hasn't voted blue for president in a very long time. Again, let's be open to surprises, and we'll count votes. Now let's come in to the battlegrounds where we are waiting. Wisconsin is blue. It was red last time. Still very, very early. 18% of the vote counted. This is critical for Vice President Harris. If, emphasis on if, you can win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, hold that Nebraska congressional district I just showed you, then you're the President of the United States. Right? That's her easiest. No path is easy, but her easiest path is keep the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. So let's move up Wisconsin so you can get a better look at home. She's ahead right now at the moment, but we're only 18% of the vote. And again, John's a broken record tonight, but I want you to look up at all of those gray areas. And I just want to remind you, in most of them, not all of them, but in most of them, you're in rural Trump country. So as you come back to the 2024 map and you say the vice president's ahead, that's where you want to be. You want to be ahead, but you've got a long way to go. So what are we looking for? I'm going to do this in reverse order. Because of the questions about young voters turning out, whether unhappiness with the White House over Israel-Gaza, Israel-Hamas policy would impact youth turnout. 38% in Dane County. That's the University of Wisconsin. Absolutely essential for any Democratic win in Wisconsin to run it up here, not just in the percentage, but with the raw math. So let's look. 38% of the vote. So a long way to go. Long way to go. Let's just compare it to the president. President Biden had 76%. Keep an eye on it. Don't panic yet if you're a Democrat, but keep an eye on that because the vice president needs to be as close to that as she can be. And at the moment, she's running a little bit behind that. That's Dane County. That's Madison. This is the biggest population center. Spent a lot of time here in the last year. The big question here is, do black voters turn out? And the subset question of that is, does Donald Trump make inroads, especially among black men? We did see some evidence of that in our several trips out to Milwaukee. At the moment, I was texting with somebody in Milwaukee earlier, by the way, who said they thought turnout was actually going pretty good for the Democrats. We'll see if that turns out. At the moment, 25% of the vote in, 66% if you round up, 32% for Donald Trump. So let's just go back in time knowing we have a long way to go. And Milwaukee sometimes reports late. But if you go back in time, Joe Biden again, 69%, Trump at 29%. So the 69% is what jumps out. Trump is a little above right now. Trump's a little above where he was 4 years ago. She's a little behind where the president was 4 years ago. It's only 25% of the vote. We're not pouring cement on any of this, but that's where you say, oh, we got to keep an eye on that as we go forward. Then you move over here, you go into the WOW counties, Waukesha, the biggest among them. This is a Republican suburb. Long has been a Republican suburb. The challenge for Democrats, I've been saying this about Trump in the battleground states that tend to lead in blue. Where's Trump's number in the suburbs? Can he compete? He's not going to win, but can he compete? That's the challenge for the vice president here. Waukesha County tends to be a Republican suburb. So there she is at 40%, Trump at 59%. Again, you go back in time, 59% to 39% 4 years ago. Welcome to another 20,000 vote race probably in the end in Wisconsin based on that. It's a 66% of the vote in there. It's essentially matching where we were in 2020. And again, just so you remember our history here in the blue wall, Harris is leading right now. We got a lot of vote to count right here, but I'm laughing a little bit just at the 22,000 number because if you look at that right there, Joe Biden won this state in 2020 by 20,000 votes. 4 years before that, when he cracked the blue wall and became president, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000 votes. Welcome to Wisconsin. It's a state that tends to hang around the margins of 20,000 votes, which is why that is somewhat amusing to me. Earlier, she just put it up to 34,000 to shut me up. And there we go as we go through the count in Wisconsin, very early there. Let's come over to battleground Michigan. Let me come back for a second. See that? If they stay that way, and it's early. Don't call your bookie. Don't make any bets. Don't pop the champagne. But you see Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, right? Especially if you're looking at a map where North Carolina and Georgia are red at the moment. They're not done either. But if you're a Democrat, you're kind of a little, ooh, should we be nervous about this? Then you should be, wow, should we be optimistic about that? So let's take it away and see what I mean by that. Number one, let's just start to the east and go west. Up to 32% in Pennsylvania, long way to go. Long way to go. Just want to check on where we are in Philadelphia, still at 26%. You get Philadelphia over 50%, then we can start to understand what the math is elsewhere as you go. But again, you see most of the rural areas filling in for Trump. That's his strength. That is his strength, and Pennsylvania is one of his best states. Let's come up here into Michigan. We're still only at 14% in Michigan, and we have our first votes out of Wayne County, and it shows Donald Trump with the lead in Wayne County. If Wayne County's red at the end of the night, Donald Trump's winning the presidency in a landslide. We're at 1%, so that's unlikely to happen. The question is, where does it end up? This one's more interesting, Macomb County, but again, 500 votes. 506 votes. Trump wants to keep it somewhere around there. Go back in time. You see he's at 53%. If Donald Trump can win Macomb County, it keeps him competitive. Keeps him competitive in the state. The higher above 50 he gets, it matters. This is one of the signature key counties for Vice President Harris and her Michigan chances. Oakland County, the birthplace of Mitt Romney, used to be a Republican county when I started doing this. She's at 55% right now. They're just past half the vote. So look at the 55%. Little behind Joe Biden. That can matter. That can matter. We're not done yet. She's only 55%. A little bit behind. Biden had 434,000 votes when he won the county. And you're just checking on turnout. She's at 234,000 with about 54%. So you're in the ballpark of similar turnout. Let's see what happens as that comes in. And you're going to watch that number, but that number. Tiny changes in the margins can affect the battleground states. So Trump's at 43. Let's do it that way. Trump was at 42. Again, it's tiny. In the close states, tiny can matter. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through the count in Michigan. And then one more. I was already over there earlier. Let's come back out and see. So the blue wall at the moment is blue. And the Sun Belt states, which used to be reliably red and are now battleground states at the moment, are red. So we'll just check in, see if anything else came in. Georgia's at 79%. The president's lead is 204,000. It was 240,000 a little while ago. President's lead has come down a little bit. I just want to remind everybody, in this hour, 4 years ago, Donald Trump was leading Georgia by about 244,000 votes. Joe Biden won Georgia when the votes were all counted. Doesn't mean that's what's going to happen this time. It just means you'd rather be ahead than behind, but we're not done yet. Let's come back up to North Carolina. We're at 63% in North Carolina. This count's coming up now. This count's coming up a little bit. You're at 177,000 vote lead. That would be a blowout. Anything in triple digits in North Carolina. Again, you go back 4 years ago, the closest of the battleground states Trump carried, 74,000 votes then. And you see how close it was, 50 to 49. And so let's come back now and take a look. The blue then is where the blue is now, except for this one out here. I believe this one, Haywood County, well, we're only at 4%. If you go back in time, that was a Republican county. I look out there because, and if anyone's out there watching, we hope you're doing all right. This is an area of the state that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene, and the state and the county officials and the local officials, God bless them. They did amazing things just so people could vote. I know the more important things are, can you live, can you get housing, can you get food, can you get water, and things like that. But the fact that people are voting out there in good numbers is a testament to the state and to the county officials. And people have heard a lot of misinformation out there. We see what's happening. Democracy is unfolding in western North Carolina. This is where it matters most if you are the Democrats. And only 14% of the vote is in. So you see Donald Trump leading in North Carolina, but you see only 14% of the vote in Mecklenburg County, which tells you, let's just take this for a while. Let's just go through and see what happens as we go. It's 11% of the statewide population. The vice president's at 60% right now. So you go back in time. Again, this is, if you're the vice president's camp, he lost. Joe Biden lost North Carolina, getting 67% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. She, at the moment, is getting 60% of the vote. Is that meaningful? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. It would be meaningful if we end up there, but it's only 14% of the vote right now. So then you come back out here, and again, that would be Donald Trump doing better in the suburbs. If he gets her number down from Joe Biden, that would mean Donald Trump was doing better with black voters and in the suburbs. But we watch that. We still have a long time to go. Wake County is Raleigh, number 2. Mecklenburg, number 1 population-wise. Wake County is number 2. She's at 64% right there. Trump's at 35. You go back in time. Trump's at 36. She's at 62. Roughly the same. Roughly the same. Won't make a big deal about that now. Sometimes roughly, you start looking into the margins of roughly if we get to 80, 90% of the vote. Move over here to Durham, your 6th largest county now, right? So Raleigh, Durham, the Research Triangle, young voters, some black voters, some college-educated suburban voters in the healthcare industry and the other industries in the Research Triangle there. 81% of the vote right now with 85% in. So this is where you can make a comparison. You're at 85% of the vote. You can say, okay, where are we? Where was Joe Biden? 80%. So she's matching Joe Biden here in a key place. Trump's at 18% in 2020. We see him at 18% now, a little bit below that. So this, if you're the vice president, you're matching the president. The question is that good enough, right? He lost the state by 74,000 votes. So we come back out. Where else do you want to look? You look for the other Democratic pockets, right? Cumberland County. This is Fayetteville. We're just starting, right? We're just starting. This is the 5th largest county in the state. So that's, if you're the vice president, you think there's some room for growth there because we're not there yet. And again, I just want to show you, you see the blue in the urban areas. North Carolina along here, that's the belt here. These are black voters here for the most part in these Democratic counties. Absolutely essential to the vice president's math. And then you come down to Georgia. Again, in these states, you just see all that red. Not a lot of people live in those, but if you do county after county after county after county, you run it up. And Jake, as I toss back to you, just one more check. No, Fulton County still at 80%. So the Georgia math, we still have the biggest population center where we're waiting to see some key results.
All right, John, as we stand by for the next poll closings at the top of the hour, here's an update on the race to 270. Donald Trump has 154 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Now, another key race alert. Let's go to the states where we have not called. Kamala Harris in the lead in Pennsylvania, 51.4% of the vote. Donald Trump has 47.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 88,000 plus votes of a lead, but it's about 35% of the vote that's been counted in Pennsylvania, about a third. Still a lot of vote to count in Pennsylvania. Michigan. Kamala Harris has 52% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 49,000 plus vote lead. That's with only an estimated 15% of the vote counted in the battleground of Michigan. In Wisconsin, another battleground, Kamala Harris 52.2% of the vote. Donald Trump 46.1% of the vote. Harris with a 52,000 plus vote lead, but only 27% of the vote counted in Wisconsin, still very early in Wisconsin. Battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 52.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 201,000 plus vote lead as of now. That's with 64% of the estimated vote counted in the battleground of North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in Georgia counted. Still a lot of votes to count there, but a lot of votes have already counted. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Donald Trump has 49.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48.6% of the vote. That is a 28,000 now vote lead with 63% of the vote counted. I am going to now bring you a projection. And CNN can project Louisiana will go to Donald Trump. Louisiana with its 8 electoral votes as expected to Donald Trump. Let's see what that impact is on the electoral vote count. Donald Trump has 162 votes, electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 81 electoral votes. She has exactly half. 270 votes are needed to win. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern, when 16 electoral votes are on the line in 3 states. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Polling places are about to close in Montana and battleground Nevada and in Utah. Nevada is the key battleground to watch in the next hour. Kamala Harris fighting to hold on to Nevada for the Democrats, a state that Donald Trump narrowly lost in 2020 and in 2016. As we await the end of voting in Nevada, let's check in with Jim Acosta, who's at a polling place in Las Vegas. And Jim, you have new information from the Nevada Secretary of State.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, one interesting development that has emerged here in Nevada is they're running into a problem with some of the mail-in ballots that have come in so far. Some of the signatures have been an issue, and election workers are now reaching out to some of those folks out there who have signature issues. Your signatures need to match those that are on file with the state. And an interesting anecdote here, one of the problems that they're running into is that a lot of young voters don't know how to sign their names. And so when they've signed their names onto some of these ballots, they are not jiving with what state officials have on file. And so what they're doing at this point is sort of frantically reaching out to a lot of young voters across the state of Nevada to say, hey, wait a minute. Hopefully they're looking at their text and saying, hey, wait a minute, there's a problem with your ballot. You need to check in with the state and make sure that your signature is verified so your ballot can be counted. So that is one thing that they're looking at this point. There are about 14,000 of these ballot issues that they're trying to rectify. They do have several days to work that out. And as you mentioned, Jake, the polls are about to close here in Nevada. If you're still in line, you can stay in line. We heard out in Nye County, which is about an hour outside of Vegas, they've got a line about 2.5 hours long. And so that process is going to go well into the night in that county as well as here in Las Vegas, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta in Las Vegas, thanks so much. Let's go to Kyung La in Phoenix. Kyung?
We're in Maricopa County, Phoenix, and the most populous county, Jake, in this entire state. As Maricopa County goes, so does the rest of Arizona. That's why we are here. We are watching the clock. In just minutes, in about 8 to 10 minutes, we are hearing that the county will be reporting its very first batch of election results. 11 electoral votes on the line here out of Arizona. Maricopa County will give us a strong indication after that first drop, but it takes a long time to count all of the ballots. The first drop that we're going to see, the first results, will be the early vote that is counted before Election Day. And it's not all of them, but it is the majority of the early vote that is counted before Election Day. That is what we are going to know in just minutes. We are watching to see what is happening. And the sense that we are getting, Jake, from all of the election officials we've spoken to here in Maricopa County is that they are overwhelmingly pleased that there hasn't been major problems here in this county. Things have gone relatively smoothly. Yes, there have been some small issues here and there, but overwhelmingly, they say this has gone fairly well, and they are really looking forward to, continuing to keep that going as they go throughout the night. After that first report, Jake, we are expecting to hear further reports as that in-person vote from today starts to come in. Jake.
All right, Kyung La in Phoenix, Arizona, big battleground out west. David Chalian has exit polling from Nevada. David, what are you learning about Nevada voters and the issues that they're focused on?
Well, the democracy and the economy are battling for that top spot. 33% of Nevada voters in this election, Jake, say democracy is the most important issue to their vote. 32%, basically the same, say the economy is most important. Then that is followed by immigration at 15%, abortion at 11%, and foreign policy down in single digits. Your family's financial situation, is it better or worse than 4 years ago? A plurality, nearly half of Nevada voters say, 48% say it was worse than 4 years ago. It is worse today than it was 4 years ago. Only 22% say it's better than 4 years ago. 29% say it's about the same. Undocumented immigrants in the U.S. should be offered a chance at legal status or should be deported. 54%, a majority in Nevada, side with the Harris position on this, offered a chance at legal status. 42% in Nevada side with the Trump position that they should be deported. Abortion, should it be mostly legal or illegal? 68% of Nevada voters, nearly 7 in 10, say abortion should be mostly legal. 28% say it should be illegal. And Biden's job approval rating is at 40% in Nevada, 59% disapprove. That is about where it is nationally, Jake.
All right, David, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall.
Well, Jake, we're starting to watch now as we go further west. We have more states coming in. Some of the states we talked about earlier that we thought were aberrations or early votes, you see right here now, including Kansas. Kansas has gone back to being a Republican state. We expect it will finish out that way. There are some Democratic, pockets of support here, and they're mostly in the eastern part of the state, Manhattan, Kansas. Well, remember, it was Kansas that sounded the first alarm after Dobbs when the amendment passed out there protecting abortion rights. So we'll watch the result margin. We expect Kansas will be a red state at the end of the night, but you will keep an eye on that to see about that. And then you keep coming forward. Here's the one that's interesting, and it's staying interesting, but we're only at 31% of the vote. Iowa, which again has not been a state we paid much attention to since Barack Obama left the scene. Donald Trump won it comfortably twice. The Harris lead is shrinking a little bit, but she's still ahead in Iowa, 51% to 48%. And if you look through, I said earlier we were at 83% in Polk County. We're still there. That's the bulk of your Democratic votes. You start moving down. You come over here to Cedar Rapids, which is Lynn County. You're only at 34% of the vote here. So there's some business to be done in terms of Democratic votes for the vice president in what is an interesting state. If this one is competitive, it would be a surprise, and election night surprises are always interesting. You see there Dubuque County there. We'll see how that one plays out as we go forward. So now let's come over to some of the bigger battlegrounds. Again, if you're in the Harris campaign, especially because we're not done by any means, but if North Carolina and Georgia, Trump's ahead there, then you'd rather be the candidate ahead in the blue wall states. And at the moment, the vice president is 34%, a little more than a third of the vote counted in Wisconsin. Again, you see Trump filling in the rural areas. Just want to check. I teed this up earlier. Brown County, Green Bay, blue-collar workers. Kamala Harris is not going to win Brown County. The question is, can she compete? When Joe Biden won the state, you see she's at 33%. We're only at 12%, so we have to do this a little bit later. But Joe Biden had 45%. So it's a key test of white blue-collar workers. Can the vice president of the United States try to at least come close to where the president was? At the moment, she is not, but it's very early in the count right there. Again, the foundation of any Democratic victory is down here in Milwaukee. We're almost at half the vote right there. She's at 67% there. Let's just go back in time and look. The president was at 69%. It sounds like not a big deal, 67, 69. Let's see. Right now, we're only at 48% of the vote. If at the end of the night she's underperforming the president in Milwaukee by a couple points, that can make the difference in a state, Jake, that in 2 elections in a row has been decided by 20,000 votes. Jake?
That's right, John. And we're just moments away from another round of poll closings. Voting is about to end in 3 states, including the key battleground of Nevada. A total of 16 electoral votes are on the line right now. And CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Montana. As expected, Trump gets Montana with its 4 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will win the state of Utah. As expected, Utah with its 6 electoral votes. Nevada is too early to call, a battleground state that Donald Trump has narrowly lost in the last 2 elections, but is making a big play for this election. Let's look at the electoral math right now. Donald Trump has 172 electoral votes. Kamala Harris with 81 electoral votes, 270 electoral votes needed to win. Neither of them is there yet. Let's look at the key races now. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has narrowed her 20,000 plus vote lead. He's at 49.2% of the vote. More votes have come in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 43% of the estimated vote from Pennsylvania is in, and Kamala Harris right now has an 18,000 plus vote lead there. Kamala Harris in the lead in Michigan, 51.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 46,000 plus vote lead. Still, only 16% of the estimated vote in Michigan has been counted. In battleground Wisconsin, Harris is at 49.8% of the vote. Donald Trump is at 48.4% of the vote. She has a 15,000 plus vote lead. That's with more than a third, 35% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.8% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 196,000 plus vote lead. That is with 2/3, 66% of the estimated vote in North Carolina counted. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 208,000 plus vote lead. That's with 79% of the estimated vote in from the battleground state of Georgia. We're now getting an update on the vote in North Carolina. Let's go to John King, actually, right now. John King, what can you tell us?
Well, Jake, you see the map, and again, as we get later in the night, this is where you start to see things change, especially if a candidate pulls out ahead in a state that not normally is in their lane, if you will. And by that, I'm going to refer to Iowa. Just a moment ago, I was showing you Iowa with the vice president ahead. Still competitive, but you see Iowa is now red. There was that late Iowa poll that showed the possibility of the vice president maybe being a little bit ahead of Donald Trump. No clear leader. It was a competitive poll. And this is a competitive race at the moment, 36%. This would be a surprise, right? We said Virginia's a surprise at how close it is. We'll see if it ends close, but it's a surprise at the moment. This is a surprise as well. Donald Trump just 3,800 votes ahead in battleground Iowa, a state he carried quite comfortably by 8 points 4 years ago. So you keep an eye on it and you watch and you see what happens there, but it's interesting on this night. Now let's move over to the battlegrounds that matter at the moment. The blue wall states still being held by the vice president, the Sun Belt states as we start to move west. North Carolina and Georgia are the 2 battlegrounds we care most about. They are at the moment held by the former president of the United States. Again, this was his closest battleground win in terms of Biden was the closest to him back in 2020. It was 74,000 votes. He's just under 200,000 votes right now, 66% reporting. The former president at 52% of the vote. And again, Jake, as you come over and join me here, just let's remind our viewers, still votes to be counted. We know that. So then we want to use our technology to say, where are they? All right, where are they? And you see the bigger the circle means the more live outstanding votes. And the color tells you what's happening there. And at the moment, doesn't mean it will continue to be that way. You see Mecklenburg County, that's Charlotte in the suburbs. You see over here in the Raleigh-Durham area, Winston-Salem area, a little bit out of Nashville. So more votes to be counted out there. But Donald Trump at the moment with a pretty healthy lead.
And you know, we have one of our excellent journalists is in Charlotte, is in the Mecklenburg County, Brianna Keeler, as the Board of Elections in Charlotte. Brianna, what can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. So at this point, Jake, about 100,000 ballots are in out of several hundreds of thousands of ballots. And that really could change any moment because we are expecting about 420 to 430,000 votes, which would have been early in-person votes to have been closed out and posted here to the State Board of Elections. So we could be seeing that literally any moment. But what we see right now is a picture of a fraction of this key county. It's about 34,000 absentee ballots that were received before 5 p.m. yesterday. And it's also an upload of about 70,000 Election Day ballots from today. And you see right behind me, you see that red satchel right there. That is really the key here. These are being delivered by car. We're almost in sort of what is a drive-through situation here outside of the building of the Board of Elections here in the county. And these are delivered, these flash drives, they go inside through a very strenuous process, ultimately are uploaded to a computer that has never ever touched the internet, and then that is compiled and ultimately posted to the State Board of Elections, Jake.
All right, Brianna Keeler in Charlotte. Let's get more on North Carolina from Pamela Brown, who's at the voting desk. Pamela, what can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm just getting off the phone with an official in North Carolina there. This official says, look, first and foremost, it's going to take some more time to get results from across North Carolina's 100 counties. He said that this is going to be close. It's going to take some time. There are counties that haven't reported yet that are red, and there are counties that haven't reported yet that are blue. So let's dive a little bit more into the numbers we have. Wake County, this is the most populous county in North Carolina. It's right here. I am told so far more than 510,000 votes have been reported. That's according to the state's dashboard. So for context on that, there's 830,099 registered voters. So that's the most. It's likely going to be a lower number in the end. So they're actually making some headway there. But over here, in Mecklenburg, the home to Charlotte, they're having a logjam uploading the numbers to their site, I'm told, so far. And things are moving quickly, so this could change. But just a second ago, before I came on air, there were more than 84,000 votes reported so far. And for perspective, there's 857,354 registered voters in Mecklenburg. So that's a very small fraction at last check that we're seeing bear out in the results there. And again, because they're having issues uploading on their site, which is bound to happen. And again, that state official there in the Tar Heel state telling me that, again, be patient. It's going to take some time.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. John King, North Carolina, a lot of people thought that we would know pretty quickly this election season who won, but I'm not sure that we're going to know before midnight, at least.
It's defined pretty quickly, right? Compared to 2020, it could be pretty quickly. We're at 10 o'clock hour. You're right. So you see, these states thought they learned a lot of lessons in 2020. Fewer mail-in votes this time around, so they thought they'd be faster. But human things happen. You see the officials all out there watching this. Brianna made a very key point. It's so sad that we have to make it, but that these voting machines are not connected to the internet. There's all these conspiracy theories that people are hacking into voting machines. The people who count our votes, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, agnostic, they do a good job in all the states, and North Carolina is one of the best. So where are we is the question. A 213,000 vote lead, and it's what Pam just laid out and Bree just laid out. Bree is here, Brianna is here, Mecklenburg County, 10% of the population, the largest of the 100 counties in North Carolina. So we have a long way to go, right? So can the Democrat come back is the question, right? You see that healthy Donald Trump lead, so your question is, can the Democrat come back? Well, the vice president's at 65,000 votes there and a little bit of change, okay? Mecklenburg County, the winner of Mecklenburg County is going to be over 300,000, close to 400,000 votes. So we have a very long way to go in Mecklenburg County.
So the point you're making here is that Joe Biden pocketed a net of about 200,000 votes last time.
Last time, a net of about 200,000 votes. Exactly the way to do the math. And we see right now, we're waiting for a whole lot of votes, right? And so she's at 61%, and he was at 67%. If it ends up that way, Donald Trump's going to win North Carolina. But there's that giant number of votes left out. So does the vice president's percentage? Remember, the president's 67. Does she get closer to 67? Number one, and then number two, what's the raw math in the margin? Right? If Donald Trump, if she's below Biden's number, that means Donald Trump's, again, doing a little bit better. Might only be a little bit, but a little bit's a big deal in a battleground state in the suburbs. Or maybe it's with black voters in Charlotte. We'll have to see how that plays out. That's the biggest county. Pam noted Wake County is your number two. And again, here we're higher. We're at 76%. So she's at 64%. Remember, Joe Biden lost North Carolina. Only by 75,000 votes, but he lost. So you're trying to figure out how do you match that up. So you come back here. And again, not a lot, right? You see the win, turnout might be up a little bit, so maybe the winner of the county gets a little bit more than that. But you see him at 393, and more importantly, at 62% of the vote. And then you come here. So she was a little behind the president in Mecklenburg County, which is the largest. So you don't want to be behind it where the most votes are. She's a little bit ahead of the president in Wake County, and we're waiting for that out. And that's one of the challenges, right? We compare her to Biden because that's the last election. Every candidate has their own coalition. Right. And so if she's doing a little worse than him with some voters, can she make it up somewhere else? Or is Donald Trump, matching his numbers and do that? If you can look at it this way if you want. Let's just come out and bring this in here. Where is Harris overperforming Biden in the state? Right? So this will slide away in just a second. She's only overperforming Biden in the state in a very small number of counties, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? And so, does that mean she's going to lose North Carolina? No. It just means that she's, we have to wait to see those votes. And then you can flip the question. Right, how about Trump? Is Trump overperforming Trump in 2020? In a lot more places at the moment. At the moment. Key to that is in these blue areas. In Mecklenburg County, which we just noted, that's where the most votes are in the state. In the biggest of the 100 counties, population-wise, vote count-wise, is right there. And Donald Trump's overperforming his 2020 performance at the moment. Remember how many votes are still out? At the moment. He's overperforming, and he's overperforming here in the Fayetteville area. If Donald Trump overperforms in the urban areas where you have an African-American population and then the close-in suburbs, then Donald Trump's in better shape now than he was then. I just want to remind people as we close this out, though, that I said he's overperforming here at the moment. We only have 18% of the vote, so let's see if it holds up. And I said he was overperforming here at the moment. We only have 21% of the vote, so let's see if it holds up.
Again, with all the caveats you just said, that this is early, we don't know. But if that were to hold, an explanation of it can come in what we've heard from both campaigns is that Donald Trump is doing a little bit better with African Americans, especially African American men, than he did last time. And that Kamala Harris is overperforming with white suburban women, which you would have in Raleigh.
Yes, so that's what we're trying. This is why I spent 15 months traveling, right? Where is she? Where's the addition? Where can you perform better? And for Donald Trump, since he's the constant, he was on 2016 and 2020, for Donald Trump, he had two goals. Number one, keep your base. In 2020, Donald Trump got more votes than he did in 2016, almost everywhere, right? His base came out. Where he suffered was in the suburbs because there was higher Democratic turnout. So if you're Donald Trump, yes, you want to pick up as many black votes and Latino votes as you can, and you want to improve your standing in the suburbs, and that includes women. It includes women. Donald Trump spent the Republicans are ripping their hair out the last week of the campaign every day watching Donald Trump insult women. Pick your day. It was Nancy Pelosi one day. It was the Vice President of the United States every day. It was women writ large some of those days. Republican strategists were ripping their hair out because they know if Donald Trump improves his standing in the suburbs, literally by half a point, then he's the next president of the United States. And they're ripping their hair out. But as you watch through this and we go through it, we'll see how it performs out. I just want to keep checking here. 213,000 votes, but we're still here. So mathematically, you do it this way. The big question is, are there enough votes out there for the candidate who's losing to catch up?
A lot of blue.
The answer is yes, there are enough votes out there for the candidate who's losing, the vice president, to catch up. That doesn't mean she will. It doesn't mean she will. It just comes down to, as we get more votes in those places where I said Trump was overperforming, if he continues to overperform, especially in Mecklenburg County, that's good math for him. But we have a ways to go in counting. And that's just North Carolina. Let's go down to the biggest surprise. That was very tight. The Democrats have every election cycle, they say, why can't we get North Carolina? This was the big surprise when it flipped. Again, here, can we just do this for a second real quick? Let's go back. Oh, sorry, my bad. We've got to come out of this and come back here. Remember that, 204,000.
204,000.
Let's go back to 2020, right? Let's go back to 2020. Okay, I just want to show you where we were. Let's go back to the beginning. This is 9 o'clock on election night.
Okay.
244,000. So we're at 10 o'clock now. We're at 10:15. Right? So Donald Trump was ahead by 244,000 votes in 2020. The next day, or midnight, as we turned, we're 2 hours away from that, an hour and 45, he was ahead by even more. He was ahead by 372,000 votes when Tuesday turned to Wednesday in 2020. Right? And then at noon the next day, it was down to 101,000 votes because they were counting the mail-in ballots. And then it flipped to the vice president on Friday. Joe Biden flipped to him on Friday. And then on Saturday, when the election was called, it was at 7,200. And then in the end, when they were done with the count, it was the infamous 11,779. So Donald Trump has the same lead now, roughly, 10 or 20,000 votes, than he had in 2020. That does not mean Kamala Harris is going to win Georgia. It just means that she can. It just means that she can. It means that there's still math out there to do it, and we've lived through this before. 2024 will not be identical to 2020. States will count most votes faster. It's unlikely we're going to wait till Saturday. I say that with some hope as we go through this.
But look at all the blue.
Yeah,
look at all those big blue bubbles.
The question is, with Donald Trump 204,000 votes ahead, it's a healthy lead, right? Especially in a state settled by 11,000 last time. So you look at that number and you say, oh, wow, Republicans, Donald Trump's going to win Georgia. Hang on. 81%. 20% of the vote is a lot of the vote, especially when what you're looking for, the votes that are outstanding, larger the circle if you're just joining us, the more live outstanding votes, the color of the circle, the way the votes inside those circles are coming in. So, Jake, you can look at this and you could say you'd rather be Donald Trump and you'd be ahead, but there's plenty of opportunity for the vice president to make up that ground in battleground Georgia, Jake.
All right, John, and we have some projections for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Colorado. Colorado, as expected, will go Democratic with its 10 electoral votes. CNN can also project that Donald Trump will be the winner of Mississippi. As expected, Mississippi and its 6 electoral votes go to the Republican. Let's bring in the electoral map right now. Donald Trump in the lead, 178 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes, 270 electoral votes, as always, needed to win. Let's take a look at the outstanding races right now. Arizona joins the map of key race alerts. Kamala Harris has 50% of the vote. Donald Trump has 49.2% of the vote. That is a 15,478 vote lead for Kamala Harris, with 49% of the estimated vote counted. Kamala Harris in Wisconsin, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump bringing up the rear, 48.5% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 19,910 vote lead. That's with 43% of the estimated vote counted in Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead there now, 50.3% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has 48.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 58,648 lead right now with an estimated 51% of the vote in Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 204,640 vote lead. That's with 81% of the estimated vote in Georgia. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead, 51.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 47% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 43,307 vote lead. That's with an estimated 19% of the vote in battleground Michigan. In battleground North Carolina, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 46.4% of the vote. Donald Trump with 253,752 more votes as of right now than Kamala Harris. That's with 72% of the estimated vote in. In New Mexico, Kamala Harris in the lead, 50.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with 47.6% of the vote. That means Harris has an 8,592 vote lead over Trump. That's with less than a third, 31% of the estimated vote in from New Mexico, still early in New Mexico. Kamala Harris takes the lead again in Virginia with 49.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with 49% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 1,118 vote lead. That's with 68% of the estimated votes in from Virginia. John, what do you want to talk about?
We have a changing map. We can talk about it all. We'll walk through. Let's just take a quick look at Virginia and what happened there. Right, so last time I was here in Fairfax, there's what happened. Last time I was in Fairfax, it was a much lower number. Now you get a big, this is the largest county in Virginia, just a 20-minute drive from D.C. Depending on traffic, it can be a 40-minute drive from D.C., but it's a pretty 20-minute drive, at least this time of night, if we want to give it a try. And that's one of the things that happened there. You see these close-in suburbs, Alexandria, smaller, much smaller population center, Arlington.
Still, it's a very narrow lead still.
You still come out to, it's a very, very narrow lead. But again, so you're looking, this was a 10-point race for Joe Biden. So if you're seeing, even if Harris wins it, if it's closer, does that tell you you have a more competitive environment elsewhere? Or does it tell you Donald Trump's doing well in one state? You know, sometimes there's that. It has a Republican governor since the last presidential election. So you have to be careful about these things. So let's just see what's still out there. This margin's going to change. I mean, you know, there's some Republican votes down here, but there's plenty of opportunity for that tie, slight Harris lead, to turn into something else. It's the surprise of the night so far in terms of how close it is, but it just flipped blue. So let's come back in 20 minutes ago and see how we're doing. This is the most interesting one. Mr. Tapper's home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, just flipped red. Remember earlier I was saying the 3 blue wall states had stayed blue throughout the night. We're not nowhere near the end. We are nowhere near the end. We're at 51% right there. But you see that. So here we go. Battleground Pennsylvania, again, one of these.
Yeah, but he just jumped up. He wasn't. She was leading there. John, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have an update on the outstanding vote in Georgia. If you want to bring Georgia and Gwinnett County. Victor Blackwell's at the Gwinnett County Election Center in the Atlanta suburb of Lawrenceville. Victor, what are you hearing about the vote count there?
Well, Jake, I have the supervisor of elections for Gwinnett County with me now, Zach Manifold. Thank you for a few minutes here. We've been told that there is a large tranche of votes that's soon going to be reported. How many and how soon?
Yeah, we're just working with the state to go over it. We have uploaded it to the state, so they're just going through it, and it should be up here in a few minutes. So, yeah, about 320,000 advance and in person and absentee by mail. They're coming.
Okay, so 323,000, and when you say minutes, we're talking 5, 10 minutes?
I don't know. It's with the state, so they'll review it and then they'll tell us when to push those results.
And can you simplify what in the adjudication process held up these votes for hours?
Yeah, it was just the images loading slow. I'm not sure what caused that to happen. It usually isn't that slow. It was just literally kind of excruciatingly slow. But like I said, we got it resolved and moving forward and getting out those results.
This is also a problem that happened in 2020, though, was it not?
I don't know. I was not here in 2020, so I'm not sure. I know they had issues similar, but I'm not sure.
So this has now been resolved. We should not expect this to be a problem with adjudicating ballots moving forward?
No, you shouldn't see this with the election day. And we actually do have all 156 precincts, the locations, their memory cards are in the office now. So we've got everybody back. They're actually going to start running those memory cards now.
And so after those 323, it should move pretty quickly?
Yeah. We're expecting it to pick up.
All right. Zach Manifold, Supervisor of Elections here in Gwinnett County. I'll turn it back to you, Jake.
Thanks, Victor. Let's get more on Georgia from Sarah Murray, who's at the Fulton County Elections Hub outside Atlanta. Sarah, what are you hearing about the outstanding votes there?
Well, Jake, for all the flack that Fulton County gets for how it runs its elections, things have been going very smoothly and very steadily here tonight. They've had these memory cards coming in. They're uploading the day of election vote, and they're hoping in Fulton County to be able to upload all of their day of voting by 11 p.m. Now, there is another large county where things are going a little bit slower, kind of like Gwinnett, DeKalb County. I spoke to them a little bit ago. They said they don't have a number of what their overall election day count was, and they're not sure how long it's going to take for them to get through it. They're just chugging through it little by little. Now, in Cobb County, another large county here in Georgia, they said they still had less than 1,000 absentee mail-in ballots that they had to get through, and they also had about 85,000 votes. That was their day of votes that they were turning to. They, too, are hoping to be done by 11 p.m. The last county I talked to is Clayton County. They were also working through their day of voting. They had hoped to have it done by 10 p.m. It looks like they're missing that deadline a little bit, but they were definitely saying they only had a handful of precincts left, about 13 precincts when I talked to them about a half an hour ago, that they were still trying to upload the day of voting for. So things seem to be going pretty smoothly. And behind me, you get a little bit of a sense of the process. This is where the memory cards came through. They just brought them through. They check them in. Here with a police officer, they get scanned in. And then over in this glass room, we're showing you this is where these memory cards are removed. We start to see them uploaded. So that's what's happening here in Fulton County. And hopefully we'll have more for you around 11.
Erin Murray reporting on the count as you look around the Atlanta suburbs. As she's noted, she's in Fulton County, which is here. But this is where the big outstanding vote is. So let's just come back statewide first, just to put it into context. The Trump lead now 170,000 votes. It was over 200,000 not that long ago. So it has come down some as more votes come in. So let's just walk through what we just heard real quickly. Fulton County, you're at 84%, but this is the #1 population center, largest population center of the state, also a hugely Democratic area of the state. That's where we're waiting for votes. Also Gwinnett, county #2 in terms of the population, plus the other counties right around Atlanta. Any path to a Democratic victory, Jake, has to come there. So when we get more of those votes, we'll be able to at least get closer to being able to answer the question, is that lead that Donald Trump has safe, or are there enough votes out there for the vice president not only to catch up, but to pass?
All right, John, thanks so much. We have another projection. CNN can project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Ohio, as expected, will go to Donald Trump. Ohio with its 17 electoral votes. What does that mean for the electoral count map? Donald Trump has 195 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King?
Well, Jake, as we watch more of the map fill in, and this is welcome to election night, we're now at, 10:20 in the east, and we're moving across, and you see votes as far west as Montana and New Mexico and Arizona starting to come into the map. We haven't touched this one all night. Let's take a quick look out there in Arizona. I haven't said Maricopa County on an election night, and it's 10:24. That's an outrage. You see right here the Arizona stat coming in. It's very close right there. We're about half. Says 50% of the vote, so that's pretty fascinating that Arizona's getting that vote in so fast. Let's get back there in a minute. Let's move more to the east in some of the battlegrounds that we know are absolutely key to the path to 270. And an interesting development, again, it's early, we're still counting votes, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, half an hour ago, were all still blue. Now Wisconsin has flipped to red only by 8,000 votes, and we're only at 47% reporting. And so there are two ways this happens. Either Donald Trump is overperforming someplace where he hasn't before, or we're just filling in the rural counties. So let's get a look at the map and see what we have here. Number one, let's look at the live outstanding vote. All right, so you got a big blue dot here in Milwaukee, big blue dot here in Madison, some blue dots out here in the area, but a lot of red dots as well. And so Donald Trump with a very narrow lead in Wisconsin, which, welcome. Again, 2 elections in a row. It's been 20,000 votes and change, 22,000 votes, 20,000 votes. This certainly shapes up to look like we're going to have another one of those, a photo finish in Wisconsin. A lot of outstanding votes, so it's hard to make any projections or analysis except to say Wisconsin, once again, is incredibly close. So let's come back out and move over to battleground Michigan. This one here, for those of you familiar, if you watch a lot of cable television, you've seen Debbie Dingell, the Democratic Congresswoman from west of Detroit. Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor is her district. Over the weekend, she got a lot of attention for saying she was nauseously optimistic about Michigan. I was texting with her a little while ago. She says she's cautiously optimistic now, and I had to check. That's an upgrade. Cautiously optimistic is better than nauseously optimistic, according to the Congresswoman. This is her district right here. This is one of the things I highlighted earlier. Washtenaw County is the home of Ann Arbor, home of the University of Michigan, home of a campus, been there several times, where they have a remarkable voting operation, encouraging young people to vote, encouraging students who live out of state to switch their registration to Michigan so they vote in a battleground state if you're from a state that's not a battleground state. So this is very important to the Democratic coalition. 66% right now, if you round that up for the vice president, with 60% of the vote reporting, and again, 73% for Vice President Biden. If it ends up that way, that's a problem. Doesn't mean you can't make it up somewhere else, but if you're losing votes in one key county, losing percentages in one key county, you better make them up somewhere else and track below. Now, Michigan is the one state, to come back to the 2020 example, where you could argue the vice president has a little bit to lose, if you will. It's not Wisconsin, 20,000 votes. It's not Georgia, 11,000 votes. It's not Arizona, 10,000 votes. It's 154,000 votes. So if you want to argue a 2020 replay, the vice president has a little bit more to lose in a state Joe Biden won relatively comfortably when it comes to the battlegrounds. But still, if you're the vice president of the United States, you don't like the fact that Washtenaw County is so close. So now we come up to Ingham County. This is where you find Michigan State University, Lansing, the state capital. The combination of those two things, the state capital and a big university, normally says that's a Democratic area. And it is. It's at 59% if you round up for the vice president. But again, go back in time. Danger zone. 65% for the president 4 years ago. How much can she give up will become the question if you find more counties like that where she's underperforming the president of the United States. So another way to look at it is come back to 2024 and bring it up, and let's just ask that question. Is she overperforming the president anywhere? In a couple of places she is, and that's it. If you're losing in one place, the question is, can you make up the math somewhere else? So where is she overperforming at the moment? Kent County. That's Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it 15 years ago. Even in 2016, Donald Trump won this county. 15 years ago, reliably Republican, Western Michigan. You see right now with 27, Vice President at 66, you go back, you see the difference right there. But, the emphasis on the but, we're early in the count. So let's blank this out and come back out. But there are places, again, if you're losing in one key constituency, looks like at the moment she's losing with young voters in counties where those voters are important, can you make it up somewhere else? Another place I would look, because of the size of the population, the second largest county in Michigan is Oakland County. These are the Detroit, just north of, here's the Detroit right here. If you follow M&M, think about 8 Mile Road, 12 Mile Road, here's where we are. You come up into Oakland County, you come up into Macomb County. Oakland County, she's at 54% with 6 in 10 votes counted, 62%. So you go back in time and you look, 56%. Again, underperforming the President of the United States in a county that is absolutely critical. For 4 years ago, Joe Biden at 56. Right now, she's at 54. I said she had some to lose. When you go county by county by county and she's a little behind, you start to worry about the math. And then you see this, though. It's only 12%. If this one stays blue, the vice president's going to win Michigan. This is Macomb County, birthplace of the Reagan Democrat, if you will. It's the auto industry. It's General Dynamics. It's blue-collar people. It's a lot of union workers. The tug-of-war for the union leaders to try to convince their members to vote Democratic instead of voting for Trump, this is Exhibit A of the laboratory of that. Trump tends to get 50%, somewhere in that ballpark, of the union vote. We'll watch how that plays out. At the moment, again, only 12%, but the vice president is ahead at the moment. If you go back to 2020, that's why I point this out. If she's losing a little bit in Washtenaw, losing a little bit in Ingham, be nice to make it up in Macomb. Joe Biden got 45% right there. The challenge, the vice president's campaign would have been happy, I think, with a 45 there, actually, if they're doing everything else somewhere. We'll watch as that one plays out, if she can keep her lead in Macomb County. Again, here's an aberration. Donald Trump is not going to win Wayne County. We only have, 6,000 votes there, a little more than 6,000 votes when you add it up. This is Detroit, but I will say, Hamtramck and Dearborn are here in Wayne County. That's where hundreds of thousands of Arab Americans voted for Joe Biden in 2020. He won that vote overwhelmingly, and they are mad at the White House because of Israel and Gaza and Hamas. And so let's see what happens. This is 1% reporting. Wayne County will be blue at the end of the night, but the margin in Wayne County will matter, and will matter huge in deciding who wins the state. Again, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, getting 68%, Donald Trump just 30%. When we come to the end of the night, these numbers are meaningless. When we come to the end of the night, where's Harris and where's Trump? Where's Trump? Is he getting more black voters? Is he getting any of that Arab American vote? But last time I was out there, Trump's prospects weren't great. There are a lot of people saying they might vote for Jill Stein or just skip the presidential line because of their anger at the White House over that. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, at the moment, shaded red still. Again, we're not done, but for Donald Trump, that would be recreating the 2016 map. He's leading in Wisconsin. He's leading in Pennsylvania. Right now, he's trailing in Michigan, but he's getting close, right? He's getting close. So he's at 51% right now, 106,000 votes ahead in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Only at 56%, though. Only at 56% reporting, so a long way to go. So you're asking, what's missing? Again, let's just see what's outstanding. Start there. And you step back and look at that. You see there's still, the small circle means not a lot of people live there. But you see a lot of places where Donald Trump's still going to get votes, and I'll come back to that in a minute. But you see a lot of rural areas where you still have outstanding votes, right? And then at home, your eyes tell you, oh, look, Philly in the suburbs, huge. Lehigh Valley right here, Allentown. Harrisburg over here, right? Pittsburgh over there. Bigger blue circles. That tell you, you're right if you think that means there's math out there for the vice president to catch up. You're absolutely right. That means there's math out there for the vice president to catch up. But do not underestimate these. Just do not underestimate these. This is Bedford County, We're at 81%. Donald Trump's getting 83% of the vote. It's not a ton of votes, but he's getting 83% of the votes. Then you come over here. If you watch David Urban on our air, these are the counties he looks at all the time. Western Pennsylvania. This is Washington County, 72% of the vote in. Trump getting 60%. Let's compare it. Trump getting 61, he's 61%. So he's running about roughly what he did last time there. I guess you could argue whether or not he needs to improve on that or not. Beaver County, this is a key Trump country out here, 66%. See about a 10,000 vote margin. This is a medium-sized rural county, right? Some of them are a couple hundred votes. This one here, you're doing some business, again, in a state that's very close. You take 10,000 extra votes. Only 33% of the vote in here. Trump's at 66%. Almost more importantly, can she match Joe Biden? In counties you lose, can you at least be competitive? Can you at least pick up votes? She's at 33% in Beaver County. White, working class, blue-collar workers. Joe Biden at 40%. That's a big difference. That's a big margin. Again, we're not done with the count. We're not done with the count there. That's 33% of the vote. There's a long way to go. But if you're in the vice president's campaign, and you had Senator Fetterman out there for you, trying to help you. The vice president herself was out campaigning in the Pittsburgh area just the other day. You want to improve your standing there. Donald Trump's going to win those counties. You're just trying to cut into his margins in a close state. Bedrock of the Democrats will go west to east. Second largest county in Pennsylvania. There are 67 of them in all. Again, 74%, so more votes to count in Pittsburgh. Suburbs around it, Allegheny County used to be steel country, much different, diversified economy now. 61% for the vice president at the moment. You come back here, 60% for the president. So a little under the president in some of these smaller rural counties, maybe a little over the president there. We'll see how this one comes out as we come back. And Jake, as I just bring your full state into focus, I just want to move over very quickly to look at Bucks. We're only at 34%, so a lot of blue votes still to be counted. Montgomery at 6%, still a lot of votes to be counted. Chester only at 11%, and Delaware only at 25%. So in the suburbs right around where Jake Tapper grew up, they're Democratic leaning and a lot of votes still to be counted. So it's a good number for Trump now, emphasis on now.
Yeah, I mean, the points you're making are so resonant because I remember when everybody was trying to figure out how did Hillary Clinton lose Pennsylvania in 2016. It wasn't that she ran so much under how Obama had done in 2012, although she did. It was really just how much better Trump did in those rural counties than Mitt Romney did. It was more the overperformance of Trump than the underperformance of Hillary Clinton. We'll see exactly what happens tonight, of course. David Chalian, what are you seeing in the exit polling about the Latino vote?
Yeah, we wanted to look across all three blue wall states that John was just walking us through, looking at this slice of the vote, the Latino vote in the blue wall states. Now, they only make up 6% of the electorate in each of these states, but look at the difference in the margin. So Harris is getting in Pennsylvania 58% of the Latino vote, again, 6% of the electorate, to Donald Trump's 41%. That's a 17-point advantage. But 4 years ago, Biden beat Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points. So that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that gap. Similar story in Michigan. You see the Latino vote makes up a 6% of share. Sorry, not a similar story, reverse. Donald Trump is winning the Latino vote in Michigan with 60% of the vote. Harris, 35% of the vote. That's a 25% advantage for Trump among Latinos. That is a big change when Biden won Latinos in Michigan by 11 points 4 years ago. That's a 36-point swing in the margin. And if you look at Wisconsin, Harris is at 61% among Latinos, Trump at 38%. Again, 6% of the electorate. These margins matter. That is about where Biden and Trump were 4 years ago. So not a lot of change in the Latino vote in Wisconsin, but a lot of change in Michigan and Pennsylvania towards Trump, Jake.
Fascinating stuff, David Chalian. Thanks so much. And let's talk about this with my panel here. Dana Bash, your thoughts?
I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan, in particular Pennsylvania, because there has been so much focus on the Latino vote in Pennsylvania, especially the Puerto Rican population there, since the Madison Square Garden debacle. Even Donald Trump and the people around him, even though they're not saying it publicly, believe that what that comedian did was not helpful. And yet, according to this exit poll, it shows that let's stick with Trump, that Trump is doing way better than he did 4 years ago with that very population, the Latino population overall, not necessarily with Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, and let's face it, even before the garbage remark, Trump was making a very concerted effort. He thought, and obviously had reason to believe, that he could make some gains with Latinos, particularly with Latino men. I think there are economic issues that all people are facing. Also, I think cultural issues. There is a real social conservatism among Latinos. And, one of the ads that Trump and a lot of people sort of wondered about it, played, I think, more than any other, was the transgender ad. And you wonder if it did actually score with social conservatives and in winning votes for him and turning them away from Kamala Harris. Whatever the reason, you can see tremendous gains. I mean, in Michigan, it's extraordinary, just a flip.
We're also used to considering this by straight identity, where the identity that might be key here is rural. And I'd love to hear from John about where the kind of Hispanic heartland is. Where are these voters? And we're looking at the blue wall for a reason, where we're not necessarily talking about the border. You're not necessarily having this fight over your identity. You are the ideal Trump voter in that you are rural and you are more socially conservative.
You know, since Madison Square Garden, we've been talking, John King, if you're over there at the map, about two particular towns in Pennsylvania, Allentown and Reading. I believe it's Lehigh County and Berks County.
Right.
Do we have any sense of where the votes are there?
So here, this map you're looking at now just shows you there's not a very large Latino population in Pennsylvania. I'll put that into context in just a minute. But where you do see the deeper shading is where you have the higher population of Latino voters. So you see the concentration in Allentown, that's Lehigh County, and you see the concentration in the Reading area, that's Berks County. You're correct about that. I just want to come out, nationally, so you see the look. Like Pennsylvania has nowhere near the Latino population of a Florida or Texas or an Arizona, but in a battleground state, a small population can make the difference, right? So let's come off that and come back into Pennsylvania 2024. Where were they? This is the interesting part. The exit polls are taken of people as they leave the polls, right? We're still counting votes. So some of this may not have kicked in yet in the math, if you will. People say that when they leave the polls. We don't know what precincts or Allentown are in. I don't anyway out here right now. Some of our people can jump at me if they do, if they have that information. But Lehigh County, the 10th largest of the 67 counties in Pennsylvania. It's important. It's a blue-collar county. So 53 to 45 right now, only 43% of the vote. So let's watch and see when we get higher up if this percentage changes. But just come out of this and look at 2020. Right, Joe Biden, she's about matching Joe Biden. Trump's at 46. I'm going to focus on him. So you come here, he's at 45. And then Berks County here, I come down to. I spent a lot of time in Berks County in this campaign, and it's gone back to being Republican. It was blue earlier, and we're at 92%. So maybe a little bit there, Jake. We'll study a little bit more closely as we go through this.
All right, we have some projections right now. CNN can project that Iowa will go to Donald Trump as expected. Iowa and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump, CNN can project. CNN can also project that Kansas will go to Donald Trump. Kansas and its 6 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. So that's 12 additional electoral votes for Donald Trump, who now has 207 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump holding a sizable lead in the electoral vote as of now, but we are expecting more votes to drop in Democratic strongholds in key battleground states. We're also counting down to the next round of poll closings at 11 p.m. Eastern, when Democrats are expecting to claim a gold mine of electoral votes out west in California. That's all ahead. As we prepare for the next round of poll closings in about 15 minutes, let's take a look at the fight for electoral votes right now. As of right now, Donald Trump has 207 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 91 electoral votes. There are 270 needed to win. The results, of course, are still coming in, and we have a key race alert right now. In Arizona, Donald Trump is in the lead with 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a narrow 1,046 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from battleground Arizona. In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump is in the lead there with 49.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 4,004 up. That just increased. So to a 6,556 lead ahead of Kamala Harris with an estimated 55% of the vote in from Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 121,000 plus vote lead. That's with 61% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump maintaining his lead with 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 153,980 vote lead with an estimated 86% of the vote in. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 52.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a more than 102,000 vote lead. That's with 27% of the estimated vote in from battleground Michigan. In North Carolina, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He has 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump is 134,000 plus votes ahead, with 84% of the estimated vote in the Tar Heel state. In Virginia, Kamala Harris still in the lead, 49.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris is maintaining a 55,000 plus vote lead with 3/4 of the vote in there. In Virginia, 75% of the estimated vote. And then in New Mexico, Kamala Harris with 53.2% of the vote in the lead there. Donald Trump has 44.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48,589 more votes than Donald Trump right now, with an estimated 65% of the vote. Still about a third of the vote left to count in New Mexico. And Boris Sanchez has a new projection for us in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, a handful of important projections to bring you, beginning with history being made in the state of Maryland. There, the executive of Prince George's County, Democrat Angela Alsobrooks, will defeat former two-term Republican Governor Larry Hogan. She becomes the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from the state of Maryland. Another projection to bring you, this one from the state of Delaware. Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester defeats Eric Hansen, a former Walmart executive, the Democrat here becoming the first woman and the first African-American person ever elected to the Senate from Delaware. A projection to bring you in the Northeast, this time in New York. There, incumbent Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a former presidential candidate, she will win her third full term in office as she defeats former NYPD detective Mike Sapercone. Let's get you some updates on the Republican side, beginning with the Lone Star State of Texas. Going into the night, Democrats had optimism about potentially flipping this seat from red to blue instead. Republican incumbent Ted Cruz wins re-election, cruising to his third term against Democrat Colin Allred, a congressman from the Dallas area, a former Tennessee Titans middle linebacker. Cruz here winning by a substantial margin in the Lone Star State. An update now from Mississippi. There, incumbent Republican Roger Wicker wins his third full term, defeating civil rights attorney Ty Pickens. Re-election for Wicker in Mississippi. An update now from one of the reddest states in the country, Wyoming. There, incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso wins his fourth term as he defeats Scott Morrow, a union official who touts his black belt in Taekwondo on his campaign website. Barrasso reelected in Wyoming. Some more projections to bring you, beginning in Missouri. There, incumbent Republican Senator Josh Hawley, perhaps best known for being the first senator to object to certifying the 2020 election results in favor of Joe Biden. He defeats Democrat Lucas Kunz to win re-election in Missouri. Meantime, in Nebraska, this special election, Pete Ricketts, a former governor there, he defeats Preston Love Jr., a former campaign manager for Jesse Jackson's presidential campaign in 1984. This is to serve out the term left by retired Republican Senator Ben Sasse. An update from North Dakota now. There, incumbent Republican Senator Kevin Cramer wins his second term, defeating engineering professor Katrina Christensen. Cramer reelected in North Dakota. So what do all these results mean for the magic number that Republicans need to take control of the U.S. Senate? Remember, they started out the night needing 2 Democratic seats to flip the chamber. Right now, that number with a pickup in West Virginia is 1. And currently, as of this moment, Republicans are leading in 4 races where Democrats hold seats. But hold on, because that needs some context. 2 of these states are fairly early. One of them is Montana, and that race is expected to be competitive, but the other one is Minnesota, in which we're not really expecting that close of a race tonight. And there's also potentially a twist. I'll explain that in just a moment as we take a look at some key race alerts. These are live results coming into CNN right now. In Pennsylvania, this race has been back and forth all night. Look at what separates the former CEO of a hedge fund, Dave McCormick, from incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey. 0.1 percentage points, 44,000 vote lead for McCormick, with 61% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Meantime, the most expensive Senate race in the country, in history. Nearly $500 million spent on this race, and currently Colombian-born businessman Bernie Moreno leads incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown with 261,000 votes, 84% of the vote in Ohio, where now Donald Trump has won the Buckeye State 3 times in a row. And this is the twist I was talking about before. No one expected this Senate race in Nebraska would be this close. You have Dan Osborne, an independent, who has not said which party he would caucus with. In fact, saying that he would caucus with neither party. Right now, he holds a 10,000, almost 11,000 vote lead over incumbent Republican Deb Fischer, 48% of the vote in there. If he wins, it could change the math a little bit for what Republicans need to take control of the Senate. Let's step back and give you a look at the balance of power. The raw numbers: Democrats hold 35 seats, Republicans 48, again with that one pickup of West Virginia. But there are 17 seats still up for grabs. You need 51 for control of the chamber, Jake.
That Nebraska race is fascinating. The presidential race is moving west right now, and we are counting down to 11 p.m. Eastern. That's when a total of 78 electoral votes are on the line. Most of them are in California. Polling places are about to close there, and also in Idaho and Oregon and Washington State. Kamala Harris is counting on Blue California to push her closer to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. Let's go back to Abby Phillip at Harris Campaign headquarters. Abby, you and Jeff have been talking to people inside the Harris campaign. What are they telling you?
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment. So that's just, Jake, where things stand right now. Usually, and I know you know this, as the night goes on, the campaign is trying to spin these numbers as they come out. Jeff and I have been sitting here reporting for hours. There's been a slowdown in that spin because they really are digging into these numbers as they are coming in and trying to understand what's left out there for them, especially in these big urban centers. Jake?
Yeah, this is my 7th presidential election. I would observe that when campaigns go silent, that's generally not a positive sign. Caitlin Collins, you're in West Palm Beach with the Trump team. What are they saying?
Yeah, Jake, much livelier here. As you can hear, Donald Trump's favorite song, YMCA, is playing behind me. And certainly the audience here has gotten a lot livelier in just the last 45 minutes or so, Jake. We've been here for several hours, and that matches the feeling back at Mar-a-Lago, where we are hearing from Trump campaign sources that they are feeling a lot more optimistic about these numbers, boosted by Virginia, but also by Iowa, a number that proved wrong, that poll that came out on Saturday and sent shockwaves through the Trump campaign. And Kristen Holmes, I know you've been talking to sources. What are you hearing about what they're thinking right now watching this come in?
They're starting to feel even more optimistic than they were before. A lot of them are looking at those exit poll numbers, and they're seeing a lot of movement. Some of it we've talked about on our air, but the big numbers there, Latino voters. That is something that they really worked at this cycle. They believe that in 2016, Donald Trump won the election on the back of working class voters. They believe he could win the election this time around on the back of Latino voters, particularly Latino men. Now, one thing to watch, Arizona and Nevada. What do those numbers look like? He specifically, in Nevada, reached out to Latino voters. They were trying to launch their coalition for Hispanic voters in Nevada. They believe that this could actually carry him in that state, which obviously he did not win in 2020. He didn't win it in 2016, but they do believe that if he wins it in this cycle, it is because of Latino voters.
Yeah, they feel very good about him improving his standing with those voters from where he was, not only 2016, but 2020, Kristen Holmes. And Jake, I should note, a sign, as you're always just kind of looking for moments and to read the tea leaves, see what they mean. We're told that partygoers who were at Mar-a-Lago, where Donald Trump still is right now, are now filtering in here to the party at the convention center. Of course, it remains to be seen if and when Donald Trump himself shows up here, Jake.
All right, Caitlin and Kristen, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John, what can you tell us about Georgia right now?
So let's look at battleground Georgia. First, let's just look at the entire map and look at it out. There's a lot of red on that map. A lot of red on that map, and that tells you right now, with a lot of votes to be counted, This map looks a lot more like 2016 than it does like 2020. And you can know at home what happened in those two elections. But we're not done with the count, so let's look in Georgia. Right now, the former president leading in Georgia by 136,000 votes and change at 51% to 48%, 89% in. So when you get this close to the finish line, you're saying, what's left, and is it enough? Is it enough to overcome 136,000 votes? So let's start with that, and let's look at where our live outstanding votes are. The bigger the circle, the more votes still to be counted. The color of the circle, how the votes coming in that area right now. So you do see a lot of big circles in Atlanta and the suburbs, down here in Savannah and the suburban areas around that, Columbus, Georgia down here. You see some pockets of Democratic votes that are still out. They're large pockets. That's a lot of votes. And if they come in big numbers, we'll see how significantly the vice president narrows that gap. You also see a lot of these little blue dots. They're not done in the rural counties in Georgia, and that matters too. Because yes, if you get a big basket of votes in Cobb County is at 95% though, so you're not going to get a ton there. Fulton County is at 90%. It's the largest population center, so 10% can be a lot of votes because of the population center. This is the one we're waiting the most on, Gwinnett County, but they're up to 72% now. And then we'll come down here and look at DeKalb County. They're at 89% now. So we have more votes to come from in this circle of Atlanta and the suburbs around it that are blue, but we also have more votes to come from in some of these counties out here. That one's at 94, that one's at 95, that one's at 98, that one's at 92. So you got a lot of the vote in these places. So Donald Trump still has some votes to pick up in the rural areas. The question is, how big are the vice president's advantages in the Democratic areas where votes are still out? When you're down by 136,000 votes with 89% reporting, when those votes come in, not only in Atlanta suburbs, I just want to check down here in Chatham County, they're only at 36%. So again, if you're in the Harris campaign, Abby and Jeff are exactly right. They are scrubbing the books now. They're looking at their data projections. They are calling people in the states. They are trying to find out what happened here. How many people turned out? We're getting 60% of the vote at 36% counting. How many more to get? And are they all ours, or are we splitting these votes? It gets frantic in campaign headquarters at this point of the night when you're trying to figure out, is the math possible? I would say as you pull it out, yes, the math is possible, but you'd rather be Donald Trump right now in Georgia than the Vice President of the United States. So let's look at North Carolina, another of the Sun Belt states. 145,000 votes ahead. That's almost twice what Donald Trump won North Carolina by 4 years ago. 85% of the vote in. Same test. What's the outstanding vote? Again, smaller circle now in Mecklenburg. I'll go there in just a second to see. That was a little bit bigger earlier in the night. That's the largest county. Mecklenburg County is Charlotte and the suburbs around it. Out here, in the Raleigh-Durham area, still a lot of votes to be had. Fayetteville area, a lot of votes to be counted. But again, look at those little tiny dots, right? Not a lot out there, but all those little rural counties add up for Donald Trump. So let's just come out and check where we were talking about. Right here, Cumberland County, that's Fayetteville. Only 21%. So this is where, if you're the Harris campaign, when I was in those Georgia counties, they were at 75%, 80%, somewhere in that ballpark. That gets you nervous. That gets you jittery. Here, you're still jittery because you're losing, but you know there are a lot more votes out there. This is the second largest county in the state, Wake County. They're up to 82%, so you're starting to get a little nervous there. You're looking for places, that's 94%. You're looking for places that are your color, that's 95%, that are in the 60s, in the 70s, or the 30s, right? This county, it's not as much population, but at least there you have some hope. Let's look at Mecklenburg. They're at 90%. Now, again, this is where the biggest numbers come in, so that 10% can matter, but it's the only big county you have left, and the other guy has a 145,000 vote lead in a state he has won twice. So then we come up here, and that's what made Donald Trump president in 2016. He flipped the blue wall states that had voted. They have voted together since 1992. They have voted blue in every one of those elections with the exception of 2016. Right now, as we get closer into late night here, Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania by 116,000 votes, only 67%. So a ways to go there, a ways to go. The Senate race is also tight. Guess what? There we are in Pennsylvania. Then you come over here. He's leading in Wisconsin. This is a state, 2 elections in a row has been decided by ballpark 20,000 votes. Trump's lead is 26,000 votes right there. Again, battleground Wisconsin, very close. The vice president's team scratching to try to find votes. And Michigan, she's leading in Michigan, only 30% of the vote there coming in. So to me, as I look at this map, the blue wall states become paramount, Jake.
Indeed. Voting is about to end in 4 states out west. That includes the biggest prize of all, California, which has 54 of the 78 electoral votes at stake this hour. And we have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of California with those 54 electoral votes. Not unexpected. Harris will win California. CNN is also projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. So what does that mean for the electoral? Too early to call. We have Washington State with 12 electoral votes and Oregon with 8 electoral votes. Too early to call. Let's go to the electoral map right now. Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes at this hour. Kamala Harris cracks 100, now has 145 electoral votes. 270 electoral votes are needed to win. Donald Trump is 59 electoral votes away from that. Let's look at these battleground states now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6%. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5%. Donald Trump has a 2,356 vote lead with 51% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.4%. Donald Trump has a 28,576 vote lead with an estimated 59% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. He's at 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 119,411 vote lead with 68% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump still in the lead there, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 136,328 vote lead. That is with 88% of the estimated vote in from the state of Georgia. In North Carolina, another battleground where Donald Trump leads, 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8% of the vote. Donald Trump has a 145,388 vote lead over Kamala Harris right now with an estimated 85% of the vote in from the Tar Heel state. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris in the lead. She has 51.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has 46.9%. Kamala Harris is 74,838 votes ahead of Donald Trump, but that's less than a third of the vote counted there. 30% of the estimated vote in from the state of Michigan. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris in the lead there still, but narrowly so, 50.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 73,375 vote lead. That is with 78% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Mexico, Harris leads there too, 52.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.5% of the vote. That is with an estimated 69% of the vote in. Harris with a roughly 43,000 vote lead. Let's go now to Abby Phillip, who is at Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C., at the campus of Howard University. Abby, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything?
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours, and my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing. The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race that they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because the margins are so small. And just reading from that memo, should we have known all along our clearest path to 270 was through the blue wall states? And again, they point out the cities we were talking about, Milwaukee, Detroit, and of course Philadelphia. Abby, a central question hanging over all of this, and indeed the crowd here waiting behind us, is Vice President Harris going to address the crowd? That is a possibility. We will see in the coming days as we hear some helicopters overhead here. We will see. But the bottom line is they know this is a close race. This is going to be not resolved tonight in their eyes.
Yeah, Jeff, this is a critical moment, I think, for the Harris campaign to show where they get to 270. And Jake, it looks like they are not foreclosing really on anything in the map right now that is not called. They're still waiting for the polls to close in parts of the Sun Belt, for those results to come trickling in. But again, it's the blue wall again. It is it's Pennsylvania, it is Wisconsin, and it is Michigan, where the best chances are for Harris to get to that 270 that she needs to become president of the United States.
All right, Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John, explain the theory of the case for the Harris campaign right now, if you would.
Right, and you heard Jeff and Abby emphasizing, even the campaign saying essentially they don't rule out any other possibilities, but we're really banking on the blue wall. Well, at the moment as we speak, 2 of the 3 blue wall states, that's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, 2 of the 3 are red. We're not done, but 2 of the 3 are red. Why is that significant? Well, let's look at the Sun Belt states. And again, Harris campaign is not ruling this out, but you show this here. Donald Trump, 142,000 votes ahead in North Carolina. I can show you the live outstanding votes. And when I show you the live outstanding votes, you will see some pretty big circles in the blue areas, large metropolitan areas and suburban areas where the Democrats do quite well. I just want to say, at 85% reporting statewide and 142,000 vote lead, is it mathematically possible? Are enough votes out there? Yes. When you get to this point in an election in a state Donald Trump won twice, you start to think, okay, this looks like it did in 2016 and in 2020. It looks more like 2016 than it did in 2020, to be honest with you. But you look at it, and if you're in the Harris campaign, you're calling all these counties, and you're trying to figure out, how many votes are out and what percentage are we getting. But if you're looking at the North Carolina map, I'd rather be Donald Trump than the Vice President of the United States right now. So then you bring up the Georgia map. And again, this one, I'll say this again, I'm a broken record. 2024 is not 2020. There's not as many mail-in ballots. We won't have as many large percentages of Democratic votes coming in the days after. But Donald Trump was ahead by more than 200,000 votes at this point 4 years ago. So let's just be cautious for the sake of being cautious. And yet, at the same time, I just said that, I want to tell you he's 136,000 votes ahead in a state that was decided by 11,000 votes last cycle. 88% of the vote is in. So where is the live outstanding vote? Live outstanding vote. This is where in the Harris campaign, you're just hoping that overnight these Democratic areas report not just their votes, but a lot of votes. You're hoping turnout exceeds your expectations. So you see down here in the Savannah area, this is where the races are won or lost for Democrats, Atlanta and the suburbs around it. So let's come out of that map. And again, here's the key point. Fulton County, 90% of the vote is in. Yes, she's getting 72% of the vote. Just want to check, compare that. It's a little below where President Biden was, but it's close. But remember, he won the state by 11,000 votes, so she can't really afford to be below him anywhere, or not by much anyway. You move over to Cobb County, 91% in. This is a big suburban county, right? So 91%, you have some change to make up there. She's at 57% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 56, so she's running equal, maybe a little bit ahead there. So let's come over to DeKalb County here. Let's come up to 2024 and see what's left. 11% left. Again, large, very Democratic area. You see the 81% there just to the east of Atlanta. Let's just check 2020. Biden getting 83. 81, 83. You might think at home that's not that big of a difference. In a race that's very close, yes, it can be a big difference. So we have to watch at the moment. Let's do it this way. Come back to 2024, and let's just pop in this and see where's Harris underperforming. Where is Harris underperforming Joe Biden? In a state Joe Biden won by 11,000 votes, you can't really underperform. And she's underperforming in 28 of the 159 counties, right? So we have more votes to be counted. We're not done yet. This is not a final glimpse. But you see out in these rural areas, this is part of the secret of Joe Biden's win in 2020. He got his butt kicked by Donald Trump in these small rural counties, but he did better than Hillary Clinton. Blue-collar workers, rural workers, people who work with their hands, Joe Biden did just a little bit better. And in a state decided by 11,000 votes, that can matter. So again, you asked me about the map. We're not done. We're going to count. The Harris campaign will update us. They go to their counties. We have people on the ground asking the people, our vote desk with Pam Brown, what votes are still outstanding. But if you look at this map right now, I want to switch. Well, let's just check real quickly where we are in Wisconsin. 61%. I want to check Milwaukee. This is where, okay, only a 53% in Milwaukee. Black turnout in Milwaukee better be huge in the uncounted vote for the vice president to catch up. I talked to a Democrat out there earlier who said it was good. They didn't say it was great. They said it was good. And I asked if it was great, and they said it was good. So we'll see how that plays out. Dane County, 74%. We're at 91%. Again, not to be a broken record, 75%. A percentage point can matter, underperforming by just a little bit. And so she's losing in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 32%, so we got a long way to go in battleground Michigan. We'll come back out here, and this one is the biggest. I'm going to show you why in just a second. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we've been saying it for weeks. 19 electoral votes, the largest of the battleground states out there. 72% in, 178,000 vote lead. That's a healthy lead. Now again, let's look. Let's look. There's a lot of votes. This is what happened. Remember 2020. Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes, mainly in Philadelphia, but also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now, but we shall see as we come out. And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want, one little quirky thing. Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance, if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history and when you look at the numbers tonight. Excuse me. If that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states. But in terms of the path to 270, if he holds those leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, she cannot afford to lose that. Just cannot. And at the moment, as we switch maps, please jump in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in Kate Baldwin, who is at a vote counting center in the best city in the world, Philadelphia. Kate, what are you learning?
It's the only area where you're allowed to be biased. We've just learned, as John was focusing in on the outstanding mail-in ballots. That is something that we have all been waiting for. I have just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mail ballots that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m., that will be tens of thousands of ballots. They're still working through it, so narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue working with it, but it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots that will be posted at 11:55, just before midnight, adding to which was the first batch, which ended up being 115,000 mail ballots, which is just narrowing the universe of what's outstanding, getting us closer and closer to, as John has been talking about, once you get that 50% of the 50% of the vote in, then you can really start seeing where things are headed. And what we're seeing in Philadelphia, they're not yet at 50%. They're getting closer to it. And these mail-in ballots, when they post at 11:55, will get them quite a bit more there.
All right, Kate,
Jake.
thanks so much. Let's go to the other side of the Commonwealth. Brian Todd's at a vote counting center outside Pittsburgh. Brian, what's the status of the vote there?
Jake, the bottom line is we're heading to the finish line very quickly here in Allegheny County. I'm with David Voy, the election divisions manager of the county. David, it's going to be counted all pretty soon. By midnight, about how much of the vote do you think will be in?
So I believe we're roughly 98% now that are reported. I believe by midnight, we're at 89% reported. I believe by midnight we should be around 98.
And to clarify, just about all the mail-ins have been reported by now.
All the mail-ins that we have will be counted and tabulated this evening. The only thing that it will not be are any military or overseas ballots, which they have an extra week to return their ballots, and they'll be scanned in later.
And an illustration is right behind us of the votes coming in. Explain to our viewers what these are and where they're going to be put.
So these yellow bags are the physical paper ballots that voters have voted. They're put in these bags and sealed and locked. The seal numbers are traced for chain of custody, and they will be locked up and kept here.
Just how smoothly has it gone? Because we've heard that it's gone incredibly smoothly here in Allegheny.
So this crew that works here on Election Day, they've gotten really good at this since 2020. I mean, we posted our first batch of approximately 186,000 mail-in ballots by 8:02. And by law in PA, we're not allowed to post any results before 8 o'clock.
Is there anything we can look to be outstanding after midnight tonight?
Just the provisional ballots, which we are sworn in on Friday to start our return board. That is our recount. That's when we'll start researching those provisionals, see how many we have, and start counting those. And again, like I said, the overseas and military ballots, this will count and get into the system next week.
Any sense of how many of those there are?
Less than 4,000 total.
David, thank you very much. Great update. All right, guys, back to you. Allegheny County, close to the finish line here.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. Let's get more on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with Pamela Brown, who's at the voting desk. Pamela, take us through what is left to be counted, what's outstanding.
Well, it's a big question what's going on in the collar counties around Philadelphia. These are the blue-leaning collar counties that the Harris campaign has been trying to drive up turnout. That's Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery counties where results have been slowly coming in. So I just spoke to an official in Chester County. An official there tells me that they just released a large batch of mail-in ballots. So that release was 60,673. And by 1 a.m., I'm told they'll see more results from the precincts of today's in-person votes. You have to remember they have to take the memory card, drive it in. It's a large county. Now, total ballots counted so far, like this is the universe, right, is 151,950. And then I should note the ballots cast in person today there in this key collar county is 91,277 per this official. Let's go over to Bucks County. This is another critical collar county, as John King has been talking about all night. I'm told results will trickle in as these data cards are being driven from the polling places. An official I was just in touch with, texting with there in Bucks, says so far over 90,000 mail-in ballots are accounted for in the results out of a possible total of 151,000. And I also want to note this, that the state will be required to report the outstanding early votes by midnight. So we should get a clearer picture soon there in this critical battleground Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Back to you.
All right, fascinating. And she was just talking about Bucks County. Walk us through Bucks County. This is where Harris had a couple big events there, including that one with Liz Cheney, really making a play for Republican women, especially in Bucks County.
And for Haley voters. Nikki Haley got 155,000 votes in the Pennsylvania primary long after she was out of the race, so that was one piece of the competition. Two things to say about this. Number one, it's only half the vote. So if you just think we have about 200,000 more votes, right? This is 51%. It's 103 to 102. So you got roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks County is the most competitive of the collar counties. She's at 50%, the vice president, if you round up. Again, President Biden was at 52 if you round him up. You say that's not a huge difference, but Jake, you know the Commonwealth very well. In the competitive swing counties, a half a point or a point can matter, and right now that number is not good for the vice president.
Indeed. And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN projects that the state of Oregon will go to Kamala Harris. As expected, Oregon, with its 8 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the electoral map. Right now, Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's take a look at the key races now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a roughly 3,000 vote lead. That's with 51% of the estimated vote in from the state of Arizona. In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump maintaining his lead. 50.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 50,000 vote lead right now with 63% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with more than 165,000 more votes than Kamala Harris, with more than 76% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 48.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 131,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got 10% to go there in Georgia, but Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina, another battleground, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 138,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris with an estimated 87% of the vote in. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris is in the lead, 50.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Harris has a more than 40,000 vote lead over Donald Trump with 1/3, 33% of the vote in there. John King?
So, Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania again. Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. And that was one of the things that helped him, is because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scrappy kid from Scranton. So where are we now in 2024? I was just looking here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born, Scranton, Pennsylvania. You say, well, the vice president's winning it with 51%, but Donald Trump's at 48, right? So again, in a close battleground state, margins within some of these counties can matter. She's at 51. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, was at 54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there, you say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? You know, but if you're trying now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when you're losing ground in each of these counties, it hurts. And so let's just come over here. This is Luzerne County. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania. Harris getting 42%, 43 if you want to round that up. Trump at 57. Again, 43 for the vice president, 42. So there she's competing, not so bad. There. So you're just looking for the pieces as you come through. Carbon County, 65 for Trump. 4 years ago, 72% for Trump now. That's white workers, blue-collar workers, high school educated workers. Want to check back in here. Lehigh County, vice president getting 52%. There's a little bit out here. Again, you're looking for population centers now. This is the 10th largest of the 67 counties. If you're the Harris campaign, you're looking at population centers trying to say what's left in the places where there are a lot of people. Modest amount of people in Lehigh Valley, but you see it right there. At 52, just want to come back. Joe Biden's at 53. You see the pattern that continues, right? You know, I was saying Donald Trump has to improve his standing a point or two in the suburbs. She has to match Joe Biden in these close battleground states. And in a place that matter, blue-collar Pennsylvania, you don't see it right now. Some votes still to be counted. Maybe she makes it up. But so then the other point is, if you're losing places, can you make it up, right? If you're losing in one piece of the state, can you make it up somewhere else? Look at Delaware County. She's getting 60% of the vote, right? So it's only 70% counted. She's getting 60. Biden got 63, even in Delaware County, which is strongly Democratic. That was my last stop on the all over the map tour there. Again, there's time, right? There's 70% of the vote to come, but look at this, right? If you've got 70%, the most you're going to make up, if the percentages stay the same, you're going to make up somewhere in the ballpark of 15 or 20,000 votes, right? That's great. You're making up 15, 20,000 votes. His lead is 178,000 votes. So you're looking for places where you can make up a ton, which is why, to circle back to your hometown, what Kate Baldwin just told us is absolutely essential. It was Saturday morning in 2020 when that last installment from Philadelphia came in. The next installment will not be the last installment from Philadelphia, but she said tens and tens of thousands of votes, right? The Vice President of the United States is getting 77% of the vote right now in Philadelphia. They're approaching 70% reporting. All right, you come back in time, the President of the United States was getting over 81% in Philadelphia. Again, this is your biggest basket of votes. The Democratic coalition, this is the foundation. There's no house for Democrats without the foundation of Philadelphia. At the moment, she is underperforming the President of the United States, and she has to make up 178,000 votes. The math there is pretty clear. It's not mission impossible, but the more you get deeper into the count, the question is, after this next big batch of votes from Philadelphia, does it become mission improbable? I think is what you're looking for as we wait for more votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And again, Trump wins Pennsylvania, the map gets near impossible. Not impossible, but near impossible.
There have been stories written a week or two ago about Democrats in Philadelphia sounding the alarm and basically using the press to send the message to the Harris campaign that they didn't think that the Harris campaign was listening to Philadelphia Democrats enough about the need to improve the margins. And just, Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020, but he improved his vote count in Philly from 2016 to 2020, and it looks like he's doing that again tonight, even while improving his margins in the collar counties as opposed to what happened 4 years ago.
Well, we don't have the raw numbers yet, obviously, because we're at 70%, but he's at 22 if you round that up, 117,000 votes. Let's just go back and look. He's certainly on track to. If he keeps the percentage he's at now, right? He's at 18% there, and he had 132,000 votes. He's at 117,000 votes, and we still got 30% to come in. So it sure looks like he's overperforming 2020. We're not done yet, but it sure looks like that. And then so the analysis afterwards will be, who is it? Is it black voters in Philadelphia? There are some suburban areas outside of Philadelphia there. There are some affluent white voters there as well. But that will be the analysis afterwards. The thing that strikes me is we're going through these states. The thing you heard in the last week from the Harris people is that we're on the ground. Our labor allies are on the ground. Our progressive groups are on the ground. Our LGBTQ groups are on the ground. We're knocking on doors, and we don't see the Trump people anywhere. Right? Trump did sort of contract out his get out the vote. I was in 7 or 8 of these battleground states in the last couple of weeks. We didn't see many Trump people out there at all, just doing phone banks. But what happened in 2016 is Trump's support was organic. It was organic. And so, you know, the Trump campaign says, you know, texts and phone calls work to turn out voters. Democrats think it's knocking on the doors. If this map holds up, that's going to be a big conversation about motivating and turning out voters in this technology age. What works best? What kind of contact works best? Or, you know, the vice president's campaign, well, they say she only had 110 days. She didn't have enough time to introduce herself. Or, you know, that part, we're not done yet. But that's what's going to happen. You know, if that happens, is who the finger pointing in the Democratic Party. We're not there yet. But as you watch this map fill in, another thing that is distinctive at the moment, we're not done yet. In 2 presidential elections, Donald Trump has lost the popular vote both times. At the moment, he's 5.1 million votes ahead. We're just starting to count in our most populous state. So there's a long way to go, and that could change. That could change. But that would be a trophy, if Donald Trump wins this election, that would be a trophy he would very much like to claim after losing the popular vote in 2 elections in a row.
And you also know there are people in the senior echelons of the Trump campaign who say that they still do direct mail because there's said seniors, you can't reach seniors through texting and emails, that the way to reach them is with direct mail, which a lot of people in politics today laugh off. But guess who votes more than young people? Seniors. Sarah Seidner, let's go to Wisconsin if you can, because I want to bring in Sarah Seidner, who's at a vote counting center in Milwaukee right now with 66% of the vote in. Donald Trump is in the lead there with 50.6% in Wisconsin in general. Kamala Harris with 47.8%. Donald Trump right now in the lead by almost 60,000 votes. Sarah, you have officials with you who can tell us about the outstanding vote in Wisconsin. Still about 1/3 of the state's vote is outstanding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we just heard a big cheer go up here in Milwaukee at the central count, as they call it, because all the wards have finally reported. So they are counting these ballots as fast as they can. They do believe that they're going to be able to give some kind of idea of this count after midnight. It will not take the extra 2 or 3 hours they thought it might because of that problem with what happened with the tabulators, which, by the way, are right behind me, one of them. All 13 of them, there was an issue. A door was not locked, and so they, out of an abundance of caution, decided that they were going to rerun through the absentee ballots, 30,000 of them, but they've been able to do that, and now they're about 80,000 of 108, 325,000 that have already been processed. All right, with me now, we have Patricia Ruiz-Cantu and Douglas Haig, Republican, Democrat. Both of them are on the Milwaukee Election Commission. First of all, how are things going, and do you think we're going to find out something soon?
We will. I think things are going really well, even though we had a little hiccup. But, you know, as we united, all the workers and the parties, I think that it's extremely important that we were in the same page and that we had an agreement and everything is going well.
What did you make of this? I know Ron Johnson came out, a Republican, and was very, upset with all of this and was sort of making hay about it. What were your thoughts on what happened with these machines?
Well, there was a human error in part of it. So when it was caught, we just simply did a rerun on the with the processing of the tabulators, and even probably some of the tabulators should have seen it, but it was caught by one of the observers who brought it to the executive director's attention, and it was acted upon immediately. We took care of it, and yes, we anticipated a much further delay than we are, but I think we're right on schedule where we anticipate to be earlier. And true, if you can see around and look at the poll workers at work, we both have Democrats and Republicans working side by side, and many of them have been doing this for many years, and they've become very efficient about it, and they're with their integrity from each group. So I think we're going to be getting those numbers fairly soon. I don't want to say as early as we would like, but I think it's going to be earlier than what we thought before we had the hiccup, so to speak.
Just to both of you, what do you think of this, the number of voters? Are you seeing the numbers larger than in 2020, and what are you seeing now?
I Actually, I'm not seeing as large as I thought before. But I was doing, most of us were going out to the polls earlier too. The polls were a steady, nice flow. What I did see is a high volume of same-day registrations. That was seen to be a much more increase at all the polling sites, and not just one geographical area, whether it be whatever demographics, but it was all over that was encompassed. And I talked to each chief inspector, and that is the area that I saw a much increase in the participation of same-day registration.
Same-day registration. We saw that also in Cedarburg today. A lot of people coming and registering and voting. Thank you both so much. We should just make very clear, you heard it here from a Republican and a Democrat who are election commissioners, that there was an agreement. This is going to be a free and fair election here in Milwaukee. People are watching every single bit of this and agreeing that things are going as smoothly as possible after that hiccup earlier today.
All right, Sarah Seidner in Milwaukee, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at Milwaukee and Wisconsin at large. Donald Trump in the lead with 66% of the vote in the state in general. Tell me about the WOW counties, if you could.
So you're right around Milwaukee, or the WOWs. Let me get to them in just a second. I just want to, interesting. Number one, we've learned about Senator Johnson in recent years. He likes to put out press releases before he knows what the facts are. Sorry, it just happens to be true, especially about voting integrity. That's how it's supposed to work. A Democrat and a Republican standing side by side, Democrats and Republicans throughout the room, they're fine. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They had a human error. We're all human, and they're fixing it. Right? That's how it works. Sometimes it means you wait a little while, but you have people in the room, eyeballs, both parties, eyeballs on everything. Yep. Everything's going to be fine. But the point Mr. Hague made at the end is instructive to me in the sense that if you come to here, you're down, you're the vice president, you're losing by just shy of 60,000 votes. This is the number one county. It is 17%, 17% of the state population. You're getting 66%, so you say, okay, there's still 40% of the vote to come in. But Mr. Hague just made a point. He said he didn't think turnout was great. Well, let's see what these final numbers are, because if you look at that number right there and look at 176,000, right? When Joe Biden carried Wisconsin 4 years ago, he said 317,000, and it's 69% of the vote, right? So 317,000 and 69% of the vote. She's at 66% of the vote. And the raw math, right? You need the higher percentage, but you need that raw math to overcome what is happening in all this red, right? Especially, one more check and I'll get you to your wows. Dane County is 95% in, right? This is Madison. This is the University of Wisconsin. Young voters, college area, tends to be more liberal. 74% for her, 242,000. Again. Biden's number's higher, and the math is higher. That's what happens in battle. That's how you win or lose battleground states.
Get out the vote and get out the vote and
in the right
with a higher percentage.
Right.
Yeah.
And so in a place, the state won by 20,000 votes. You saw the margin even just right there. So let's go to the wows. You're going to go to Waukesha County. It was just here recently, right? This is a place the Harris campaign was hoping, hey, women, you don't have to tell your husband who you're going to vote for. If you believe in reproductive freedom in a conservative county, vote Harris. Just don't tell your husband about it. This is one of the places they thought the Dobbs decision, reproductive freedom, abortion rights, would help them cut into the margins. Well, they're at 91%. We'll see. But 40% is her number if you round that up. We'll go back in time. It's a tiny bit, but it's not a significant jump from where the president was 4 years ago. And Trump's at 60% if you round up then. He's at 59. So a little bit, maybe a tiny inroads there for her. So you're moving around up here. You go up to Washington County. This is a big 70% of the vote here for Trump. Let's just double check it and come back.
He improved.
Up a little bit. He improved a little bit. And then you come over here to the O. I did wow backwards for you there. I put the O at the end. Yeah. But you come over to Ozaki here, and the former president is at 55% of the vote in 2020, and he's at 56, roughly the same, but a little bit, So Trump is not underperforming. It's maybe within the margins, but when you see that well behind where President Biden was, and now you're waiting on this. I mean, there are some other small things. Let's take a look and see what else is out there. But as you can see, the biggest thing is here, and some of these votes up in here, if you're in the Trump campaign, we're talking about, can she come back? But if you're in the Trump campaign, you're also saying, do we have a cushion? Is there more coming in for us? And the answer is yes.
They got all that Green Bay vote.
The answer is yes when you look up there. So the next thing we learned from Milwaukee is how many votes, what is her percentage, how does it affect the statewide math, and then how much is left? Yeah. How much is left? In your biggest area, you have to turn them out. Because then, again, I just want to come up here and look at this. Again, Brown County, this is Green Bay, blue-collar workers. Trump's getting 61, the vice president's getting 37 or 38 if you want to round that up. That matters.
Oh my God,
that matters.
He almost shot almost 10 points. Right. 9 points.
Right. In a battleground state, he's up and she's down in a place where, you know, if you're the Harris campaign, the Biden campaign, you know you're not going to win here. You know you're not going to win here. But if you make it that race, if you make it that close instead of that close, you get a better result. Period. It's simple math.
Let's go on to the third of the blue wall states, Michigan. Jim Sciutto is at a vote counting center in Detroit. And Jim, you have an update on the vote in Wayne County. Tell us.
Well, let me tell you, we've been in touch with the Secretary of State's office really every few minutes here, trying to figure out when we're going to get another batch of Detroit, and of course, the surrounding Wayne County votes. And we're told very soon. They won't put a figure on very soon, but very soon. We know they're working hard, calculating those numbers, counting those votes, and that there have been no issues. They're not encountering any issues with machines, etc. This is just a process of getting the work done. We've also been in touch with Macomb County, where we were outside of Detroit earlier today. They are also expecting, they say, another batch of votes to be reported quite soon. And here where we are in Detroit, this is the location where they've been counting the absentee ballots. Just in the last hour, another 2,500 or so absentee ballots came in. That brings us pretty much to the end of the 100,000 that they've expected. At some point in the next hour, we'll see another U-Haul truck come in with the remaining absentee ballots that they've collected from drop boxes around the city here, and they've been counting as they've been going. Remember, because they started counting last Monday, they didn't have to wait till Election Day, so those numbers will be done soon. I will say the Secretary of State told me earlier this evening that she's moving up her expectation that by midday tomorrow they could report final unofficial results, saying she believes they might be able to do that tonight, perhaps after midnight in the next couple of hours, but of course they'll have to get those Wayne County numbers done first. And I should note, the Secretary of State just walked in here to monitor the counting of those absentee ballots, as she's been doing at precincts around the state.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you so much. Jim Sciutto in Detroit. I mean, John, it's 2024. They only have 16% reported in Wayne County, home of Detroit.
One of the things you look for in life are consistency.
Death taxes, Wayne County comes in late.
Wayne County, Gary, Indiana, yeah, they're consistent. This is my 10th presidential election, and it's the 10th time you've been counting late in the night, and you're saying, hello, Detroit, hello? Yeah. It's the way it is. But, you see the Secretary of State's there, Jim is there. Again, that's nothing nefarious. It's just inefficiency, to your point about that we live in the technological age. And Jim just said, they changed the law in Michigan so you could count some of the early votes, beforehand, and then release them after the polls close. So it adds to the why. But right now, let's focus on the what, which is an 86,000 vote, almost 87,000 vote lead for the former president, again, in one of the states he flipped in. I just want to pull that out to make sure I'm right. Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh, wait, that changed while we were talking.
That changed while we were talking.
She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead. Right now, not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all three blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada. We're not done with the count.
But this is right now the map of 2016.
That is the map of 2016, and that is the 5-alarm fire inside the Harris campaign to get on the phone. Again, we're not done, and we lived through 2020. And I want to say it again, slowly and clearly. 2020, this time of night, there were states that changed, and they were largely, Pennsylvania changed. Trump was ahead. In Georgia, things have changed. There's not as many mail ballots out there as in 2020, so I would not expect as dramatic a swing. The question then becomes, go state by state, county by county, is the math there? And, I'm trying to be fair and trying to be, it's possible, it's possible. When you're leading in all of them and you're Trump, that's what you're sitting in the headquarters. So maybe they're not going to win them all, right? Maybe they're not going to win them all, but they're leading in all of them right now. And so let's just look at what happened here and come on in. Number one, it's the smaller rural counties. When they fill in, again, you say, that's not a lot of votes. Well, that's a lot of votes when you have it there, and then you have it here, and then you have it again here. You're getting 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 in all these little counties. 120 votes there. That's only 5% reporting. You say, that's not much. It's a lot when you think you're going through a state and you have all these counties. And then the question is, so what are the Democratic margins, right? You've got 83 counties in the state of Michigan. So 56%, we're about halfway through in Kent County. It's the Grand Rapids suburbs, and she's running a little bit ahead of the president there. But, Jake, the big question in Michigan is, when do those Wayne County votes come in, and what do they do to the statewide total?
All right, John. Well, CNN has a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7 battleground states that we're keeping an eye on, and we are calling it for Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump now has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed to the win. Let's go to Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, CNN is now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. This is the first of 7 battleground states that the campaign is watching with eagle eyes.
Yeah, Jake, remember when I told you a few hours ago that it was going to be seen as a gut check for the Trump campaign? Listen here, it's a bit of a delay, but your call is playing right now over the loudspeakers in the room, Jake. You can hear the party here, the partygoers gathered at the convention center here in West Palm Beach cheering as your call is coming on the screen. They have been glued to CNN for the last several moments, watching John King at the map, going over each of these numbers. But North Carolina is an important benchmark for the Trump campaign because they were watching it to get a gut check for how they believed the rest of the evening could go. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing from Trump campaign sources is they are increasingly confident as the night is going on. Still not certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin, and as this is moving forward. Jake, I will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was watching the results come in with his constituents back in Shreveport. He is now headed here tonight because he is predicting a bigger Republican margin in the House, a Republican takeover of the Senate, and he says he believes a Republican is going to win the White House, therefore Donald Trump, Jake. Obviously, still waiting to see, but a noticeable shift here in the mood at the Trump headquarters.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach at Trump HQ. Thank you so much. So, the first of the 7 battleground states to fall, CNN projecting North Carolina for Donald Trump.
This was the most probable pickup for Kamala Harris, if that was the world in which we were living. That is why Donald Trump went down there multiple times in the last 24, 48 hours of the campaign. And it clearly did not happen for Kamala Harris. And Trump, he's telling his people, I'm told, and just like we heard from Caitlin, that this is something that portends well for the future. We don't know what it means for the other states, but what we do know is it's even more evidence that that blue wall is the path for Kamala Harris.
And that path is just more and more narrow, I think we're seeing as the night goes on. But also, so many people thought that perhaps this would be an election that in tenor and tone would be closer to the midterms, a big conversation about abortion. That is not where it's going. It seems like you're seeing that male turnout is starting to produce what the campaign wanted.
You know, I think a lot of us came into tonight wondering, was it going to feel more like 2016 or 2020? And 4 years ago, I was at Fox, and at almost exactly this moment, at 11:20 p.m., we made the very controversial call. They made the very controversial call of Arizona. And that changed the whole feeling. And that's one of the reasons the Trump campaign was so furious about that call, because it was the first flip and the first indication that maybe it was going to be different than 2016. Right now, and look, there's a lot of voting and states to be called, but right at this moment, this does feel more like 2016 than 2020. No question about it.
It is interesting, and yeah, and the fact that we're calling it at this point is also significant, because I don't think North Carolina was called last time 4 years ago until maybe a week after the election, or it was certainly after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania came on Saturday. I think North Carolina was Sunday or Monday. The fact that we are making this call now suggests that there's a bigger gap than there was last time. And Donald Trump won it last time by something like 75,000 votes.
Generally speaking, he is overperforming what he did in 2020, and she is underperforming what Joe Biden did in 2020. And that ends up what was a narrow edge for Biden is at this point, we have to condition it, a narrow defeat for Harris.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this and we'll do more at the wall, is you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that she would have a better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that
couldn't.
Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day. I mean, we were talking earlier about whether or not the sort of women and the idea of this being the first post-Roe presidential campaign was going to supersede how people felt when they were buying eggs and milk. And certainly North Carolina and other places that we are seeing start to formulate in these other states, the answer is no.
You know, we have talked about it all night, and we've disagreed to a certain degree about the right track, wrong track, and it was 27% right track, 60-something% wrong track. You know, maybe part of that is dissatisfaction with Trump. Maybe some of that is dissatisfaction with the abortion overturn. But in terms of what people live every day, it's the economy, it's the price of eggs, it's the fear of inflation, which with the spread of illegal immigrants north is now being felt as an issue, not just on the border, but in northern states as well.
Yeah, and Jake, I'm going to be interested to figure out and to find out, once we get all the details, how much success the Trump campaign had in increasing their share of the mail vote. They worked really hard at that.
Yeah, very interesting. Let's bring you a key race alert and get you up to speed on where we are in all the states that we have not called. In battleground Pennsylvania, Donald Trump with 51.3%, Kamala Harris 47.6%. Donald Trump more than 212,000 votes ahead, with 82% of the estimated vote in from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.2%, Kamala Harris at 47%, Donald Trump at 98,014 votes ahead of Kamala Harris, with 41% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead, 50.7% to Harris's 47.7%. Donald Trump with a 68,000-plus vote lead over Harris, with 71% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump up 50.8% to Harris's 48.3%. Donald Trump with 128,582 more votes than Kamala Harris, with 92% of the estimated vote counted in the state of Georgia. In the state of Arizona, another battleground, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.8% to Harris's 49.3%. Donald Trump with a 7,588 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with more than half, 52% of the estimated vote in. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead, 73%. Kamala Harris with 26.2%. Donald Trump with a 10,985 vote lead over Harris. That's with only 2% of the vote in from from Nevada, only 2%. Boris Sanchez now has some new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate.
Jake, a major moment for Republicans. They have just flipped. They are expected to flip their second Democratic seat of the night, this one coming in Ohio. There, Republican Bernie Moreno defeating incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown. Moreno, the owner of some luxury car dealerships who invested early in blockchain technology, fought to attach Brown to the Biden administration more broadly, specifically on issues like immigration. Sherrod Brown, a populist who had survived some difficult tests in his state before, cannot overcome the political headwinds he is facing. Donald Trump has now won Ohio 3 elections in a row, and it's simply too much for the incumbent Democrat to overcome. So we are projecting that Bernie Moreno is your new junior senator from the Buckeye State. Meantime, 4 Democratic holds. The first one, a historic one in New Jersey. There, Congressman Andy Kim is set to become the first Korean American ever to serve in the U.S. Senate. He defeats real estate tycoon Curtis Bashaw. Meantime, in Virginia, there, incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine, a former vice presidential candidate, he's projected to defeat Hung Cao, a former Navy captain. Another Democratic hold to tell you about this one, Martin Heinrich, the incumbent senator there seeking his third term. He defeats Nella Dominici, whose father was the last Republican senator elected in New Mexico some 20 years ago. Another Democratic hold to project for you, this one coming in the state of Washington. There, Democratic incumbent Senator Maria Cantwell wins her fifth term as she defeats Raul Garcia, an ER doctor. Now, what does that pickup in Ohio mean for the magic number? We started out the night with Republicans needing to pick up 2 Democratic seats to take control of the chamber. With West Virginia and Ohio, they have hit 2, and now they're seeking to pad those numbers. Currently, as we speak, Republicans are leading in 4 seats currently held by Democrats. Let's get you an update on where those are right now with some key race alerts. These are live results coming into CNN. We start with the state of Wisconsin. There, the CEO of California-based SunWest Bank, Eric Hovde, is 29,000 votes ahead of Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin, who's seeking her third term in office. 70% of the vote in. We just got an update. The lead pretty much the same in Wisconsin for Hovde. In Pennsylvania, this has been going back and forth all night, but right now, the former CEO of one of the largest hedge funds in the world, Dave McCormick, currently leads incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey by about 120,000 votes. Still a very close race. This one also a very expensive one. 81% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, a key race alert from the state of Michigan. This one has been close all night as well. Former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers currently leading current Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, 48,000 votes. Rogers ahead of Slotkin, 40% of the vote in the Wolverine state. So let's take a look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, the raw numbers. What does this mean? Democrats hold 40 seats. Republicans, with those 2 pickups, hold 49, 11 seats remaining to be determined. Jake, obviously you need 51 for control of the chamber.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. And CNN can make a projection. CNN projects that Washington State, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. Washington State, with its 12 electoral votes, to the Democrat, Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's look at the electoral map right now. Donald Trump has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 165 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. We are waiting for more votes in the big 3 blue wall battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin that both campaigns are watching very closely right now. A total of 6 top battlegrounds remain undecided as we get later into this election night. Stay right here for the next big rollout of votes. Right now, we're going to squeeze in a quick break. Stay with us. And CNN has another projection for you. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win 3 out of the 5 electoral votes from the state of Nebraska. Allow me a second to explain. Nebraska and Maine allocate their electoral votes partly in addition to the statewide 3 votes according to congressional district. That's already too complicated, probably. Anyway, put it this way. Donald Trump has won 3 out of the 5 electoral votes. The other 2 we do not know yet, but Donald Trump has 3 of the 5. That means 3 more electoral votes for Donald Trump. And what does that mean for the electoral map? Donald Trump has 230 electoral votes. He is 40 electoral votes away from winning. Kamala Harris has 165 electoral votes. She is 105 electoral votes away from winning. Let's see what the states that we have not called, where their vote counts are. Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is in the lead there with 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.7% of the vote. Donald Trump is ahead of her by more than 206,000 votes. That's with 83% of the estimated vote in. That's Pennsylvania. Battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 46.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 111,000 vote lead with an estimated 44% of the vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin now, Donald Trump in the lead there too. 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump almost 80,000 votes ahead of her with 3/4 of the vote, 74% of the estimated vote from the Badger State in. Battleground Georgia, Donald Trump is up 50.7%. Kamala Harris is 48.4%. Donald Trump more than 118,000 votes ahead of her with an estimated 93% of the estimated vote in. Arizona, Donald Trump ahead there too with 49.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.3% of the vote. He is more than 7,500 votes ahead of her right now, but they still have about 48% of the vote to count, 52% of the estimated vote in. In Nevada, Donald Trump is in the lead with 73% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 10,000 vote, almost 11,000 vote lead. That is with only 2% of the estimated vote in. As we follow these crucial undecided races, we are already also getting closer to another poll closing. 4 more electoral votes are at stake in the next hour in the heat of the battle to reach 270. So every electoral vote counts. We're just minutes away from voting ending in the reliably blue state of Hawaii. Over to John King now at the Magic Wall. John.
So, Jake, a quick look. You just went through the numbers. Just want to look very quickly. These 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, will determine the fate of the Harris campaign, whether there's any chance she can come back. As we wait to see those results, I just want to show you something. Bring it up. Remember January 6th? Donald Trump was finished. Even Republicans were running away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is done as a national politician. I want to show you something. This is Trump overperforming his 2020 performance by 3% or more, right? This is a statewide look. We're not done with some of these counts out here, so this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020 after January 6, 2021. That's the statewide look. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full counties. Look at how many counties across America, 994 of the 4,000 plus, 4,600 plus counties and townships, especially up this way, part of the country, they don't call them counties, they call them townships, but in nearly 1,000, 993 right now. This will change as we go through, but Donald Trump is overperforming, and look at where they are. He's mostly performing in red areas. His vote is getting higher in the areas where he wins elections. Yes, there are some blue places where he's overperforming, but just look at battleground Pennsylvania. Look at all these red counties, places that Trump wins, where he's overperforming by 3% or more what he did in 2020. Then you come out here, let's go up to battleground Michigan. These are the decisive states left on the board right now. Look at in the areas, those are his base areas, he's getting more. The same over here in battleground Wisconsin. So the former president of the United States, given up for dead, Jake, after January 6, 2021, is running stronger now than he did in the last campaign.
All right, John King, thank you so much. Every electoral vote counts, and 4 more are on the line right now as polling places are about to close in Hawaii. And we project Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Not a surprise. Hawaii, a reliably Democratic vote, but that does mean a pickup of 4 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has 230. He is 40 votes away from winning. Kamala Harris has 169 electoral votes. She is 101 votes away from the 270 needed to win. John King?
So, Jake, let's look at the map where we are right now, and then we'll go through some of these battleground states where we're still waiting. But just look at the map right now. You see a lot of red, right? So let's look at the 2020 map. You see the blue, right? The blue wall states, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, right? Now watch. This is where we are now. 2024 looks a lot different than 2020. But at the moment, looks pretty similar to 2016. Donald Trump won the blue wall. Donald Trump won North Carolina. Donald Trump won Georgia. Donald Trump won Arizona. The only difference would be Hillary Clinton in 2016 did carry Nevada. Donald Trump leads there right now when you come back to 2024. But it's just, sorry, 2024. Let me come up here and do this and hit this. And you go there at 2024. So that's the one, it's just a dramatic change when you come here. And so Donald Trump is remaking the map again at the moment. And the question is there any way for Harris to come back? Again, we've given Donald Trump North Carolina. So let's see where we are in Georgia. If Donald Trump also carries Georgia, the vice president cannot afford to lose Pennsylvania. Yes, Nevada's out there, Arizona's out there, Michigan and Wisconsin are out there. 19. I'll show you what I mean in a minute. So can she come back in Georgia to stop that from happening? She's limiting her. If he wins Georgia, her path is so limited. So it's 118,000 votes right now in a state decided 4 years ago by 11,700 votes. Donald Trump with 93%, that's an important number, of the vote counted is ahead by nearly 120,000 votes. So you're looking, this is where they would have to be. You can pick up votes elsewhere, but that's where most of the votes are. That's close to half of the state population, right in Atlanta, in the metropolitan area around it. So what's out there? Are there live outstanding votes out there? Well, let's take a look. The answer is yes. Let me get rid of the coloring so you don't have to see that. The answer is yes, they're out there. You're at the point now where you're talking about drawing to an inside straight flush. essentially. You need these votes to come in overwhelming numbers for you. But you do see there's the mathematical possibility. This is why the Harris campaign is on the phone. This is why I assume Donald Trump has not come out yet to say anything, because he's hoping that this one comes off the board as well. You're looking at the math right there. It's possible. So we're waiting for more votes in Georgia. So then you come up, Jake, and we'll look at the blue wall states in a minute to see if any of the math is changing. But if you look at the map right now, you would so much rather be Donald Trump than the vice president.
All right, and we have a projection, John. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the Commonwealth of Virginia. Commonwealth of Virginia, with its 13 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Vice President Kamala Harris. What does that mean for the electoral math? Let's take a look. With 270 electoral votes needed to win, Donald Trump is only 40 behind that with 230. Kamala Harris has 182 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert. Where are we with all the states that we have not projected yet? Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead. 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 213,000 vote lead over her with 84% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up there, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 107,294 vote lead over Harris. But there's still about 55% of the vote that has not been counted in Michigan. A lot of votes to count in Michigan. Wisconsin now, Donald Trump 51% of the vote, Kamala Harris 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 92,000 vote lead over Harris. That's with more than 3/4 of the votes counted in Wisconsin, 77% of the vote. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump up 50.7% to Harris's 48.4%. Donald Trump with a 118,838 vote lead over Harris with 93% of the estimated vote in. In battleground Arizona, Donald Trump up 49.8% to Harris's 49.3%. Donald Trump with a 9,600 plus vote lead. That's with slightly more than half of the vote counted in Arizona, 52%. In Nevada, Donald Trump up 73% to Harris's 26.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with an almost 11,000 vote lead. But that is, again, with only 2% of the estimated vote in Nevada counted. Still a lot of votes to count in Nevada. John?
So, Jake, let's look at right now. You're looking at the big map, and you're seeing all that red. Yes, Virginia, we just projected for the vice president. That one's blue. I'll take a closer look in a minute at that one. But you're looking at the blue wall states. Essentially, Harris's only path is to come back in these 3 states right there. I can give you a conceivable possibility where she only has to come back in 2 of them, but she has to come back in all 3 of them to have a reasonable path to 270 electoral votes. And it's a problem at the moment, 168,000 votes. I'm told more votes just recently came in Philadelphia, and indeed they did. So now you're up to 76% estimate. These can change a little bit as more votes come in. But you see that, the vice president opening a healthy lead in Philadelphia, which is a building block of a Democratic win in Pennsylvania. The question is it enough? I just showed you Trump was leading. So 78%, 477,000 votes. If you go back 4 years ago, it's 81%, and it's 603,000 votes. Remember that, 81 and 603. 78 and 477. Can she move both numbers up when we get the final quarter of the vote? That's the challenge, because you need that math, forgive me, to overcome that. 168,000 votes in a state that was decided by 80,000 votes 4 years ago and 40,000 votes 4 years before that. That is a big lead in a tight state like Pennsylvania with 85% of the vote. So you're saying, is it just Philadelphia and the suburbs where there are outstanding votes? Again, if you're joining us late, the larger the circle, the more votes that are still outstanding to be counted, the color, the way the candidate, who's winning in that area at the moment. And so you still do right here, Philadelphia, Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County. There's still some math to be done there. A little bit out there in Allegheny County, where we talked to Brian Todd early in the night. A little bit up in Erie County, which is a swing county. Tends to be very close, though. So let's come back and look at this as we come through it. Number one, there are bellwether counties in Pennsylvania. Northampton is one of them, and Trump is winning with 52% of the vote right now. This county usually picks the winner in the state. As I say that, I'll say its twin is Erie, way over here. It's not twin geographically. It's twin in that they voted twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. Erie and Northampton, 2 of the 25 counties that did that. At the moment, the vice president is leading in Erie County. In the last campaign, it was Vigo County, Indiana. Their streak of picking the winner went off the board. We'll see if the 2 swing counties in Pennsylvania split as this election goes through. But if you're looking at this map right now, 85% of the vote, it's this. That's big. You know, if you're looking at 50,000, 60,000, it's easier to do the math. You're looking at 168,000, the math gets hard. Is it impossible? No. But the question is, when you start coming in here, Chester County's at 81%, large suburban counties where if you get 20 or 30% of the votes still out, you can do some big math. Montgomery County at 68%. As you can see, this is a much more populous county, so you're waiting for the 30% to come in there. The vice president would have to win it gangbusters, probably higher than the percentage she's getting so far. I just want to check it against President Biden. She's a little below President Biden, which seems pretty consistent when you go through some of these areas across these states. Bucks County is this one here. Yes, I'm in the right place. That's Montgomery. Oh, Bucks has turned red. That's why I couldn't find it, because Bucks has turned red. Only 55% of the vote in. But if this is red at the end of the night, Donald Trump's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the more blue-collar, the more competitive of the three-collar counties. It's Bucks, Delaware, and Montgomery. Used to be, this was solidly Democratic, and the others were Republican. The education divide has flipped that one. Montgomery and Delaware are reliably blue. But look at this. Donald Trump, only 55% of the vote in. But look at that, 50 to 49. If you do it there, you go back in time, 51, 48, 47. So Trump was competitive here. It was a 4-point race, a little more than that 4 years ago. But again, in a close battleground state, you want to move the margins, you flip a county. So let's see if that one holds as we go. If you're in the Harris campaign, that particularly makes you nervous. And then you come out here, and again, I just want to pick them randomly. This is where Trump just runs it up. So you're saying, can she come back in the Philadelphia suburbs and in Philadelphia? Mathematically, you can make the case. Common sense-wise, you start after a while to think, he's getting 75% here, he's getting 78% here. There's a little bit of vote out there, not much, not hardly anything left there, not much left there. So his vote is mostly in. Trump's vote is mostly in when you look at the map. But the question is there really enough there? And let's see where they are here. 94% in Allegheny County. So again, you're getting 59 to 39, 20-point gap. 20-point gap. So yeah, but it's got to be a lot of votes to come in, and they say they're at 94%. So it's not impossible. I would say we're starting to lean into the improbable. And let's go over into Michigan. This is a state where the vice president was leading early on. Then Donald Trump took the lead. He takes the lead sometimes in these states when all these rural counties fill in. Look at them all, right? And again, you just find him, and he's at 67% here, and he's at 65% here, and he's at 66% plus there. Not a lot of people, but when you've got 83 counties and you're winning 60 or 70 of them, that's how it works. And he builds it up there. And then the question is, can the Democrats overcome it with huge numbers where the people live? Number one, Wayne County, we're still only at 16%. So if you're in the Harris campaign, you're saying, okay, we have almost nothing or less than 20% from Detroit, right? So she's getting 62%. She has 88,000 votes. And Jake, if you go back to 2020, again, when Donald Trump won Michigan, he's getting 68, and he gets close to 600,000 votes. So that's sort of our test. When Wayne County gives us more votes, do we get a huge number like that, and is the split, right? Donald Trump at 30%, that's Detroit and the suburbs around it. Donald Trump right now, it's only 20%, it's less than 20%, 16%. So, but that if he's even above 30, right? Anything he's above 30 is an improvement for him. And so we can't see it all on this map. We have to get more granular. But Detroit, is he doing better? Is Trump doing better with the black vote? Or where is overall turnout maybe down a little bit from 2020? That's a big question, too. And then here, you have Hamtramck and you have Dearborn. They're not on the map, but they're right here. Those are two very important pockets of Arab American voters that were 200,000 plus voted for Joe Biden 4 years ago. We don't know. We don't have that granular detail just yet, but that was one of the big questions in the campaign. Spent a lot of time on my trips at Wayne State campus. Younger voters, a lot of Arab and Muslim students at Wayne State, and a lot of young progressive students at Wayne State. Did they lose the youth vote there? A lot of the questions. Now, I'm raising questions that we'll answer in more detail tomorrow and next week and the week after that when we have final results. But if you're 158,000 votes ahead, only halfway in Michigan, I mean, I hate to say it, but you're looking at this, and that's the best. Of the three blue wall states.
Let's go to Wayne County right now. Let's go to Detroit, where we find Jim Sciutto, who has an update on the vote count there. Jim?
Jake, there have been a lot of questions and some consternation as to why we haven't seen more data from Wayne County yet. And I just spoke with the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and we believe we have the answer here. I asked her quite specifically. And she said the reason is that Wayne County, in part, given all the scrutiny on this county as it impacts the outcome of the election in this state, is not reporting partial results. It's waiting until it has either all or the vast majority of those results in before it, in effect, gives that batch and makes it public. And I just want to highlight one point that's going to happen in the next hour, perhaps even the next few minutes. A nondescript U-Haul van is going to drive in one of these doors behind me here with the last remaining outstanding absentee ballots in Detroit, part of Wayne County, about 4,000 we expect. That's the final batch, not just, we are told, of absentee ballots outstanding, but the final outstanding votes in Detroit, big part of Wayne County. So when that truck comes through the door, they begin to tabulate those. That gets us to the point where they're going to have, in effect, all the votes they need to count and get to that point where they're going to be ready to report those final figures. We were told it could be in the next few minutes. We'll be watching. We'll report back when it happens. But that could be the point when you get that big batch reported publicly.
All right, Jim Sciutto in Detroit, Wayne County. And you were noting that we don't have Wayne County to the granular level, that we can't see Dearborn and other places where there were a lot of uncommitted votes during the Democratic primary. But just to remind our viewers, during the Democratic primaries, as a protest of President Biden's support for the Netanyahu government of Israel and its war on Hamas in Gaza, 100,000 Democrats voted uncommitted, and presumably most of them as a protest vote against Biden for that issue.
Yes, absolutely. And most of them were located here in Wayne County. Again, you have Detroit, progressive city, but also Hamtramck and Dearborn, just to the north and to the west. Large pockets, Arab American communities there that are very angry at the White House. And then the next one, you come out here, again, this is Washtenaw County, where I've been 4 times, maybe 5 times, no 4, in this election, to go to the University of Michigan and talk to people out there. And again, we're at 71% right now, so the numbers can change, but she's at 66%. This is Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. Again, you have a big college campus. It tends to be a very liberal pocket, progressive pocket. You're saying, wow, 65% of the vote, 66 if you round up, that's great.
Oh, my God.
73%. And the math, 157,000 to 103. Well, again, we got 30% of the votes still to come in, and maybe the percentages change as well. Maybe all the votes that are out are from the campus, and and it juices up the number a little bit. But if you're looking at that now, you're underperforming the President of the United States, and Donald Trump's at 32%. And 26%. If that gap holds, and if his improvement like that holds, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's a big deal, though.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things you hear from the Arab American and Muslim American community in places like Michigan is not that they were going to vote for Donald Trump, but they either were not going to vote or they were going to vote for Jill Stein or Cornel West. I'm not sure if Cornel West is on the ballot in Michigan, but these numbers don't add up to 100 here, so I'm guessing that there is a better than, my guess would be, educated guess would be, there's going to be a better than average showing for Jill Stein in Michigan than in other states.
Right, and she worked it hard. She was out there quite a bit. Every trip I was out there, you saw activity. Either she was in the state or had just been in the state.
Yeah. So just to explain it. Now, one of the other things I heard about people talking about Michigan is everybody in the media, all you talk about is the Arab American, Muslim American vote, but really the issue in terms of a big sizable, bigger chunk of votes is white working class voters, union voters, because the Trump campaign ran ads slamming Harris's position on electric vehicles, EVs, and that is actually going to be more significant ultimately. That was, this is just their projection, than the Arab American, Muslim American vote. Is there any way we can gauge that, how well or poorly she did compared to Biden when it comes to white, non-college educated union voters?
David would have the exit polls, so you could look at union households. That's a question on the exit polls. I can show you some counties where we were. 3 times I went out there to talk to union auto worker groups. And I want to just say this up front. There are more automobile manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point during the Trump presidency. I repeat, there are more auto manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point in the Trump presidency. However, the EV debate is a debate. Stellantis just laid off 1,100 people, and in part because they say they have electric vehicles sitting on the lot. The union says that's BS. It's corporate greed. They're not keeping their word. But this is a conversation. Are they going too fast? At a minimum, are they going too fast? There are some auto workers who say, why are you forcing this on us? There are others saying the infrastructure is not in place. Culturally, people aren't ready for them. Why are you going so fast? So one of the places you'll find that is right here in Macomb County. We met Joseph Knowles, just laid off from Stellantis, a black union auto worker. no one in his family had ever voted Republican for president. He was voting for Donald Trump. He said everybody in his family was mad at him. This is where you find them right here. Bill Govier is another Ford worker in Macomb County who wanted to vote for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. When he dropped out and backed Trump, Bill Govier said, that's great. I love them both. And he voted for Trump a third time. So some of them have been in Trump's camp, like a Bill Govier. Joseph Knowles is a +1, voted Democrat all his life, right? So there, Macomb County, we got a long way to go here, 36%. But Trump at 58, when you round that up, Trump at 53 right there. So again, we'll see if that sustains itself.
Yeah.
And the Biden number at 45, the Harris very at 40. If that's the number at the end, then it's very hard.
Well,
to
there
see
you go, and you
Michigan.
can see why not all of that change is from that one issue or that one demographic I described, but that is quite significant if it holds. Let's go to Pamela Brown at the voting desk. Let's jump to Wisconsin if we could, because Pamela wants to talk about Milwaukee and what's going on there. Pamela?
Yeah, I've been talking to officials there in Milwaukee County as well as the city. Let's look at Milwaukee County right now. A large portion of the vote that remains is from Milwaukee City itself. This is the largest county. This is the largest city in Wisconsin. According to a source in Milwaukee County, 9 out of 19 municipalities are completely reported. And the source also says that the county clerk there expects all results from Milwaukee County to be reported between 2 and 4 a.m. tonight, Central Time. So these results coming in overnight there from Milwaukee County. That is the expectation. Now, let's dive in here to the Milwaukee City. I just spoke to an official there. Milwaukee City has 27,724 mail-in ballots left to be counted so far. In addition, officials are still waiting for results from 4 wards still, and those would be the day of votes. So from election day. So there's still quite a bit to go to count tonight there in Milwaukee City. For context, 69% went for Biden in 2020. And as I mentioned, this is the largest county in Wisconsin. So we're keeping a close eye on this.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Let's take a look at Wisconsin as long as Pamela drove us here.
So a critical point she makes, 4 wards in the city of Milwaukee still have not reported their election day votes. And again, anecdotally, just texting people out in the state, they said turnout was good. They weren't saying great or gangbusters, they were saying good. So you wait. But again, so we're waiting for the city. This is Milwaukee plus the suburbs around it. The county is what you see here. But she's at 66% and Joe Biden's at 69%. So when those city of Milwaukee votes come in, that not only does that percentage need to move, but that math needs to change quite significantly if you're trying to make up that. Now, 96,000. That's better than 150,000, right? Simple math, people. We always say politics can be very complicated. Sometimes it comes down to basic arithmetic. Are there enough votes still out there to overcome a 96,000 vote lead? And so if Pam says 4 big wards are still out in Milwaukee City and there's a little bit more in Milwaukee County, the answer is maybe, right? Again, you're getting to the point where you're drawing to an inside straight flush, but maybe. So then you look around in other Democratic areas, and again, Eau Claire, she's getting 55% of the vote. I just want to compare that.
Same thing.
That's okay, a little better maybe, but it's not a ton of. It's just not a ton of people there. Then you come down to La Crosse. You're looking at the blue areas and you're saying, is there anything? Not much left, right? It's not a huge swing anyway. So even if you pick up some votes, you're not picking up a ton there. So if you're looking at this map now, I just want to check what was our percentage here? 95% in Dane County, and these other blue counties around it. I'll hit them for you. You just see they're pretty small population-wise. I mean, not tiny, but again, you're at 95% Rock County, 95% Greene County. 92% Lafayette County. That one is a little bit smaller. So again, the math's getting really hard if you're trying to figure out, can Harris come back in Wisconsin? And I would say simply that it comes down to that, and those Milwaukee precincts that are out better be gangbusters.
May I do a personal prerogative? May I see the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? We haven't checked in there in a while, and that's obviously a place near and dear to my heart. And I have questions about it. One of them is Allentown, which is blue right now. Allentown, the city of Allentown is 54% Latino, 54%, and Pennsylvania, as we've discussed, has the 3rd largest Puerto Rican population on the mainland, behind only New York and New York and Florida. So my question is, how is she doing in this Latino area compared to Joe Biden 4 years ago?
Again, cannot go granular just into the city of Allentown, but you can look at Lehigh County here, right? And I can already tell you, 51 to 48, if you're the Trump campaign, sure, you'd like to win it. But you're looking at 48% in Lehigh County, and you're feeling pretty good because you were 46 last time, right? And again, within a battleground state, you think margins within the margins, the battlegrounds within the battlegrounds. So, Joe Biden at 53% with 98,000 votes. The vice president at 50% with 93,000 votes. Now, we're not completely done there, but that 5,000 votes makes a big difference. It just does, right? So and that's there, right? So then you come out here and you come up, let's just move on up, right? Carbon County, look at this, Trump getting 73% of the vote. He's improved. That's one of the places he's overperformed himself. And then you move up here, this is Lackawanna County, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown. It's a tough, competitive blue-collar area, but 51 to 48 now, 54 to 45.
And that movement of 4% can be the whole thing.
It's a couple thousand votes here. It's a couple thousand votes there. I want to show you something
By the way,
else.
can I just point out?
Erie has now flipped.
Erie, which has always voted with the presidential victor in Pennsylvania and nationally, is now with Trump.
Has flipped, and let's see where the turnout is there. Again, it's one of the 25. They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see Erie County, very close there. And I just want to come across the state, Northampton County. So you're on the your Buffalo, New York border, and here's New Jersey here. You've got 52 to 47 there. Not done yet, but the two multi-pivot counties, twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. At the moment, they're going back to Trump. I just want to show one more thing we haven't shown tonight. I just want to bring this up and bring this out. It's not here. It is here. No, it is here. Sorry. I will figure this out eventually. I promise you. I just have too many gizmos. Just want to come in here. Come on. And show you this. So let's go out nationally first. Everyone's been talking all night long about the headwinds. There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment for any incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. What this shows you is not votes. This shows you the darker the county, the more that county has been hit by inflation. Meaning, the darker the county, the more cost of living, energy prices, gas prices, housing prices in a lot of places have outpaced wage increases. Right? Try to find me. See the green?
Yeah, what does that mean?
That's the county where your wages have outpaced inflations. You can use a hand. You will fill one hand. In the more than 4,000 counties and townships in the United States, you use one hand to fill out the counties where wages have outpaced inflation.
So can I make two observations?
So I just want to come back into your Commonwealth.
Oh my goodness! Look
I want
at
to come back into your Commonwealth. The darker the county, the more punishing, the more inflation has outpaced your wages, your cost of living. And just look. I mean, the fact that she's doing as well in the suburbs is a testament to the Democratic strength there. But you see in these other places, it's just that was the headwind, and that came up. I can tell you, I was on the road for 15 months, and that came up from the first trip to the last trip, even for people voting for Harris, even for people gladly and proudly voting for Harris, we're saying it still sucks when I go to the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's also why the right track, wrong track numbers are 75% wrong track, 25, but the election's not 75%, 25, because there are people who think it's wrong track, but they're still going to vote for the Democrat. Yet, this is difficult to fight against if you're in the incumbent.
That's North Carolina. Especially you're trying to win back.
Look at all the dark colors in Arizona and Nevada.
It gets worse as you go west. That's what I was going to say. Then you're in Georgia. Look, this is the Atlanta suburbs, right? If she loses just a little tiny bit, right? And look down here. These are working class people, right? And then you're absolutely right. Then you come out here and you look at in Arizona. That's Maricopa County. That's the largest county. Up here is usually Democratic area.
He's winning Maricopa County.
He is at the, well, that's just the, let's see. Let's come up there. It's close. That one's close still at half and half as you bring that out. And then you come here. This to me, of all the visits, you want to talk a place that still has the COVID body bruise because unemployment hit 30%, twice the national average.
Tourism.
And then the cost of living. I mean, look at it right there where, again, the darker the county, the more, and out here it's housing more than anything. Housing in Vegas, a lot of people rent. There's not a lot of land to build new houses. So the rents go up. And once the COVID moratorium on rent increases went up, rents went up through the chutes. And a lot of the working class people out there complaining about that.
I wasn't done with Pennsylvania,
well, we'll go back
but hold on, Pamela, because Pamela. No, go to Pennsylvania because Pamela's. I'm gonna throw it to Pamela. She has some information on Georgia, if you could. There you go, Pamela. What do you got for us in Georgia?
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes. Right, 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham, 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say the total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
and so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
They say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
but if he's
can I just jump in?
Yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law they have to have it, the actual numbers. So I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise numbers based on what the law requires.
Interesting.
Well, then if that math sends a shockwave through the Harris campaign.
Yeah.
If that is literal, just even if she won them all, if there's 100,000 left, and she won them all, and she won't, he's 118,000
She
votes
said
ahead.
marginally for Harris, which means probably like 53-47 or something along those lines. Interesting. Well, we'll have the decision desk talk to the people in Georgia. Can I go back to Pennsylvania for 1 second? I want to look at Philly for a second because it was so important. It's so important for every Democrat to drive up the margins here. Harris is with 78% reporting. Harris is at 78.1%. to Donald Trump's 20%. We've already talked about this. This is a better performance by Donald Trump than in 2020 and also in 2016.
So watch where he is, right? You can look at it either way. He was at 18%. Now he's above 20%. If we go all the way back in time, 21 the state, he was at 15%. The third-party candidates mattered a little bit there, more statewide than they did in Philadelphia, but a little bit. So look at, you just track Donald Trump in Philadelphia, right? Philadelphia, 15%. And 108,000 votes in 2016, 18%, 132,000 votes in 2020. We're not quite done in 2024, but it's a lower vote count.
It's the margins.
Because we're not at 100 yet, this down.
Yeah.
If he keeps that number, he's got that's going to pass the last one. Absolutely. The margins, again, she's at 78%, and there are some places that are swing counties, and you're fighting to move them. When you're starting a plan to run for president, and you know how deep Trump's support is across Pennsylvania, you know you have to do it here. You just have, it's math. It's math. I mean, 30% of the state population lives right here.
Yep.
Right here. So if you're going to offset that, you just got to run it up. You just got to run it up here. And she's at 78%. He was at 81%. This will be the conversation. If this plays out the way it's going right now, this will be the conversation in the Democratic Party, is what's happening in urban America, both in terms of the numbers, the turnout, the math, and the percentages.
So I read this in an exit poll, and whoever is listening from the exit poll desk, Challian or whoever, if I get this wrong or if there's been an updated number, please let me know. But it said black men in Pennsylvania, in 2020, 10% went for Trump. In 2024, 25% went for Trump. Black men in Pennsylvania more than doubled for Trump.
Well, if that number's true, I mean, after every election, you have the conversation, right? After 2016, it was what's happening to Democrats. I mean, it was already happening, but Trump put on steroids the Democrats' problem with white working-class people who work with their hands. And now I would say, take the white out of that. Take the white out of that.
It's just about working-class people.
The gains among black men, the gains among Latino men are among people who work with their hands, who have been punished, the conversations that strike you from 15 months on the road is, I could afford a new car, But then if any prices go up, I can't take that loan. Like I cannot put, there's no way. So you're asking your mechanic, can I keep this thing on the road for a little bit longer? And your Christmas time, you're telling your kids you're getting one gift, not two. Or we were going to try to go to Disneyland, but we're not this year.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the amusement park, that's a couple hours away by car, but we're not going to Disneyland or some big thing like that. These are the conversations you're having in state after state after state with people who have working class jobs. And some of them, union auto workers, they think that's a good middle-class job. Union auto workers who get the employee discount, who can get preferable financing, saying, I'm not going to take the risk to buy a new truck. I'm going to keep this older one on the road because I just can't do that on the family budget right now. Can't do it.
Yeah. Back to Caitlin Collins at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, what are you learning right now about the former president's plans this evening?
Well, Jake, we have been waiting to hear whether or not he was actually going to come here to the convention center. And just to remind everyone at home, there are two separate parties happening right now. A watch party here where I am at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. And then Donald Trump was also having an event at his Mar-a-Lago club surrounded by Republican allies, major donors, people like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. But we are now hearing from sources that Donald Trump is making plans to come over here. Obviously, they have to prepare the motorcade for him to get in to take about a 10-minute drive over here where the convention center is. But, Jake, that is a sign of how good the Trump campaign is feeling based on the numbers that John King just read there, that Donald Trump is preparing to come over here. He said earlier he had no speech planned. We'll see what he says when he's here. Kristen Holmes, we've been watching all of this. And obviously the Trump team has been watching the breakdown here of how he's been doing with certain demographics and how he's improving from where his standing was actually in 2020, certainly in 2016.
Yeah, and we were told that that was what they were seeing in internal polling. But of course, given what we were seeing and the people we were talking to on the ground, we had to wait and see how it played out. Now, I do want to add to what Donald Trump is doing right now, because we were told that while he was over at Mar-a-Lago, essentially this was a watch party, that was a dinner, they had giant screens, but the plan was always that if Donald Trump was going to come over, they were going to bring those members that were there at Mar-a-Lago over here. And I am told that currently those members are being bussed over here, meaning that Donald Trump's arrival is likely imminent. Now, all of those members are obviously going to have to be in place. As we've reported, it's kind of sparse here. There's not a lot of people. They're expecting over 100 people to be bussed over here. Those people are going to have to be in place before Donald Trump takes the stage, because these are going to be some of his biggest fans. They're going to want to fill the crowd here. But now they're coming over, so that gives you a little bit of a timeline of when we see Donald Trump moving from Mar-a-Lago to here. As we know, this room is about to fill up pretty quickly, probably within the next half hour.
Yeah, and of course the big question is what he's going to say. Obviously, he would come here likely and not take the stage that's behind us. It's already a room that's filled with his supporters. We'll be waiting to see what they say. Jake, obviously something that we've been watching closely, as ever since a few hours ago when those Virginia numbers were coming in, that was what first gave that sense of confidence to the Trump campaign. And obviously that has only continued to grow ever since seeing the calls in North Carolina, how well these Republican Senate candidates are doing also, and those numbers there in Pennsylvania, Jake. All
right, Caitlin, thanks so much. As we prepare for what we think is going to happen, Mr. Trump coming out and speaking, it is a good moment for us just to take a measure of where the night is at this moment. We're still, of course, waiting to call several of the battleground states, 6 out of 7 of them. But Chris, right now, I think it's fair to say anybody watching would rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if he declares victory, he hasn't won the race yet. There is still a potential path to 270 electoral votes. None of the blue wall states have been called. If he says the trends are looking very good tonight, you can't argue with that.
And I'm going to go to Jake for a major projection.
That's right. We have another major projection for you now. And CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Georgia, a very highly contested battleground of 16 electoral votes. This is the second of 7 battleground states that we have called, and both of them have been for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at what that means for the electoral math. Donald Trump right now has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris right now has 182 electoral votes. There are 270 needed to win. As of right now, CNN is not ready to project who is going to win the presidency, but I'm sorry for so rudely interrupting. Donald Trump has now been projected to have won the second of 7 key battleground states. with 5 more to go. And obviously, the blue wall states, as you were saying, are crucial.
And this is a flip because in 2020, Joe Biden won. Now, despite the fact that Donald Trump tried really hard to find those 11,000 plus votes, they weren't there. And this time around, the projection that you just made is that they are there, plus, who knows however many votes there are. So this is even more evidence why we heard the Harris campaign manager, Jenna Malley-Dillon, say to reporters maybe an hour or two ago that the Sun Belt is basically gone and they're looking at the blue wall and they're still insisting that it is possible. But this is, again, a very, very bad news for
Yeah, I mean, we went into the night with a lot of people talking about a potential realignment with both parties, who would be the mix of people in each coalition, but it's actually looking pretty close to what we know in the past. You have white women voters with no college degree going for Trump in our exit polls. Similarly, with Latino men also going very heavily for Trump in our exit polls. So there's a sense that, like, people did not necessarily go into the ballot box and secretly vote for someone else. The people who in the past voted for Trump came home to Trump.
People will be going through these exit polls and the analysis and what worked for Trump and didn't work for Harris. On gender, back in 2020, Biden won women by 7 points more than Trump won men. This time it's exactly even. Harris won women by 10 points. Trump won men by 10 points. But the one that just stands out, sort of a flashing light, Jake, Hispanics. Biden won Hispanics 4 years ago by 32 points. As of tonight, Harris has won Hispanics by 8 points.
Can I just add one other thing about what this Georgia projection means? What it means is that she's got to win Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially with the fact that he is leading right now in the 5 battleground states that we have not called. He is leading in all 5 of them: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump widening his lead in the race to 270 electoral votes with this new win. In Georgia, ballots are, of course, still being counted in these crucial battlegrounds. We could get new reporting on votes at any time. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back. It is election night in America, and let us bring you back to where we are right now with 270 electoral votes needed to win. Donald Trump is in the lead with 246. Kamala Harris is at 182. There are still 5 battleground states that remain uncalled by CNN. Let us go and look at where they are. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead with 50.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.1% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 165,000 vote lead. Let's go to Kamala Harris headquarters right now. Let's listen in.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, top advisor to Kamala Harris, used to be top advisor to Joe Biden in the White House, basically telling people at Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris was going to have her celebration party, theoretically, that Kamala Harris is not going to come out tonight. She will come out tomorrow and address the nation, which I guess is what we could expect, given the fact that we're not going to know definitively this evening the results.
Ever been to Howard University when there's a big crowd? That is not the sound of a big crowd there. That is not celebratory mood, and I think that was a tough kind of coming out conversation for Cedric Richmond.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 2024 version of the Javits Center at this time. I'm not saying that it's going to end that way, but at this time, it's feeling like it's too early, and the senior person comes out and says, everybody go home and we'll see what happens, and we will see what happens when we get the rest of the votes. But
in the immortal words of Bob Dylan, you don't have to be a weatherman to know which way the wind is blowing.
Right.
And this very much felt, I mean, you know, we talked before about whether this felt more like 2020 or 2016. This felt so much like the Javits Center, and specifically her campaign chairman, John Podesta, came out at almost exactly this same point 8 years ago and made almost exactly that same speech. And the next day, Hillary Clinton came out and conceded. Now, again, he is not at 270 yet. She has not lost this race, but you don't have to be a weatherman.
Right. And just to go over where we are right now, so there are 7 battleground states, and we have called, CNN has called, projected that Donald Trump will win 2 of them, North Carolina and Georgia. So of the 5 that are remaining, there's Arizona. Trump is in the lead currently with 0.72% of the vote. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is in the lead with 2.6% of the vote. Wisconsin, Trump is in the lead by 3.53% of the vote. And then there's Michigan. Donald Trump is in the lead with 6.12% of the vote. There's also Nevada, which I don't see on that list there, and I haven't committed it to memory, but there wasn't enough really percentage of the vote that had come in yet for us to be definitively saying anything. In any case, the point I'm trying to make is, of the 5 battleground states that are outstanding, Donald Trump is currently in the lead in all 5 of them.
And in a place like Nevada, the demographics are something that is more favorable to them. That's an electorate that has more male voters, more Latino voters, and those are 2 groups we're seeing who are leaning towards him.
And I just want to go back to, even though we don't know where the blue wall states are yet, we're still waiting for votes to come in, some of the underlying themes that we are seeing that, Audie, you were talking about a little while ago, that I think it's important to go back to. One of the things that we started out the evening with was about the women, the question about whether or not women were going to come out for Kamala Harris,
right,
whether or not men were going to come out for Kamala Harris in a post-Roe world on that issue. And if you just look at, for example, suburban women, they, according to the national polls, they went for Trump.
It seems like abortion was not the animating issue it was the way it was right after the Dobbs ruling.
Mm-hmm.
In so many of these exit polls, I'm seeing that the economy, the people who are most upset, listed themselves as angry or facing severe hardship. Those are the people who really went for Trump.
Yeah, I have to confess that I always thought in the last week or 2 of the campaign, this idea of the trying to appeal to secret voters was something of a risk. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. This is the first time we've all talked. David Axelrod, what do you make of what we've seen?
Look, I think that this was a race that was very, very close in the polling. And for the longest time, including up until last night, I and others said we had notions, we had feelings, but we weren't going to make any predictions. And the truth is, we're sitting here tonight and we're waiting for the 3 states that can determine the race one way or the other to render a verdict, and they're close. And she's right to wait to have those votes counted. But what was very clear watching the night unfold is that rural areas voted for her in significantly less numbers than, or percentage-wise, than they did for Joe Biden 4 years ago. And she could make up the difference in some of these suburban areas. and the cities. And I think the discussion that John King had was very pertinent. I care deeply, more than I can say tonight, about democracy and what it means. I've said it a million times, I'm the son of a refugee, and I revere this country, and I'm so grateful for what it's given my family and everyone else. But part of democracy, and this is my major difference with Donald Trump, part of a democracy is to honor the will of the people, to honor its institutions. I imagine that that's what the vice president's going to do when the final verdict comes in, if it's not a positive verdict. And I think there is a message in that. Yeah. There is a message in that. And I think it's an important message.
I think the reality is Kamala Harris faced tremendous headwinds heading into this. I was riding on a bit of a vibe, in a sense, in the final stretch because she did feel like she had energy. But the fundamentals have been against her from the outset. Biden's unpopularity was dragging her. She had opportunities to create distance with him, and I think chose not to. I think it's a respectful thing. You don't want to throw your boss under the bus. But the reality is Donald Trump was going to blow Joe Biden out of the water, and she needed to create that distance. There's also just some fundamental shifts that I think are happening, a realignment with the parties and within the country, and I think we need to be more in tune with them. This could end up being the most diverse coalition that ends up possibly electing Donald Trump, and we need to hear about why that is. It's the issues of the economy.
I mean, the way this is playing out tonight, right? I think we need to recognize that over half of America feels very strongly about the things that Donald Trump feels strongly about, right? A secure border, the economy, crime. They might not be a perfect messenger, but the message resonates. And what we talked about this earlier about the check engine light, all those things are real. Democracy is a luxury when you can't pay your bills. And I think, there are a great deal of Americans tonight who are sitting back and saying, kind of looking at everyone, that they view as the elite and kind of sneering and saying, we told you so. We're not garbage. We're hardworking people. We believe in these things, right? People don't like to be talked down to. This coalition, this is Hispanics. Trump is crushing the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania, right? He's getting 50% of the women vote.
Lehigh County, he's up from 2020. He was at 45%. He's now at 48%.
Yeah, Allentown is. We were talking about how the Puerto Ricans would come out. He's winning those votes because you know what those people care about? They care about security. They care about economy. They care about those things around the kitchen table. So if the former president is going to be the next president, I think there's a lot of, America's going to have to sit back. He's going to win. It looks like he may win the popular vote, right? There's going to be a reckoning in America that people are going to have to sit back and say, maybe some of these things Trump's espousing are not crazy. Maybe he's right? Maybe the Democratic Party needs to come back to the center if they want to be competitive again. There's going to be a part where they're going to say, we need to go further to the left.
Ben?
I hear what you're saying. And I do see it differently because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they're facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
Yeah, but Van, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't a part of the people that elected Donald Trump.
Well,
right? I think that's a good part of the electorate. And the black women, the Democratic Party let those black women down, not Donald Trump.
Dave,
we got to go.
Okay.
Let's go back to Jake.
All right.
All right, thanks so much. And we're going to bring you a key race alert right now. Let's check in with the states that we have not projected. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still in the lead there. 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 216,000 vote lead there, with 92% of the estimated vote coming in from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Michigan now, the Wolverine state. Donald Trump, 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 46.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 203,000 vote lead, with 61% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin, that's the Badger state. Donald Trump, 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 110,000 vote lead, with an estimated 86% of the vote in from Wisconsin. Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 12,242 vote lead there, a little bit more narrow, with 52% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. We are awaiting more votes from the outstanding presidential battlegrounds as this race goes into the night shift, and we expect to hear Donald Trump speak to his supporters very soon. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay here. And we have a projection for you now. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of New Mexico. New Mexico, as expected, will go to the Democrat, Vice President Kamala Harris. New Mexico with its 5 electoral votes. What does that bring us in terms of the math? Let us look. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris, with the addition of New Mexico, has 187 electoral votes. There are 270 electoral votes, as always, needed to win. Let's look at the states we have not called yet. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead there still, 51.1% of the vote, ahead of Kamala Harris, who has 47.8% of the vote. Trump leads with more than 214,000 votes. That's with an estimated 92% of the vote in. Michigan now, Donald Trump in the lead, 52.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 46% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 215,000 vote lead. That's with 62% of the estimated vote in from the Wolverine state. The Badger state of Wisconsin now, Donald Trump, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.2% of the vote. Donald Trump, more than 113,000 votes ahead of Harris, with an estimated 86% of the vote in from Wisconsin. In Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Harris with 49.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 12,000 vote lead. That's with only 52% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Still a lot of votes to count in Arizona. Nevada now, they've really counted a lot of votes. Donald Trump, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 33,000 vote lead. That is with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. Last time we looked, it was only 2%. John King, look at that. Your buddies in Nevada reporting their votes there.
Well, last time it took a very, very long time. So if they're starting to get some in tonight, that's progress for Nevada. I just want to show this. This was a conversation you guys were having over at the panel table the other day, just on the importance of Pennsylvania, as we're at this point now, where North Carolina and Georgia have gone for Trump. You see the yellow of the states still on the map. Now, we project Alaska is going to come in for the Republican. If that were to change, that would change these paths. But there is no path to 270 for the vice president that does not include the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So, yes, she needs to win all blue wall states to get there. That would get her there on its own, as long as she wins Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. But there's no way to get there without Pennsylvania, which is why that is absolutely critical that she win there. I just want to show you what I mean. Let's assume that she came back and won Michigan. She's trailing now. Let's assume she came back and won Wisconsin. She's trailing now. She's trailing here, and she's trailing here. Even if she won them all, if Donald Trump won that, he'd be over the top. And so, if she is winning this, she can afford to lose something else along the way. But because this is why we've talked about this for weeks, and that's why both campaigns spent more money in Pennsylvania than any other state, Commonwealth by far. The 19 electoral votes, 19 versus 16, 19 versus 11, 19 versus 10. It just affects your path to 270 math in such a profound way. So as you look at where we are now and you come back out into the latest vote count right there, Pennsylvania is paramount. That does not mean the other ones don't matter. Just winning Pennsylvania wouldn't be enough to get her there either. I'm just saying she can't win without Pennsylvania. Donald Trump can. Donald Trump can, but she cannot win without Pennsylvania. And so if you look here right now, where are you? That's 219,342 votes with 93% of the vote in. This is why when you heard Cedric Richmond at the Harris event, said we would not hear from the vice president tonight and that she wants every vote counted. You did not hear him say, we see a viable path to victory. He did not speak those words. That doesn't mean it's not mathematical. The states have not been called. But he did not say we see a viable path to victory. He said we want all the votes to be counted. And so you look here at 51%. Again, one of the big questions was, could Donald Trump get over 50? In most of these battleground states in 2016 and 2020, he was a 47, he was a 48, maybe he was a 49. In Pennsylvania right now, Donald Trump is at 51.1. And again, you're looking at a state, the vice president simply, there's a lot of states to count still, but if you want to look at one question, she cannot lose Pennsylvania. She just cannot. The math doesn't work if she does. So you're looking, yes, there are still some votes down to be counted down here. I think when we get closer to 100% in Philadelphia, that's going to settle the math once and for all. It's improbable at the moment. Let's just be honest about it, but it's not impossible. So you keep it on the board right there, and you look, 78% though. 78% estimated in Philadelphia. She's at 78%. Look at the 484. You come back here, 78% to 81%. 3 points in the state's largest city that is absolutely fundamental to Democratic victory, underperforming Joe Biden by 3 percentage points. And at the moment, more than 100,000 votes. We're not done with the math yet. That's it. I mean, you can find other places too. You can find. We looked through some of the blue-collar counties earlier where she was underperforming Biden and Trump was moving up. We can come back and look at that again if you want. Just Trump outperforming 2020 by 3% or more. This is significant. It's happening mostly in counties he's winning anyway. But she's overperformed a little bit in Chester County down there, which again 8-10 years ago was a Republican county. But where is in Bucks County, which he's right at is currently flipped to red. But a lot of it's out here in places where Donald Trump already runs strong. He's running stronger, and that's critical. One of the questions coming into the campaign was, well, Donald Trump got 2016 phenomenon, more votes in 2020, but he lost. Are there really more Trump voters out there? Well, yes, apparently there are. And you see them right there, and you see them in other states as well. So there's Pennsylvania. Jake, I just want to go through these quickly to see if the math has changed. 63%. We've been stuck there for a little bit. You come down here. Again, when you're looking at 224,000 votes, Joe Biden won Michigan by 154,000 votes. Donald Trump's at 224,000 votes. And so you're looking and you're saying, where? Where? Is it possible? Well, the only place you can get that many votes is Wayne County. They're at 24%. So you see, she's at 58% right there. Donald Trump at 39%. Again, you want the conversation that is going to start once these states are called, assuming we stay on the trajectory we are on, which the trajectory we are on, not there, we're not the finish line, but the trajectory we are on is an overwhelming Donald Trump victory in the Electoral College. The possibility of flipping back all 3 blue wall states. But even if he loses Michigan, look at that. That's going to be a conversation in the Democratic Party. How's that happening? How is Donald Trump getting 30% in up to 39%? How's that happen? How did he get 30%? The Democrats were already debating how did he get 30% 4 years ago. If that number holds and Donald Trump's above 35%, close to 40% in Wayne County, Michigan, the Democratic Party has a big conversation on its hand. When I started doing this a very long time ago, it was about the Reagan Democrats in Macomb County. Now it's going to be about the Trump Democrats everywhere. Including black men in Wayne County. There'll be people saying it's the Arab American vote. Young voters didn't come out. The analysis will start as soon as we're done getting someone to 270. But that's a huge problem. And you see it again here. Again, the foundation of the Democratic Party is urban America and then the close-in suburbs. That's where the math is. And that has allowed Democrats, allowed Joe Biden to withstand all of that. Donald Trump's phenomenon in rural America, where he's not only winning those counties, but the math is up, and this time again, he turned out more voters. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, this is Milwaukee County, the city and the suburbs around it, but the vice president's at 66%. That looks impressive, except when you go back 4 years ago, and you see the president of the United States was at 69%. And so in place after place, especially starting in the foundations, Anderson, the building blocks of the Democratic Party, which is urban America, she's having a problem. We're not done with all the vote counting yet, but she's underperforming President Biden from 4 years ago. In the close-in suburbs, you can find some exceptions to this, but in the close-in suburbs, she's doing reasonably well, reasonably close, exceeding it in some places. But Trump is doing better in urban America, a little bit better in some key suburbs in battleground states, and turning out even more voters in the red rural counties where we have seen the Trump phenomenon in 2016 and 2020. It's with us again in 2024.
Yeah. John, we'll come back to you. Caitlin Collins at Trump headquarters, where we expect the former president to speak soon. Caitlin, do we know, how soon he may get there and any idea on what he may say?
No, Anderson. Obviously, we're waiting to see what this is going to look like because this is so new to the Trump campaign as well. They've been watching these numbers carefully all night as John King has been going back and forth on the magic wall, but they themselves obviously were waiting to see, were there any surprises in store? They were watching closely. The gut check of North Carolina and Georgia obviously came through for them, and now we are told Donald Trump is he is making preparations to head over here to the convention center. This is where the official watch party is, and Anderson, we saw aides preparing a teleprompter on stage, heightening the lectern and the microphone to make sure it's ready. So a clear sign that we do expect to hear from him. When that happens remains to be seen. And Kristen, obviously, as we've been looking at this, Trump is famously very superstitious. He doesn't like to, start planning things too far in advance, talking too much about who he'd put in a potential cabinet, much less working on a speech, which he said today he did not have remarks prepared.
And even the people around him were hesitant to put anything down. There were some conversations about potentially drafting something either way, drafting two versions of the speeches, but they were still hesitant to even do that. And a reminder that Donald Trump finished up his rally last night at 2:30 in the morning. When they got on the plane, there were some conversations about what tonight was going to look like, but essentially everybody was like, let's wait and see, let's go and see. Now, I am told that when Donald Trump gets here, it's not clear if he's going to go to the stage right away. We know, obviously, they have called North Carolina and Georgia, which were big wins for the Trump campaign. Whether or not they're going to wait for one more of those big swing states remains to be seen. We do believe he's going to be here imminently, that he's going to leave Mar-a-Lago, head over here. We obviously know that they have bussed over all of the people from Mar-a-Lago who have just arrived here. We've seen this room fill out. But how exactly he's going to handle this moment remains to be seen. We know what happened, obviously, in 2020. I am told he's in a very different headspace now than he was at that point, probably because of the fact that they are telling him that he could win this.
Yeah, you could sense that today when he was voting at his polling place as well. He was talking in more reflective ways about the campaign. He was saying he believed it was one of the best campaigns they've ever run, talking about in terms of just pure messaging. I mean, obviously, some of his allies would disagree from the candidate himself on that front. But one thing about this room tonight, obviously it's filled with his supporters who were here, who were invited by the campaign. A lot of his allies were also at Mar-a-Lago with him, people like Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Dana White. We've seen Senator Marco Rubio trickling in here. House Speaker Mike Johnson is also on the way. So it's also important to see who's going to be around him in
That's
this
going to matter to Donald Trump a lot. It's going to matter to Donald Trump a lot who actually steps up and shows up here tonight, who left their races early before they were called or right after they were called to come to Palm Beach. And we were told that there were a lot of people considering doing that because of the fact that they know Donald Trump cares about loyalty. They were considering coming if it looked like the race was going the way that it currently looks like it's going. So we can likely expect more House members here that we've seen already.
Yeah, and we know family members obviously have been around him. We saw, I was told by someone that Barron Trump was with him in Mar-a-Lago earlier. Obviously, Melania Trump went and voted with him at their polling place just a few hours after y'all got back from Michigan from that early morning rally. Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, I think that's an open question. They do live down here, obviously, in South Florida, but they have not been prominent faces on the campaign trail.
And even during his trials, I mean, one thing to remember is that they came and saw him after he was convicted, but stayed behind closed doors at all times. They were up at Trump Tower. They never made an appearance with him. He has really done this campaign without any of their help. They've been with just Aaron.
Yeah, obviously, Kristen, thank you. Jake, back to you.
Thanks so much. We have a major projection in the battle for control of Congress. And CNN can now project that Republicans will win back control of the United States Senate. We can make this projection because CNN projects Republicans win the U.S. Senate seat in Nebraska. The GOP picking up enough seats to reclaim the majority that they lost 4 years ago. This is a huge victory for Donald Trump's party. as we're still waiting the final outcome of the presidential race. And Dana Bash, there were a lot of questions in the air about what was going to happen. Ultimately, what happened with the U.S. Senate is what we generally thought was going to happen. Republicans now have control.
It was a very, very good map for Republicans this time around, and a very bad map for Democrats. One of the questions was whether or not these kind of brand name, long-serving Democrats would be able to kind of outperform the realities of their states, whether it's Jon Tester in Montana or Sherrod Brown in Ohio. And the answer is no.
Yeah, Sherrod Brown is a great example because he came to office in 2006 during a kind of blue wave, survived 2018. Like, he was always there for when it was more favorable for Democrats, and that was not this year.
I mean, let's talk about the significance of a Republican Senate if, and I repeat, if Donald Trump is elected president. It means that they can confirm without any Democratic votes any appointment he makes to his cabinet, to the government, to the Supreme Court, should there be a vacancy. It's an enormous advantage to a president. And at this point, we haven't talked about it much, but in the House, although that hasn't been decided yet, the Republicans have flipped 3 Democratic seats. The Democrats haven't flipped a single Republican seat. So there is the possibility here of a complete united Republican government with Donald Trump as the president and with a Republican House and Senate, which means that in terms of appointments, in terms of immigration policy, economic policy, environmental policy, you name it, he could have a pretty blank check.
So, for example, on immigration policy, which is something that we think that Donald Trump would, if he wins, want to enact something along the lines of the proposals he's made. Republicans have said, we passed an immigration bill, H.R. 2, which was a
compromise package.
It wasn't a compromise package. It was a tough immigration bill.
At least.
It was H.R. 2.
He's talking about the House.
Sorry.
The House version is what I'm saying. The Senate version was bipartisan. The House version, when you ask Speaker Johnson, what have you accomplished? He said, well, we passed all this legislation, but it just died in the Senate because Chuck Schumer wouldn't even allow a vote on it, assuming that Republicans hold on to the House, we have no idea, but it's not crazy.
But you're getting into a level of detail that I think,
my point is just that
Donald Trump campaigned on mass deportations. So this
what I'm saying is he could do
was for.
That's what I'm saying. My point is whatever Donald Trump wants, if they have the Senate now, if they get the White House and if they get the House, if they keep the House, whatever Donald Trump wants will become law. There will not be the backstop of the Senate controlled by Democrats.
Did not want the backstop. This is what I'm trying to say. We may be looking at a map of voters who weren't looking to give him a backstop.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Not to get too sort of dorky here, but I think it is still possible, if he is president, that some big pieces of legislation could be stopped in the United States Senate, because legislation at this point still needs 60 votes. But it is the cabinet who he's going to have in his, not just in and around his administration, but again, the bench. That is all regular majority.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think about it, because the Supreme Court They ruled on the Chevron deference and basically said executive agencies can't have the untrammeled authority to do what they want. It has to be passed by Congress. And you could end up with the Democratic minority. I mean, again, all of this is somewhat speculative. Democratic minority in the Senate being able to block legislation, and the Trump agencies not able to enact it on their own.
Yep. Just one of many things that we would be talking about if Donald Trump does, in fact, win. We're not there yet. Jake, over to you.
Thanks, Dana. Let's bring you back to the key race alert and where we stand with the battleground states that we have not called yet. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.1% to Kamala Harris's 47.8%. Donald Trump has an almost 220,000 vote lead. That's with 93% of the estimated vote in from the great Keystone State. Michigan, Donald Trump up 52.4% to Harris's 45.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 244,000 vote lead. in Michigan with 66% of the estimated vote in. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump, 51.2%. Harris, 47.1%. Donald Trump with a more than 120,000 vote lead, with an estimated 89% of the vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead, 50% to Harris's 49.1%. Donald Trump has a 16,000 plus vote lead with an estimated 53% of the vote in from Arizona. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51% to Kamala Harris's 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 37,000 vote lead with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. John King.
You're looking at the map and we're watching, we're just trying to see. The only question really now is, well, the first question is, can the vice president win Pennsylvania? If she does not, Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. And then from there, if she wins Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still has other paths to 270. So for the vice president, your priority is here. And you'll notice all three of those states are red. That's the so-called blue wall. The blue wall is ruby red at the moment, not done counting the votes. So let's turn it off and wander through them, starting in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Key thing here, these are close battleground states. Look at the size of Donald Trump's lead as we go through them. Right, Joe Biden wins this by 80,000 and change 4 years ago. Donald Trump is ahead with 93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus. So that's hard to overcome. When you're at 93%, and statewide so far you're getting 48% if you round that up. Do the math at home. She has to get well in excess of that, hugely in excess of that when you're at 93% to have a chance to catch up. Hugely, way overperform where she has been throughout the night. Miracles happen. So you look here at Philadelphia, you're going to come here. This gets pretty stunning when you go through it county by county. We're not at the final results. Maybe the end will look a little better than this. Maybe the vice president can come back. But again, you look at here, Donald Trump getting 21% in Philadelphia, the vice president getting 78%. You go back when Joe Biden won the state, Donald Trump was at 18, the president was at 81. And you're seeing this over and over again. You go out to Bucks County here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47 4 years ago. You come back here. I said early in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. Not done, but it's still red. This is the blue-collar suburban area. Your cops, your firefighters move out of the city to get a little house with a patch of grass. It gets a little bit bigger out here when you move out, but look at this. It's just, she's at 48%, 49% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 52. Again, it's a very competitive battleground county, but to win Pennsylvania, you want to be on the top end in Bucks County, and at the moment, the vice president is on the losing end. Then you move over here to Lehigh County. This was the big conversation, right? Both candidates there in the final days because of the Madison Square Garden event, the debate about is the Trump going to lose the Puerto Rican votes, and other Latino votes because of this. Well, at the moment, Harris 95%, so not a lot of room for this to change. 51% for the vice president. She's winning the county, but she's not winning the county again. Look at Joe Biden. Now, this is Joe Biden's birth state. He had a home field advantage, maybe. It was in a pandemic. Donald Trump was at his weakest, I guess you come out of that. So you can rationalize it away, but we do the math here. And the math is that she's running behind. That's 53% for the president. And once again, the vice president. So there'll be a lot of conversations about blue-collar workers. Is it sexism? Is it racism? Is it because she didn't break with Biden on cost of living issues? This is going to be the conversation if this map continues. So you come back out again and you look. Here's a place. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania, Luzerne County, right? But you always look at sometimes the margins with it, where the other guy's winning or the other gal's winning. You just want to cut into their margins in a close battleground state. Donald Trump at 60, the vice president at 39%. And you come back here, Joe Biden at 42%. That's the difference. The margins within some of these places, even where you're losing, you have to improve your margins. Where you're winning, run them up. Where you're losing, try to cut the other guy's margins up. And she simply has failed to do that across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I could go on, but the point is the point. And then there's this. Again, in a big state like this, a complicated state like this, this is just Trump country. 70% here, 51% there, a little bit more competitive, but 75% there, 73% there. That's how he does it. And you have to combat that and contrast that. And even in those counties, again, in most of them, Harris not matching where the president was. So that's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You look at the popular vote when you come on out. Again, Donald Trump lost the popular vote twice. Even when he won the presidency in 2016, he lost the popular vote. He lost it by more than 7 million votes 4 years ago. At the moment, a lot of votes to be counted. At the moment, he's 5 million votes ahead in the popular vote. And again, you know Donald Trump would like that trophy. In addition to winning 270 electoral votes, which he's not at yet, he's on a path to it, but he's not there yet, he would love that trophy. We'll see if he gets it. Michigan, we're up to 67% now. This has been a slow walk. You're up to 67%. But again, 154,000 votes for the president 4 years ago. Donald Trump's lead is well in excess of that, 224,000 votes. You're at 67%, so there's more vote out. A lot of it is right here. This is essentially it. Just like I said, Philadelphia is it. If the vice president's going to come have some improbable mathematical comeback in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it must be based in Philadelphia. That's where the most people live. That's where the most votes are out. The same for the vice president here in Michigan, only 32% in Wayne County. But again, this will be the conversation. If we get to the finish line and the result is as it is, look at Donald Trump at 41% in Wayne County. That's Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit. 30% in 2020, 40% in 2024. If Donald Trump has a 10-point gain in Detroit, that's Dearborn, that's Hamtramck, that's Wayne, auto factory, auto workers here, inner city Detroit here. That's going to be a giant conversation in the Democratic Party now, much like this was in the late 1980s when Ronald Reagan flipped Macomb County from blue to red. Trump has flipped it back. You see Trump at 57%, 58% if you want to round that up. Again, this will be the conversation after. If this race continues where it's looking right now, 41% for the Democrat in Macomb County right now, 45% for Joe Biden 4 years ago. So pick your challenge. Black voters in the urban area, cities in general, blue-collar workers in places like Macomb County, blue-collar workers in places like Luzerne County or Lackawanna County. You keep going on. She's underperforming where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. There can be many reasons for that. I would say one of them was a very effective Trump ad, what she said on The View when they asked her, what would you change? She said, not a thing. The Trump campaign, Trump himself, flawed candidate, although people are going to say, you all said he was a flawed candidate. This looks pretty impressive. But Trump's the ad messaging, the cost of living thing, where she said, not a thing. She tried to amend that answer later, but they turned that around pretty quickly.
It was, without question, and we've been saying this all year, the most professional campaign that Trump has had in his 3 runs for president. I came over here because I want you to show me, even in the blue states, what's going on. Let's, like, for example, take me to New Jersey. All right, that's a state. I mean, just look at that. 51. It's with 80%, 88% in, so not all the votes in, but 51% to 46%. How did Joe Biden do?
5 points. 5 points better for Donald Trump. Look at him more than him. You know, if you're a Democrat in a blue state, you're trying to figure out what's happening to my party. You know, is it all Trump? And I mean, there's a separate fascinating conversation going on because a lot of the people who are going to be in that Republican Senate with a President Donald Trump, if this continues to go where it's going, you know as well as I do, a lot of them don't like him. They wish he was not the leader of their party. But he is, and there's nothing they can do about it, and they know that. And so they're going to work with it. But again, so the Republican candidate for president 4 years ago got 41% in New Jersey, and the Republican candidate for president this time is getting 47% in New Jersey. There'll be all sorts of, oh, nobody spent any ad money there. Oh, nobody focused on the presidential race there. Oh, make all the excuses you want. That's a problem.
But it was a 16-point spread last time, and it's a 5-point spread now. What about New York? Take me to New York.
Come back out and come back in. The Empire State.
Okay, so she's up by 11 percentage points. Not all the votes in, 92%. So 11 points. How did Biden do?
Yeah, it's a lot more.
23.
23.
From 23 points to 11 points. So, I mean, it's not, and actually, you know what? Show me some of the counties. Can you go into like Queens and?
You can come down here and you can get into Manhattan here.
So Manhattan.
And Manhattan is not Donald Trump territory.
Right.
It wasn't then.
But I mean like Queens, Bronx.
Now, you can wander around in here if you want to come over here to Bronx. So 27% for Donald Trump. Yeah.
83%.
Yeah.
So he made inroads in these outer boroughs as well. It's all about the blue wall as we wait for a final verdict in the battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, 3 potential deciders in this presidential race. We're expecting Donald Trump to speak any moment, but first we're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
President of the United States, after everything that we saw in this day.
It's election night in America, and forget the pundits and forget the polls. It is time to count votes. Let's take a look at where we are in the electoral math. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. There are still a number of states that are outstanding. Let's bring them to you now. Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, 50.9% of the vote. Harris, 48%. Donald Trump with a more than 189,000 vote lead, with 94% of the estimated vote in the Commonwealth. Michigan, Donald Trump, 52.1%. Harris, 46.1%. Donald Trump with a more than 236,000 vote lead, 69% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin, Donald Trump, 51.3%. Kamala Harris, 47.1%. Donald Trump with a more than 123,000 vote lead, 90% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump 50%, Harris 49.1%. Donald Trump with a 16,368 vote lead, with 53% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. Nevada, now Donald Trump 51.1%, Harris 47.3%. Donald Trump with a more than 38,000 vote lead over Harris, with an estimated 71% of the estimated vote. I have two more I want to show you right now because, as you know, Maine and Nebraska award their electoral votes according to congressional district. Maine's second congressional district, that is the more rural part of the district, Donald Trump is in the lead there, 53.9% of the vote. Harris, 43.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with a almost 14,000 vote lead there in Maine's second congressional district. That's with just over a third of the estimated vote there. Then Nebraska, this is actually the congressional district number 1, not the more competitive one. But in this one, which has not been called yet, Donald Trump has 51.5% of the vote. Harris with 46.7% of the vote. Donald Trump with an 11,311 vote lead there. That's with 75% of the estimated vote in Nebraska's District 1. Nebraska's District 2, though, we should note, John, is actually the one that we're really keeping an eye on.
Keeping an eye on for the miracle trajectory for the vice president, if she can pull it off. She would need the blue dot, as they call it, the Omaha area, 2nd Congressional District, in addition to the blue wall. I just want to note, your eyes aren't playing with you at home. The so-called blue wall is deep red at the moment, and that is the vice president's biggest problem. She lost North Carolina and Georgia. She's losing Arizona and Nevada. We're not done there yet. But this is watch this map. I want to circle one state. This is where we are now at 1:34 a.m. in the east. It might be 1:33 a.m. in the east if somebody wants to correct me. And that's 2020. There's a lot more blue there, but this is what I wanted to get to in 2016. This is Donald Trump remaking his 2016 map. And at the moment, if things hold up, we're not done yet out there. We got a long way to go, and sometimes Nevada takes days. It's possible he'll even add Nevada to the 2016 map. Now, we're not done, but this is a very impressive map for Donald Trump. I shouldn't have waited until 1:35 in the morning to do this, Jake, but as you know, we're on television. There's a great team of people here that you can't see, working the cameras and everything else. I have a great new media team that helps me with the Magic Wall. I want to show you one of the things the Magic Wall team, the new media team, came up with as we look at these votes. So your challenge in Wisconsin, right? The vice president has to turn around Donald Trump's pretty big leads. I shouldn't say pretty big leads. Big leads, 125,000. Wisconsin, 2 elections in a row, decided by 20,000 votes and change. His lead with 90% of the vote in is 125,000. That's a landslide in current day Wisconsin. We're not done yet, but our team has come up with a great way to look at this. So you're looking at votes over time, right? And what is the challenge for the vice president? Well, the vice president needs to narrow the gap, but go back to the beginning. Trump was ahead early. Harris got ahead of him. They kind of danced together for a while. You see this flat line as we go. We've moved 1 a.m. You see 1 a.m. down here. The only way for her to win is to close those. Not happening. Has not been happening for a long time. That's Wisconsin. Let's move over to battleground Michigan. Same thing. She starts off way ahead. He comes up. They're competitive. He pulls ahead. And again, you're going, we cross past midnight to where we are now after 1 a.m. Pretty much a straight line across, meaning what? She's not narrowing the gap as more votes come in, right? Which you're trying to come back. It's pretty simple to look at home. So there's those two there. And let's come over to the biggest of them all, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Closer. You see it right there. It's closer. But she opened up a big lead early on. That's the early votes. You see what happens. Then essentially, welcome to battleground Pennsylvania. They are just running in a straight line across. But the red line has stayed on top all the way across. That's close, 51 to 48. But she, that's close. But she needs it to narrow even more. Just one different way to look at it is just to see you're trying to find the trajectory, and is there any possibility that it's going to close? And at the moment, there's no evidence that those lines are coming closer together. Closest in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But again, Donald Trump at 51%, 191,000 votes ahead, 94% reporting the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Just want to go back in time. At the beginning of the night, I said she's the variable. Her first time on the national ballot as the presidential nominee. He was the constant. Not in my lifetime. 3 elections in a row, the same Republican nominee for president. Well, Donald Trump getting 50%, 51% right now in Pennsylvania. You know, in 2020, he was a 49. In 2016, he was a 49. Trump was the constant, right? The question, Democrats always said Trump can't get to 50 in the battleground states. So you have to eliminate the third-party candidates and just get above him. Just get above 49, get 49.5. Well, Trump tonight blew that part up, at least where we are right now, because he's above 50 in Pennsylvania. He's above 50 in Michigan, where he was at 48 again. And you go back to 2016, 48. Trump was a constant, except for this year he grew. He grew, or he's growing anyway. We don't have the final numbers right now, but he's above 50 there. And then in battleground Wisconsin, I won't go back and forth again through it again, but he was a 47, 48, 2016, 2020, and there he is above 50% with, again, this state decided by 20,000 votes, 2 elections in a row. Donald Trump's ahead by 125,000. This state won by Joe Biden last time by 154,000 votes. A big win for the Democrats here. Then the Democratic governor wins in 2022. The Democrats make gain in the legislatures. Democrats think Michigan is growing in their favor. Donald Trump's 243,000 votes ahead with 69%. Still some room there maybe to see it happen. That's the one with the most outstanding vote. And Anderson, as I throw back to you, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, so critical to Trump cracking the blue wall, flipping the blue wall in 2016. His biggest disappointment when he lost it in 2020. Still won't admit he lost it in 2020. And now you see in 2024, again, it was an 80,000 vote win for Joe Biden last time. Donald Trump with 94% of the vote counted, Anderson, up by 191,000 votes. In battleground Pennsylvania, that's a blowout.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, as you were pointing out, in Wayne County in Detroit, he 10 percentage points higher than he ran in 2020. I mean, we're seeing that in county after county. Governor, what do you expect him to say tonight?
I don't know, Anderson. Listen,
he's going to be short.
Listen,
he's going to be concise.
There's going to be hopefully we see happy Trump. Happy Trump sells, right? Happy Trump's great for America. I think he'll thank the team, Susie, Chris LaCivita, the people who've been there when no one else believed. Those folks believed. Susie has been on this team since so far back, nobody can remember. Nobody wanted to see Donald Trump. Nobody wanted to go talk to him. He was a pariah, and Susie was there, and this team has been there the entire time. You know, we've sat here, Anderson, through a lot of different trials and tribulations, literally, and 2 assassination attempts. And so I think he has a right at this point to be a little victorious on the stage and, pump his fist and say, damn it, we won. Be a little happy. Take the big
the trials are probably over now, and the question is, will the tribulations be ours?
Can I just say, by the way, this isn't the outcome I personally wanted. I'm happy with the decision I made not to support him. But you know what? I think Americans are going to accept the results of this. I think we're going to move forward. I don't think we're going to be storming the Capitol and spreading lies about our elections, because that's what you do if you care about democracy. I do want to hit on one thing, though. Abortion, abortion, abortion. We thought this was, many people, I should say, thought this would be the driving issue this election. It was going to drive women out in the suburbs. I warned about a year ago that in the key battleground states, Georgia's the only one that has what would be considered an ultra-restrictive abortion law. So if you're expecting voters to be highly animated about the laws of another state, in Pennsylvania and Michigan, I just don't think that materialized. Also, that a significant portion of the country actually did support the overturning of Roe. That is a fact in it. So I think there was an overemphasis there and not reading the mood that there are other issues that were driving women.
Well, there are 2 states that had abortion initiatives on the ballot today, Arizona and Nevada.
And Florida.
Well, but I'm saying that of the battleground states, they were on the ballot, and yet we'll see what happens in those states. But he appears to be headed toward it. But I think, look, first of all, let's just note that I hope what he does is stand up and talk about the country and show grace and thanks. You say he should take a victory lap, but
I mean, David, he's been getting the shit kicked out of him for 4 years.
Yes, because he refused to accept the results of the last election, because he helped instigate what we saw on January 6th. That's why he's been taking what he's been taking. These are things of his own making. But that's in the past now. The people have made this judgment. The question is, what does he do now? And one of the things that has not been apparent is the ability to actually put others first and put the country first and not make it all about him. You heard the whole discussion about he's going to remember who showed up and who left their campaign headquarters to be here and so on. These are not the instincts of a big leader. These are the instincts of these are selfish instincts. So, can he change at 78? We'll see.
I just think that I'm still absorbing all this. It's a lot, and I think when he steps out on the stage, we see him as like, America's next president. The world's looking too.
Yeah.
If you're a soldier in Ukraine, looking at Russians being more and more aggressive, you're very nervous tonight. You're very nervous tonight. If you're a solar farmer in a red state, trying to deal with this climate issue. We've had, billion-dollar climate disasters. Your financing might fall apart tomorrow morning because you can't now count on the federal government being at the front lines of this fight the way that the Biden-Harris administration had put the United States government at the front of the climate fight. So you've got people all around the world whose fates are now in the hands of someone who can either be aggrieved or it can be big. He's usually not big. And so I think this is a shock. It's a political realignment. For sure, the Republican Party can now claim to be a multiracial working class party. That is a shock. But the policy implications for planet Earth are yet to be known.
I mean, I think that's the real open question. So are we getting 20% tariffs? That's going to be devastating for the economy. Are there going to be mass deportations on American soil? That's what he ran on, and I believe it's actually the mandate the voters gave
listen,
him.
So I think on the tariff things, as you see, tariffs are a negotiating tool, right? That's what it was in the first administration. That's what it'll be in this administration. There are 350,000 criminal aliens here in the United States. I think it'd probably take 4 years to just find, locate, deport those murderers and rapists that are wandering around. The Biden Department of Justice acknowledges are out there. We need to get those folks off the streets. I don't think anybody in America is going to be complaining if we lock those folks up and deport them out of here.
Dave, he doesn't speak with that level of specificity when he talks about it.
I always hear that. During the Obama administration, they actually deported criminal aliens, more of them than were deported during the 4 years of the Trump administration.
We should keep rounding them up and kicking them out.
But the point is, what he says to get elected and we don't know. We just don't know because it's basically a vehicle for him. And the question is, does the country benefit?
We expect Donald Trump to speak any moment as we await more votes from the key battleground states. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
We have right now at this hour as
It is election night in America, and Americans have voted, and the votes are being counted. Let's look at the electoral vote math right now. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 electoral votes are needed to win. So let's look at those states that remain outstanding. Pennsylvania, outstanding in so many ways. Donald Trump has 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 193,000 vote lead there, with an estimated 95% of the vote counted in that great Commonwealth. In Michigan, the Wolverine state, Donald Trump 52.2%, Kamala Harris 45.9%. Donald Trump with a 253,000 plus vote lead with 71% of the estimated vote in the great state of Michigan. In Wisconsin now, Donald Trump 51.3%, Kamala Harris 47.2%. Donald Trump leading by more than 121,000 votes with an estimated 90% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. John King, those are the three blue wall states. They remain uncalled as of now, but Donald Trump leads in all three.
Right. Blue wall states uncalled, but the blue wall states are red as we get to approaching 2 a.m. in the morning, and we continue to count the votes. And you went through the margins. I mean, these are not insignificant margins. This is not 10 or 20,000 votes that a big county somewhere can change. 193,000 votes, again, just to remind you, Michigan was 81,000 votes. I mean, Pennsylvania was 81,000 votes 4 years ago and 44,000 votes 8 years ago. Donald Trump's lead at the moment is 193,000. So the math there is pretty obvious. He is overperforming, his 2016 and his 2020 performance in one of the states that is trademark to the Trump movement when you look at all that red in rural areas. So that's Pennsylvania. And you're looking, well, let me just, before I leave it, you're looking at, where's the math, right? Where's the math? Is it at all possible? I would say it's very improbable. But the votes, most of the votes that are outstanding are in Democratic areas. That's a fact. However, the percentages of those votes and the number of those votes that would have to come in to overcome 193,000, again, not going to say impossible, but I'm going to say highly improbable as you look at that. So then you move over to the next one, the state of Michigan. This one's now up to 71%. It was 63% the last time we looked at it. I think it was right here. LaPierre County just came in 70% for Trump, 69% for Trump. Modest-sized county. It's in the middle. It's about 23rd of 83 counties in Michigan. You see right there. So again, the counties, the more votes that just came in that drove the percentage reporting up, right? If you're Harris, trying to catch up before that gets to 99-100, the new votes that just came in helped Trump. 253,601 again in Michigan. This was a big win for Joe Biden in 2020, 154,000 votes. It's a bigger win at the moment for Donald Trump, 253,000 votes in battleground Michigan. That's a big deal. Then we move over to Wisconsin. We're at 91%, and Donald Trump is 120,000 votes ahead. That is 100,000 more votes than decided the state of Wisconsin in both of the last two presidential elections. It was 22 in one, 20 in the other. It's 120, 549 at the moment, 91% in. So you look again, is it possible? Are there Democratic votes out there? This is where they're missing the biggest basket. There's some good Trump circles here too. So if you look at that, again, I'm not going to say impossible. We have a decision desk that does that work for me. For you, I'm going to say that's improbable. You're just looking at the math, again, with a lead that big. And we'll see how it plays out. I do want to show something. We're looking at Donald Trump above 50% nationally. You're looking at Donald Trump at the moment winning the popular vote, which he has not done in his prior two runs for the presidency, by 5.1 million votes. So I just want to show you something. How's he doing that? Well, he's obviously overperforming what he did in 2020. That's sort of a simple duh when you think about it. He's winning, so he's obviously overperforming 2020. These are states where he's outperforming himself by 3% or more. That doesn't matter as much to me. What I want to get to, I want to get you to some of these counties. So you look at these places. Jake, we talked about this earlier. New York, you were looking at that. All throughout New England, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, he's performing better than he did in 2024. But I want to look. Remember the last couple of weeks of the campaign? Where's Nikki Haley? Why isn't she with him? Why is he demeaning the vice president, calling her stupid? Why is he beating up on Nancy Pelosi? Why is he so dark on immigration? Well, why isn't he trying to reach out to the middle, to the suburbs? Why he's going to repel people away? Well, guess what? If you come here, well, let me start here in Arizona. He's not winning. 60% of the population in Arizona lives in Maricopa County. She's leading in Maricopa County. Donald Trump is not overperforming in Maricopa County. But look where he is overperforming, in Republican areas. The big conversation has been, well, he got 2016, got more votes in 2020. A lot of Democrats saying there can't possibly be more Trump voters out there in rural America. Well, yeah, there are. He's over, smaller counties, Apache County here, only 6% in too. So more votes coming in from here. And then you come over here, Navajo County, and down here in the southern part of the state, Yuma County, 64% of the vote. Again, you think, oh boy, but that's double. That's almost double when you look at the raw vote count there. So how does he do it, right? So that's Arizona. You come up to Nevada. Again, it's not in Clark County. That's Vegas and the suburbs around it. But in these other places, that's the end of the campaign when everyone was obsessed about why is he only talking to his base? Well, he was talking to those people, and they turned out, and he overperformed in a lot of Republican counties. Most of the places he overperformed dramatically. This is by 3%. You'll see suburbs where that'll be something we're talking about in the days and weeks after too, by 1 point or 1.5 points. This is 3% or more, right? So when you look at this, don't think about California yet. Let the votes be counted.
So these are all the counties where he overperformed by 3% or more.
Over his 2020 number by 3% or more. And right now we're over 1,000. Counties and townships, mostly up here in New England, but in other places too, they use the word townships, not counties. So I'm not trying to, if you live in a township, don't take my county. But there are 4,600 counties and townships, and in more than 1,000 of them, he has overperformed. But the thing is, they're mostly red. There are some blue, and the Democrats have to study that. But the idea of, we always say, are Republicans going to stand up to Donald Trump? Not looking at that, they're not, because he's increasing the vote that he already got. He's up over 2016, up over 2020, and now up over 2024. So you come in here and you look, and it includes Bucks County, very significant, close in there, and these other counties out here that Donald Trump likely wins anyway. So let's just bring this out now and come back to the real world.
Can I just make one more note about Bucks County? Can you bring us back to Bucks County? Yeah,
absolutely.
That was an area where Kamala Harris made a big play, even though it's a county that Donald Trump, that Joe Biden won. She made a big play there. She did an event with Liz Cheney there. She made a real pitch to the Haley voters you talked about. Let's check in with Pamela Brown at the voting desk, who has an update on the ballots left to be counted in Pennsylvania. Pamela?
All right, I'm getting some information for both Philadelphia and Bucks County, that Collier County right outside of Philadelphia, that right now Trump is slightly ahead. Let's talk about Philadelphia soon. We were just talking about the fact that 6,000 mail-in ballots came in there. I'm told by an official there in Philly that maximum left for mail-in ballots, the outstanding mail-in ballots, is 31,000. But this official says, look, there's going to be some issues with some of these. The signatures don't match up and so forth, and it's too late for them to be cured. So that's the max amount. Let's turn it over now to Bucks County. Again, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. It's typically a blue-leaning county just outside of Philly. I'm told by an official there are 56,000 mail-in ballots left to count out of 140,000 mail-in ballots cast there overall. And they're still waiting for 41 out of 304 precincts to report the results of in-person Election Day votes as well. I should note these counties across Pennsylvania, including Bucks, including Philadelphia, they're going to be continuously counting there until every mail-in ballot is counted. That's per the law there. Jake?
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Appreciate it. I'm sorry to interrupt. Take me back to the places where Donald Trump is overperforming. Are there any places where Kamala Harris overperformed from where Biden did?
I'll show you that in just 1 second. I just want to put a button on what Pam was just talking about, in the sense that, so there's votes out there. Maybe Kamala Harris comes back, and that's close.
He's up by 11,000.
So maybe she comes back, but again, you're talking about the margins, right? He's winning by 4. Right? If she comes back and beats him, it's going to be 50-50, 51 right there. Again, underperforming the president in places. So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we could show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
By 3% or more. At least in the county right now, and so you come in full county there. So there you see, but that's states, yeah. So in counties, in 58 counties, we just showed Donald Trump was over 1,000 counties of the 4,600 counties and townships across America. So if you do the full county level, there's where you see Harris at the moment. Again, there might be more out here in the West Coast, possible 1 or 2 more as they finish the count here. But in the states that matter, again, I just showed you all those Trump counties. In one county in battleground Pennsylvania, she's outperforming President Biden by 3% or more.
There were Biden stalwarts who argued that kicking him out of the nomination was a mistake. Now, I don't know that I buy that, because I don't know that the Joe Biden of 2024 is the Joe Biden of 2020. But what do you think?
I think that, so let's come out of this map to have this conversation, just to show where we are at the moment in this race. And let's turn this off here as well. After the debate, all of the energy collapsed. The debate you moderated with Dana, the Biden-Trump debate, the air came out of the Democratic balloon. Joe Biden was going to get blown out.
So you think it would have been worse because Minnesota and Virginia, New Mexico, Colorado, those would have been...
Would the Democrats have lost those in the end? I don't know the answer to that, but all the Democrats would have broken with the president. It would have caused amazing dissidence in the Democratic Party. Donors were not going to give money. And again, I don't want to be disrespectful to the President of the United States, but have you seen anything? The Vice President of the United States looks like she's about to lose a presidential election. She was campaigning vigorously from the second she got the nomination up until the votes counting today. Is there any evidence on the table that the President of the United States could do half of what she did?
No.
A third of what she did. I mean,
no.
we could go. I don't want to be mean to the President of the United States.
No, and we saw over the last week him calling Trump supporters garbage, et cetera.
I could tell you from my first trip 15 months ago, people were saying, "Where's the president?" I think one of the legacy conversations about this election is not just going to be the switch from Biden, but the 2 years before that.
Yeah.
You would travel and people would say, "Where's the president?" He was invisible because he couldn't do events, and he wasn't talking about his record and his agenda and trying to explain that cost of living stuff, trying to explain that, yeah, it sucks in a lot of places, but look around the world, the United States is actually doing better than most advanced economies. He was missing.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot said and done and told about that. Let's check in with Caitlin Collins, who's at Trump's headquarters, ahead of remarks that were expected by the former president. Caitlin?
Yeah, Jake, just to give you a reality check of where the Trump campaign has been watching this election day play out, they woke up confident this morning that ultimately their candidate was going to win, that Donald Trump would win this race. But when I was talking to them about what they thought the next few days were going to look like, one, they thought that this would go on for several days. They did not think that the numbers would be as generous as they are, as what the numbers have been coming in, as they have been reported. And they also had counseled Donald Trump that there would likely not be any kind of decision within the next 24 hours or so. Donald Trump himself was frustrated about that and was saying that he wanted to know what the outcome of this race was going to be tonight, and he said, Kristen, that he had not prepared a speech. And obviously we are seeing now the Trump campaign in real time, as we've been talking to them, are adjusting to what they've been watching play out over the last 3 or 4 hours or so.
Yeah, and he's feeling really good. I talked to a number of people who were with him who said that he is ecstatic, that they had already said that they thought he was in a different headspace than when he went into 2020 when he was angry. He was watching those results come in. But as you said, he still couldn't understand why they weren't going to get the results tonight. Now, obviously, we're seeing a lot more of these states being called right now than even his own team anticipated. I was told that they were looking very carefully at Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and they thought that maybe they'd have some idea by tomorrow what those results would look like. But as we're seeing those results coming in, there's so much more of that vote counted in these states than they even anticipated. So clearly that shifted their entire mentality around this, and Donald Trump coming here and getting ready to speak.
Well, and so Donald Trump is in the building right now, I should note. We're waiting to hear from him. He has made his way over from Mar-a-Lago, about a 10-minute drive away. And you just think of, I was there at Trump's victory party in 2016 when he first won, and the entire room was shell-shocked after he won Florida, that he had actually won that election. He himself was stunned by winning, and it was kind of this surreal moment to see Trump and his family on stage as he was speaking. Then, of course, we all know what happened 4 years ago when he came out and spoke and declared victory that was not his and never would become his, which belonged to Joe Biden. And so I think the question for a lot of people watching now is what he is going to say tonight as he's going to come out. And the race has obviously not been called yet. What he's going to say when he gets on stage after seeing the numbers that are better than even they were expecting this morning.
Yeah, and we know that their team had not spent a lot of time coming up with any drafts for him. They were going to let Donald Trump speak off the cuff, but they were trying to come up with scenarios in which Donald Trump would not come out early. The difference between now and 2020 is that their internal polling was showing them a lot of these kind of numbers. Maybe not exactly, obviously, as you said, they were even surprised by how generous some of the numbers were, but they did believe they had a real path towards winning, unlike in 2020 when that seemed a lot more uncertain, which meant that Donald Trump went into this in a very different way. So the speech that he gave, obviously, in 2020, declaring victory when he did not win the election. We'll see what he says tonight, because we know that, again, he was in a very different place. The election is in a very different place than when he came out then.
Also, the access of influence around him is so different. Like 4 years ago, Rudy Giuliani was in the White House, intoxicated, according to testimony from other aides who were there, urging Trump to go out and declare victory. He's now down the riser from us this evening. He was not at the Mar-a-Lago event. But Donald Trump was surrounded by Elon Musk, we know, was at Mar-a-Lago tonight. There were photos of him sitting with Donald Trump as he was preparing to come over here. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is there as well. Dana White, Tucker Carlson, there are Donald Trump Jr., obviously Senator J.D. Vance, and those who are now, around him that has changed, including his own campaign managers, Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting things about Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita is they've really managed at times to keep him at bay and protect him from his own instincts. Obviously not all the time. Donald Trump can say and do whatever he wants, and he often does. However, for example, one of the things we saw just over the weekend when he was in Pennsylvania speaking and making incredibly inappropriate and insulting comments was Susie Wiles go stand at the buffer and stare at him. Now, we heard from the campaign that they were saying, oh, he was just trying to wrap him because he was going too long. But there's obviously a lot of questions as to whether or not it was because of timing or because of the fact that everybody knew what he was saying could potentially cost him an election that was such narrow margins. I mean, there was a lot of uproar, even from his allies, calling him afterwards on that, and that is something that Susie Wiles is very aware of. So his orbit has changed in terms of the people he is surrounding himself with, people who try to essentially stop him from his own instincts.
Yeah, and also, you know, I think as they're looking at today and surprise themselves by how the numbers have gone, and some places, obviously they thought North Carolina and Georgia would be a gut check. Kristen Holmes will stay with you. Jake, back to you.
Thank you so much, and we have a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is a huge achievement for Donald Trump and a huge bucket of electoral votes, 19 of them, for his path back to the presidency. As of right now, with those 19 electoral votes added from Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is within spitting distance of 270 electoral votes. He has 265 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. John King, Donald Trump is within a hair's breadth of being reelected president.
Yes, he is. And let's just walk over. We'll look at where we are now, 265 to 187. And you're looking at this map. He's leading here. He's leading here. He could get a congressional vote there. There's another one at Maine he could possibly get. But if you just look out here, he is almost certain to get this. The state of Alaska hasn't voted Democrat forever. That would get him to 268. So you're at the point right now, Jake, where pick it, right? Just pick it. There's be one congressional. He could possibly win both in Nebraska. That would get him to 270, assuming he wins Alaska, which I think is a pretty safe bet. Then you just look at the map, right? Unlikely to get any of these over here. He could possibly get an electoral vote out of Maine, but he's leading here, leading here, leading here, and leading there, and he needs two. He needs two. So if he gets that one and that one, he's way up. And if he keeps holding these, then now that's where he was. When he won, he was at 304, 306. That would be 310. 310 if he sweeps. There's no guarantee he's going to sweep by any means. But he's leading in enough states right now. Plus, there's a couple other congressional districts on the board where he could pass. He could, emphasis on could, pass 310 electoral votes. You come back to where we are now, though. He's just in a commanding position. Let's do the math the other way, okay? Which is what gets interesting, right? This is now red in our count. There we go. That gets Donald Trump there. Here's the challenge when you do the math the other way. You assume that stays for the Republican. Let's just, for the sake of argument, big comeback for the Democrat. Big comeback for the Democrat. Democrat holds New Mexico, holds Minnesota. Excuse me for that one. Wins Wisconsin. Wins Michigan. You see this count? See this count? It's New Jersey. There's Connecticut. There's New Hampshire. Pop it out. What do you want to pick? You want to go state? Well, you could even go statewide. It's not going to happen, but let's say statewide. All right, you do all the Maine. You come back out. What does that get you? All right, so it comes down to this: if she wins everything. If she wins everything. The Pennsylvania is what makes Donald Trump. Again, we're not done until we're done, but Pennsylvania, in every path she had, any reasonable, plausible path to 270, included the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the Vice President of the United States. So you get to a place now where as you come back over here, you're just looking at this map and you're saying, is she going to win Alaska? No one's going to Vegas on that one. So where is she in any of these? Do you start coming back? Is there any way to come back? 73% of the vote. It's 266,000 votes. Again, let's just look at the live outstanding vote. Let me move this up so you can see it better. Yes, the outstanding vote in Michigan is disproportionately Democratic, but there are a fair amount. See those big red circles? A fair amount of Republican votes out there. We have a 266,000 vote lead and a map that looks like that of what votes out. Again, I don't do impossibles, but I do improbables, and that's improbable. You come over here to Wisconsin. Again, 119,000 votes ahead. That's come down a little tiny bit. It has. but it's a state won by 22,000 votes in the last 2 elections, and Donald Trump is ahead at the moment by 119,000 votes. And so again, you're looking at what's left. You're at 92%. Sure, the biggest is here, but look at those. Those are modest circles for Republican votes as well. Essentially, in chess, she's blocked. Donald Trump's not across the line yet because we have more states to go through, but she is essentially blocked from getting to 270.
All right, stand by for a projection because CNN can now project that Kamala Harris will get that one electoral vote from Omaha. Nebraska gives its electoral votes according to congressional district. Kamala Harris will get one of them. Donald Trump will get another one of them. Of the 5, let's look at the electoral map. Donald Trump now has 266 electoral votes because we just gave him one from Nebraska's, I think, 1st congressional district. Kamala Harris has 188 because we just gave her one from Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. 270 are needed to win. Donald Trump needs only 4 more electoral votes in order to be the president. Dana?
I mean, Pennsylvania, if you look at those numbers, 266. 4 more. And you just saw the math that John did, the path that the different paths that he put out there for Donald Trump and that for Kamala Harris. And
I'm so
again,
proud.
we're not.
I mean, that map of where she did not perform, the like completely grayed out map where she never overperformed Biden more than 3%. That's just rough.
I think there are 2 stories here. One is the burden that she faced, and to go back to the very beginning of the night when we did the right track, wrong track. 26% of the country thinks that the nation is in the right track. 72% think they're in the wrong track. And when it came to the performance of Joe Biden, it was 41% to approve to 58% disapprove. So she had an enormous burden. And you know, people are unhappy with the way the Biden-Harris administration has run this country for the last 4 years, and she did not succeed. I'm not sure it was possible for her to succeed in somehow positioning herself as an agent of change and distancing herself from Biden. There's another part of the story, though, we got to talk about, which is Donald Trump. The fact is that when you go back to January 6th of 2021 to today, it is an extraordinary comeback. He was a pariah when he left town on January 20th, refused to even go to the inauguration. There was the vast majority of members of his own party wouldn't be seen with him. He, you know, over the course of the 4 years, he proceeds to win himself back into the party, declares right after the tremendous defeat of the Republicans. There was certainly an unsuccessful showing in the midterms in 2022, wins a contested primary, and you know this is his party. This is these voters.
Not just his party.
What?
It's not just his party now, and that's
no, it's his country.
I mean, we have to be careful. We haven't called it yet, but Pennsylvania makes it extremely tough for Kamala Harris, and that's one of the things, I mean, the Trump side of this, one of the most extraordinary dynamics that we didn't necessarily see coming was that there still was a hidden Trump vote. Everybody who, even those who are big supporters of Donald Trump, would tell me, well, now they're loud and proud. People who are MAGA are very open about it, and so on and so forth. Except if you look at just these exit polls across these states and then nationally, there are so many pockets of formerly Democratic sort of coalition voters who have moved in an extraordinary way. I mean, Latino men, an 18-point swing for Donald Trump. He got 18 percentage points more among Latino men than he did in 2020.
Also, the campaign made this concerted effort to go after the never Trump vote, being out there campaigning alongside Liz Cheney, talking about having Republicans in the cabinet. It seems like that did not move people, that is still, in some ways, the never Trump community is kind of a homeless community, and it didn't help Democrats in this conversation in really any of these states. You don't get the sense that there was this vast, as you said, hidden vote that somehow pollsters missed or that people voted in secret. That kind of conversation, it just looks like it didn't pan out.
The fact is that the Trump campaign identified what the majority of Americans, and it appears that for the first time he is going to win the popular vote in addition to the electoral vote, what they cared about. That what they cared about is the fact that a box of cereal costs $9, that with Southern Republican governors shipping illegal immigrants north, that the whole migration issue has become a national issue, that you feel it in New York and Illinois and a bunch of northern states. The transgender issue was this version of the cultural wars. And, people were surprised at the fact that he spent more money on the transgender issue than he did on the economy or immigration in terms of advertising. And it obviously seems to have worked like gangbusters. So he really identified what the concerns of the majority of Americans was, and he played to it. And she faced this overwhelming burden that people just didn't like the direction of the country as it stood now after 4 years of Biden and Harris.
Yeah, well, and, the big term of 2024, Anderson, is the manosphere. And we're all living in the manosphere now.
Dana, let's talk about some of, mistakes that were made, things that weren't looked at, or, obviously there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. There's going to be a lot of navel gazing. What stands out to you?
Listen, I'm still convinced that Kamala Harris performed better than Joe Biden would have tonight. I just think that there were so many of us, even those of us who didn't like Donald Trump, who after the debate performance couldn't in good conscience vote for Joe Biden for 4 more years. But there were tremendous headwinds here. I think there was a misreading, and I'm guilty of this to some degree, of a lot of people don't like Donald Trump, the man, but they felt better when he was in office. That's just the fact. It's the border. It's feelings around crime, feelings around the economy. And I think there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves. A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just saying, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And I think that resonates with people.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to engage in an autopsy prematurely, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion, not just about what happened in this campaign, but about when parties lose, it's an occasion for evaluation. And I think the evaluation is necessary.
Do you think the Democratic Party will do that?
I think I think it will do that, and it should do that. And I said, as I was saying to you guys before, I appreciate the Democratic Party because I think it believes in the use of institutions to help lift people up, and that we're a better country when you do. But the Democratic Party has become more of a suburban, college-educated, professional party, and it still feels allegiance to working people, and it still tries to fight for working people, but it approaches working people like missionaries, like Margaret Mead would approach the natives, and they come and the Democrats say, we want to help you become more like us. And the implication is that somehow if you work with your hands or work with your back, that you're less than. And these are the people who make our country go. And they deserve respect and dignity. Everybody deserves that. I think Kamala Harris tried to express that in this campaign, but it has to be more of an exercise over 90 days of a campaign. It has to be a really rethinking. We talk about, you talked, Van, about solar panels and so on. I don't even understand how people can question that we need to do something about climate change, given the catastrophes that are besetting us now. That said, if you make your living extracting fossil fuels and old energy from the ground, and you make a good middle class living that way, and you have to give that job, and people come to you and say, for the good of humanity, you're going to have to give up your good middle class job. That obviously doesn't sit well, and there needs to be an honest discussion about that. I think the Democratic Party has to do that. But let me just say one other thing, because I pushed one of your hot buttons there.
Don't worry.
But Kamala Harris...
Me too.
Kamala, there'll be plenty of critiques and so on. Kamala Harris completely overperformed expectations. I think she handled herself with a lot of grace. I think she did she probably turned in one of the great debate performances, that we've seen, to the point where now, the guy who appears to be the president-elect, Donald Trump, didn't want to debate her again. And I think she tried to appeal to the better angels of people's nature. And so I'm not
I was just going to say, it was this moment that I realized America just elected the guy who said they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs. So I'm just taking a moment to take that in. But go, Van.
Yeah, look, I think Kamala Harris had to do two things. She had to introduce herself and disqualify Donald Trump. She tried to do that by saying that she was on the economy, for the people, middle class, contrasting his kind of rich as hell kind of thing. She tried to do that. The border's an issue. She tried to be tough on the border and accused Trump of playing politics on the border. And she thought abortion was going to really make it work for her. She just got beat by, her own words.
Her own words from 2019. And also some during the campaign.
And more recent ones as well. If you look at Trump's ads, Bidenomics is working. Whoever came up with Bidenomics needs to be put in the corner someplace. So then, because she doesn't separate herself, and then she says, not a thing comes to mind. So she doesn't separate herself from Biden, and then the whole transgender thing. So the ads just beat her to death on tying her to the economy, tying her to Biden, and tying her to weird stuff. Yeah. And so there was really never a great response. And then to your point, the ad that came out that was beating Kamala up around fear about Israel not being protected. There was never a response from the campaign on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money running her own ads trying to fight back alone. That didn't work. So, but listen, you tied her to the economy, you tied her to Biden, you tied her to weird, and it was not a good
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before before we've called the race and before she dropped out. But, one thing on that, the answer on I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it. The question is what motivated it and whether she just felt she did not want to.
Loyalty.
Yes, loyalty. And so she should have just said, look, I'm grateful to him. I'm proud of many of the things we did together, and I'm not going to critique him. I'm talking about the future. Would have been a better answer. But, it's easy to be on the sidelines.
Look, I think, you can critique whether she's the correct messenger or not. I think the message, right? When you're selling a product that Americans don't want to buy, it doesn't matter who the messenger is. So I think the Democratic Party needs to sit back, talk about navel gazing, sit back and think, what were we selling? What are the American people looking to buy, right? Maybe it's not Green New Deal. Maybe people like driving. Listen, I'm just telling you.
You got to keep 330,000 clean energy jobs, and people are still thinking about it.
I get it, but I'm saying
pretty good.
There's something afoot here. When you look at that map of the counties that she won by 3%, and there's not one of them in America. There's not one. There's a blank map. Yeah. There's something the Republicans are selling that people want. And the Democrats don't.
We're awaiting
Donald
Trump's remarks at any moment as he's on the cusp of reaching the 270 electoral votes he needs to return to the White House. We'll hear from him ahead.
November 17th, I'm venturing across the globe to see how these new weight loss medications are transforming lives and disrupting the industry.
These drugs are very effective, but they're not going to be for everyone.
Is Ozempic right for you? November 17th at 8 p.m. on CNN.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Home sweet home. The North Pole has been taken.
There's worse ways to go out than trying to save Santa Claus.
Is my face still there? That was so embarrassing.
Red 1, rated PG-13, only in theaters November 15th.
I've been warned by celebrities, athletes, and world leaders. But I've always felt most comfortable up here with the folks that made me who I am. I'm right at home, out here on the land. And I'm in my lane, on the shoulder of the interstate. Because this is where I come from. I've been showing up here for nearly 200 years, and I can't wait to see what's next.
Hats off to the future.
Nothing runs like a deer.
Dr. Box, there were many failed attempts to fix my teeth. I retouched all my wedding photos, and it was even affecting my health. I trusted you because you specialize in dental implants. You created a permanent solution and customized my teeth so it still felt like me. My new teeth have improved my life and changed my future. Thank you. You're so welcome.
Get the smile you want from the #1 provider of fixed full-arch dental implants in the U.S. Schedule a free consultation.
Your memory is an amazing thing, but sometimes...
I tweeted back at him.
And former President Donald Trump, there you see him on the stage. Let's listen in.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Former President Trump obviously waiting for the Lee Greenwood song to end. You see Speaker Mike Johnson, Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Let's listen in.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children, and after the we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come. We also express tremendous appreciation for Susan, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come.
For the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came out. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, Donald Trump taking a victory lap of sorts. I do not think that, as far as I know, any major news organization has declared him to be the victor, but it certainly seems that he is on his way to that point. And there he is giving a generally, as far as he goes, unifying and generous speech. He invited to speak his campaign managers, as well as Dana White, as well as his
running mate, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Maybe I have missed something. Has anybody actually declared him? In any case,
Fox has.
Fox has. Okay. Well, in any case, he's well on his way to that point. So,
and if you notice, he did not dispute in any way the results of this election. So obviously, he is feeling more confident in it than in another scenario.
I think there was one in that long speech with all the weave. There was one key line: America has given us an unprecedented mandate. Now, it may not be unprecedented, but there's no other way you can read these election results than he has received a mandate in his personal victory, in the Senate, the Republicans taking the Senate and picking up more seats than were expected. He said that they'd taken the House. They haven't taken the House yet. Nobody has declared that. But I don't see any other way to read this than that he has a mandate to fulfill his agenda.
100%. And I think one of the things that's so significant about that is that the Democrats treated his first term as a fluke, because he lost the popular vote and won the electoral vote. And in that sense, it was to a degree, although that has certainly happened in history before. This is a sweeping victory. And John and I were going over the margin of error, even in the blue states, New Jersey and New York. He significantly shrank the partisan chasm in those states. And we have declared that the Republicans are going to take back the Senate. We do not know what's going to happen to the House, but he does have a sort of mandate without question.
Yes, and he talked in this speech about the promises that he's made, and he said he's going to keep them. And so some of the most clear promises that he has made are on the economy, very, very sharp tariffs. That have been controversial in the business world and among economists. Assuming that he gets that through, assuming that that happens, we will see if that is true or whether it will help. On the immigration front, which was, since the minute he came down that escalator in 2015, a huge topic for him. This time around, he has said point blank, he is going to engage in mass deportation. We'll see how that works. We'll see just even the mechanism of that. And the other thing that I don't think we should lose sight of is that he has said very clearly, multiple times, that he will go after and prosecute his enemies. And how he will go about doing that, what that means for who would be his attorney general, we will have to wait and see. We also should remember that if he is the person that raises his hand and takes the oath of office January 20th, 2025, thanks to the Supreme Court, there will be far fewer guardrails, checks on him legally. That will be the law of the land, that he will be able to do a lot more. And not to mention, the federal indictments against him will almost surely disappear.
They're gone. Absolutely.
They'll disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talked about putting the last 4 years behind us. Maybe those are some of the things that'll go away. And, you know, I also want to recognize something that Dana White said at the UFC, where he said this is karma. Just to hear that through the lens of his supporters, that they feel that between his convictions, impeachments, et cetera, that he has been persecuted and that this was their response to that. That was like a huge applause line in that room.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. This is a man who has been impeached twice, a man who has survived 2 assassination attempts, very serious, 4 indictments, almost 100 charges, and he looks like he's going to have walked through all of it.
And he's at 34 counts, a
right.
convicted felon.
And well, when we'll see what happens on that conviction and
Yeah.
what punishment he faces. I don't understand how a man like that couldn't feel tremendously empowered to do whatever he wants, because he has got the mandate. The system, I don't believe it was a persecution by the system or weaponization or legal, but he certainly does. And it seems to me he's going to feel they did their worst to me, and I survived it, and I thrived, and the country gave me a mandate.
I think probably there are a lot of Americans out there watching who are trying to make sense of tonight and trying to figure out why this happened. And I know that there are those who think that this is a manifestation of ugliness among their fellow Americans, that this is a vote for bigotry, and this is a vote for misogyny, or this is a vote for racism, et cetera. And I want to take a moment and just reflect on the fact that if you look at the reasons why the voters who decided this election voted the way they did, it is not because of those parts of the MAGA movement or Trump's comments in the past. It's not about vindicating Trump for the lawsuits or the criminal charges or the impeachment. The people who decided this election, the people in the battleground states who switched or who turned out, don't like the country as it is right now, mainly because of the three issues. And like people like it or not, Donald Trump ran an issues-based campaign, whether or not his 2-hour stem-winder rally speeches covered all of it. It was mainly because of the economy and the beating that people are taking at the gas pump and in grocery stores, inflation, and immigration, and the fact that immigration, there is a crisis at the border. There has been for several years. The first couple of years of the Biden-Harris administration, they were in denial about it and acted as though anybody who asked about it was just reading right-wing talking points. And then also having to do with foreign policy and the standing in the world. Now, you can say, you can look at what's happening in Ukraine, and you can look at what's happening in the Middle East and all over the world and believe that Trump had something to do with it, or not believe Trump had something to do with it. But it is true that there are wars going on right now that were not going on during the Trump presidency. I'm not saying that correlation, but I want to reassure, because I know that there are people out there who are worried that this is a statement, that this vote for Donald Trump is a statement of dislike of them. And I don't think that is what people should read into election results.
The only point at which I agree with most of what you said, the only thing I would push back on is this is a man who would get up in rallies and say, I am your retribution. This goes back to what David Axelrod said. There obviously are millions of people in this country who feel that there's an elite, an inside game, that they're looked down on, as Axelrod said, where the party, the Democratic Party, approaches them almost like missionaries, like we want to help you and make you like us. And he was in effect saying, I'm representing you against those people. I agree that a lot of it doesn't have to do with misogyny and racism, but I do think that there's we talk about one of the big dividing lines here is college-educated people versus non-college educated people. I think there is certainly a class element.
I'm not dismissing any of that. I am saying that the people who either swung their votes, changed their votes, the people who decided this election. I'm not saying all 85 million or however many people ultimately ended up voting for Donald Trump did so for one monolithic reason. I'm just saying I think that people need to think about the economic reasons first and foremost.
That's what I was just going to say, is that one of the things that I think maybe the biggest thing that Donald Trump benefited from was the fact that he had been in the White House before, and the economy was better. Whether it was on him or not, the economy was better, and people remembered that, and that is such a fundamental across the board for pretty much everybody who voted for him.
Let's bring in Caitlin Collins, who is at Trump campaign headquarters. Caitlin, your takeaways from what we heard from Donald Trump.
Well, Jake, just on that conversation that y'all were just having, what I'm hearing from the Trump campaign in the last hour or so as they're looking at these numbers is they're taking all of that and seeing what the margins are in these states that they were so worried about even as of this morning, and also looking at the popular vote right now and believing all of that is an affirmation of what they have been saying on the campaign trail for the last 2 years and what Donald Trump has been arguing about the current administration, and believing it was a message that resonated, that despite moments like the Madison Square Garden rally and all of these other moments, that there are this underlining message where all of that did not necessarily matter, and it was still essentially Kristen Holmes, what he has been arguing for 2 years on immigration or the economy, criticize the message or not, that is what came through. And I think the other thing that stood out from him being on that stage tonight was the power sources around him. Susie Wiles getting up there, she did not speak. She was the only person he called to get on stage who did not say a word into the microphone.
And actually adamantly shook her head that she wasn't going to speak.
And is maybe one of the most powerful and influential people of this campaign that was up there on that stage tonight.
Absolutely, and her name's already been floated for chief of staff. There's a lot of people around him who believe that if she wants that job, she can have it, and that she's the best person fit for it because they believe she is somebody who can keep him at least somewhat in line. Again, it's former President Donald Trump. We know that he is not somebody who can be controlled, but for the most part, Susie Wiles has done a very good job at trying to keep him in line as much as you possibly can. And one thing I just want to point out on what you were saying about those issues like immigration, crime, and the economy is that when we saw Kamala Harris ascend to the top of the ticket, there was an argument inside of the Trump campaign. They kept pushing out that it would be, if Donald Trump could beat her, it would be because they would be able to link her to the current administration and the unhappiness that Americans felt, particularly when it came to issues like immigration, crime, inflation. And they believed, they kept pushing that message, trying to drown out all the other noise, particularly the noise that comes with having Donald Trump as a candidate, somebody who is a loose cannon, somebody who says whatever. If they could drown him out with this constant messaging about the economy in particular, about crime, that they could win this election. And if that is why the American people voted, and I'm sure we're going to pour through the exit polls and pour through the data as to why they were right during that time. And obviously we saw the enthusiasm that came with Kamala Harris's ascension, but their point during all of that was at the end of the day, if he can make the case that she is tied to the current administration, then they can make the case to win in November. And I can guarantee you they believe and they feel very good about the fact that they stuck to that messaging. Again, Donald Trump did not always stick to the messaging, but the campaign themselves was pushing that.
Whether it was the ads or what the surrogates were saying, that was something you saw constantly. It was a different campaign than what we'd seen in the past. Obviously, the candidate himself was the candidate. We were at the Madison Square Garden rally. But the campaign, there weren't major staff shakeups weeks before the actual race, and that was really a question of the closing message also, whether that would affect it. A lot of them, even inside the campaign, began to feel that way. Obviously today changed their perspectives, and just looking also on that stage tonight, Ivanka Trump was there with Jared Kushner. They were standing to the far right just off camera. That is, I believe, her first campaign trail appearance. She did not attend the trial in Manhattan. Nope. She was not at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. We've heard from her, but she hasn't been out on the campaign trail at all.
That's right, and actually we only saw Jared once. We saw him at Donald Trump's actual announcement just about a year ago, or 2 years ago, gosh. Time flies.
2 years ago.
2 years ago at Mar-a-Lago, but Ivanka was not there. She made that announcement shortly before Donald Trump announced that he was going to be running, that she and Jared were going to take a step back and take care of their family, and she has largely stayed out of light. Now, after his conviction, as we talked about, she was up at Trump Tower. She never came down with him. Even when he spoke, she wasn't there. She was never seen publicly with him, and there was a lot of questions about that. You know, even he brought up on the campaign trail in the last 2 days how she was there on the campaign trail with him back in 2016 and 2020, and she had largely disappeared. It was notable that she was there today, and I was speaking to somebody earlier before the Mar-a-Lago event who said they weren't even sure she was going to show up to that Mar-a-Lago watch party. Now, obviously, everything started shifting when they started seeing those numbers coming in, but she has really taken a back seat here, and it was interesting to see her on the stage.
Yeah. And Jake, obviously a moment there that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump himself summed up. J.D. Vance calling it, as he put it, the greatest political comeback ever. And Donald Trump saying that he believed that they are seeing the results that we're looking at now for a reason. Obviously, the question is what that means and what's to come.
Caitlin, thanks so much. And Anderson, it is hard to think of a political comeback that is actually more significant than this one. I'm tempted to say Richard Nixon, but that really falls short of what Donald Trump has achieved.
Yeah, I mean, winning not just the electoral votes, but the popular vote as well. Let's continue the discussion about just what this means, and obviously Democrats are going to be looking at this very closely about what it was why they didn't deliver.
Yeah, well, and we talked a bit about that. We heard a discussion about what it was. We should talk about what it wasn't. It may have been a mandate for some of the policies around economy and immigration. There'll be battles over some aspects of that and the wisdom of some of it. But certainly he should feel like he's been affirmed on that. It wasn't a mandate to wantonly use the power of the presidency to punish his political enemies. It wasn't a mandate to help enrich himself and his friends. It wasn't a mandate to single out groups in our society for scorn or worse. I'd love to hear from Van on this, but let's be honest about this, okay? Let's be absolutely blunt about it. There were appeals to racism in this campaign, and there is racial bias in this country, and there is sexism in this country, and anybody who thinks that did not in any way impact on the outcome of this race is wrong. I'm not saying that was the main reason that Kamala Harris lost and Donald Trump won. And I think they ran honestly, strategically, his campaign, and I've said it many times, they ran a very smart campaign. It was an ultimately rational, well-conceived, and well-executed campaign for an irrational, often irrational candidate, and they overcame him to sell his message, or the message that they thought he should be selling to the country. But let's not confuse what this was and what it wasn't. Let's be very clear-eyed about it.
I think it's going to be a long time for us to figure out what it was and what it wasn't. I hope that it goes the way that you said. But like I do think it's bitter in the mouth. The racial and gender dimension of this. And the only way that you can kind of begin to see it, if you don't see it right away, is, can you imagine a woman of color acting like Donald Trump acted, even for one day? The kinds of stuff that he said, the kinds of things that he did, the way that he would insult people. If you're a person of color, you don't feel like you have that freedom. You feel like you really are somewhat constrained. You're always running something in the back of your mind like, how am I going to be perceived? And also, if I say this, will they think that all black people are this way or all women are this way? So there's a license that he had to just be a fool, just to be an obnoxious ass to everyone. And for people to go, well, he can still be president. There's nobody who doesn't have that phenotype that feels that free. And so I do think that what I'm hearing from people is, what do we have to do to be acceptable? I'm hearing from women of color, like, from people see things very, very differently. I just want to make sure people, like, Kamala Harris, look, she's not Oprah or Beyonce. She's not like some untouchable black woman in the popular, but she is a respectable woman, and she's somebody who served in all three branches. She served in the courts, she served in the legislature, she served in the executive branch, she served local, state, federal. She should have been qualified enough to be able to not have this sort of an outcome. And just give me a second now. And so then I think what happened last time when Trump won, everybody ran to the economic argument. The Tea Party was just people, they had economic anxiety, that's all it was. But the people with the most economic anxiety were black and brown people who at that time did not join the Tea Party. So I just don't want to take out that many things can be true at the same time.
I would just say this. Maybe you got a bad messenger and a bad message. Kamala Harris has never run an election in a state that wasn't 100% Democratic. She's been elected in the state of California her entire career. She's run as a prosecutor. She ran for AG. She ran for Senate in a blue state. So she's never had to build a coalition. She's never had to really campaign. When she ran for president the first time on her own, she tanked. She didn't get anywhere. And then so when this came about, this opportunity came about, she didn't run again. She's never been battle tested. And Axe, you've said this before. Running for president is a skill. Like Barack Obama wasn't good at it when he started. Right. There was no racism at it. Barack Obama got good at it. You helped him get good at it, right? And so maybe she's just a bad messenger, selling a bad product.
No, I mean, look, I think, again,
You don't think there's any validity to that?
No, I think that there are plenty of ways to critique her as a candidate. I think there'll be time to do that. I think the fundamental point, and it's been made again and again and again tonight, no one, I don't care how good a candidate you were, it's very hard when there's a 28% right track number in this country, when people have 2/3 of the country think the economy is bad, regardless of whether it is, or, you know.
No, again, I'm saying not just messenger, I'm saying the message as well.
But no, but that is all true, but that doesn't obviate the fact that there were some people who probably voted against her. We've never had a woman president, that there's sexism in this country. There are people who probably voted against her because there may be some people there are clearly people who voted for her because of it.
Barack and Michelle Obama are some of the most admired people in America.
Let me just say, though, I wonder, I worry that...
Trust me, there were plenty of people who weren't terribly happy about having him as president.
Look at the
Please stop.
No, but I think that the wrong takeaway from this would be that by running toward the center and away from some of her 2019 positions, that was a mistake, and that she should have doubled down on ultra-leftism and tried to play to the progressive base. I think this is a sweeping indictment of a progressive left that has gone so far that it alienates so much of the center of this country. There's a rural-urban divide, but there's a cultural divide where people feel left behind where part of the party, Democratic Party, is going. And I do think she was right to moderate. That's what she should have done. But she had a 3-month, basically, window to do that. She's somebody who was not battle-tested, and she was wearing the brunt of Joe Biden in her own positions in 2019. That was a terrible position to be in.
Donald Trump on the brink of a stunning victory. Votes still coming in. We're also tracking the fight for the control of the House. A lot more ahead. It's an historic election night with Donald Trump poised to win back the White House. Let's take a look at where the electoral vote count stands right now. Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 195 electoral votes. The magic number, obviously, 270 needed to win. Donald Trump is 4 short of that. So let's look at the states, the battleground states that we have not called yet. Michigan, Donald Trump 52.6%, Kamala Harris 45.6%. Donald Trump a 320,916 vote lead. That's with 81% of the estimated vote in from the Wolverine state. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump 51.1%, Kamala Harris 47.3%. Donald Trump with a 120,903 vote lead in a state with 94% of the estimated vote reported in. In Arizona, Donald Trump 50.4%, Kamala Harris 48.7%. Donald Trump with a 31,223 vote lead. That's with an estimated 54% of Arizona's vote reported in. Nevada, Donald Trump 51.5%, Kamala Harris 46.8%. Donald Trump with a 51,805 vote lead with 76% of the estimated vote in. So, John King, what are we waiting for?
To see how bad the shellacking is. This is a shellacking for the Democrats tonight. The question is how bad. A shellacking for the vice president. Right now, we still haven't called, we haven't called Michigan or Wisconsin or the western states, Arizona and Nevada, but the former president is leading in those. The Republicans will take control of the Senate. The question is how high do they go? And we're still waiting on control of the House, which now becomes vital. Donald Trump with the presidency and a clear majority in the Senate. Won't get to 60 votes, but 55 maybe. It's possible, maybe even higher than that. So the House comes everything. But now when you're looking at this, here's one way to score it. We're not done yet, but Donald Trump is winning the popular vote by 5.2 million votes. Another way, he's winning with more than 51% of the vote nationally as you look at this. To get to 270, to officially get there, Donald Trump, let's just sneak over here just a little bit. Either we call Wisconsin or Michigan soon, but we don't even have to get there. When Alaska comes in later, that would get him to the edge, and he wins 1 congressional district in Maine. So Donald Trump is knocking on the door. He's going to get there. He's going to get there. I was going to say barring this, that, or the other thing. He's going to get there. I'm probably not supposed to say that on television. We haven't projected it yet, but he's going to get there. So here's another way to score this. Excuse me for turning my back. This is where we are right now. That number could change. We have 50 states. The Republicans are winning 31-19. In a football game, if you lose like that, the coach gets together and says, what should we do differently, right? Ronald Reagan Mr. Wallace and I were both child prodigies, so we were around, we remember this. Ronald Reagan won 49 states. In the next election, George H.W. Bush won 40 states over Michael Dukakis. And some Democratic governors, Bill Clinton in Arkansas, Jim Hunt in North Carolina, Roy Romer was out in Colorado. Some Democratic governors, Lawton Childs, believe it or not, a Democratic governor of Florida. Governors like that got together and said, we have a problem, Democrats. What are we going to do about it? This is going to be a fascinating conversation in the days ahead, because you see these three states right here, the blue wall states, right now, they're not done. It's possible the vice president picks up one of them. But right now, the math is pretty damning for her right there. Democratic governor, Democratic governor, Democratic governor. What do the Democratic governors say? Arizona right now is going Republican. We'll see what happens. Democratic governor. Where are the people going to stand up, Jake? That's my biggest question, and say, Houston, we have a problem. How do we fix it? Back in the Bill Clinton days, that was the Democratic Leadership Council. They said the party was too liberal. A lot of those conversations, you just had one at that table over there, are happening tonight. A lot of Democratic incoming tonight to me is Democrats need a new way to talk about urban America. They need a new way to talk about crime, and they need a new way to talk to counter Donald Trump's what the Democrats call fake populism. The voters today don't seem to see it that way, but the Democrats say it's fake populism. So how do we answer? Why are working class voters? Why is that happening out there, right? So that's what the messaging problem is Democrats are texting about. And when you say, well, what are they talking about? Well, this is what they're talking about. Again, Mr. Wallace and I were standing on a platform here in 1988 when Michael Dukakis rode the tank in Warren, Michigan. That's Macomb County. Donald Trump is getting 58% of the vote right now in Macomb County. Those used to be Democrats. Those are blue-collar workers who work with their hand a few miles north of Detroit. A lot of them are unionized, union members. 58% of the vote. He got 53% there 4 years ago. So in an election where Democrats are trying to pull back blue-collar working-class voters, Donald Trump took more. We're not at the final count yet, but there you see it there. And so then you come here to Oakland County. This is your more affluent suburbs. Again, when I started doing this, this was Republican territory. Just want to take a look at it. Donald Trump at 42% there in 2020. Donald Trump at 43%, just a tad better, right? Trump did well, made gains with blue-collar workers, and some of those are black workers and Latino workers, by the way. They're not all just white blue-collar workers. His suburban, this is going to take a while to analyze all of this. He seems to have inched up a little bit in the suburbs. That's enough to win. That would still be a place where Republicans look like, how do we improve after this? But when you have a map like this, let's come over to Wisconsin, right? I said earlier in the night, can the vice president do in Brown County, right, can she narrow the margins? This is Green Bay, again, blue-collar workers, Green Bay Packers fans, 55% to 43%. Joe Biden had 45%, a little more. Again, it's a point or two, but the Democrats are heading in the wrong direction with the voters they need. Now, a lot of Democrats scoff when you come out to the national map and they see all this in the middle, and they say, well, nobody lives there, or they're the flyer of the states, or they have tiny roles in the Electoral College. I'm telling you, when the score's 31-19, it's time to have a conversation about who we're talking to and who we're losing and who won't listen to us. That's the issue there. So I just want to come down and look at a few other places as we come through this. We were talking about this earlier, Jake. Again, Joe Biden got 61% in New York State. It's a blue state, right? It's a blue state. 61% in 2020. The vice president's down to 56% if you round it. So even in the reliably blue states, the margins are down a little bit. You can write it off if you want to one election. You can write it off to the really bad cost of living climate that you live in, but you can also say that our candidates and our message did not counter his message. Again, she's winning 96%, 52%. So call that a 5-point race, 52, 5.5, 6-point race. 4 years ago, it was a 10-point race. So even in places that are blue on this map, the margins are more narrow, which tells the Democrats you're losing 31 out of the 50 if it finishes out that way. Your margins have shrunk even in the states where you have won for years. The 3 states that made Joe Biden president there in 2020, once again, made Donald Trump president. We're not done with the counts there, but you see that down there as well. The Democrats thought their progress was going to come down in the Sun Belt. That's a lot of red, and at the moment, that's a lot of red, Jake.
All right, John, still ahead. Will Republicans hold on to the House, or will Democrats take it back? We're going to get the latest on that, plus more on Donald Trump on the verge of victory and what comes next. Donald Trump now 266 electoral votes, just 4 shy of the 270 needed for him to return to the White House. There's another battle going on in Washington, the fight for control of the House of Representatives. Boris Sanchez is looking at the current balance of power there. Boris?
Yeah, Jake, 2 important projections to bring you 2 flips in crossover districts, beginning with the 22nd House District in New York. This is up in upstate New York in the Syracuse area, a district that 4 years ago Joe Biden won. Democrat John Mannion defeating Republican incumbent Brandon Williams to take that seat, and we anticipate flip it for Democrats. The opposite happening in Pennsylvania's 8th district. This is in the Scranton area, a district that Donald Trump won, one that Democratic incumbent Matt Cartwright was the representative for, but now Rob Bresnahan, who had never held public office in his life, he's a business executive, he is now projected to win that seat in the House of Representatives. So what does this mean for the magic number, the number that Democrats need to take control of the chamber? As you can see, Democrats have to pick up 7 Republican seats. They are currently leading in 9 races where Republicans hold seats. But the math starts to get a little bit complicated there, because keep in mind, there are districts where Republicans are leading in races where Democrats hold seats. So if you do some math, while it appears that it's trending in Democrats' direction, they may come up short if this trend continues. Let's get you an update on some key race alerts now. These are results coming into CNN as we're getting them. In New York's 19th district, this is in the Ithaca area. Josh Riley, a Democratic attorney, is currently about 3,600 votes in front of freshman Republican incumbent Mark Molinaro, 94% of the vote in that New York district. Another one to tell you about, this one on Long Island, another district Joe Biden won 4 years ago. Laura Gillen, a town supervisor in House District 4, is currently leading Republican incumbent Anthony D'Esposito, a former NYPD officer, by roughly 6,148 votes, 92% of the vote in this district. Looking at the first House District in Arizona, this is the northern suburbs of Phoenix. You have Amish Shah, the Democrat in this race, an ER doctor, a slim margin, 742 votes ahead of incumbent Republican David Schweikert. Obviously, still a close race there, 56% of the vote in. Now, let's get you some more key races where Republicans are leading. Let's take a look, beginning with the state, or rather the district in Pennsylvania in the Lehigh Valley area. This is House District 7. You have Ryan McKenzie leading Democratic incumbent Susan Wild by roughly 5,500 votes, 99% of the vote in there. It looks like it's trending in Republicans' direction. In Michigan, House District 7, Tom Barrett leading by 17,000 votes against Curtis Hurdle, 97% of the vote there in the 7th district. This is in the Lansing area. This is actually the district that's got an open seat because Alyssa Slotkin is running for Senate. Keep your eyes on this one. Meantime, a key race alert from Alaska. Nick Begich, the Republican in this race, leading the Democratic incumbent Mary Peltola. She's a freshman who's actually the first Native Alaskan ever voted to Congress. This is a ranked choice, sort of open format in Alaska, so you'll see her going up against a fellow Democrat. But right now, Begich, 5,800 votes ahead, 55% of the vote in this at-large district, obviously Alaska, a state that Donald Trump won. So what does all this mean for the balance of power in the House of Representatives? The raw numbers right now, 169 for Democrats with 1 pickup, 197 for Republicans with 4 pickups, 69 seats remaining up for grabs. Anderson, as you know, 218 needed for control of the chamber.
All right. Boris Sanchez, thanks very much. We'll check in with you a little bit later on as well. Ashley Allison is joining us, as well as Scott Jennings. I want to hear from both of you. Ashley, obviously this is not the outcome you had hoped for. What do you think, what are you looking at about what went wrong?
Well, I think she wasn't able to put the coalition together she needed to in each of the states. It was never going to look the same. But we've always talked about this would be on the margins. So if you pull off even 1% of one of your base constituencies, which he was able to do he was able to do in many of them, you were not going to be able to keep that state or hold that state. And so I've heard a lot of people talk about the conversations we need to have. And I think we do need to have conversations as a party. But the conversation that I want to have are for people who showed up and voted for Kamala Harris, and tell them to hold their head up high. I remember in 2016 having to walk back into the White House today, and I was embarrassed to go to work because I feel like I had failed our country. you know, despair is not the time to lose hope. It is the time to dig down, to do some soul searching and fight for a better day. Many of the communities that are most vulnerable and that are really afraid right now, the trans community, immigrants, people of color, even if there's polling or outcomes that are showing that some people of color voted for Donald Trump, you're worthy, you're visible, you're not alone. And so you can feel what you feel right now, but we have to do work to protect the most vulnerable. And we can and we will. And then for the people who did support Donald Trump, we've sat on this network and people have said the things that he said about retribution and about going after his enemies. That's not what he really meant. So in moments when he does that, it's your responsibility to hold him accountable and not let him do that and not let him undermine the democracy, because it is bigger than him. This is not his country. It is our country. He just happened to be most likely elected to run it for 4 years.
Scott, what do you expect the next couple months to be like once he's in?
Well, look, he has an opportunity here to try to unite the country after a huge victory. And this is a mandate. He's won the national popular vote for the first time since, for a Republican, for the first time since 2004. This is a big deal. This isn't backing into the office. This is a mandate to do what you said you were going to do. Get the economy working again for regular working class Americans, fix immigration, try to get crime under control, try to reduce the chaos in the world. This is a mandate from the American people to do that. I think I'm interpreting the results tonight as the revenge of just the regular old working class American, the anonymous American who has been crushed, insulted, condescended to. They're not garbage. They're not Nazis. They're just regular people who get up and go to work every day and are trying to make a better life for their kids, and they feel like they have been told to just shut up when they have complained about the things that are hurting them in their own lives. I also feel like this election, as we sit here and pour over this tonight, is something of an indictment of the political information complex. I mean, we've been sitting around here for the last couple of weeks, and the story that was portrayed was not true. I mean, we were told Puerto Rico was going to change the election. Liz Cheney, Nikki Haley voters, women lying to their husbands. Before that, it was Tim Walz and the camo hats. Night after night after night, we were told all these things and gimmicks were going to somehow push Harris over the line, and we were just ignoring the fundamentals. Inflation, people feeling like that they were barely able to tread water at best. That was the fundamentals of the election. And so I think that both parties should always look at the results of an election and figure out what went right and what went wrong. But I think for all of us who cover elections and talk about elections and do this on a day-to-day basis, we have to figure out how to understand, talk to, and listen to the half of the country that rose up tonight and said, we've had enough.
I think we have to listen to everybody, actually. I think that I've been saying this whole time, I think the polls did not have it right? Like the spread in some of these battleground states are a little larger than some, not as close as we thought it was going to be. We thought we were going to be counting. I mean, it hasn't been called yet, but the likelihood that he gets to 270 is highly probable. The people who voted for Kamala Harris are struggling too. They're feeling ignored too. A Republican's pain is no greater than less than a Democratic's pain. And we have a moment now where, and I'm not saying you're doing this, we can point and be like, ha, you're the loser, I told you so. Or we can do what Donald Trump said, which I believe I have the right to feel skeptical of, that he wants to unify this country. Actions speak louder than words.
That's the opposite of what I'm saying. And I think for Van and for you and for Axe, I mean, I've been on the losing side of tough nights here and in my professional life. It's not easy to lose a race like this. One of my most crushing nights was 2012. I know it was one of your best, and one of your best because we were there in the same state together. And so I understand, and I do think that the new president has a responsibility to make the whole country feel like they can be part of a more optimistic future. I do think the way this campaign was run was basically on the Democrats thought there were enough people who hated Trump or were willing to fear him to win the race. And it turns out there's more to being president than simply not being Donald Trump in the eyes of the American people. I'm a little worried about how Democrats are going to react. They've been told Trump is a modern-day Hitler, or at least he's a fascist. And now Kamala Harris, I suspect, is going to have to wake up in the morning and concede to that person. And then she's going to have to go to the Senate and certify the election. And
which she will do.
She'll do that.
And I'm a little concerned about an election in which half the country was conditioned to believe that the person who just won the national popular vote is going to be a dictator, eliminate the Constitution, and create a bloodbath, and so on and so forth. So
can I say something about that?
We have to reckon with that in the aftermath of that argument.
The thing I think is most important to remember is the people who said that he was a Hitler lover weren't Democrats. They were Republicans. People who said that he was a fascist weren't Democrats. They were Republicans who worked for him. And so it's not just these elite Democrats over here, poisoning the well. You had a pretty broad consensus from Chomsky to the Cheneys, that was very, very concerned and remains concerned. And so I think it's not just on us to stop calling names. I think it's up to him to, as Allison said, with deeds show that he's not going to be those things.
Well, you said it. Mm-hmm. It's not just the elite Democrats. It was just the elites.
I don't think
and when I look,
so you just dismiss all criticism of Trump as just elites.
I'm not dismissing it, but how do you look at these results and not conclude that the non-elite portion of this country basically said, we've had enough, and whether that was enough on the economy or enough on immigration or enough of what you did to us during COVID or enough of whatever, and so that's always been the appeal of Trump, right? Is that you all are being misled by the elites, the experts, the institutions, whatever. And so he's never going to get along with the elites. And he didn't get along with them in this election. And it looks like the people agreed with him on it.
Scott, look, I first of all, I'm always willing to be introspective about how we talk about these things and how we think about them. Polls weren't actually that wrong. I mean, you're going to look at these polls and they're going to mostly be within I think how we use polls and how we talk about polls is a discussion that we ought to have, and whether that's how we should cover campaigns. But, you sat on this, maybe at this very table in January of 2021, and you were compelling and moving because you are someone who believes in the institutions of this democracy and in integrity and so on. The reason that people are worried and wary about Donald Trump is because of the way Donald Trump has behaved when he was president, after he was president, and during this campaign. And, how many times do we have a discussion about, his message as related in his campaign ads and the kind of really disturbing things that he said about jailing his opponents and shooting his opponents and so on. It's not like people make that stuff up. It's concerning. Now, I would say to you that it's the responsibility of people who supported him to hold him as we should hold him to the commitments that he made to work on the problems of the American people and to not indulge in the kind of craziness that we sometimes heard from him.
I got to get a break. CNN's election coverage continues right after this.
All right, welcome back to CNN's special live coverage election night in America. I'm John Berman in New York. And at this moment, Donald Trump looks like he is about to cap off what is an historic political comeback, dismantling the Democrats' blue wall. You can see right behind me right now, he's got 266 electoral votes, 4 short of the 270 he officially needs to win the presidency. But honestly, all signs point to that right now. Let's get over to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall and talk about where things stand. Trump at 266 electoral votes. We haven't officially called the race yet for Donald Trump. What yet still remains?
Yeah, let's start there. There's a lot to dig into about what's happened over the course of the last several hours, but start there in terms of he's four electoral votes away from the threshold, right? 270, and he's the next president of the United States. He's not there yet. What's outstanding? Why hasn't it been called yet? First off, We don't call races, you and me. We don't get paid to do that. What we do know is what's outstanding. And you will notice everything that's in gray are races that CNN has not called yet. Everything that's filled in has been called. And I think what's critical to know at this moment is the states that have not been called yet, that add up to 270, that are very much heading in Donald Trump's direction right now. Why we say Trump is on the brink of winning the next presidency? Well, start here. This is the state of Alaska. It's not been called yet. 56% reporting. Donald Trump almost 15 points ahead, 14.5 points ahead, 28,000 votes in the state of Alaska. That's a pretty substantial lead. Feels like he's on track there. The expectation was this was a state that would go into Republican hands. So what is that? That's 3 electoral votes.
That gets him to 269.
That gets him to 269. So he's looking for 1 additional electoral vote. And I want to come over here. Maine obviously breaks its electoral votes down by congressional district. One of those congressional districts right here, Trump has been favored. The expectation in forecasting was that he would win Maine's 2nd congressional district. Where does it stand right now? Donald Trump with a healthy, nearly 8-point lead with 61% reporting. Add that 1 vote to Alaska, there's your 270, and he's still leading in a number of other states as well. So what else hasn't been called here? You're thinking 2 other blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin. You're thinking Arizona. You're thinking Nevada. The biggest tell of the night is the fact New Jersey has not been called yet. If you're a Democrat, and I told you at 4 in the morning or near 4 in the morning, New Jersey still had not been called in your favor, particularly when back in 2020, Joe Biden won this by nearly 16 points. It has not been called yet. There's no expectation that Kamala Harris is going to lose New Jersey, but the fact that it hasn't been called yet tells you a lot. What also tells you a lot is we've been watching 7 battleground states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, the Blue Wall, the Sunbelt states, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. What do you notice about all 7 of those states currently?
Trump is leading in every single one, or has already been called the winner in every single one.
Exactly. And what's outstanding right now, 2 blue wall states. We'll start with Michigan, 83% reporting. Donald Trump up by 324,000 votes. These were states that were decided by tens of 20,000 votes back in 2016. Joe Biden bumped it up a little bit higher than that. That's a huge margin with 83% reporting. Swip over to Wisconsin, always the tightest of the blue wall states. Donald Trump with 96% reporting is up by 108,000
That's
votes.
a very big margin in Wisconsin, full stop.
Yeah, and if you don't believe John Berman, your mistake. However, go back into 2020. Joe Biden won this by 20,000 votes. Go back into 2016. Donald Trump won this by 22,000 votes. Where are we again in 2024? Donald Trump, with 96% reporting, is up by 108,000 votes. We haven't even gotten into Arizona and Nevada yet, which are still kind of on the early side of reporting, but Trump with decent leads there right now. All 7 of the battlegrounds, Georgia, North Carolina, called earlier in the night, looking towards, either already called or heading towards Donald Trump.
So that's where we are. A very good description of why we haven't officially called the race yet, even though every single sign there is pointing to a Trump victory. We are on the precipice of Donald Trump perhaps being declared officially the next president of the United States. Now the question is, Phil, why? What have we seen perhaps in some of these key battleground states? Let's look at Pennsylvania, since everyone's familiar with it, that tells the story of what's happened here.
Yeah, so if you look at Pennsylvania, obviously this has been ground zero for Democrat and Republican campaigns. More than $100 million in ad spending dumped here than any other of the 7 battleground states. This was the linchpin state, that 170,000 vote lead. It's double what Joe Biden won the state by in 2020. If you want to understand why Donald Trump is where he is, why he won this state, why he flipped it back into his column, let's start here. Where are the places that he outperformed his 2020 numbers by 3% or more? That is a significant overperformance compared to the last time. And you see the area where he overperformed in kind of the eastern part of the state, that Joe Biden was able to keep the margins down. He was able to cut into Donald Trump's 2016 margins when Trump was able to defeat Hillary Clinton. These are blue-collar areas. These are areas of working-class white voters without college degrees that Democrats were able to win back behind Joe Biden in 2020. Donald Trump not only boosting his margins back up, but doing it in a major way. The other thing, and I think this has been the biggest concern, look, there were 2 theories of the case coming in to election night. The Democrats said, we have to run up huge margins in suburban areas in particular. In the state of Pennsylvania, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you're talking about the collar counties, you're talking about Allegheny County. You need to ensure that Donald Trump doesn't cut in too far into your urban areas. Polling had shown that he was making inroads with black voters. And that would balance out any of Trump's support in these smaller rural counties where he was going to run up huge margins. Let's look at the urban support here. This is Philadelphia County. This is the home of Philadelphia. 12% of the voting population is here. Biggest county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. you look at that margin and you say, that's great, right? You must be doing very, very well. Let's look at what happened in 2020. She's underperforming in those urban counties. Now let's push out into those collar counties. This is Montgomery County. This is where Joe Biden blew out the margins back in 2020, winning by more than 26 points. Underperforming. Bucks County. This was a county Joe Biden flipped in 2020. Won it by 4 points. Harris actually losing the county. And that's the case up and down the Democratic strongholds, not just in Pennsylvania, but kind of throughout the blue wall.
Before, you were showing where Donald Trump's overperforming by 3 points or greater in all these counties in Pennsylvania. I think it's important to note he's overperforming almost everywhere in Pennsylvania, but by less than 3 points. I mean, that's in Philadelphia and Montgomery County. Everywhere he's doing better.
And that leads into kind of what I was getting at initially, which was there was a theory of the case on the Trump side, which was hold down Joe Biden's margin in their strongholds, maybe cut into them, particularly in the bigger cities, in the urban population centers. But then in your strongholds, places like Butler County, obviously everybody familiar with it. It's where the first assassination attempt took place. 65.9% to 33.3%, 99% reporting. What happened in 2020? He's around there. He's kind of matching up with it. You move over into Beaver County, at 58% back in 2020. What's he doing this time around? Bumping it up. So he's going 1%, 2%, 3% throughout the course of those places that you knew Trump was going to win. It was just a matter of how much. I do want to take one step back, though, because this is not a blue wall story. This is not a Sun Belt story. This is not a western part of the country story. If you pull up every single county in the country, you've got more than 3,000 counties in the country, and you show where Donald Trump has outperformed his 2020 results by 3% or more.
That's a lot of counties.
Look at all the counties. And these counties are not just in white working class communities without a college degree. This is up in New York. This is the reason that New Jersey hasn't been called yet. This is down in Florida. This is in the border of the Texas region. This is out west as well. This is the window. This isn't a one segment, a one slice type of victory. This is a sweeping victory and a sweeping comeback.
And we will note at this moment, Donald Trump leads the popular vote by 4% as well. Phil Mattingly, we have a lot of time to talk about all this. We're going to keep on digging into the numbers. We're getting new results in. CNN has been studying the numbers all night. We have assembled the best team in the business. We will talk about the American electorate and piece together the puzzle that has really created an incredible night here. CNN special live coverage continues after this. All right now the map tells the story. We are well into the morning here in New York, and there is much more red than blue. Much. Welcome to CNN special live coverage, Election Night in America. I'm John Berman, and if you're just tuning in, Donald Trump appears poised to become the 47th president of the United States, taking a wrecking ball to the so-called blue wall states that the Harris team thought was its best path to the White House. A couple of caveats right off the top. There is still vote to count. CNN has not yet projected some of the critical battleground states and a couple others that will formally decide the presidency, but that does increasingly look like a formality. Donald Trump is just short of the 270 electoral votes he needs to win. You can see he's at 266 right now, but three big battlegrounds, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, have all gone for Trump. In the remaining four battlegrounds, Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Trump leads in all of them. The vote left to count is quickly shrinking. And the takeaway seems to be that the electorate is mad as hell, and tonight they're sending a message that they will not take it anymore. The economy mattered most to voters. Everything else that mattered did not matter nearly as much. January 6th, immigration, abortion, the chaos of the final few weeks, the bizarre behavior, the offensive, often racist, sexist musings of Donald Trump seem not to have mattered, at least not as much. Crucially, we are also seeing what could very well be a political realignment. According to the exit polls, the Democratic coalition of the working class, black men, Latinos, white women, who all helped propel Joe Biden to the White House 4 years ago, they are now offering Donald Trump a ladder to power. Just a short time ago, Trump spoke to his supporters in Florida and made a nod to unifying the country.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country.
All right, as we said, some key states have not been officially called, so stand by for a key race alert. All right, we are waiting still for the official calls from Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You can see where the result stands right now in Arizona with 11 electoral votes up for grabs. Donald Trump with a 48,000 vote lead at this point, 55% of the vote in. But again, he is ahead there by 2.5 points. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes up for stake. Donald Trump ahead by some 57,000 votes there, almost 5%. That's with 88% in. Again, both Arizona and Nevada were states that Joe Biden won 4 years ago. If these results hold, they would be flips for Donald Trump. The same is true in Michigan with 15 electoral votes. Donald Trump there up by 230,000 votes with 86% in. This was a state Joe Biden won by more than 100,000 votes. So a major flip perhaps in store in Michigan. Finally, in Wisconsin with 10 electoral votes, Donald Trump ahead by more than 107,000 votes at this point. Wisconsin's a state that's always very close, within 10, 20, 30,000 votes in elections since the year 2000. That 107,000 vote lead with 96% in seems very large, although we are still waiting for a few more votes to be counted there before we have an official call. Let's take a look at what that means as far as the electoral map. Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes at this point. He only needs 270 to win. So he is a state or two away at this point from the official call that he will be the 47th president of the United States. Vice President Kamala Harris currently at 205 electoral votes. Again, no official call just yet, but it does seem very close, perhaps even inevitable. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly now at the Magic Wall. Let's talk about where we haven't called. Some of these states we're talking about right now. Michigan, Wisconsin, let's start there.
We'll start there. The 2 blue wall states that have not been called yet, Donald Trump's lead substantial in the state of Michigan, 231,000 votes with 86% reporting. And I think you go into the state of Michigan, particularly after the last 2 cycles, and you know where the Democratic strongholds are. You know where Donald Trump needs to do well. Let's start with one of those Democratic strongholds. That's right here, Wayne County. This is actually where a ton of vote is still outstanding. We're going to have to wait and see how that all breaks down. But I can tell you right now, if it looks anything like the current margin, like the current separation between the vice president and Donald Trump, that explains a lot about what's happening here, because this is the largest county in the state. 17.6% of the voting population lives in this state. That margin, you're saying, 29 points. It's got to be, that's a great sign if you're the Harris campaign. It's not when you look at what Joe Biden's margin was at 5 points. And these aren't just Democratic strongholds. These are critical vote drivers in these states. We see it in Milwaukee and Wisconsin. We see it in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. You see it right here in Wayne. But the other issue, move up here to Oakland County. This is the suburbs. This is one of those areas that Democrats have moved heavily into, taken control of, and really started to turn out major vote over the course of the last couple of cycles. This county, back in 2020, Joe Biden won it by 14 points, a little more than 14 points. Kamala Harris underperforming. So the theory of the case from the Harris campaign is you run up your margins in those critical urban areas that you always run up big margins in, and then you blow out your margins in the suburbs, the places like Oakland County. That's how you hold down Donald Trump's gains in his strongholds, those rural counties. Smaller, but they add up if you add 2, 3, 4 points to what he did in 2020. In the suburbs, in the urban areas, in the biggest counties, and the biggest vote drivers in the state of Michigan, that just simply has not happened yet. And if you want to know where Donald Trump has been overperforming in this state, these are the places, the counties where he's overperforming by 3% or more. This isn't overperforming by a vote. This is overperforming by a substantial margin, 3% or more. One of them, Wayne County.
That is big.
Move over. What's Washtenaw County? Washtenaw County is the home of Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor is not a conservative place, and I say that even as an Ohio State fan. It's not a judgmental statement in any way. But back in 2020, Joe Biden won this county by 46.5 points. Right now, Kamala Harris is just underperforming, and whether that has to do with the Gaza issue, which is something that was very critical in Michigan, whether it has to do with students not turning out, when you move back over into Wayne County, whether this is about the African-American vote or second largest city in Wayne County, It's Dearborn, which has the largest Arab American population in the state.
All right, we'll let you go back to crunching the numbers, Phil, taking a look at some of these other states. In the meantime, I'm going to come over here and talk to Harry Enton. Harry, you've got some of the exit polling.
Yes, sir.
You've got the story behind the story from what we've seen all night and into the morning.
Yeah, it's exactly right, John. Look, before the election, we were talking about potentially historic realignment in the electorate. It has borne itself out in the exit polls. We can start off with Latino voters. Look, Kamala Harris is leading among Latino voters by 8 points. I went back through the exit polls. There have been exit polls since 1972. No Democrat has had such a small lead as Kamala Harris has right now in the history of the exit polls. The smallest such margin was back in 2004 when George W. Bush won Latino voters by 9 points. Kamala Harris is just winning them by 8 points at this point. Now, we can also talk about Asian voters as well. What do we see among Asian voters? Look, Kamala Harris is leading among them by 18 points. You have to go all the way back since 2004 to find a Democrat performing as poorly among Asian voters as Kamala Harris is right now. What about voters under the age of 30? This is another group in which Donald Trump is excelling for a Republican candidate. What do we see here? We see Kamala Harris up by 13 points, significantly worse than Joe Biden did 4 years ago. In fact, you have to go all the way back since George W. Bush days once again to find a Democrat performing that poorly among voters under the age of 30. If Donald Trump's first victory in 2016 was about winning white working class voters, this victory in 2024 was about going into normally Democratic bastions and taking those voters that a lot of folks never thought he could potentially do and winning them tonight in historic fashion, John.
All right, Harry, thank you very much. I want to bring in my panel of political experts. Mark Preston is here and Professor Leah Wright Rigueur. Mark, the story here is pretty obvious to see. Donald Trump is doing better almost everywhere, and in some cases with almost everyone.
Yeah, and really, I think back to the idea of the Reagan Democrat, and could which was basically Democrats who live in the Midwest, and could the Democratic Party ever come back and get them, and there's been a lot of talk over the past decade or so. Well, clearly they're gone. I mean, they are absolutely gone. And I also think that the idea that the Democratic Party is this party that is immediately going to have any kind of immigrant come and support them is kind of gone as well. We've seen that with Latino voters now that are not, first of all, they're not monolithic, one, and two, they're not necessarily beholden to the Democratic Party. So talk about just a realignment across the board.
And Professor, again, I just big picture, take several steps back. We got a guy who was voted out of office 4 years ago, who has been convicted of a crime, who is now either poised to, or depending on how you look at it, pretty much secured the presidency once again. The first president since Grover Cleveland to be voted out and then voted back in. Just from a historical perspective, it's stunning.
It's absolutely stunning, but it's also a reminder that it is a referendum not on Donald Trump, but a referendum on the Democratic Party. And I think that is incredibly important. The 2020 election was absolutely a referendum on Donald Trump. Voters were very angry about the pandemic. They held him responsible for the pandemic, and they punished him for that. They voted for Joe Biden. The mistake here, though, is that the Democratic Party, rather than institutionalizing those coalitions that came out of the 2020 election, they assumed that those things were a referendum about the Democratic Party and about the strength of the Democratic Party. What we're seeing now is that the fractures, the tensions that have really been, I think, in front of all of us since at least 2016 with Hillary Clinton's loss to Donald Trump, all of those things are coming to the fore. All of the things that Democrats thought that they could rely on, the cultural questions, the questions about Donald Trump's racism, his bigotry, his xenophobia, they found out that actually those things are not enough to bind those winning coalitions together. It is no longer enough in American politics to say, hey, that guy is a bad guy. Right. There has to be more. And for this election in particular, it was about the economy.
We'll have to take a look at what the numbers say in the exit poll. But going into the election, Mark, the wrong track number, the right direction, wrong track number in the polls, only 28% of the country thought it was headed in the right direction. That really was a sign that the battle was uphill, maybe straight uphill for the Democrats.
Yeah, and and if you go into the numbers, as I'm sure Harry will over the next 25 million hours that we'll be on air discussing really this historic time, 80% of the voters who supported Donald Trump saw that the economy was on the wrong track, that we weren't going in the right direction. We always talk about the economy. It seems like we have these discussions every election that you and I have worked where the day after we say, wow, the economy really was what kind of drove it through. You know, we're tripping ourselves over what we think is the hot button issue that the party is really trying to push. Abortion, you know, in this case, immigration as well. Although they were hot issues and really were driving issues. I don't mean to downplay them. The reality is it's the pocketbook that really affects people. And I think that's what we saw happen here.
And continue to see as the night goes on. There are still Senate races to call, the House of Representatives still up for grabs, but at this point, all trending in one direction. Next, we're going to go live to the site of the celebration tonight, Donald Trump's campaign headquarters, where he spoke not too long ago. Much more is seen in special live coverage of Election Night in America after this.
All right, welcome back to Election Night in America. I'm Casey Hunt in New York. Look, sometimes we overuse the word, but we truly did just watch an unprecedented political comeback for Donald Trump. The former president seems poised to cross the 270 electoral college threshold. He holds leads in all the important battleground states that CNN has yet to project. CNN's Elena Treen is at Trump HQ down in Florida. Elena, of course, a celebratory mood there tonight. Tell us what you're learning, what you're hearing at this hour.
Yeah, well, I think this will come as no surprise to you, Casey, but when I'm talking to Donald Trump's advisors, his allies, those close to the former president, they obviously say that they're excited, they're enthusiastic about where he is right now, but they also say there is a sense of relief. And I tell you that because going into Tuesday, they did not anticipate what we are seeing. Obviously, we have not yet called the race for Donald Trump, but he is well on his way to securing that necessary 270 electoral college votes. But they had really thought that this was going to be dragged out for longer. They thought this race was going to be much closer, particularly in those key battleground states, than ultimately what we saw unfold overnight. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about what we heard Donald Trump say, moments really ago when he took to that stage at the convention center here in Palm Beach, his election night watch party, and gave a speech. First of all, I will say, as someone who has covered Donald Trump for several years, that as far as his speeches go, I would argue that was one of the more unifying types of remarks that we've heard from the former president. He talked about wanting to heal the country. He did declare victory, even though, like I said, we have not yet projected it. But I will say, I think at that point, Fox News had called the race for Donald Trump. But he also mentioned one key thing, which I think is so important, and this is what I'm also picking up on, is that we saw that Republicans won the Senate. Donald Trump called that a mandate. He said he was given a mandate from the votes, but also looking ahead to having a Republican Senate if he is in office. I think that was a key thing that he had mentioned while walking through some of the top priorities that he wants in a future administration. So all in all, a good night for Donald Trump's campaign. They've returned to Mar-a-Lago. I think we're going to hear some more conversations unfolding over the next 24 hours or so as they look ahead to what this exactly means for the former president as well as his campaign.
Yeah, well, Elena, what is your sense, too, of how they're thinking about a potential, or it's almost not potential anymore because they're poised to do it. We have yet to call it, but the second Trump administration, who they're going to put in those posts, obviously Elon Musk, someone who has been a huge part of the Trump campaign. What are you hearing?
Already, Casey, that jockeying has begun. One thing I would keep in mind with this is that so far, at this point, a presidential candidate, one of the nominees, you normally have an official transition process underway. Donald Trump does have a transition team, but they have not gone through some of the more official channels for how that should operate, including working with the Biden administration on some of that process. All to say, that is because Donald Trump is very superstitious. He did not want to have serious conversations before Election Day about who would fill top cabinet positions and key administrative roles. However, we are told, and this is also according to some reporting from my colleague and I, Kristen Holmes, some people have been calling Donald Trump over the last few hours now and calling top aides to him saying, trying to feel out the sense of what possibilities there could be for them in a future administration, in this expected administration. And so we're already starting to see some of that take shape. It's very early on, and I will tell you, Donald Trump, as far as, presidential candidates go, he is far behind that process than what we would see normally for a Republican nominee and someone who had just essentially won the election. Casey?
All right, Elena Treen for us. Elena, I know you're going to be there for us throughout the night, so thank you. All right, our panel is here to discuss, and as we start, thank you all for being here with us. I want to look at this moment from earlier tonight. Donald Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, describing what we're seeing and painting the ongoing results of this election in no uncertain terms.
And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children.
The greatest political comeback. Kristen Soltis Anderson, after January 6th, I had a really hard time imagining we would ever be here again. How do you, you're a pollster who looks at this data all the time. I know you were wondering for weeks before this what was going to be right about it, what was going to be wrong about it. What did we learn about America tonight?
I think we learned that America is very, very frustrated and was looking for change, and in the end decided that change meant going back to something that they felt a little more familiar with, Donald Trump. We know that voters have been angry. They're frustrated. We know these right track, wrong track numbers are terrible. And they can be terrible for a lot of different reasons. There are Democratic voters that say it's terrible because we think Donald Trump has poisoned the climate and sowed all of these seeds that have made things terrible. But a majority of voters tonight seem to be saying, we don't think that the party that's in charge now can fix these problems. We need to go back to Donald Trump. It's in some ways the buyer's remorse election. For a lot of voters, after January 6th, Donald Trump's job approval was in like the mid-30s. It was terrible. But if you ask voters now, did you approve or disapprove of Donald Trump's job? It goes up to almost 50% that say they approve. There is a sense of buyer's remorse, and that's what we've seen in these returns.
Sure, Michael Singleton, you and I have spent so much time over the course of the election cycle. You would continually talk about black men, in particular, the economic anxiety that many were experiencing. And you saw Harry Enton walk through some of the numbers for groups of voters that honestly voted for Joe Biden in bigger numbers than they were willing to vote for Kamala Harris this time. What do you see?
Well, look, I think it was indeed a clear mandate. I think you have a lot of people in this country who do feel left behind, despite ethnic differences. I think the idea that reproductive rights alone was going to propel the vice president, it certainly helped. Clearly, you saw women who voted for that issue in terms of state mandates, but also voted for Donald Trump.
Arizona,
for example, correct. And so I just think we have underestimated the frustration and the anxiety of a lot of working class people in this country, Casey. And what you're seeing is sort of this transformation of the Republican Party to, I guess one could potentially argue, a multiracial working class party, and the Democratic Party becoming more wealthier, more elites, more highly educated. And the question for me as a conservative becomes, how does the party adjust these new concerns of these new people? Our policies in the past haven't typically addressed their concerns. Now they're going to have to.
Jeff Duncan, you put it all on the line for Harris. You were someone who, in the state of Georgia, in the thick of the 2020 election, when Donald Trump tried to change those results, who really felt personally the impact of how that played out, and you worked really hard for Kamala Harris. What does it say to you that at the end of the day, voters said to Donald Trump, in bigger numbers than we expected, we want you back in the White House?
Yeah, absolutely. I think towards the tail end of the election cycle, it started to become apparent to me that Donald Trump, as an outsider, was better perceived than as an insider. So when he was running in 2016, he was an outsider, and he was judged on his rhetoric. He was judged on his tone and tenor. And then in 2020, he was judged on kind of the merits of what he did, right? How he reacted to COVID, how he had some issues with foreign leaders, and now again he embraced that outsider role. And I think he's audibilized that angry voice in people's heads, whether it's inflation, whether it's immigration, whether it be whatever the issues. Now he's got to figure out a way to take that from audibilizing, being the mouthpiece of that anger, to figuring out how does he solve some of these real problems, because he's made a ton of promises on the campaign trail. Some of them I hope he follows through with, and some of them I hope he doesn't.
Karen Finney, in many ways, I'm sure for you it feels like you've been here before. The last time there was an election where people were based here in New York City, there were celebrations ready right at Hillary Clinton headquarters. I don't think they went so far this time with Kamala Harris's team, I think, being very well aware that this was going to be a very close election. It's less close than they expected. What lessons do you think the Democratic Party needs to learn from this?
I think it's hard for us to say that right here tonight as we're looking at the initial data because I just don't want to draw broad conclusions. I mean, look, I think clearly on the economic message, there's something about that it certainly resonated. But I think what people were missing doesn't exist anymore. So I'll be curious to see how does Trump try to deliver on that promise? Our economy is not the same as it was pre-COVID. So how does he supposedly bring back all this good times? Look, I think it says, too, that, again, we talked about this over the last couple of years. The administration has not done a good enough job communicating with people about what they've done. And the Trump campaign was able to, once again, I think Jeff is exactly right, tap into frustration and anger as an outsider, right? Without sort of as an incumbent outsider in some ways. But in 2020, it was much harder for him to distance himself from being the incumbent because he was in the White House. And we were in the middle of a pandemic where we needed to see him every single day talking to us about the economy and what's going on.
Bakari Sellers, you were, I will say, one of the more optimistic Democrats that I would talk to on the regular. I mean, you were kind of very bullish on Harris's chances. States like North Carolina, other places where clearly didn't go that way. I mean, what went wrong?
I'm not sure what went wrong exactly in terms of the fact that Kamala Harris ran a gaffe-free, scandal-free, raised a bunch of money, built a plane while she was flying type of operation since July 21st. I do think we saw an electorate move further to the right, and the electorate was probably more red or conservative than we actually gave it credit for. But there are no tears tonight because Democrats have been here before. I mean, this is not anything new to us. America gets what they deserve. I mean, if you want 4 more years of Donald Trump, you have it. And even more importantly than that, I mean, you think about the fact that Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito are in their 70s. So you'll have, the Supreme Court will change for the future of my kids and my kids' kids. And that is what was at stake in this particular election. No one's going to say this because everybody tends to get on their high, Dr. Phil horse and say that, this country wasn't built on DEI when it was like literally built on the backs of slaves who did it for free. But there is something to say about the fact that it's very difficult for a woman to lead in this country. Yeah. And everybody's going to be like, oh, no, we've rejected identity. No, you didn't. Okay? You literally did not.
And a woman of color, a black woman.
But let's back up. You have someone who is 78 years old, who has displayed more misogyny and racism, has been gaffe prone, and what he's going to have for the next 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, is the benefit of somebody else's economy. Just as he served and just as he had when he got into office in January of 2017, he benefited from Barack Obama's economy. What everybody around the table will tell you, if they're being intellectually honest, is that all economic indicators are trending in the right direction. And although people are, and me and Shermichael talk about this all the time, although people may not be feeling it at their kitchen table, every single economic indicator out there that points to a good economy.
Right, but it seems like rich people are feeling that and working class people aren't. I mean, isn't that kind of the basic message here? Isn't that what we're learning from these voters, right? Like,
I mean, it's
the working class coalition is saying, hey, this isn't working for me.
That has nothing to do with the fact that the economic indicators are what they are. But what I'm saying is that...
I just mean those indicators seem to show that the wealthiest are doing well and others are not included in it.
That's the problem with my Democratic friends, and they seem to be aloof to this. You can point to all the charts in the world. People know how much money they have at the end of every single week. They know how much goods cost in a grocery store today compared to 4 years, 5 years ago. And running on the message that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have done wonderful things for the economy is just not real for everyday people. And it's why they said, with all due respect, Madam Vice President, we're rejecting this notion. And we do want to go back to at least the first 2 years of the Trump term that we believe were a whole lot better.
That doesn't exist. You can't.
So why didn't you win? Why didn't your candidate win then, Karen, if that doesn't exist?
That has nothing to do with whether or not we won. The point, my point is, we can't.
Great.
You're going to get in a time machine and go back 4 years?
Why didn't the Vice President win if the economy was so great?
That's not the point I'm making.
So
the point, don't look at me like that.
What's the point?
The point that I'm trying to make is that where we were in 2017 and 2018, we can't just get in a time machine and go back.
My point is your message didn't resonate.
That's
the
that.
point. And I think to try to pretend and paint a picture, and Bakari, I get your points in terms of the charts. I get it. I'm a numbers guy. But most people are saying, I get the numbers. I don't have a 401k. I'm not invested in the stock market.
I was just saying that for the first six
for me.
All I was saying was for the first 6 months of 2025, whatever successes we're going to get on this TV show and claim that Donald Trump has had are going to be because of the simple fact that the policies put in place were working, and people will begin to feel it by then, although they don't feel it now.
All right, before we wrap up here, Alex Thompson, I've been covering the Biden campaign, followed by the very abbreviated Harris campaign. We have not heard from her yet. We expect to hear from her in the morning. What are you hearing from inside the campaign right now about how they think this happened? What the questions are that are being raised? I mean, I certainly have already heard some quiet so far, but people saying, well, if Joe Biden had still been at the top of the ticket, would this have been different? I'm, of course, skeptical of that, but I want to know what you're hearing.
Yeah, the finger pointing is already starting, and it's only going to become more direct. I'll just give you 2 quotes from people that I talked to tonight. This is a former Biden advisor. How do you spend $1 billion and not win? What the F?
Well done.
There's a lot of F-bombs that get thrown.
Yeah. And then on the other end, just like a long-time Democratic operative said, we sleptwalked into disaster, and swapping the pitcher in the 6th inning wasn't enough. And Kamala Harris did as good a job as she could have done. Now, to Bakari's point, was it gaffe-free? I don't think that's a fair characterization. She also went on The View and said, that she couldn't think of anything she would have done differently than Joe Biden. I think even people in Kamala Harris's world would have admitted that was a gaffe. But that being said, it was a tough hand, and she played it pretty well.
All right. John Berman, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Casey. Stand by for a CNN projection. All right, and we do have breaking news. CNN is ready to make a projection in New Jersey. CNN now projects that Vice President Harris will carry the state of New Jersey. You can see she's some 200,000 votes ahead right now. Less than 5 points ahead. She will get New Jersey's 14 electoral votes. What's surprising is that it's taken us until, 4:35 a.m. Eastern time to call New Jersey. It's stunning, in fact, that it has taken this long. One of the biggest surprises is how well Donald Trump has done in some of the bluer states that we're used to. We will talk about that extensively, but right now, Kamala Harris, we do project, will win New Jersey and its 14 electoral votes. Just in terms of where that puts the electoral map right now, that gives her 219 electoral votes, but the big important number is the one on top of that. Donald Trump's at 266, just 4 electoral votes away from the 270 that he needs to officially win the White House. But you can see over there on the map, those states in white are the ones that we have not projected a winner yet in. And you can see Alaska with the 3 electoral votes leaning heavily toward Trump. Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, all leaning toward Trump right now. So he is absolutely poised to get to that 270 and perhaps soon. Still, there are votes left to count. Our voting desk is tracking them all. We're going to get an update right after a quick break. You're watching CNN's special live coverage of Election Night in America. All All right, welcome back to CNN special live coverage election night in America. Let's get right to the voting desk. Omar Jimenez is standing by there. And Omar, one of the states we have yet to call, yet to make a projection, is in Wisconsin. What are you seeing there?
Well, of course, at this point, we're just trying to see where is there additional vote and what the timing is for that additional vote to come in at this point. So we've got some. So we're looking at to see if there are some numbers where we can find some of that clarity. Specifically, we want to look at Milwaukee, where, of course, we've been keeping an eye on the margins there and the timeline for more info, which may be very shortly, because as we understand from our team on the ground there, the thumb drives with the exports from the tabulating machines have now been handed off to the county, where the upload has now started. And as of now, the estimate is we'll have those votes within 10 to 15 minutes. At this point, it may be less based on when we got that communication. And these are the city of Milwaukee absentee ballots. And part of why this is so critical, I mean, let's just take a look back at when President Biden won the state here in 2020. You see how close it was. Based on where we are right now, with 96% of the vote in at this point, the margin is much bigger than that with Donald Trump in the lead. These added votes, again, if this timing holds up here within the next few minutes, could give us some clarity to how this race will ultimately turn in the end. We'll keep you posted, John.
All right, that is good information there, Omar Jimenez. Thank you very much. The thumb drives delivered in Wisconsin. We could get results, new results from Milwaukee very soon that could be decisive. So let's get back to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall here. We should note right now Donald Trump leads in Wisconsin by 109,000 votes. Once we see those ballots in Milwaukee, unless Kamala Harris wins Milwaukee by 500,000 votes, which is literally impossible, we may get a better sense of what officially is happening in the state.
Yeah, look, I think if you talk to Democrats or Republicans right now, they have a pretty good sense of where this is going based on how much vote is in. But there is still a significant amount outstanding here in Milwaukee, largest county in the state of Wisconsin, and a Democratic stronghold. And I think the big question with this new batch of votes is not necessarily is it going to change the race, what's it going to do to this margin? Because this margin is an underperformance by a pretty significant margin, by about 5 points from what Joe Biden did, 4 points from what Joe Biden did back in 2020. And I think the issue that Democrats have had, the issue the Harris campaign has had, is they were willing to acknowledge that they had work to do in urban areas, particularly with some of their black voters, and Donald Trump had made inroads there. What they said was, in places like Wisconsin, if you push out or you go into our suburban strongholds, if you go to more educated parts of the state, that's where we'll make up for it. That's where we'll balance it out. That's Dane County. That's the University of Wisconsin. That's the home of Madison. This is a place that is not just a Democratic stronghold. They expected to blow out the vote here. You look at that margin, you say, all right, 99% reporting, when you've got a 74% in your favor, almost 75%, that must be exactly what you did. But it's underperforming Joe Biden by 1.5 points. You can't drop off. You can't be as soft as they've been in those urban centers, population centers that used to be strongholds. It's still hard to some degree, and not make up for it in a significant way in places like Dane.
So we're talking about Milwaukee, Phil, right there, the results there. Let's drive 2 hours south about it, because, look, we've projected Illinois will go for Kamala Harris here, but the numbers we're seeing in Illinois, particularly in Chicago, man, are they eye-popping.
Yeah, look, did you and I think we were going to be talking about Illinois at this point in the morning after election night? No, but the reason why is the story that it connects to in places like Milwaukee, in places like Detroit, in places throughout the country where Democrats have long held significant advantages in these urban areas and traditionally majority African-American areas. That's a big margin, 88% reporting. Now compare it to 2020. That's stunning.
That is a huge difference.
So Joe Biden got 82.5% of the vote in Chicago in 2020. Kamala Harris right now, with 88% reporting, is at not even 62%. And so people are going to try and figure out, as we've been looking at exit polls, we're trying to get a sense of where things stand. But I'm just going to tell you, if you go into the states where Democrats traditionally win and win by a lot, where they are not doing as well as they traditionally do, where Donald Trump is overperforming in a place like Maryland, which is, again, a state that we called for Kamala Harris. We expected. They got a new senator. Larry Hogan was defeated by Angela Alsobrooks. But pop in over here, Frederick County, but also you go into Baltimore area. This is what I was going for, actually, where the margin here is just not anywhere near what we saw back in 2020. Kamala Harris at 83.9%. 4 and 5 points below. And that's the same in Prince George's County in Maryland. You push up into New Jersey, which we just called. And this was another thing. I've been tracking this throughout states that we normally don't spend a lot of time looking at. And if you look at the places where Democrats traditionally run up big numbers, traditionally have a majority African-American population, Joe Biden won this by 46 points. Kamala Harris is underperforming him by 10 points. This is not a blue wall problem. This is not a Milwaukee problem. This is an issue in urban population centers that Democrats usually blow out the vote on throughout the country right now.
Huge swings in some of the biggest cities in the country. This is part of the story we're seeing tonight in Into the Morning. Phil Mattingly, thanks very much. Let's get back to Casey now.
Yeah, John, and I mean, we're going to continue that fascinating conversation that you're having. I mean, Bakari Sellers, this was the thing that had me looking at Pennsylvania early in the night, because it was really clear that those counties, we've talked about them, for ad nauseum for months, Bucks, Chester, Montgomery, Delaware, those were the places where Harris really needed to run up the score if she was going to have a shot here. And as we saw Trump making gains elsewhere in more rural areas, even in urban centers among, African-American Black voters, she really needed to get things going there. They ran a strategy aimed at that, kind of late in the game here, but it wasn't enough. I mean, what is going on?
I mean, it's hard to say what's going on at 4:45 when, we just kind of got the results a little while ago. But I will say that what we saw was Black voters kind of held the line in these urban centers, and I think you'll see that. Many of the exit polls still have him at about 12, 13, 14%. But it didn't offset the slight tick that you saw in every single rural county around those states of Pennsylvania or Georgia, where he would tick up 3 points from last year, and she would either hold pat or just fall slightly behind what Joe Biden performed at. And so at the end of the day, you were comparing everything to 2020, and they just did not meet that mark. And that, the question is why? What was that fundamental inability to meet that mark and not being able to offset the rural uptick that we saw Donald Trump being able to achieve?
But also, I think we can't underestimate this. I mean, the theory of the case here was, can somebody run a 100-day, 107-day campaign and win? And it was always going to be very hard. They weren't just trying to build the plane as they were flying it. They were trying to change out the crew, put in the jet fuel. So, I think as we get more data and better understand what's happening in the electorate, some of it may be things we've talked about. The electorate just didn't feel like they knew her well enough, or didn't feel like they knew whether or not they could trust her with the economic issues, which, by the way, for women candidates, the economy and national security are always two very hard issues where you have to shore up your credentials. And yes, pointing back to 2016, sexism, I'm going to say also racism and bias had to have played a role.
Well, what you're saying, Karen, is part of the reason why a lot of Democrats are very angry at Joe Biden tonight, because they feel that the decision to run again when he was very reckless and a very risky decision, a risky gamble that he lost. And then he basically swapped out, and he chose Kamala Harris, not just in 2020, but then he chose her, basically gave her a $100 million head start when he endorsed her, and gave her his campaign. Yeah. And in some ways, while a lot of people want to say, well, Kamala was bad in an interview, and I just mentioned it before, it was bad in an interview with The View. She was bad in an interview with 60 Minutes. There are a lot of Democrats that are actually much more angry at Joe Biden tonight.
Yeah, I think that's, I'd just say, yes. I was expecting that, because some felt like if he'd have dropped out sooner and she would have ascended as the nominee, she would have also had more time.
Yeah. Look, I don't think there's any candidate, no matter when they started, this decisive of a delta between Republicans and Democrats. It doesn't matter who came in. The right choice was putting Kamala Harris in when they did. These numbers would be exponentially worse if Joe Biden was going to be the candidate. And if you would have plugged Kamala or anybody else in earlier, it still would. This was a mandate by America.
I think the question, just really quick, I think the question was if you'd had a process 2 years ago.
If there was a real Democratic primary.
Once again, Donald Trump ran as the outsider, and people appealed to it. If they ran the same messaging that they did and didn't talk about the economy or didn't take the border seriously enough, quickly enough, it would have been the same result. I think what I see is that there was a multitude of issues inside the Democrats, right? As I was out there campaigning in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, there's all kinds of issues, right? They weren't speaking clearly about the economy to each individual nuance. The transgender issue bothered some segments of the group. Abortion was one that was spoken in two different divisions, right? There's a healthcare portion of it, and there's a birth control element to it. So there's all types of turning parts. The Democratic Party has got a lot of work to do in soul searching.
All right. Coming up next here, a rubber stamp for the Trump agenda. We're going to take a look at the ongoing fight to control Congress. We've got much more CNN special live coverage coming up in minutes.
Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage, election night in America. Donald Trump absolutely on the brink of clinching 270 electoral votes and the White House, but control of Congress is also at stake here. CNN has already projected the Senate for the Republicans, but still some key Senate races are still outstanding. We are lucky to have Jessica Dean tracking it all. Jessica, what's the latest?
All right, let me walk you through some of these key race alerts that we have been following as this night has gone on. And these are in the blue wall states that we paid so much attention to. So let's start first in Pennsylvania, where you see Dave McCormick, the Republican, leading the incumbent Senator Bob Casey, 49.2 to 48.2. That's with 95% of the vote in. Look, this was a seat Democrats certainly hoping to hang on to. Dave McCormick, you'll remember, ran last time in the primary against Mehmet Oz. He did not win, so this is his second try at it. Let's take a look at our next state here, Michigan, where you'll see Mike Rogers leading Alyssa Slotkin, a current representative, at 48.5 to 48.4. Just a razor-thin margin there in Michigan, with 91% of the vote in. And also in Wisconsin, where you have Eric Hovde leading the incumbent Democrat Tammy Baldwin, 49.8% to 48.1%. Again, 94% of the vote in there. Again, all three of those would be pickups for Republicans who already control the House. Because take a look at the Senate. The balance of power with Republicans at 51 to Democrats 41. They've already picked up 2 seats tonight. So now the question is, John, will they continue to pick up more seats? That is what we're tracking. Again, all 3 of those blue wall states, should they go Republican, would be pickups for the Republicans.
Yeah, very close, though, especially
Yes.
in Michigan right now. The question is, how long are Donald Trump's coattails there? We could find out in the next several minutes or hours, because the former president appears to be close to crossing 270 electoral votes, the threshold he needs to win. Stay with us. Our special live coverage continues right after this. Four electoral college votes from victory. Welcome to CNN's special live coverage, election night in America. I'm John Berman, and it is just seconds after 5 a.m. here on the East Coast. The presidential race is officially undecided, but officially is doing a lot of work in that sense. The winner appears more and more obvious by the minute. Donald Trump is on the cusp of clinching the Oval Office and becoming the 47th president of the United States. The battlegrounds that we said would decide the race have all broken for or may soon bend toward the Republican. The 3 big ones already in the Trump column: North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. The 4 still on the board heading into the 9th inning and showing a Trump lead, a sizable Trump lead: Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Again, ahead or declared in all 7 of the battleground states. So how did Donald Trump do it? Like 2016, he ran up the score in the rural areas, but unlike 2016 or 2020, he seems to be rewriting some of the DNA of his political coalition, cutting in to the traditional Democratic advantages with women, perhaps black voters, definitely Latino voters. Some key states have not yet been called. Stand by for a key race alert. All right, as we just said, 4 states: Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Still at this point, CNN has not made projections there, but let's walk through them one by one. In Arizona, With 11 electoral votes up for grabs, Donald Trump is ahead by some 50,000 votes, 48,000, with 55% of the vote in. Still a lot of votes to be counted there, but Donald Trump ahead. In Nevada, Donald Trump is ahead by 57,000 votes, which is a pretty sizable margin in a fairly small state. 89% of the vote in there. 6 electoral votes up for grabs. A fairly comfortable lead at this moment in Nevada. In Michigan, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Trump with a 120,000 vote lead now. That actually has just grown over the last few minutes. 94% of the vote in. We will check very shortly to see where some of that new vote just came in. And in Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes up for grabs. Donald Trump ahead by 110,000 votes, 97% of the vote in. One important thing to remind you, every state you're looking at right there, states that Joe Biden won 4 years ago, states that Donald Trump is now leading in. Any one of these states at this point could put him up on top of the 270 electoral votes he needs to win the White House. Let's take a look right now at that math. You can see right now Donald Trump already has 266 electoral votes. Vice President Harris at 219. So practically any state still on this map, save Alaska now, would put him over the top. 270, and he is leading in almost all of these states, save New Hampshire and Maine at this point. So this night into the morning, very much in Donald Trump's favor. Let's go over to the Magic Wall now and talk to Phil Mattingly and talk about a few of these states where we just saw new votes be tabulated. Michigan.
Yeah, let's start in Michigan, because what we've been waiting for, with 94% reporting Donald Trump with a significant 120,896 vote lead, significant at least if you compare it to his 2016 margin when he first collapsed the blue wall. We've been waiting for this county right here, Wayne County, largest county in the state, more than 17% of the voting population, have been hanging around about 55, 60% of the vote had been reported. That's now jumped up to 81%. The biggest takeaway from this new batch of vote that has come in is it did not dramatically move this margin.
I think it moved it in the other direction. I think it moved it in Trump's favor.
Either way, not good news for the Harris team as they've tried to watch this regular cornerstone of Democratic vote gathering, vote kind of turnout in the state of Michigan. This is where you run it up big. Yes, the suburbs are critical, but this is the driver for Democrats in this state. It was for Joe Biden back in 2020. And the reason I mention that is because look at the margin. Look at where Harris is right now with 81% reporting. Now compare it to where Joe Biden was. Underperforming by about 4 points where Joe Biden was in the biggest county in the state, the biggest vote driver in the state. And it doesn't just stop there. We were checking here earlier. This is 2020 Joe Biden in Oakland County, suburban county that really kind of turned towards Democrats, kind of the new, when we talked about realignment and the realignment that was going to balance out Trump's strength in rural counties in the blue wall states like Michigan, Oakland County was what Democrats would point to. You combine that with Wayne County, well, underperforming by 2 points here as well. So where Donald Trump has run up margins in the places he was supposed to run up margins, doing better than he did in 2020 in a number of counties, Kamala Harris is underperforming.
Just very quickly, in Michigan, where is there still vote? We say 94% reporting at this point, 117,000 vote lead. I guess it did just shrink a little bit, but where are there still votes?
So the size of the bubble tells you how much vote is outstanding. The blue bubbles are in counties that Kamala Harris is currently leading. The red bubbles are in counties that Donald Trump is currently leading. You look at the size of this bubble right here, which is, of course, Wayne County. And you say that must be a huge amount of vote. And that is, I mean, comparatively in the state, in terms of what's outstanding, they've got 19% in the biggest county in the state. That's a lot of vote there. Is it 150+ thousand votes that will all go to Kamala Harris? Seems pretty unlikely at this point, but there's a reason this race hasn't been called. It means that we're still trying to get a read on where the vote is outstanding. You take another look, though, and that is that if you pop up to one of Donald Trump's strongholds, this is Macomb County, and this is actually a really important point here. Macomb County back in 2016, I remember as that night started playing out, getting text messages from Republican operatives on the ground in and around Macomb saying, I don't know what we're seeing right now, but this is unlike anything we've ever seen. And that was him blowing out Republican vote in Macomb. Back in 2016, he won Macomb by more than 11 points, helped drive him to his narrow victory here. You flip up to 2020, Trump held on to Macomb, but the margin narrowed. The margin narrowed. What's happening this year?
That's 17 points. That is a huge win.
It's enormous. At the same time, Oakland is underperforming. At the same time, Wayne is underperforming Democratic margins. That's your game. It hasn't been called yet. We'll see what comes in with Wayne. But you said ninth inning earlier. We're like 2 outs in the ninth inning right now as we continue to watch this come in.
And maybe 2 strikes or more at this point. 94%, and we're going to keep watching Michigan. We're going to keep watching Wisconsin. Phil, we'll come back to you in a little bit. In the meantime, let's go over to Harry Etten here and talk about some of the exit polling and what we are learning about shifts in rural, urban, suburban voters.
Yeah, I was enjoying your little conversation with Philip over there, and I want to kind of zone out and sort of look at the national picture, right? We'll talk about the suburban vote first. Look, Donald Trump is up by 2 points in the suburbs. This was where Kamala Harris's campaign said, we're going to expand Joe Biden's margin. In fact, what happened was it flipped the other way. Biden had won in the suburbs by 2 points. But what about rural counties as well, right? We've been talking about the fact that Donald Trump has been running up the score in the rural counties. And what do we see in rural counties? We see, look at this margin. Holy smokes, what is that? That's 63 minus 36. That's a 27-point margin. You go back 4 years ago, Donald Trump won in rural areas, but he only won by 15 points. So he's doing more than 10 points better in the rural areas. And then, of course, Kamala Harris might have, even if she couldn't balance it out in the suburban areas, maybe she could do it in the urban areas. You see Kamala Harris winning in the urban areas, but she's only winning by 23 points. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won that group by 22 points, and so she's only doing a point better in the urban areas. The bottom line is, Mr. Berman, when you look at the rural areas, you see Trump expanding upon his margins. You see in the suburban areas, he flipped it from 4 years ago. And in the urban areas, Kamala Harris is just doing a point better. That math, simply put, doesn't work for Harris. It's a big reason why Donald Trump isn't just doing well in Michigan, but why he's doing well across the nation.
All right, Harry Etten, thank you very much. Let's speak with our panel. I'm here with Mark Preston and Professor Leah Wright-Rigueur. We're after 5 a.m. on the East Coast. This might be a time when people are starting to wake up if they got any sleep at all, and they're looking at this and saying, what just happened?
Look, I think we've just seen Donald Trump, for all the criticism that Donald Trump is going to get, and he deserves an incredible amount of criticism, what he has shown us is that we are a divided states of America. We're not a United States of America. Look, we come from all different parts of the world, and we come here in this big melting pot, and we think that we're this homogenous stew. And the fact of it is, we are not. And I think that's what we've seen, not only in this election, but we've seen that when Donald Trump came on the scene back in 2016.
I will say counterpoint to that, though, and believe me, I'm not saying that we're all going to join hands and start singing songs together. Harry just pointed out, Professor, that Donald Trump improved, in cities, in rural areas, in the suburbs also. It's kind of an everywhere improvement from 2020 for him, and certainly for Republicans, what they've done in the past.
So I think one of the things that we have to pay attention to is what the electorate was telling us over and over and over again. They said very specifically that they wanted change. We knew from the beginning, I've been saying for several weeks now, since Kamala got into the race, that whoever was the change candidate or that voters perceived as the change candidate would win the election. We also know that they said very specifically that they were feeling the burden of the consequences of the pandemic. So even as you have an administration that has a historic highs when it comes to the economy, we're still seeing on a macro level across the country, urban centers, suburban centers, rural areas, that people are saying it is not translating. I'm still feeling the pain of inflation, of high rents, of high mortgages, of colleges. I cannot afford to live. And the last thing that we heard is that a number of Americans said over and over and over again that they felt like they were being left behind. That is incredibly important, because when voters tell you that they feel left behind, they're also telling you that they want to be heard, that they want you to make a deal with them. And the thing that Donald Trump, I think, does well, I don't necessarily know that he ran a better campaign, but what he does well is he picks up on those grievances and he says, I hear you and your grievances are valid.
Look, I mean, Democrats, over the last 4 years kept on pointing at the economic numbers and saying, hey, they're actually pretty good. They're pretty good. The issue is you can't tell people how they feel. People feel how they feel at some points, and you can't tell them they feel otherwise. Harry Etten has made his way over to sit down with us.
Can use the seat.
And one of the things that you've already started hearing over the last few hours, and you will undoubtedly hear for the next several days, if not weeks, if not years, is the idea of a political realignment, that Donald Trump is changing the shape and the coalitions within the parties. What have you seen that supports that argument.
I mean, look, you can look at Latinos in the exit polls and see that Donald Trump is doing better than any Republican candidate has done since the advent of exit polls back in 1972. You could look in my home county where I grew up in the Bronx. We were having some fun over at the Magic Well. You know, the Bronx is one of the most diverse counties in the United States, high levels of Hispanics and African Americans, and Donald Trump is doing the best for a Republican candidate since the 1980s. The bottom line is this. We had seen so many signals in the pre-election polls. John, you and I did all those segments in the morning showing that Donald Trump was showing historic strength among Hispanics and African Americans. A lot of Democrats doubted those pre-election polls. It turns out, as the vote is coming in this evening, those pre-election polls were dead on.
I got to tell you, I like to tell the anecdotal story. And coming over here this evening and got into an Uber, and my driver was from Senegal. And he said, "What's going on in the presidential election?" And I said, "Well, it looks like Donald Trump is going to win." And he said, "Great." And I said, "Oh, interesting. So why are you so supportive of Donald Trump?" And he said, two things. The economy, money, money, money. And then he said abortion, which I thought was interesting. I thought that was interesting at that point. But the reason why I say that is, my response to him was, do you get angry at his language and some of the things that he has said? And he just laughed it off. He said, no, you can't take that for serious. It's basically, I'm more interested in how many dollars I'm going to be able to take home every week than what Donald Trump might say that could offend me.
Very interestingly, I point out, we talk about, the class divide in this country. We often say college, non-college educated. But now the income has inversed itself. So if you look at the exit polls right now, Donald Trump is winning among voters who made less than $100,000 their family income for the year, while Kamala Harris is winning those who made $100,000 or more. The bottom line is Donald Trump has flipped politics on its head. It is a realignment. It's a race realignment. It's an education realignment. It's an income realignment. It's even an age realignment as well, with Donald Trump doing historically well, at least over the last 20 years, among voters under the age of 30.
Professor, you wanted to jump in there.
Yes, I do. And I just want to be careful here, because I do think that there is a realignment, I am not necessarily sure that it is tied to the Republican Party or even specifically anything that Donald Trump has done extraordinarily well. That in a lot of respects, there are things that we're seeing, particularly on the exit polling and polling leading up to the election, where voters said over and over again that, they didn't like the things coming out of his mouth, that the majority of voters, including voters who ended up voting for Donald Trump, said they perceived him to be xenophobic, bigoted, racist, all of these things. But that there is also a realignment happening around how Americans interact with politics and how they think about how politics operates. So they are increasingly used to this kind of vitriol, nastiness around politics, but that also extrapolates out to these other things, right? UFC, we saw Dana White on stage with Donald Trump, but we also see that this is a normal part of Joe Rogan, of YouTube, of the streaming era. We also know that people became far more comfortable with this during the pandemic when they were isolated and in their silos. So with the explosion of things like the manosphere or, these kind of interactions, I think we're beginning to see people who are different kinds of voters, and including being transactional voters. So I would really caution Republicans in terms of saying this is a mandate, because it may actually be something else altogether.
And that is, again, a discussion I know we'll be having later today, tomorrow, in the next few days. What kind of a mandate, if any, is this? We will see how it all develops. In the meantime, we are still counting votes in several important states. Donald Trump poised with almost any movement at this point to officially get over that 270 electoral vote map. Stay with CNN. Our special live coverage continues. Election night now, election morn in America. All right, this is CNN special live coverage, election night in America. Stand by for a key race alert. And these are the races we're still watching, even though Donald Trump clearly ahead in all four right now. Any one of these states would put him over 270 electoral votes, what he needs to win. You can see he is winning by 50,000 votes in Arizona. He's winning by 57,000 votes in Nevada, up by 120,000 votes in Michigan, and 110,000 votes currently in Wisconsin. As we said, he's at 266 electoral votes right now. Any one of those four states would put him over the 270 electoral votes that he would need to officially be the president-elect of the United States. And that moment could come at this point at any time. Now, our Harry Etten has been looking through the exit polls. And Harry, you and I have been talking for weeks now. One of the metrics that generally predicts victory or points you in a direction is who has the higher favorabilities among the candidates.
It's exactly right. You go all the way back since 1956. The more popular candidate has won in every election except for one. But take a look at the numbers we have here. Who has a higher favorable rating, Harris or Trump? It's Kamala Harris who has the higher favorable rating than Donald Trump. And yet, of course, Donald Trump is on the verge of victory. So how the heck did he do it? Well, look at that 8% that said neither and that 2% who said they had a favorable view of both the candidates. I haven't met any of those 2%, but apparently they're out there. But let's take a look. Amongst those who said that they had a favorable rating of neither candidate, this looks very much like 2016, John. Look at this advantage for Donald Trump. It's a 23-point advantage. And then look at this. Among that 2% who had a favorable view of both of them, again, a substantial double-digit advantage for Donald Trump. So the bottom line is this, Mr. Berman. Yes, Kamala Harris, better liked than Donald Trump, but that 10% of the electorate that either like neither of them or like both of them going overwhelmingly for the former president, and that, my friend, has made all the difference in the world.
So the double haters and the double lovers.
The double haters and the double lovers. Maybe we can get those two groups together. They make quite the pair.
I think we just coined that last phrase right there. All right, Harry, thank you very much.
Thank
Let's
you.
go back to Casey and her panel.
Yeah, my eyebrow is stuck to the top of my head, John Berman. You and your double lovers. All right, who wants to take this? I mean, 2% of Americans like both of these people. First of all, who are they? But second of all, that does seem to really underscore the depth of the division in this country and not really bode well necessarily for the next 4 years, Bakari.
Well, I don't know. If anybody thinks the country is going to come together because Donald Trump is the president of the United States, they're delusional. That's kind of first and foremost. I think that the first couple of months of the Trump administration are going to be jarring for many people. I think the executive actions you'll see, the unfettered reign, and the new cast of characters we have that are emerging on the political scene who don't have much political experience.
Who might you be?
That's what I mean, you'll have a Kennedy close to government, which kind of warms the soul on its face until you find out that we're talking about RFK Jr. And then you have Elon Musk, who concerns me with his kind of unfettered access to everything. And as a billionaire oligarch, I mean, but this is what America, I keep going back to this. And one of the things that I'm not going to do is sit here and reject the notion of this is what the people wanted. America always gets what she deserves. But in this particular case, you're going to have Donald Trump, you're going to have Elon Musk, and you're going to have RFK Jr. And if that puts fear or trepidation in your heart, I think that's rightfully placed. If for some reason you love the risk and that joy, to steal a Kamala Harris phrase, then so be it. But we have to be
in terms of what America wanted, I mean, it looks like Trump's going to win the popular vote, which he didn't before.
No,
right?
I literally just said
That's what he means.
I just said that's what America gets what she deserves. That's what they wanted.
Okay.
I think the problem is that elections, the way you have to win an election now sets a candidate up for failure in the actual job that they run for, right? So you think about all these things that Donald Trump has to do now, right? He had to do and say all these things to win the election. And now he's got to go execute on an economic plan. He's got to go execute on an immigration plan. He's got to go execute on a foreign policy plan. And the delta between what you have to say to get votes on the trail versus what you have to do to be effective. And I think that's this anomaly. This is the 2% that shows up, or the thin margin that doesn't like either side, because it's shirts versus skins. It's tribalism at its finest on the campaign trail, and you never get back to where you actually solve problems. Nobody is going to solve these problems with campaign rhetoric.
But just real quick to piggyback on what Jeff said, just briefly, let's extrapolate what you said to the foreign policy realm, because right now immediately you have Putin in Ukraine. What does Donald Trump do with that? I think we all know what we believe he's going to do with that. We also have a war raging in Gaza. What does Donald Trump do with that? I mean, and so when you're talking about that delta, people are, there are people who literally, they're on Twitter, they're out in the streets. I think Shermichael may know this. They say that we're voting for Donald Trump because we don't want any more wars, right? That it's America.
I mean, that's one of the things I heard on the trail.
That's America first. So the question,
all the time.
I think that question that Jeff brought on is something that
will be
in the exit polls, only a few voters said that foreign policy was their number one issue. But if they did, Donald Trump won those voters by an enormous margin. I mean, it's very easy to talk about this election as being, it's the economy, stupid, right? And there is an element of incumbent parties around the world have been following the Democrats or the incumbent party. People want change. The economy hasn't been great, even though it's been getting better. People haven't been feeling it. But I think there's something even bigger going on here. When I ask voters in my focus groups, and we did this in a survey too, what is this election about to you? Very few people said it's about the fact that milk is expensive. Very few people said it's about the fact that cost of living has gone up. Some people did, but most people talked about it at a much higher level. Just a feeling that stuff's not working. Nothing's working. It doesn't feel like someone like me has a voice anymore. And I think for Democrats, they're very surprised to discover that a majority of Americans think that Donald Trump is the solution to, rather than the cause of, that problem for a lot of Americans.
In 2023, Pew Research had an analysis that came out, and they talked about how more Americans are more pessimistic about the future and have fond memories of the past. You see that in the exit results. Donald Trump's approval rating have increased. His standing is certainly stronger than it ever has been. He's improved his margins across various demographic groups, despite months and months of messaging from Democrats about his character or about what a potential second term of a Trump administration would look like. Voters still said, we hear you, but we don't care, because we think that this guy is better on all of these other things. We remember that fonder time in the past with him. Things have not been great for a lot of people over the past 4 years. Many people voted for President Biden and the vice president thinking that this would be a new direction. And that hasn't been the case, Casey.
Alex, one of the things that I keep thinking about is that for so long, and obviously Biden was in this race for the vast majority of it, so for a long time it was comparing him to Donald Trump. But I think that this dynamic continued when Kamala Harris was at the top of the ticket, and that was strength versus weakness. And that really, when people talked about Biden's health and how old he was, it was really about whether or not he was a strong leader. How much of that was at play here?
You can see it in Trump's paid advertising. They never tried to play into sort of, she's, the racist trope of an angry black woman. Instead, they actually usually played the fact that she was laughing, right? They tried to make her, and that was really a synonym for being weak, for being flip. And that was a big...
Unserious.
Yes, unserious. Like, not ready for it. And in every single ad, it was weak, dangerously liberal, failed, right? That was like their thing in the ad, in every single ad. And, the internal tumult in the Democratic Party is only just beginning. And they just like seeing my phone just in the last hour, I mean, it's pretty incredible, just the amount of sort of second guessing that's already going on. One person already involved in the Harris campaign said people are just super depressed because this morning the leadership of the campaign was expressing like extraordinary confidence. They felt that they were definitely going to win. And that was different from 2016 and 2020. Donald Trump was the underdog in both those races. If you talk to the Trump people, they'd be like, we think we can make it, but maybe not. It sort of recalled 2012, which I know you covered, where both campaigns felt pretty confident going into election night, and then it clearly went one way.
Yeah, I will say, I spend my election nights talking to dozens of sources at once, and when I asked them tonight before the polls closed who was poised to win this election, I mean, overwhelmingly they all said, even those who had previously expressed, thoughts that, well, okay, Donald Trump is on path to win this, said, well, at this point, I kind of feel like Harris has this edge. So, I think that point is well taken, because obviously it was incredibly repudiated here. I mean, Karen, where do you come down on this question of whether or not Biden shouldn't have run here, and would that have decided what the outcome differently?
Yeah, look, I think if Biden had decided not to run sooner, let's say in the first place decided not to run, or even closer to that initial decision, it certainly would have given the vice president more time to build the relationship with the American people. And again, as I mentioned before, with women, we have 20 years of data looking at women running for executive office. when it comes to the economy and when it comes to security / national security, those are always the two areas. In fact, for women who run for governorship, usually having been the attorney general is the pathway, because then you've got certain credentials.
Karen, I unfortunately have to push pause here because we have reached an historic moment in this election. John Berman?
That's right, Casey. We can now project the winner of the presidential race. It is now official. CNN projects that Donald Trump has been elected president, defeating Vice President Kamala Harris and making a political comeback unlike any in modern American politics. Now, we can make this projection now because CNN projects that Donald Trump has won Wisconsin. You can see right there, currently ahead by 30,000 votes with 99% of the vote in. Mr. Trump is only the second former president in U.S. history to be reelected to the White House. He will return to office after 2 impeachments in his first term, followed by unprecedented criminal indictments and felony convictions. Mr. Trump scoring a landmark victory as he now heads back to power, leading a politically divided nation. Again, CNN projects that Donald J. Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States. Let's go over. Actually, let's just take a quick look at the wall here. We can see with Wisconsin, Donald Trump now has 276 electoral votes, Harris with 219. You need 270 to win. He is now over that mark. The 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin puts him over that threshold, and CNN now considers him the president-elect of the United States of America. Let's go over to the magic wall. Phil Mattingly is there. Let's talk about Wisconsin, because those votes from Milwaukee that we were promised came in. That's what made the difference. The margin's actually a lot smaller for Trump than it had been, but still enough.
Right. What we've been waiting for throughout the course of the night has been a significant chunk of vote in Milwaukee had been outstanding. What we saw about 5 minutes ago was 109,000 votes that came in Milwaukee, largest county in the state, 16% of the population, usually a Democratic stronghold. That vote broke down about 80% Harris to 20% Trump, roughly, based on, as I was kind of doing the math on it. It changed the margin in Milwaukee by a fairly couple points amount. Not a dramatic amount, but a fairly couple points amount. There is still some vote outstanding, but obviously this was enough for our decision desk to make the calculation that Donald Trump's 30,000 plus vote lead right now was enough to call the state of Wisconsin, give Donald Trump, project Donald Trump to be the next president of the United States. I think what this doesn't change, despite the fact more than 100,000 votes came in a Democratic county, that vote split 80-20 for Harris, that margin, while it is significant, is still beneath what Joe Biden was doing in 2020. And so it's the similar story. It's not as dramatic as it had been in terms of Harris underperforming Biden in Milwaukee County, like we've seen in some other urban areas. Wayne County right now is still holding in that space. Philadelphia is still holding in that space as well. But underperforming in Milwaukee County by a point or around a point. At the same time, there's underperformance or matching margins in a place like Dane County, the second largest county in the state, a Democratic stronghold. Joe Biden back in 2020 won this 75.5%. Harris running about 0.6 of a point behind him. And the reason that's problematic is if you push up into areas around vote drivers like Waukesha. Look, what's interesting about Waukesha, if you push up into the more rural parts of Wisconsin, Donald Trump's running up big margins, not a ton of vote. Waukesha, Washington, and Ozaukee, we call them the WOW counties. These are pushing out in the exurban counties around Milwaukee, where there's been some view, and I think there's been some midterm years where Democrats have said Ozaukee in particular is that type of demographic makeup, that type of median income makeup that we can really make some inroads here. Donald Trump lost a little bit of ground here back in 2020. He won it by a little over 12 points, but holding more or less the margin, shedding a little bit here, actually doing better over here in Washington County. Waukesha, crucial, Waukesha, as they like to say, third largest county in the state. So in these big vote drivers, the Democrats thought they could make inroads, pushing out of their urban and suburban areas into the exurban areas. They simply didn't.
Normally when we just project the winner of the presidential race, it would be a huge historic moment. I will say that it's been so clear over the last few hours it was trending this way. It maybe doesn't land with the same boom that it would have otherwise, and that's because of what we're seeing in these other so-called blue wall states. Let's just check on Michigan, which we haven't called yet, where that's trending.
So 95% in right now. Donald Trump with 116,503 vote lead. The question kind of always in these moments of time, race hasn't been called yet. You see a lead like that in Michigan, which is significantly larger than Donald Trump had when he first shattered the blue wall back in 2016. Where's the vote outstanding? What are people waiting for? What are the potential pathways? You're looking at the biggest blue bubble. That's where the most vote is outstanding in a Democrat-led district right now. This is Wayne County. It's the largest county in the state. 17+% of the population, voting population, lives right here, home of Detroit. There's still 19% outstanding. We saw how the vote batch that just came in Milwaukee County split so heavily towards Harris. What does that mean for Michigan? Is there a possible pathway here, right here in Wayne? I think the big question right now is, if you look at the margin in Wayne right now, 64.5% to 32.4%, and you compare it back to 2020, underperforming by 4+ points. And I think the question is this a composition or makeup of the vote up to this point? Or is this kind of what we've seen in urban areas, in Philadelphia, in Milwaukee, to some degree in Detroit, but also the added element here of the second largest city in this county is Dearborn. Dearborn is the largest Arab American community in Michigan that has been a concern for Democrats because of what's happening in Gaza throughout the course of the last year, whether or not that has an effect as well. So we're going to have to wait and see as that vote comes in. That's really what we're waiting on right now. The other place where, if you're a Trump voter, you're looking at right now, this is the 2020 map. We'll flip back to 2024. 7% outstanding, and this is a place where not only is Donald Trump running up a margin in a Republican stronghold, he's blowing out his 2020 and 2016 margin.
At this point, somewhat academic, at least in the race, the official race for the White House, because we now do project that Donald Trump has been elected President of the United States. Phil, thank you very much. We will continue to count the votes as they come in because they do tell an important story, and there are still super important races for the Senate and Congress, which we will get to in a minute. In the meantime, let's go over to Casey and her panel now that we have projected a winner, Casey, in the presidential race.
We have indeed, John. The history this morning, 5:30 a.m. on Wednesday, that Donald Trump has won the presidency for a second time. This time after having served for 4 years, then disputing the 2020 election, and then, of course, rallying a mob to the Capitol to try to interrupt the peaceful transfer of power there. Americans deciding to send him back to the White House for a second term.